Chapter 1. Rebirth and Rejection of Marriage. In early March, the chill of spring lingered in the the Jiang family residence in Greenwater Lane. Within the fragrant pavilion, the eldest maid, Mu Xiang, rushed into the courtyard, her face alight with joy. "Miss, please cease your reading. Madame Li has arrived in the main hall and is discussing your marriage to young Master Li with your mother." Jiang Yunqing, who had been absent-mindedly sketching on her herbal notes, paused momentarily. The inevitable had finally arrived. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and replied, "There is no need for such haste regarding this matter. I shall go greet Madame Li at once," and in the same breath, declined the proposed union. Having been granted a second chance at life, the mere thought of that man filled her with profound disgust. Li Shichang, the scoundrel who had thrust her into the depths of despair in her previous life. He had fervently pursued her with promises of love beneath blooming flowers, only to, in the third year of their marriage, intoxicate her and deliver her into the clutches of that old dog, the Minister of Revenue. She could never have imagined that the man she adored would offer her as a gift to another. What she did not foresee was that upon regaining consciousness, she would grievously wound that old man with her hairpin. Li Shichang, upon hearing the cries, burst through the door, and rather than rescue her, he callously extinguished her life in her final moments. As consciousness faded, Jiang Yunqing could only hear his dismissive words. "Do not blame me, blame yourself for being too weak to contend with the princess." Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself returned to the age of 16, just a week before her engagement to Li Shichang. In these 7 days, she remained composed, secretly plotting for this very day. Rejecting the marriage was merely the first step. Next, she intended to bring Li Shichang to ruin, ensuring he met a wretched end. "I am not flustered, rather. I am overwhelmed with joy. You two have been anticipatingly Miss Wait." In the Jiang family's main hall, Madame Jiang was engaged in lively conversation with Madame Li of the Rongchang Marquis. As Jiang Yunqing was about to cross the threshold, she overheard Madame Li say, "If not, then this marriage shall be." "I object." The words were abruptly cut off by the forceful entrance of the young lady. Madame Jiang, who had been smiling moments before, suddenly wore a visibly darkened expression. Her sharp gaze turned towards Jiang Yunqing. "Qingqing, I am conversing with Madame Li. What give you the right to interrupt? Be a good girl and return to your fragrant pavilion." She wished to avoid embarrassment in front of outsiders, fearing that it might tarnish the Jiang family's reputation and reflect poorly on her daughters. Little did she know, the usually docile Jiang Yunqing had transformed, standing her ground resolutely. How laughable! She had already faced death once, and what could possibly intimidate her now? "Mother, your words are misguided. This concerns my marriage, my lifelong happiness, and the reputation of the Jiang family. Why should I not have a voice in this matter?" Jiang Yunqing spoke with unwavering resolve, her demeanor exuding an undeniable charm as she gracefully made her way to the center of the hall. She slightly bent her knee in deference to Madame Li and the Zhao family, delivering her greeting with poise. Her composure embodied that of a distinguished lady, which made Madame Li, despite being publicly interrupted and feeling slighted, inwardly marvel at her son's discerning taste. However, upon hearing the mention of the Jiang family's reputation, Madame Li could not suppress a few involuntary twitches of her face as she retorted, "Miss Jiang, how can you say such a thing? Our esteemed Rongchang Marquis has a glorious lineage of military achievements. How could the Li family tarnish the honor of the Jiang clan?" It was evident that it was the Li family that did not look down upon her. "You ought to consider your own standing in the capital. That my son holds you in such regard is indeed your fortune." Madame Li cast a reproachful glance at Zhao, who was beside her. Wasn't it said that Miss Jiang was quite content with this match? Yet here she was, eagerly arriving to propose, only to be publicly rebuffed. Such an embarrassment left her in a quandary, pondering how she would explain this to her esteemed son. "Yunqing, what nonsense are you spouting? Return at once. It is your duty to adhere to your parents' wishes and the arrangements made by the matchmaker." Zhao interjected, her tone growing firmer as she sensed Madame Li's displeasure. She certainly did not wish to offend her future in-laws today. It was a rare opportunity to rid herself of the burdensome Jiang Yunqing, while simultaneously elevating her family's status through marriage. Once this union was secured, the other daughters of the Jiang family would no longer have to worry It is worth noting that since Jiang Yunqing returned from her maternal grandfather's home, rumors regarding her biological mother had inexplicably resurfaced in the capital. It was said that the mother of Jiang's eldest daughter had abandoned her infant daughter to elope with another, only to meet her tragic end at the hands of bandits near an ancient temple outside the city. This scandal had stirred considerable uproar at the time, causing Inspector Jiang much distress as he struggled to hold his head high within the elite circles of the capital. Jiang Yunqing was particularly unfortunate. Not only had she lost her mother at a tender age, but she was also burdened by the disgraceful reputation of her mother, which subjected her to scorn among the noble women of the capital. Naturally, her prospects for marriage were exceedingly bleak. Fortunately, the heir of the Rongchang Marquis had taken a liking to her and requested Madame Li's hand in marriage for Jiang Yunqing as his legitimate wife. Truly, fortune favored the knave. Zhao harbored a genuine fondness for her future son-in-law, who was dashing and accomplished, having secured a position in the Imperial Guard at such a young age. His future was undeniably bright. Previously, she had observed Jiang Yunqing's infatuation with Li Shichang and had hoped that this marriage would proceed smoothly, providing a satisfactory resolution to her husband. Yet, what is the current situation? Accustomed to the gentle and obedient Jiang Yunqing, Zhao was suddenly perplexed by the indifferent countenance of her adopted daughter before her. Mother, the Jiang family has a long-standing tradition that forbids taking a concubine. A concubine? That is utterly out of the question. The young master Li seeks to marry you as his legitimate wife. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. One must not share a husband with a courtesan. Courtesan? Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth. Could it be? She immediately turned to Lady Li, only to see her momentarily taken aback, her eyes revealing a sense of unease. Lady Li, could it be that your son has been involved with? Zhao Yi attempted to voice the words, yet found herself unable to utter them. Involved? It was much more than that. Lady Li's face flushed slightly, but the moment passed quickly. She swiftly suppressed her emotions and regained her composure, stating, Miss Jiang, I am uncertain where you have heard such sordid tales. My son, the honorable young master, would never stoop to such despicable acts, nor would he seek to marry you under such circumstances. It is likely that someone with ill intentions wishes to sabotage this union and has intentionally slandered my son. You must not be deceived and forfeit a worthy match. The implication was clear. Her son, Li Shichang, was an exemplary suitor, and there was no shortage of women vying for his attention. Should you, Jiang Yunqing, heed such malicious gossip and reject this marriage, you shall find yourself weeping behind closed doors. Jiang Yunqing offered no rebuttal, merely smiling faintly as she waved her hand. Bring her forth. As the words fell from her lips, two robust matrons entered, dragging in a disheveled woman. The woman fell to her knees with a thud, bowing her head and pleading, Please, Miss Jiang, have a heart and grant Lu Mei and the young master's child a chance at life. Bang! Lady Li slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Chapter 2. The scheming concubine Madame Li was seething with rage, exclaiming, That wretched woman! How dare she come to the Jiang residence to stir up trouble? Had I known, I should have dealt with her long ago. However, given the setting of the Jiang household, she refrained from expressing her anger, yet could not simply acquiesce to her son's reckless behavior. Otherwise, the reputation of the Rongchang Marquis household would be irreparably tarnished. She composed herself, cleared her throat, and turned her attention to Jiang Yunqing, who sat below. What, may I ask, is Miss Jiang doing here? She was acutely aware that this young woman was most likely the concubine her son had been keeping. Yet, having deliberately avoided meeting this woman for the past 2 years, she felt confident that her feigned ignorance would not betray her. As Madame Li attempted to feign confusion, Jiang Yunqing forcefully set her teacup down upon the table. Sensing the signal, the maid, Mu Xiang, immediately spoke up, Madame Li, our young lady is indeed perplexed. This morning, Miss Liu Bai has been causing quite the commotion at the Jiang residence, claiming to be the concubine of young Master Li and demanding that the future young mistress offer an explanation. What a preposterous claim! What relation does this so-called young mistress have to our family? Jiang Yunqing inquired with a smile. Is there any connection? Before any engagement has even been formalized, Miss Liu Bai has come to my doorstep to tarnish my reputation. Is she not sincerely attempting to sever my prospects and force me into a marriage with young Master Li? Initially bowing her head, Lu Bai suddenly looked up, her eyes wide with panic. No, it is not as you think. Her disruption today was not intended to coerce Jiang Yunqing into becoming the young mistress of the Marquis' household. On the contrary, she was resolute in her desire to thwart this marriage. For the past 6 months, Li Shichang had mentioned his mother as plans to arrange for him to take a legitimate wife, suggesting that the daughter of Lu Bai could be recognized as the young mistress, thus elevating her status within the Marquis' household and preventing her from living in obscurity. Lu Bai herself could also enter the household as a proper concubine, ensuring a life free from worries. Li Shichang's assurances were meant to comfort Lu Bai, yet they only deepened her despair. Once an official daughter, she had been cast into the depths of despair when her father's greed led to their family's downfall, resulting in the male members of her family being exiled to the northern territories. As a concubine, she had been relegated to the Wanhulu brothel. Li Shichang had purchased her freedom, and although grateful, she had not intended to accept the role of a clandestine concubine. Li Shichang had repeatedly vowed to clear her father's name, promising that once her status was restored, he would marry her as a legitimate young mistress. With tears in her eyes, she had reluctantly agreed to become his secret concubine, believing that even without merit, her sacrifices would earn her some recognition. Little did she know, the prospect of vindication was distant, and she would be forced to witness her beloved wed another. How could she bear it? Coincidentally, just a week prior, while hanging laundry by her courtyard wall, she overheard several matrons discussing that the young master of Rongchang was preparing to court the eldest daughter of the Jiang Yunqing family. Unbeknownst to her, this was all part of Jiang Yunqing's deliberate scheme to let her know. In her quest for information, she finally learned that Madame Li intended to propose to the Jiang family today. In a state of fluster, she hurriedly made her way to the Jiang residence early in the morning. Her motives were twofold. Firstly, she wished to present herself to the esteemed Lady Li, whom she had yet to meet, for even an unattractive daughter-in-law must pay her respects to her in-laws. Secondly, she aimed to urge Jiang Yunqing to retreat in the face of adversity. She could hardly believe that a dignified daughter of a grand official could tolerate such indignity, especially knowing that Li Shichang had kept a mistress before their marriage, yet was still able to marry with joy. Ultimately, her strategy was to delay as much as possible, for one could never tell when her father might overturn the situation. Then, fair maiden, pray tell, what relation do you bear to the young master? And what precisely is this matter concerning the young master's lineage that you just mentioned? After a moment of mental blankness, Zhao finally regained her composure and began to question the woman kneeling before her, preempting Lady Li. She needed to ascertain the origins of this woman and her connection to Li Shichang. Although the Jiang family was not a prestigious lineage, they had been respectable for 3 generations. How could they allow their daughter to be wed into such a disreputable family, tarnishing their reputation? Moreover, Lady Zhao hailed from a military family. Even though Jiang Yunqing was the daughter of Jiang Zheng's former wife and had a tarnished reputation, there was little maternal affection between them. Yet she was not so cruel as to stand idly by while her stepdaughter sank into misery. Furthermore, as the legitimate eldest daughter of the Jiang family, if Jiang Yunqing's marriage were to collapse into scandal, it might very well cast a shadow over her own daughter's future prospects. Therefore, she had to handle today's matter with utmost care. She could not allow the Marquis of Rongchang's household to manipulate the situation so easily. Reporting to my lady, this humble servant is named Lu Mei. I bore a daughter for the young Master Li, now just a year old, named Yun'er. The young master once promised to take me as his wife, but now my heart is filled with sorrow. As she spoke, Lu Mei let her tears fall. Yun'er was the first child she had born for Li Shichang. In her previous life, on the very night of Jiang Yunqing's grand wedding, Lu Mei had given birth to her second child. Thus, on that fateful wedding night, Li Shichang had excused himself under the pretense of an urgent summons from the palace, leaving Jiang Yunqing alone in an empty bridal chamber. For this, Jiang Yunqing had endured endless gossip, and her days in the Marquis' household passed in unbearable misery. Even the servants whispered behind her back, mocking her as a worthless, unloved mistress. What bride in the world suffered such humiliation? Her groom fleeing the household on their wedding night, leaving their union unconsummated for days? Were word to spread, those unaware of the truth might assume Jiang Yunqing was so hideous that she had repelled the young Master Li. Who, then, would hold her in esteem? Who would respect her? Even Lu Mei, the concubine, a few months later, entered the hall with her pair of children, flaunting her power before her. Unfortunately, her mother-in-law showed her no affection, and her husband offered her no love, leaving her utterly alone in the Grand Marquis's residence. Her natal family was of little assistance as well. Since her marriage into the Marquis's household, her stepmother, Mrs. Zhao, had repeatedly come to urge her to find a suitable match for her younger sister, Jiang Yunyu. Alas, Jiang Yunqing was like a clay Buddha crossing the river. Unable to protect herself, she bore the title of a Marquis's wife but was confined daily by Li Shichang in the inner chambers, rarely attending the various banquets held by the prominent ladies of the capital, where then was the opportunity to forge connections with suitable noble families. As time went on, seeing no benefit to be gained, Mrs. Zhao gradually severed ties with Jiang Yunqing. Although her family was also parasitic, it nonetheless provided Jiang Yunqing with a semblance of support. Having severed all ties with the Jiang family, Jiang Yunqing found herself utterly isolated at the Ho residence, helplessly witnessing the escalating affection bestowed upon Lu Mei and her children. Although Li Shichang would occasionally visit her courtyard, the warmth of their marital bond had dwindled significantly. As the year progressed without any signs of pregnancy, her mother-in-law, Madame Li, expressed increasing disdain, often comparing her unfavorably to the prolific Lu Mei, lamenting the absence of a legitimate grandson, which deeply pained Jiang Yunqing. Eventually, she capitulated, officially acknowledging Lu Mei's children as her own. She had hoped that her magnanimity would endear her to Li Shichang, yet, to her dismay, he grew even more dismissive, realizing there was nothing more to extract from her and callously relinquishing her to another man. Thus, her demise would not be a dignified one, even in death. She would bear the disgrace of being labeled a bedfellow. To add insult to injury, she had also severely injured the aged Minister of Revenue, leaving her perplexed as to how Li Shichang managed to extricate himself from the ensuing chaos, and how the Jiang family became embroiled in the aftermath. The plight of the women in the Jiang household was of little concern to her, as their relationships had never been particularly close. They regarded her as an easy target, always seeking opportunities to take advantage of her. The only source of her worry was her better-than father, Jiang Zheng. In her past life, the tribulations and injustices she endured at the Jiang and Li household were not due to her father's lack of support, but rather because he had succumbed to illness, unable even to rise from his bed. Chapter 3. The marriage falls through. Madame Li, you profess a sincere desire to wed, yet you conceal the fact that you maintain a mistress outside, even fathering a child. This is truly a grave injustice. It seems that our Yunqing cannot capture the attention of the young Master Li. Let's call off this engagement. Zhao, brimming with indignation, was determined to preserve the dignity of the Jiang family today and to ensure that the Rongchang Marquis would owe them a debt of gratitude. Lu Mei, her head bowed, secretly reveled in the situation, sensing that the Madame Jiang would not relent easily. As long as this marriage did not come to fruition, her efforts today would not be in vain. Alas, what a misfortune! Madame Li was momentarily at a loss for words, her anxiety causing her to stamp her feet. Madame Jiang, indeed, this matter stems from my son's imprudence. I shall take him home to address this issue, and he will personally come to apologize to you and Miss Jiang on another day. Before Zhao could respond, Madame Li hastily rose to take her leave, signaling to the maids outside to escort Lu Mei away like a chick. What is the meaning of this? The more Zhao thought about it, the angrier she became. She had considered herself close friends with Madame Li, which was why she had eagerly accepted the proposal. However, it appeared that Madame Li and her son were engaged in secretive dealings, laying a trap for her. Had Lu Mei not come to inform her, she would have remained oblivious. Had she allowed Jiang Yunqing to be married off only to discover later the truth, she could only imagine the scorn she would endure from others. The age-old adage about the difficulties of being a stepmother was one she fully understood, particularly this year. With the head of the family bedridden and neglecting state affairs, there were already those waiting to see her fall from grace. She had to strive to uphold the Jiang household, securing a commendable match for Yunqing to silence the onlookers. Yunqing, I'm sorry you have suffered today. Fear not. Should this marriage fail, your mother shall surely find you a more suitable suitor in the future. Zhao approached Jiang Yunqing, gently resting her hand on her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Mother need not worry. I had no intention of marrying the young Master Li. Your refusal of this engagement was indeed wise. To Zhao's surprise, Jiang Yunqing displayed no trace of sorrow. Perhaps the girl was merely putting on a brave front. Ah, is it merely a matter of pride? Do not fret. I know you hold affection for the young Master Li. Or else why would you have treated him so kindly before? For the sake of Li Shichang, Jiang Yunqing had endured pain while embroidering a pouch. She had personally brewed ginger soup for him during his illness. She had spent 3 consecutive days in the temple praying for his safety during his missions. All her infatuation did not escape the notice of the Jiang family. Ah, the daughter only wishes to repay the young Master Li for saving her life, nothing more. Reflecting on her past foolishness, Jiang Yunqing could not help but chuckle softly. Everyone has their youthful foolishness, and she was no exception. However, she vowed it would not happen again. Everything she was owed, she would reclaim tenfold. In this lifetime, no one would dare to manipulate her again. The debt of gratitude. Zhao recalled that several months prior, Jiang Yunqing had encountered peril while riding at the outskirts, and it was Li Shichang who had come to her rescue just in time, ensuring her safety. Thus, if her intent was merely to repay a debt of gratitude, there was indeed no need for Jiang Yunqing to offer herself in marriage. Zhao contemplated this, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Please rest early. Tomorrow, Mother will take you to Beima Temple to pray for blessings. May heaven show mercy to Jiang Yunqing, granting her a sincere and devoted suitor. Thank you, Mother, Jiang Yunqing replied softly, and with Mu Xiang, she returned to the fragrant pavilion. My lady, I wonder how the Li family will deal with that concubine. She's utterly audacious. Mu Xiang exclaimed as soon as they entered the courtyard, her voice brimming with impatience. The earlier tense atmosphere had truly startled her. In all her years, she had never heard of a concubine so bold as to confront the family of an unbetrothed woman. Fortunately, the young lady had no intention of marrying into the Marquis' household. Otherwise, her suffering would be insurmountable, far more bitter than the bitter herbs outside her window. Jiang Yunqing picked up a pair of scissors, leisurely trimming the begonia flowers by the window. Look at these begonias. Just a few days ago, their branches and leaves looked quite pleasing. Yet today, one branch has grown excessively long. It appears unsightly and unruly, thus it must be pruned. The branch laden with flower buds fell with a crisp snap. Mu Xiang's expression tightened. Was the young lady referring to the flowers or to people? She did not fully understand, but she sensed that the days ahead would not bode well for the girl. In the Rongchang Marquis' residence, Li Shichang had just returned from the palace when he was hastily summoned to the main hall by a servant. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of his beloved woman kneeling on the floor, tears cascading down her cheeks like rain on pear blossoms. His mother, Li Shi, sat at the head of the table with a stern expression, failing to greet him with her usual warm smile. This was a revelation. Li Shichang's heart raced, but he quickly reassured himself that his mother was not unaware of its existence. What was there to fear? This was, in fact, fortuitous. His mother had previously refused to meet, and now that they had encountered each other, it was the perfect opportunity to clarify matters. He stepped forward, intending to assist the weeping beauty, and casually remarked, "Mother, what is the meaning of this? This is the young lady I often mention to you. Why must you make her kneel? Please rise. Do not assist her. Let her remain kneeling." Li Shi's voice was laced with an undercurrent of menace, sending a shiver down Li Shichang's spine. Was this truly his usually gentle mother? Mother, how can you still bear to call me that? Just look at what you have nurtured. She went to the Jiang family to cause a scene this morning. Now, the engagement is off. Tell me, can you still be pleased? You have made me lose face in front of my friends. This is truly unfortunate. Li Shi glared at, who had become a mere puddle in Li Shichang's arms, her teeth clenched in anger. A harlot, a vixen. I shall see to it that your skin is flayed. The engagement with Jiang Yunqing has been called off. Li Shichang's mind went blank for a moment, abruptly withdrawing his arm from his waist and standing coldly. You went to the Jiang family? What are you causing a ruckus about? Suddenly lost her support, nearly collapsing to the ground. She looked up at Li Shichang's furrowed brow, feeling a twinge of guilt as she stammered, I went to plead with the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, hoping she would treat us kindly once she enters. She spoke while gently caressing her slightly rounded belly, as if drawing courage from the gesture, then straightened her back with newfound resolve. What fault could she possibly have? Had she not done all this for the sake of the son within her womb? My lord, she implored, you promised to take me as your wife. How could you break your word so swiftly? For the sake of the child in my womb, I implore you to show some compassion and marry my heir. Li, upon hearing the nonsensical ramblings of the servants below, simply closed her eyes, believing that what she could not see would not trouble her heart. Fool! Li Shichang suddenly found Lu Mei's beauty somewhat dazzling. He turned his head and muttered 2 words, causing Lu Mei to slump slightly. This woman, though undeniably beautiful, lacked the intellect to assume the role of a capable matriarch. Even taking her as a concubine was an undeserved honor. Moreover, she was the daughter of a disgraced official. That he provided her shelter and spared her from the brothels was already the greatest mercy he could bestow. Yet she, ignorant of propriety and consumed by greed, dared to covet the position of the heir's principal wife. Worse still, she presumptuously sabotaged his betrothal to Jiang Yunqing. Such insolence is utterly infuriating. Were it not for the possibility of a male infant nestled within her womb, Li Shichang would have eagerly flayed Lu Mei alive. He observed her with disdain, eager to witness her comeuppance. In his eyes, a compliant and obedient woman could be cherished, yet if she became unruly, overstepped her bounds, and sought to sabotage his endeavors, even the most ethereal beauty would find no refuge in his heart. Summon someone, lock her in the woodshed, if she wishes to become the heir's wife. She has ample time to indulge in her daydreams. No, please, young master, spare me. I shall never dare again. In the courtyard of the Marquis's residence, a heavy lock was audibly fastened, and the anguished cries from within were left unattended. Chapter 4. The grandmother's obstruction despite having dealt with Lu Mei. Li Shichang felt a lingering frustration. He had invested considerable effort in courting Jiang Yunqing, even going so far as to bribe the outskirts horse stable to administer a sedative to her horse, which cost him a substantial amount of silver. Now, thanks to that wretched Lu Mei, he found himself bereft of both time and resources. No, he could not concede defeat. He was certain that it was Madame Jiang who had rejected the marriage proposal, but as for Jiang Yunqing, he believed that her heart was firmly captivated by him. If only he could promptly coax her, or perhaps consummate their relationship. Surely, Jiang Yunqing would not hesitate to cry out for a marriage into the Marquis's residence. At that point, her generous dowry would be his to claim, and the prosperity of the Rongchang Marquis household would rest upon him. By coincidence, Li Shichang was a schoolmate of a cousin from Jiang Yunqing's maternal family in Yunyang. It was during a drunken revelry that he learned of the substantial dowry left by Jiang Yunqing's eloping mother in the Jiang family, not to mention the additional contribution from Yunyang's ancestral home. Rumor had it that Jiang Yunqing was cherished like a precious gem in her maternal household, and should she marry, the dowry from Yunyang's wealthiest family would surely be significant. With such financial backing, Li Shichang would undoubtedly secure a more respectable position within the court, rather than languishing in his current role within the Imperial Guard, which felt like a tasteless morsel, neither satisfying nor easily discarded. Li Shichang was resolute in his intentions, and having made up his mind to win Jiang Yunqing's heart, he could only patiently await the cover of night. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he found himself at the Jiang residence. Jiang Yunqing had just settled at the dining table, poised to pick up her favorite dish of braised pork, when a stern and aged voice cut through the air. Eat? Can you still eat? The voice belonged to the matriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Yunqing's grandmother. Jiang Yunqing's chopsticks hesitated momentarily in mid-air before she unapologetically jabbed at the largest piece of meat before her. How absurd! She had committed no wrongdoing. Why should she be deprived of her meal? In this vast world, nothing was more paramount than nourishment. Seeing that Jiang Yunqing disregarded her words, a surge of anger welled up within the old matriarch, causing the prayer beads in her hand to tremble slightly. Due to the Lin family's involvement, she harbored a deep-seated disdain for this girl, who had been born but not raised by her mother. Fortunately, after Jiang Yunqing turned 2, the Lin family from Yunyang had sent someone to retrieve her, only to return her 6 months ago, with the intention of arranging a good marriage in the capital. There was scarcely any bond between Jiang Yunqing and her grandmother. However, the prestige of the Jiang family outweighed all else, and the Yunyang Lin family was merely a merchant household. How much could they truly offer Jiang Yunqing in terms of a promising future? To ascend the social ladder, one must rely on the Jiang family's reputation. The old matriarch had assumed that the alliance with the Rongchang Marquis household was a foregone conclusion and had already dispatched word to Yunyang, urging them to prepare a lavish dowry to ensure Jiang Yunqing's honor was upheld. The dignity of Jiang family's eldest daughter was synonymous with the dignity of the Jiang family itself, and thus the matriarch's own honor. Little did she know that after a prolonged afternoon nap, she awoke to the shocking news that Jiang Yunqing had refused a marriage proposal from the young Master Li. It felt as though the heavens themselves had begun to crumble. Yunqing, if you marry into the Marquis' residence, you are destined to be the lady of the house, and you must possess the grace to accommodate others. How can you be so miserly? Madame Jiang has long been accustomed to speaking with blatant falsehoods, and her recent reproach glaringly avoids addressing Li Shichang's wrongdoing of keeping a concubine, instead attempting to shift all blame onto Jiang Yunqing. A week ago, Jiang Yunqing would have likely succumbed to tears and dared not retaliate. However, the current Jiang Yunqing has discerned her grandmother's bias. No matter how humble and accommodating she may be, she cannot evoke even a modicum of compassion or care. Thus, she might as well embrace madness. Grandmother, by your reasoning, I should assist young Master Li in taking this courtesan as a concubine and raise her children well. Is that correct? Then why did you force grandfather to sell off all his concubines back in the day? I hear those women, having served grandfather for years, bore him no children. A result of your incessant concoction of abortifacients, no doubt. The Jiang family members buried their heads lower, wishing to shield their faces with their bowls. Was Jiang Yunqing truly mad? What old grievances she dredged up, striking at the very scars of their ancestors. It was utterly scandalous. Everyone knew of Madame Jiang's mercilessness towards her husband's concubines. Though grandfather Jiang was merely a provincial governor, he adored beautiful women, and his courtyard was always filled with songbirds. This very indulgence had hampered his career. Madame Jiang, resenting the squandering of his vigor on concubines, resorted to harsh measures, both abortifacients and the expulsion of concubines, resulting in a strained relationship with grandfather Jiang. Only when he was hanged did her grievances and fury find some relief. Yet, her despotism and cold-heartedness had become habitual, and no one in the family dared to breathe freely before her. Yet, Jiang Yunqing had the audacity to speak without restraint, unearthing past grievances, suggesting that as the matriarch, Madame Jiang had not embodied mercy or generosity, yet now expected her granddaughter to endure humiliation and compromise. This was indeed a severe trial. Madame Jiang had not anticipated her usually timid eldest granddaughter would suddenly explode with such fervor, daring to question her authority. You have truly gone too far. Very well, I shall leave you be. Zhao, as a mother, do you not stand up and say something? Look at the daughter you have raised. Madame Jiang gasped, pointing out Zhao by name, seeking a way to diffuse the tension. Zhao, filled with her own grievances, pondered what was meant by the daughter she had raised well. She had scarcely cared for Jiang Yunqing for a handful of days. After all, she had only been married into the Jiang family for just over a month when Yunyang took Jiang Yunqing away. Why was she being blamed without rhyme or reason? However, she did not possess the audacity of Jiang Yunqing. She needed to strategize in securing full control over the household from her mother-in-law, and thus remained utterly reticent. With a discontented glance at the ravenous Jiang Yunqing, Zhao hesitated to reprimand her. Something about Jiang Yunqing today felt amiss. There was a wildness in her, ready to pounce. She had no desire to invite trouble. Yunqing, you must be quite exhausted today. Your mind is perhaps a bit muddled, leading to such ramblings. Mother sees you have eaten sufficiently. Come, attendants, escort the young lady back to rest. Fearing Jiang Yunqing might resist, she personally intervened, speaking with a forced smile as she guided her stepdaughter's arm, alongside the maidservants, leading her out the door. As Yu Guang glanced back at the hesitating expression of Lady Jiang, he mused that if she was not someone he could provoke, he could certainly avoid her. Upon reaching the entrance of Fengfei Pavilion, Zhao bid farewell and turned back to her own courtyard. Just as Jiang Yunqing and Mu Xiang were about to push open the courtyard door, a crisp female voice rang out, "Elder sister, have you taken the wrong medicine today? First refusing a marriage proposal, then arguing with our grandmother. If this were to spread, your reputation would surely suffer, making it all the more difficult to find a suitable husband. Such beauty is wasted otherwise." It was Jiang Yunqing, the daughter of Zhao, gazing at her with an expression of gleeful malice. What a nuisance! Instead of dining properly in the main hall, she had the leisure to come here and mock her. A smirk graced Jiang Yunqing's lips as she strode directly to Jiang Yunqing, raising her hand and delivering a sharp slap. Indeed, with such a foul mouth, her beauty was truly squandered. Chapter 5. The severed ear beside her, Mu Xiang gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. To her surprise, the young lady had actually struck the second young lady. Today, the eldest young lady truly opened her eyes to a new world, exuding an invincible aura that could vanquish gods and slay Buddhas alike. How utterly satisfying it is. Jiang Yun was momentarily stunned by the unexpected slap, and only when she felt the searing pain on her right cheek did she begin to scream, "Jiang Yunqing, do you dare strike me?" From childhood to adulthood, she has always been cherished like a precious gem by the Zhao family, never having heard a harsh word, let alone receiving a slap. Yet today, she was unexpectedly struck across the face by that wretched Jiang Yunqing. Her eyes were rimmed with red, whether from a beating or from anger, tears swirling within their confines. Defiantly, she rushed in front of Jiang Yunqing, raising her right hand high. Yet before it could descend fully, Jiang Yunqing seized her wrist with fierce intensity. Before she could even comprehend the situation, a sharp slap met her left cheek. Jiang Yunqing gazed with satisfaction at her younger sister's face, now swollen and bruised, finally achieving a semblance of symmetry. "Woo, you are bullying me. Let go of me." Jiang Yunqing abruptly released the struggling Jiang Yunyu. Unable to regain her balance, fell onto the cobbled path with a thud. The small stones beneath her instantly inflicted numerous cuts upon the delicate skin of her hands. Both her face and hands throbbed in pain, prompting her to curl up, clutching her knees, and she began to weep pitifully. Her sorrow was profound. Previously, she had always tormented Jiang Yunqing, for the elder sister was exceedingly docile, incapable of retaliating even in the slightest. Furthermore, her striking beauty incited Jiang Yunyu's ire, compelling her to seize every opportunity to mock and ridicule her. Yet, despite her incessant provocations, she had never resorted to physical violence. To her astonishment, the true Jiang Yunqing was formidable, opting for action over words. Her depths were indeed unfathomable. Enough of the tears. If you possess the ability, then strike back. Otherwise, return to your mother and complain, Jiang Yunqing declared, her patience waning as Jiang Yunyu's cries gave her a headache. This 14-year-old girl still possessed the naivete of childhood. Ever since Jiang Yunqing's return to the Jiang family from Yunyang, she had relentlessly sought conflict, and Jiang Yunqing was thoroughly exasperated. Suddenly, when Jiang Yunqing admonished her, Jiang Yunyu ceased her crying, her tear-streaked face fixed in a gaze of disbelief upon Jiang Yunqing. Was your previous timidity merely an act? Why? Jiang Yunqing curled her lips, pondering the reasons behind it. Was she not previously intent on feigning the demeanor of a refined young lady to garner the goodwill of both the Jiang and Li families? Who could blame her for having a mother with a tarnished reputation in the capital? Who could fault her filial piety, unwilling to burden her distant family in Yunyang with worry? In her hometown of Yunyang, she was famously known as a little tyrant, climbing trees to catch cicadas and wading into rivers to catch loaches. There was nothing she could not accomplish. However, under her grandmother's incessant urging, she was instructed to temper her spirited nature and behave like a demure young lady in the capital. Little did she know that this fade would become second nature, leading everyone to genuinely believe she was an easy target to manipulate. In her naivety, she even paid the ultimate price with her life, having been granted a second chance. She has no intention of retreating into her shell any longer. After all, whether she hides or reveals herself, the outcome remains the same. It is far better to boldly express her true self. In the face of adversity, one might contemplate returning to one's hometown of Yunqing, vowing to remain unmarried for life, dedicating oneself to honoring the elderly grandmother. Perhaps it is time to adopt a different approach. Are you satisfied with this response? Would you care for another dose of sisterly affection? At that moment, Jiang Yunqing finally perceived the abnormality in Jiang Yunqing's demeanor. Paying no heed to her aching hands, she hastily scrambled to her feet and rushed towards the Zhao family courtyard in a panic. Mu Xiang, observing the second young lady's clumsy retreat, nearly burst into laughter. It was indeed a tad alarming to see her regain her true nature. Upon closing the courtyard door, Mu Xiang entered the house and lit a plate of incense. This was the precious sinking incense, renowned for its calming and sleep-inducing properties. Lately, the young lady had been plagued by restless nights, often awakening drenched in sweat after nightmares. When inquired whether she wished to summon a physician, she consistently dismissed the notion, attributing her distress solely to concern for the condition of Lord Jiang. Sighing at the thought of Lord Jiang, Mu Xiang felt a pang of sorrow. Illness had struck him like a mountain collapsing. Once a robust figure, he had succumbed to sickness, unable to rise from his bed within mere months. Had Lord Jiang retained his health, the young lady would have enjoyed the affection of additional elders, sparing her the burden of tackling everything on her own without support. The most troubling aspect was that Lord Jiang had fallen ill after the young lady's arrival at the Jiang household. This unfortunate circumstance left her vulnerable to the malicious gossip of certain ill-intentioned women within the estate who whispered that the eldest daughter of Jiang was a harbinger of misfortune, cursing both parents. It was likely that the old matriarch had also caught wind of such rumors, fostering a growing disdain for Jiang Yunqing. Mu Xiang pondered this while letting out a soft sigh. Seeing that the sinking incense had ignited, she hurried to assist the young lady in preparing her bed. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yunqing, Mu Xiang was already fretting over her well-being, merely perceiving Mu Xiang's youthful countenance as overly grave for her age. Occasionally, she mused whether this girl, too, was a soul reincarnated. As the soothing aroma of sinking incense gradually enveloped the room, Jiang Yunqing found her focus wavering while perusing medical texts. She set the book aside, massaging her temples, and drowsily climbed into bed to rest. In the dead of night, she was once again ensnared by a nightmare. She found herself transported back to a past life, where the most ghastly and horrifying scene replayed before her eyes. A corpulent figure loomed over her, rendering her immobile. In a panic, she seized a silver hairpin from her hair and plunged it into the grotesque flesh atop her. The sickening sounds echoed relentlessly in her mind as she withdrew the pin and thrust it down again, warm, foul liquid splattering across her face and neck, leaving her in a haze of confusion. With a startled cry, Jiang Yunqing awoke, only to be met with a more terrifying reality. There was indeed a man pressing down upon her, intent on wrongdoing. His breath was hauntingly familiar as he nuzzled against her porcelain neck, his ear brushing against her lips, sending shivers down her spine. Suppressing her revulsion, Jiang Yunqing bit down fiercely on his ear. Heedless of his desperate pleas for mercy, she would not relent. "You scoundrel! I shall not hesitate to bite you to death." The overwhelming taste of blood erupted in her mouth as she bit off a portion of the scoundrel's ear. The anguished screams summoned the Jiang family. Upon entering with lanterns alight, were rendered utterly speechless at the sight before them. Before them lay a man, his face smeared with blood and his features obscured, clutching one ear as he convulsed on the ground. The woman in the bed, with half an ear clenched between her teeth, was none other than Jiang Yunqing. Her expression was fierce, her mouth stained with blood, droplets trickling down from the severed piece of her ear. The onlookers, taken aback, instinctively took a step back. The young lady appeared as if she had just emerged from the depths of hell, a vengeful spirit that none dared to provoke. spitting out the remnants in her mouth. Jiang Yunqing leapt from the bed, seized a wooden stick from the window, and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the man. He howled in agony, "Do not strike! Do not strike! I am Li Shichang." The crowd stood in shock, their jaws agape. What? The heir of the Rongchang Marquis? Chapter 6. Submission. Lady Jiang and the Zhao matriarch hurried forward, scrutinizing the face of the person on the ground. Indeed, it was the young heir, Li Shichang. It appeared that Li Shichang, spurned in his marriage proposal, was unwilling to concede defeat and sought to coerce Jiang Yunqing into submission. His intentions were even more despicable. He aimed to claim Jiang Yunqing's body and subsequently take her as a concubine, intending to humiliate the Jiang family as retribution for their rejection of his proposal. Little did he know, he had kicked a hornet's nest. The lecher was the heir of a marquisate, and he had been grievously injured by the very lady he sought to intimidate. Even if he was at fault, the Jiang family could not exact punishment upon him. They could only return him, along with the severed remnants of his ear, to the marquisate. Madame Li gazed at her son, whose right cheek was heavily bandaged and who whimpered in pain. She was filled with both anger and sorrow. To have her son brought back in the dead of night from the Jiang residence, with a significant portion of his ear bitten off, nearly sent her into a panic. That wretched Jiang Yunqing, who appeared so delicate, was capable of such brutality. Although her son had provoked her first, it was hardly justifiable to mar his appearance so severely. In the Great Shun dynasty, physical appearance was of utmost importance, and any disfigurement could jeopardize one's claim to nobility. Should her son's ear fail to heal properly, affecting his right to inherit, she would not let the Jiang family go unpunished. Mother, oh dear, that Jiang Yunqing must not be spared. As Li Shichang contemplated the state of his right ear, a surge of murderous intent arose within him, longing to devour that woman whole. Look at your ghastly appearance. It would be wise to focus on recuperation. Leave the rest to mother. Rest assured, I shall ensure that vile woman suffers. Madame Li was no pushover either. Her son's cruelty was an inherited trait. Had she not possessed a certain cunning, how could the Li family have maintained such a vast estate after the passing of the Marquis? After a prolonged silence, she stepped out of the room and summoned her trusted confidant, de Zhu, to impart her directives. The following morning, a carriage departed from the Jiang residence, bound for Beima Temple, accompanied by a throng of maids and servants on foot. This temple, situated at the foot of Looming Mountain in the western outskirts of the capital, was reputed to grant wishes with remarkable efficacy, drawing many nobles seeking blessings. Within the carriage sat the Zhao matriarch alongside the two sisters, Jiang Yunqing and Jiang Yunyu. Initially, Zhao had not intended to bring Jiang Yunyu along, as she had yet to come of age, and there was no urgency for her to engage in matchmaking. The pressing matter at hand was Jiang Yunqing's marriage, which had been undetermined for far too long, resulting in constant reproach from the matriarch. It was often said that her abilities as the lady of the house were insufficient, if she could not even manage her children's matrimonial affairs. How could she merit the title of matriarch? Each time Zhao heard such remarks, it left her exasperated. She hoped fervently that Beima Temple lived up to its reputation and would swiftly lead Yunqing to her ideal match, granting her a brief respite from the incessant nagging. As for her beloved Jiang Yunyu, she was perplexed by her daughter's sudden eagerness to join the fray. Just the previous night, with a swollen face, she had rushed back to Jinjiuxuan, weeping uncontrollably and demanding to know how she had come to such a state, yet provided no answers. Even without her verbal confirmation, Zhao had already surmised the situation with considerable accuracy. The bruises on her face were unmistakably the result of a beating, evidenced by the distinct five-fingered imprints visible upon her skin. If one were to ponder who among the Jiang family possessed the audacity to provoke such wrath, it could only be the lady from Fengfei Pavilion. It was likely that Jiang Yunyu had run to that establishment, engaging in idle chatter that incensed others, resulting in her receiving a couple of slaps. Zhao sighed inwardly, recognizing her own culpability in this matter. She had indulged her daughter excessively since childhood, fostering a disposition that was both ostentatious and lacking in restraint. Ever since Jiang Yunqing returned to the Jiang household, she had faced considerable adversity from her elder sister. Zhao had often cautioned her that the Jiang family upheld a reputation for propriety, and that the head of the family, Jiang Zheng, placed great importance on etiquette, which would not tolerate Jiang Yunyu's incessant antagonism towards Jiang Yunqing. Unfortunately, Jiang Zheng soon fell ill, rendering him incapable of managing the household. Xiao, portraying the role of a doting mother, found it impossible to adopt a stern demeanor. Thus, she allowed matters to unfold as they did. Fortunate that her daughters merely exchanged words, preventing any damage to their reputations. However, today, Jiang's eldest daughter had undergone a transformation, no longer permitting any form of disrespect or insolence. Jiang Yunyu's chastisement was indeed justified. Yet, to claim that Zhao did not feel a pang of sympathy would be a lie. She hurriedly summoned a nurse to fetch cool well water to apply to her daughter's wounds, hoping the swelling would subside by the following evening. Cocooned in her mother's warm embrace, Jiang Yunyu reflected on her elder sister's commanding presence during the altercation, finding herself in awe of Jiang Yunqing's boldness. She inexplicably felt that this was the true essence of Jiang Yunqing, radiant and unrestrained, akin to vigorous grass flourishing in the spring meadow, truly worthy of the title of Jiang family's eldest daughter. Previously, she had been irked by Jiang Yunqing's delicate demeanor, reminiscent of a timid rabbit easily startled by playful jests, unsure of whom she was performing for. Yet, the fierce authenticity displayed by her elder sister was admirable and powerful, a quality she cherished. She believed that as long as she refrained from provoking her elder sister in the future, she would be spared from further slaps. Jiang Yunqing, feeling a mischievous itch, continued her journey in the carriage. Observing her younger sister, whose countenance had yet to fully recover, she felt perplexed. What was this girl thinking? Lingering like a stubborn adhesive despite having been struck? Opposite them, Zhao also regarded the two sisters with a bemused expression. To an outsider unaware of the context, the affectionate bond displayed by Jiang Yunyu towards Jiang Yunqing might seem utterly implausible, considering that just the day prior, the younger sister had received 2 sharp slaps from the elder. Jiang Yunyu mused how fortunate it was to have a fierce and unyielding elder sister. Last night, she had also ventured to Fangfei Pavilion to witness the commotion, where the scoundrel Li Shichang had notably lost an ear to her sister's valor. Truly, her sister was a heroine. She resolved to learn from her sister's bravery, eager to see if the young masters at the academy would dare to ridicule her again. Should anyone dare speak disrespectfully, she would retaliate in kind. However, Jiang Yunqing was indifferent to her younger sister's beaming smile and thoughts. Her purpose in accompanying Zhao to the White Horse Temple was of grave importance. The notion of seeking blessings was merely a facade. She intended to investigate whether there lay hidden within the temple's rear wall the object she desperately sought. That object was crucial to her father's life, and she was determined to reclaim it. In her previous life, she had been blissfully engaged, never having set foot in the White Horse Temple before the wedding. After the wedding, her body remained unresponsive, prompting her to accompany her mother-in-law, Li, to Beima Temple to seek divine blessings. By a stroke of fortune, she discovered a package at the base of the back wall, containing treasures that are seldom encountered. This visit to Beima Temple occurred more than a year earlier than in her previous life. She wondered if the package had been hidden there all along. She recalled that the package appeared aged, likely buried for several years. As Jiang Yunqing pondered, she suddenly felt the carriage accelerate wildly, with the horses whinnying in distress. This sound was familiar to her. She had heard it months ago at the horse ranch when the horses were startled. "Zhangde, what is happening?" Jiang Yunqing shouted to the driver while lifting the curtain to peer outside. To her astonishment, the driver's seat was completely empty. Chapter 7. The Peril at Beima Temple. What transpired? Zhao, peering out from behind Jiang Yunqing, was taken aback by the scene before her, gasping in shock. The horse was startled, and the driver was nowhere to be found. "Mother, you take the reins, I will tend to the horse." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yunqing swiftly handed the reins to Zhao and, having assigned their roles, dashed out of the carriage, effortlessly mounting the frenzied steed ahead. Fortunately, they were using a single horse carriage today. Had it been drawn by 2, she would have been utterly overwhelmed. Zhao hailed from a family of generals. Although she had never been on an actual battlefield, she had trained in martial arts alongside her father and brothers since childhood. Maneuvering a carriage was well within her capabilities. With unwavering confidence, Zhao gripped the reins tightly, exerting all her strength to pull them towards her, ensuring that while the carriage might not come to a halt immediately, it would remain on course. To veer off the narrow mountain path, where a precipice loomed to the left, would spell certain doom. However, the wild horse possessed immense strength, and the carriage proved heavier than Zhao had anticipated. The reins cut into her hands, drawing blood, and she felt her energy waning rapidly. "Mother, let me assist you." Jiang Yunqing, momentarily stunned, regained her senses upon witnessing her mother's bloodied hands and pained expression. She rushed forward, grasping the reins with both hands, striving to buy time for Jiang Yunqing to regain control of the horse. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunqing had managed to mount the horse, albeit without a saddle, and as it galloped wildly, she struggled to maintain her balance, sliding precariously on its back. "Elder sister, be careful. You're about to collide with the carriage ahead." Jiang Yunqing raised her head and beheld a horse-drawn carriage approaching around the bend of the mountain path. Time was of the essence. Any further delay would spell disaster. If only she had a dagger at this moment, a single lethal strike would suffice. Otherwise, an injured horse would surely go wild. However, her only weapon was a jade hairpin atop her head. Lacking any internal energy, she knew she could not pierce the neck of the horse, leaving her to ponder whether she was simply destined to await her demise. Suddenly, a blinding flash of white light illuminated her surroundings, followed by a torrent of warm liquid splattering across her face. The horse beneath her had barely made a sound before collapsing to the ground. The horse-drawn carriage behind them, propelled by inertia, was unable to halt its advance and appeared poised to crush them. Amidst the startled exclamations of Jiang Yunqing and Zhao Shi, two dark figures soared over Jiang Yunqing's head, miraculously bringing the carriage to a standstill. "My lady, are you unscathed?" A voice, as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring, resonated above Jiang Yunqing's head. Jiang Yunqing wiped the blood from his face and, at first glance, beheld a pair of boots adorned with cloud patterns, resting upon a wheelchair. A wheelchair? She lifted her gaze, and before her stood a face of unparalleled beauty. A man she had encountered before. In her past life, Li Shichang had taken her to a royal banquet, the only one she had ever attended. It was there, with just a few fleeting glances at the heir of the Prince of Zhenbei, that she found herself subsequently confined to the inner chambers by Li Shichang, forbidden from mingling with the nobility. To her astonishment, she had now crossed paths with him once more. Xiao Yan, the heir of the Prince of Zhenbei, hailed as the most handsome man of the great Shan dynasty. Beautiful he was, yet tragically he was a cripple. It was said that 3 years prior, he had been poisoned, and the valiant young general had been rendered a mere shadow of his former self. The emperor, in his benevolence, took him into the capital for refuge, even going so far as to seek renowned physicians in hopes that he might one day rise again. "I am grateful for your noble assistance," Jiang Yunqing murmured, her voice hoarse from exertion as she lay upon the lifeless horse. She believed she had never encountered Xiao Yan in this lifetime. Thus she could only refer to him as noble benefactor to avoid any unwarranted troubles. After the recent turmoil, the skin at the top of her thigh had been chafed raw, and her legs felt weak. She wished to stand and express her gratitude properly, but found herself unable to do so. She hoped that the young master Xiao would not mind her pitiful state. Xiao Yan, indeed, paid little heed to her appearance. For in that fleeting moment, when Jiang Yunqing looked up, a lightning bolt of recognition struck him. Her visage bore an uncanny resemblance to that of another. "I sincerely thank you, young Master Xiao, for saving my life. The Jiang family shall certainly pay their respects in due time." Zhao Shi hurriedly stepped forward with Jiang Yunqing to offer their salutations, fortunate that Xiao Yan's guards were formidable, sparing the mother and daughter from serious harm, though they bore minor bruises. As Xiao Yan regained his composure, he swiftly averted his gaze from Jiang Yunqing, gesturing dismissively, indicating that it was a trivial matter. "Qing Feng, inspect the horse." Qing Feng complied, crouching beside the carcass to examine it closely. After a brief moment, he stood and reported, "Young master, this horse has been poisoned, which explains its madness." Before Xiao Yan could respond, another figure descended from the air, half crouching before him. Young master, ahead on the road, a male corpse has been discovered. He appears to be a groom, slain by a poisoned arrow. Jiang Yunqing's eyelids fluttered. This man was likely their own groom, Zhang De. It seemed someone was scheming to harm the women of the Jiang family. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with intrigue and amusement. He had little acquaintance with Jiang Zheng, though he was familiar with the matron of the Jiang family, whose brother, Zhao Li, had once been his deputy. Years ago, during the battle in the northern frontier, Zhao Li had perished while shielding him from an arrow. Thus, today as events piqued his interest, he felt compelled to intervene. The acts of poisoning the horse and slaying the groom indicated a malicious intent to ensure that the Jiang women would not return. Such deep-seated enmity must be rooted in a profound grudge, worthy of such extreme measures. What prowess does your Jiang family possess to have incurred the wrath of someone so determined to see you undone? After all, Jiang Zheng held the esteemed position of a fifth-rank imperial censor, and the act of slaying the family members of a court official is indeed a grave crime punishable by death. It is a transgression that ordinary families would scarcely dare to commit. Moreover, considering the methods employed, poisoning and shooting, it seems that the perpetrator must at least belong to a noble family of considerable influence. Zhao, momentarily taken aback, suddenly had a realization. Could it possibly be the residence of the Marquis of Rongchang? As an imperial censor, Jiang Zheng's acerbic tongue had often offended others, yet throughout the years, it was rare to witness anyone seeking vengeance under such pretexts. If one were to contemplate enmity, the only plausible contender would be the Rongchang Marquis. Reflecting upon this, Zhao felt a surge of indignation. Li Shichang, that vile scoundrel, had taken a mistress and deceived into marriage, even daring to intrude upon a lady's chamber at midnight. Losing half an ear was a mere trifling punishment for him. How could he still possess the audacity to perpetrate murder? Jiang Yunqing was not the least bit astonished. A man like Li Shichang was capable of the most heinous deeds. Now that he had made his move, she had no choice but to quicken her pace and bring about his downfall along with the Li family at the earliest opportunity. Rongchang Marquis Li Shichang? Xiao Yan is not a gossipy individual, yet he is surrounded by many capable people. The happenings of the Great Shun dynasty do not escape his intricate network of intelligence. For instance, he is aware that the eldest daughter of the Jiang family has suddenly altered her disposition and rejected Li Shichang's marriage proposal. Just because a marriage did not materialize, does Li Shichang resort to murder as a means of venting his anger? To take the lives of an entire carriage of people? He had not perceived this audacity in the usually cautious imperial guardsmen. Those who perpetrate evil shall face the direst consequences. We shall proceed with care. There is no need for haste. A splendid performance must unfold gradually. Jiang Yunqing, is uncertain whether the man before her is addressing her. For as he speaks these words, his gaze is fixed upon the distant mountains, his voice ethereal, as if he is merely conversing with himself. Madame Jiang, are you and your companions bound for Beima Temple? It seems we are destined to travel together. Travel together? Jiang Yunqing distinctly observed that his carriage was approaching from the direction of Beima Temple. Another who speaks falsehoods with open eyes. Chapter 8. The divine healer's silver needle. Xiao Yan seemed to sense Jiang Yunqing's silent disdain, and his charming peach blossom eyes turned toward her. Jiang Yunyu remarked, "What vixen he is." Jiang Yunqing mused, those eyes, they appear so familiar. Logically, in her past life, she had only glanced at Xiao Yan from a distance and had not paid particular attention to his eyes. Yet, why did this sense of déjà vu linger in her mind? She could not recall the reason at that moment. As she pondered, the servants of the Jiang family hurriedly caught up, having been left behind by the earlier swift gallop. Upon seeing their masters safe and sound, the matrons and maids sighed in relief. Should anything have happened to the Jiang matriarch and her daughters, they would have faced severe repercussions upon their return. The three women resumed their seats in the carriage. Xiao Yan had already instructed his men to reharness the Jiang family's carriage, setting off toward the Beima Temple. "Elder sister, I was truly frightened just now. I never expected your horsemanship to be so remarkable," Jiang Yunyu exclaimed, sitting across from Jiang Yunqing, who was covered in bloodstains and thus did not allow her to sit too close. Yet, This did not diminish Jiang Yunqing's admiration for her elder sister. Jiang Yunqing's mind occasionally wandered back to the eyes of young Master Xiao, and she replied to Jiang Yunqing with only half-hearted engagement. Sensing her sister's preoccupation, Jiang Yunqing fell silent and leaned against Zhao Shi, drifting into a light slumber. Zhao Shi, however, was wide awake. Although she was unsure why young Master Xiao was escorting them to Beima Temple, she did not dwell on it. She simply committed this kindness to memory. Perhaps it was young Master Zhao's way of repaying the debt owed to her brother for saving his life years ago. Yet, the mere thought of the Rongchang Marquis furrowed her brow. Today, the wrongdoers had left no incriminating evidence, preventing them from seeking justice through official channels. What troubled her most was the lurking danger. The Rongchang Marquis, having failed in one scheme, would undoubtedly devise another to trouble them, leaving them with no respite in the days to come. Mother, do not worry. If it is indeed the Rongchang Marquis's doing, I will ensure they face consequences. Jiang Yunqing's voice suddenly broke through her thoughts. She lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Yunqing's steady and resolute eyes. Indeed, what is there to fear? We shall confront whatever comes our way. The Rongchang Marquis is but a hollow shell, relying solely on their devious schemes. The Jiang family shall respond with integrity and strength. Upon reaching Beima Temple, they were instructed by Lu Mama, who accompanied Zhao Shi, to change their attire before entering to offer incense and prayers. Young Master Xiao left Qingfeng behind, instructing him to ensure the safe return of the Jiang women before reporting back to him. He then departed with his entourage of guards. Standing alone before the temple, Qingfeng pondered, "Who am I? Why has the young master left me here alone?" In the rear courtyard of Beima Temple, Jiang Yunqing excused herself, claiming that her garments were too stained with blood and that she must cleanse herself thoroughly to maintain the sanctity of the temple before joining them for prayers. She urged Zhao Shi and Jiang Yunqing to proceed while she attended to her needs. As a throng of people moved toward the main hall, she hastily made her way to the wall at the back courtyard with Mu Xiang in tow. "Miss, what are you planning to do?" As Mu Xiang dug with a small spade, she felt perplexed. Jiang Yunqing assisted her, yet remained silent, her heart tinged with anxiety, uncertain if the object they sought even existed at this moment. The two labored under the sweltering sun, uncovering a substantial pit in the earth, but found nothing. "What exactly are we searching for, my lady? Are we here to plant trees?" Mu Xiang recalled that a hole of this size was indeed necessary for planting saplings. "You may plant whatever you wish," Jiang Yunqing replied absent-mindedly. How could this be? It seemed that upon her rebirth, certain events had diverged from her previous life. She had originally hoped to locate that set of items, which would allow her to promptly attend to her father's ailment upon returning to the Jiang family. She had utilized that set for a considerable time in her past life, ensuring precision and minimizing error. Now, it appeared she would have to seek out a craftsman to forge a new set, uncertain if such a skilled artisan could be found in the capital. "My lady," the madam said, "Master Shang Yun is present. You should hurry and pay your respects," a maid called from outside the back courtyard. "I shall go at once." Jiang Yunqing accepted the handkerchief Mu Xiang offered and meticulously wiped her hands clean. Adjusting the folds of her gown, she confidently proceeded with Mu Xiang towards the main hall. Just as they departed, a head emerged over the courtyard wall. "I wonder what Miss Jiang is doing digging a pit here. And the heir. Why is he so concerned about Miss Jiang?" Reporting every detail. After completing their prayers, the Jiang family swiftly returned to the city from Beima Temple. Just as they approached Lushui Alley, the carriage suddenly halted. "Madam, there is someone fainted ahead, blocking our path. Move him aside. Find someone to take him to the clinic. We must return home quickly to avoid unnecessary complications," Zhao pondered, recalling the assassination attempt from earlier that day. "Wait, I will go and see." With an intuitive sense of urgency, Jiang Yunqing lifted the carriage curtain and spotted a figure lying in the middle of the road, a frail old man. "Oh!" Before Zhao could voice her protest, Jiang Yunqing had already leapt out, seemingly unperturbed by her injuries. As her feet hit the ground, she remembered the pain in her thigh. She took small steps towards the fallen man, confirming it was indeed an elderly gentleman, his white hair and beard contrasting sharply with the bloodstains on his abdomen, indicating he had been wounded. "Elder you." Before Jiang Yunqing could finish her sentence, The feeble old man produced a tattered cloth bundle from his bosom and placed it in her hands, before his head tilted as he lost consciousness. Jiang Yunqing focused intently and noticed a row of neatly arranged silver needles peeking from the bundle's seams. "Ah, what a stroke of fortune! The very items I sought for so long at Bema Temple have come to me in this manner." It became evident that this gravely injured old man was indeed the original owner of the silver needles. Jiang Yunqing felt a surge of excitement. Master. In her previous life, she had merely stumbled upon a medical book and silver needles left by a revered physician at Bema Temple, never having glimpsed the physician's true visage. She relied on the medical texts and silver needles of a renowned healer to master her exquisite medical skills, only to ultimately discover that her prolonged inability to conceive was due to someone administering a slow-acting poison in her meals and amidst the begonia flowers in her home. Through self-administered acupuncture, she detoxified herself and regained her fertility. However, tragically, just as she became pregnant, before she could inform Li Shichang, she fell victim to the treachery of a scoundrel. Upon her rebirth, she found that the medical knowledge was still vividly etched in her mind, prompting her to eagerly seek out the silver needles to showcase her talents and personally heal her father. The heavens were merciful, allowing her not only to retrieve the medical texts and silver needles, but also to encounter the healer himself. Quickly, she must save lives. At the Duke of Zhenbei's residence, a man in a wheelchair sipped a cup of tea, inquiring about Miss Jiang digging a pit in the backyard of the Bema Temple, rescuing an elderly man gravely injured on her way home, or perhaps directly bringing him back to the Jiang residence. Qing Feng stood respectfully, affirming the account. Xiao Yan toyed with a rough, ancient sachet at his waist, finding Jiang Yunqing quite intriguing. Chapter 9. Not a master, but an ancestor, the miraculous physician, teetering on the brink of death, was rescued just in time by Jiang Yunqing's timely acupuncture, ultimately pulling the elderly man back from the threshold of the netherworld. This astonishing feat left the members of the Jiang family in utter disbelief. What? Is Yunqing proficient in medical skills? And is his expertise truly remarkable? Lady Jiang harbored a profound prejudice against her eldest granddaughter, steadfastly refusing to believe in her extraordinary abilities. She feared that the girl was just like her mother, a deceitful charlatan full of lies. You have all been deceived by her. Take me to see whom she has purportedly saved. Don't tell me they're in cahoots to deceive people. When old Lady Jiang caught sight of the elderly figure upon the bed, the stern severity of her expression fractured ever so slightly. She strode forward swiftly, scrutinizing him intently for quite some time before murmuring in a tone laced with disbelief. It truly is the divine physician Zelizi. You've returned. What other hidden secrets does the Jiang family harbor? For several decades, Zhao has been married into the family without ever encountering or even hearing of this person. It seems he must be an old acquaintance of the matriarch. With tears glistening in her eyes, the venerable Lady Jiang turned to Jiang Yunqing, who was meticulously arranging the silver needles by the bedside, and said, "Yunqing, this is your ancestral master." Huh? Jiang Yunqing believed she had fortuitously acquired a master, only to discover that this individual was, in fact, her ancestral teacher, one who had also received the approval of her grandmother. She was utterly bewildered. Only after regaining her composure did the elderly Lady Jiang begin to recount the events of years past. It turned out this old man was none other than the renowned physician Zelizi, famed throughout the Great Shun dynasty 2 decades prior. Zelizi and the late Elder Jiang had been the closest of friends. When Lady Jiang was poisoned by a concubine and hovered at death's door, it was Zelizi's miraculous skills that restored her to health. During his time treating Lady Jiang, the physician recognized the exceptional wisdom in Jiang Yunqing's birth mother, Madame Lin, and took her as his final disciple, imparting all his medical knowledge. It was only after Jiang Yunqing's birth that Zelizi bid farewell to the Jiang household to resume his wandering, carefree existence. Now Jiang Yunqing realized her acquisition of medical skills and silver needles in her past life was no coincidence. It was destiny. She was the grand disciple of the legendary physician Zelizi, meant to inherit and propagate his legacy, yet tragically confined within the inner chambers in her former life. She had been powerless to apply her master's teachings to heal the sick and save lives. Could it be that the heavens, in their mercy, had granted her this second chance? She must hold on tightly and never let down the kind intentions of fate. How wonderful it is! With joy in her heart, Jiang chafed. Madame Jiang, upon seeing the divine physician, grasped onto him as if he were a life-saving straw, her joy akin to that of a child. Completely shedding her usual stern demeanor, joyous tidings served as her anchor in turbulent seas. At last, she could relax, no longer burdened with the weight of constant worry. As long as her son could recover, the Jiang family would remain steadfast, allowing her to enjoy a life of tranquility, relishing in the company of her descendants during her twilight years. However, dear grandmother, while the life of the ancestral master has been preserved, he remains in a deep slumber, and it is uncertain when he shall awaken. Jiang Yunqing felt compelled to interrupt the old matriarch's elation. At her reminder, Madame Jiang momentarily regained her composure. Yunqing, I have heard that you possess the skill of using silver needles to save lives. Is the joy you've reclaimed the one you saved? Grandmother Jiang's expression softened considerably as she addressed her eldest granddaughter, finally revealing a touch of that gentle benevolence common among ordinary grandmothers. Yes, grandmother, forgive your granddaughter's audacity, but I took the liberty of perusing our master physician's medical texts and acquired some rudimentary skills. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Madame Zhao cleared her throat lightly and interjected, What are you saying? How could you possibly refer to the divine physician as a horse? You are indeed fortunate. Due to Jiang Yunqing's rescue of the Dinghai Shenzhen, old Madame Jiang has developed a slight fondness for her. However, it is merely a fractional affection. She is reluctant to acknowledge Jiang Yunqing as a prodigy in medicine. The previous medical genius abandoned her husband and daughter, turning the Jiang family into a subject of ridicule and gossip. She refuses to tread the same path. Shaking her head, old Madame Jiang attempts to cast away those painful memories. That woman is no longer significant. At present, the foremost concern is how to treat Jiang Zheng, the head of the Jiang family. It was several months ago when Jiang Zheng returned home after attending court, only to suddenly lose consciousness. Renowned physicians throughout the capital were summoned, yet they all shook their heads, declaring it a stroke. They could only suggest a slow regimen of recovery. But whether he could ever return to his former state remained uncertain. Thus, Jiang Zheng has been in a perpetual slumber. Grandmother, I can attempt to treat father, Jiang Yunqing offered, noticing old Madame Jiang's prolonged silence. In truth, her original plan was to acquire silver needles and administer acupuncture to her father immediately. In her previous life, her father had also descended into such a stupor, passing away shortly after her wedding, a lingering sorrow in Jiang Yunqing's heart. Although her time with Jiang Zheng was limited, he had always loomed large in her memories, a steadfast presence. As long as he was alive, her heart had a refuge. Later, she self-studied the art of healing and realized that her father's ailment, seemingly a stroke, was actually a case of poisoning. This particular poison was exceedingly peculiar. If treated as a stroke, its toxicity would gradually seep into the bones, rendering it untreatable by conventional means. However, her silver needle technique could effectively suppress this toxin. Thus, she is eager to commence her father's treatment. It would be ideal to gain her grandmother's consent, allowing her the freedom to move about the estate and act more effectively. If her grandmother were to refuse, she would still find ways to evade scrutiny and pursue her intentions. Upon hearing this, old Madame Jiang let out a cold laugh. Do you not realize that even the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau is powerless in this matter? Implicitly, no matter how gifted Jiang Yunqing may be, he cannot possibly rival the imperial physicians in the palace. She fails to consider her own capabilities, believing that as a disciple of a divine healer, she can speak recklessly and without restraint. In the eyes of the venerable Lady Jiang, only the divine physician, Shi Lizi, possesses the qualifications to attempt a remedy. Her granddaughter had recently consulted her father, and it was revealed that he was not suffering from stroke, but rather what? Poisoning. Madame Jiang's complexion changed dramatically. This was the last thing she wished to hear. She prided herself on her strict and equitable management of the Jiang family. If the family head had been poisoned, it It would indicate that someone sought to undermine the very foundation of the Jiang clan, aiming to completely overthrow it. This was something she could not tolerate. Jiang Yunqing noticed the hesitation on her grandmother's face and continued to stoke the flames. "Grandmother, this poison is exceedingly peculiar. Fortunately, there are records and medical texts. It appears to have originated from the southern frontier and has not surfaced for many years. It is understandable that many renowned physicians in the capital are unaware of it. Currently, my father has been poisoned for several months, the toxins having deeply infiltrated his lungs. If we do not swiftly alter the course of treatment, once the poison seeps into his bones, even if the Grandmaster were to awaken, it would be of no avail." The granddaughter, feeling inadequate, implored her grandmother to allow her to utilize the silver needle technique to assist her father in purging the toxins from his body, hoping to prolong his time until the ancestral master awakens. As she spoke, Jiang Yunqing repeatedly bowed her head with a resounding thud, eliciting a collective ache in the hearts of those present. "Well then, you may give it a try," came the ethereal response. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunqing rose and seized the silver needles, making her way toward Jiangzhang's main courtyard. Unbeknownst to the crowd, in a shadowy corner, a figure clenched their fists tightly, their gaze shrouded in darkness. Chapter 10. The Divine Healer's Poison. In the following days, Jiang Yunqing diligently administered acupuncture to Jiangzhang to dispel the poison, while her grandmother arranged for someone to attentively care for the Divine Healer. Miss, I bring good news." This morning, the healer's fingers moved slightly. Mu Xiang rushed in to relay the message to Jiang Yunqing, indicating that the healer might awaken in the next couple of days, enhancing the prospects of her father's recovery. "Shoo!" Jiang Yunqing placed her index finger to her lips, signaling the maid to lower her voice as she glanced at Zhao Shi, who was dozing beside her father's bed. Since her father's illness, Zhao Shi had relocated to the adjacent Jingyu Pavilion, but insisted on coming daily to massage his legs. Being from a family of physicians, Zhao Shi understood that a patient lying in bed all day could suffer from muscle atrophy without careful attention. Even if the patient regained consciousness and health, it would take time for him to stand and walk normally. Jiang Yunqing could not help but admire Zhao Shi's dedication as a wife, who left no room for criticism. After administering acupuncture to Jiangzhang, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on his face and arms. Having been poisoned for an extended period, the toxins could only be gradually coaxed out through the skin 3 times a day. Although the process was slow, Jiang Yunqing remained confident that her father would be able to open his eyes and speak within 10 days. At that point, she could employ medicinal baths to assist the acupuncture, expediting the detoxification process, and her father's recovery would be imminent. However, the medicinal bath troubled her. In her ancestral master's medical texts, she had noted the need for dozens of precious herbs. While the cost was manageable, one particular herb, the Longshu lotus, was only found in the northern frontier. She had dispatched individuals to search every apothecary in the capital, but none had heard of it. This posed a significant challenge. It seemed she would have to journey to the northern frontier herself. Yet, with her father's condition, she feared he might not survive without her daily acupuncture until she could prepare the medicinal bath. Jiang Yunqing felt a headache coming on, splashed her face with cold water to awaken her senses. She had been on edge and hardly slept these past few days. "I must check on my master," she resolved. If the healer could awaken soon, perhaps she could request him to perform acupuncture on her father, allowing her to travel to the northern frontier. If she rode swiftly, she could make the round trip in 10 days. Just as Jiang Yunqing and Mu Xiang entered the courtyard, a small maid rushed headlong into her. "Oh no, it's terrible. The healer. The maid, already flustered, stammered even more upon seeing Jiang Yunqing's surprised expression. "What has happened to my master? Do not be afraid. Speak slowly." Jiang Yunqing's tone was gentle as he suppressed the tension within, endeavoring not to frighten the young girl. The divine physician spat blood. How could this happen? Though Zalizi had been stabbed in the abdomen, fortunately, his internal organs remained unharmed, a fact Jiang Yunqing had confirmed during her initial diagnosis. The elderly man's prolonged unconsciousness stemmed from his frail constitution due to advanced age. Over the past few days, Jiang Yunqing had been diligently administering treatment, making the sudden onset of vomiting blood utterly inexplicable. By the time Jiang Yunqing arrived, the guest chamber was already in disarray. Lady Jiang, having just received the alarming news, hurried over as well. Upon spotting Jiang Yunqing, she shot her a glare as sharp as a blade, her silent accusation piercing the air. Was this the extent of her so-called masterful medical expertise? Jiang Yunqing regarded the old matriarch's emotions as mere air, remaining neither anxious nor irate as she took a seat by the bedside and felt for a pulse. The master had been poisoned. A wave of shock surged through Jiang Laofuren's mind, causing her to sway slightly. Had it not been for the matron supporting her from behind, she might have collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, a tide of fury welled up from her feet. What calamity had recently befallen the Jiang family? Ensnared in this web of poison? What kind of toxin was it? Would it be detrimental? Fortunately, it was discovered in time. I shall promptly administer an antidote to the master and later compose a prescription for further remedies, ensuring all will be well. Jiang Yunqing calmly declared as she retrieved her silver needles. However, it would take some time for the master to regain consciousness. Jiang Yunqing had already surmised the intentions of the poisoner. Had her grandmother noticed anything amiss? For the past few days, it had been Jiang Laofuren's appointed attendants who cared for her, so any malice could only have been executed through them. This inquiry cast an even deeper shadow over Jiang Laofuren's visage as her piercing gaze swept across the kneeling servants. Esteemed matriarch, we are not to blame. We merely acted upon your commands. We beseech your great mercy not to punish us. A chorus of maids and servants cried out, fearing that the matriarch's wrath might lead to their sale. Lu Mama, the matriarch's trusted attendant, stepped forward and reported, esteemed matriarch, I have just examined the divine physician's tea, the dregs, and the bedding, and found no anomalies. Lu Mama was no ordinary elder. She had been Jiang Laofuren's handmaiden since her marriage, remaining by the divine physician's side ever since the matriarch had been harmed by a concubine, acquiring substantial knowledge of pharmacology to safeguard her mistress from future harm. Thus, her assertion of no traces of poison indicated that the perpetrator possessed considerable skill. Jiang Yunqing bit her lower lip, realizing that this poison was intended to claim the master's life. Thankfully, she had previously administered an antidote, yet residual toxins would keep him in a deep slumber for several days. It seemed the timing was calculated to coincide with her father's awakening and medicinal bath, deliberately preventing the divine physician from administering his treatment and obstructing her journey to the northern border. Jiang Yunqing smirked inwardly, for the villain would be sorely disappointed. In truth, Jiang Zheng would require at least another month before he could undergo a medicinal bath, a detail she had withheld from everyone. By publicly declaring a 10-day time frame, she aimed to draw the serpent from its lair. The individual who had poisoned her father must still be within the Jiang household. This person would undoubtedly seek a way to ensure Jiang Zheng survived the next 10 days, but Jiang Zheng was under her watch daily, making it difficult to act against him. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to target Zalizi instead. Consequently, Jiang Yunqing had already made arrangements for Mu Xiang to closely monitor the activities in the guest quarters. No detail would escape her notice. Mu Xiang, you speak. Jiang Yunqing signaled to Mu Xiang, prompting her to disclose her findings before the assembly of Jiang family members. It was time to reveal who among them was human and who was malicious, to unearth the truth. Returning to you, esteemed young lady, the other day, the second master visited the divine physician and, in his departure, inadvertently knocked over a pot of begonia flowers by the window, causing it to shatter. Yesterday at noon, he sent Sister Ingchun to deliver a new pot, Mu Xiang reported. The second branch of the family? Jiang Laofuren had borne 3 sons and 1 daughter. Jiang Zheng, the eldest son, serves as the grand censor. Although his official rank is modest, he enjoys the favor of the emperor, promising a bright future ahead. The second son, Jiang Ji, is one who seeks comfort over labor. Currently, he lacks a respectable position and relies entirely on the support of the family. The youngest son, Jiang Qiao, is the cherished darling of the matriarch, being just over 20 years of age. He is indeed a promising young talent, having passed the provincial examination last year. Presently, he is diligently preparing for this year's imperial examination, with many proclaiming him to be a candidate for the top honor. in pursuit of uninterrupted study. He has relocated to the Qing Mountain Academy beside the White Horse Temple, returning home only once every 2 months to visit his mother. Additionally, there is a younger daughter who has married into the Gu family, known for their editorial work in the Hanlin Academy, and she has not returned home for 2 years. Thus, it is highly likely that the second son is the one with both the motive and opportunity to commit the poisoning. Chapter 11. Killing with a borrowed knife. Jiang Yunqing approached the begonia flower placed on the bedside of Zalizi, extending her forefinger to dab the flower stamen, and delicately pinching it with her thumb to examine it closely. Bringing it to her nose, she inhaled deeply. Indeed, the flower was toxic. She furrowed her brow, using her handkerchief to wipe her hands clean before instructing Mu Xiang to dispose of it immediately by burning. What a sinister method! The begonia had been soaked in poisonous sap. An ordinary person would succumb to blocked meridians and reversed blood flow within merely 7 days of prolonged exposure, and in severe cases, it could lead to death. Given that her master was already in poor health, it was no surprise that he began to vomit blood after just 1 day. Fortunately, she had taken precautions and administered an antidote to her master beforehand, thus preventing the poison from seeping into his lungs. Old Madame Jiang's eyes gleamed as she regarded Jiang Yunqing. Her granddaughter exhibited a level of astuteness and composure that exceeded her expectations, appearing far more reliable than her own daughter. Did you know someone intended to harm the divine physician? Yes, grandmother. I intentionally stated that I would wait for master to awaken before fully treating father, compelling the perpetrator to act in haste, lest master regain consciousness. This poison is more potent than the one that afflicted father. Clearly, the mastermind seeks to eliminate master, achieving a twofold advantage. How astute! Twofold advantage? Pray, elaborate. Old Madame Jiang urged, signaling for Yunqing to continue. The granddaughter's reasoning resonated with her own thoughts, displaying a newfound cleverness. If master were to succumb to the poison, father would lose his last hope for salvation. Furthermore, they could falsely accuse me of being a quack, claiming that master perished due to my improper treatment. Even if I am not taken to court, my credibility would be tarnished before you, grandmother, hindering my ability to treat father. In just a few months, father would pass away, and the position of the Jiang family head would inevitably fall to another. Old Madame Jiang comprehended the implications. Thus, after Jiang Zhong, there were indeed others qualified to inherit the family business, providing ample motive for foul play. Jiangji, bring Yingchun here. Old Madame Jiang slammed her dragon-headed cane onto the ground, her voice laced with barely contained fury. Madam, Yingchun has hanged herself. A servant rushed back, her face pale and stricken. The sight of a lifeless body hanging was not unfamiliar to her, yet she had never before seen a neck so nearly severed by a noose. Jiang Yunqing exchanged a glance with the old matriarch, a murder to silence her. After a moment's silence, old Madame Jiang fixed her gaze on her eldest granddaughter. Yunqing, I am somewhat fatigued. I entrust the matter regarding your master to your capable hands. Zhao, who had been quietly observing, felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Was the old matriarch truly delegating such a significant responsibility to Yunqing? A sense of unease washed over her, even if the old matriarch feared confronting her son due to his leniency. She could not bypass her authority as the matriarch and leave such matters to a granddaughter who had been away from home for so long. If word of this spread, where would it leave her dignity? Wouldn't it only serve to solidify the rumors of her being undervalued within the Jiang family? How could she continue to hold her head high in the circles of the elite? Yet Zhao, accustomed to enduring in silence, could only suppress her anger this time, biting her lower lip tightly, burying her head deeper in tears. One day, she vowed to make the entire capital witness her splendor within the Jiang family, commanding respect and authority. Jiang Yunqing understood that her grandmother was affording the main branch considerable face by allowing her to take the lead, thus preventing the second branch from evading responsibility. However, such a significant matter of clearing the family name, if it were spread, could jeopardize her prospects as an unmarried lady. After all, which esteemed household is devoid of their own sordid affairs? Many families choose to turn a blind eye, coexisting with their secrets. To unravel each and every incident would only serve to sap the vitality of a prominent family. A cold-hearted and ruthless girl could never embody the ideal bride envisioned by noble families. No mother-in-law would willingly be dominated by her daughter-in-law. Furthermore, the current emperor harbors a particular aversion to witnessing discord among brothers within noble families. As the saying goes, harmony within the family brings prosperity. Discord among siblings inevitably leads to a rocky path in one's career. Jiang Yunqing contemplated the myriad implications and could not help but marvel at her grandmother's cunning. How effortlessly she had cast this thorny issue upon her. Those lacking discernment might envy the old lady's regard for her, unaware that it was merely her grandmother placing her on a precarious perch. She found herself in a challenging predicament. Yet in this life, fate had granted her a second chance, one meant for her to confront the tiger. Thus, she resolved not only to confront this beast, but to do so with elegance, enabling her to break free from the Jiang family and forge a commendable reputation anew in the capital. For now, she could only resort to utilizing other strengths to her advantage. "Mother, would you accompany your daughter?" As keenly perceptive as she was, Lady Zhao's evident discomfort did not escape Jiang Yunqing's notice. In her previous life, Jiang Yunqing, as the mistress of the Marquis' household, had found herself in circumstances strikingly similar to Lady Zhao's current predicament. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Yunqing felt an unexpected pang of empathy for the woman. After all, across both lifetimes, Lady Zhao had never been particularly close to her nor shown her excessive kindness. Yet she had never sought to harm her either. Now, Jiang Yunqing thought it wouldn't be remiss to grant this nominal mother a stroke of fortune. With Lady Zhao stepping forward, Jiang Yunqing could avoid the infamy of disrespecting her elders while still avenging the indignity her father had suffered. Startled at being addressed so directly, Lady Zhao lifted her gaze and was met with the sight of Jiang Yunqing's refined and delicate features. She had always known Jiang Yunqing possessed striking beauty, one that even overshadowed her own daughter, Jiang Yunue. And as a mother, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment. But now, seeing Jiang Yunqing behave with such unexpected grace, as if she had discerned her distress and humiliation and had deliberately come to her aid, Lady Zhao found herself regarding that face with genuine warmth rather than the forced maternal affection she had feigned before. This, the dowager did not instruct. Lady Zhao hesitated, considering whether to feign reluctance before accepting. So as to make it clear, she wasn't volunteering out of self-interest, but merely to assist her elder daughter. "Mother, I am fortunate to have grandmother's trust in entrusting me to question second uncle. Yet I am filled with trepidation, having only just returned home. I am still unfamiliar with household affairs and scarcely acquainted with second uncle. I dare not presume to offend an elder. I beg for your guidance, mother, so that my heart may be at ease." Jiang Yunqing had already lavished endless pleasantries upon Madame Zhao, presenting her with ample face before the assembled company. Should there be any further dawdling or evasiveness, her patience would surely wear thin. With this thought, Jiang Yunqing stepped forward and grasped Madame Zhao's hands, her eyes brimming with earnestness while applying subtle pressure, a silent plea to cease affected airs. The performance had lasted long enough, should the curtain fail to rise. The lead might well take flight. Satisfaction swelling within her, Madame Zhao declared in a resonant voice, "Since matters stand thus, this mother shall make the decision on your behalf today." To the Wutong Pavilion. With that, she swept Jiang Yunqing along, leading a grand procession of maids, matrons, and servants toward the second household's quarters in a magnificent parade. Chapter 12. Secrets of the Second House within the Wutong Pavilion. Two individuals were engrossed in a game of chess by the window. "Ah, how delightful it is to see you, second brother and Che, so engrossed in your game. The situation in the main house is in turmoil, yet you remain so composed." As soon as she stepped through the door, Zhao raised her voice with unwavering confidence. Today, she felt emboldened, undeterred by the antics of Jiang Ji and his son. Over the years, she had long harbored a disdain for the second branch of the family. They spent their days idling, provoking trouble, neglecting their responsibilities, while the first branch endured countless hardships and expenses to clean up their messes. Today, she intended to reclaim what was rightfully hers. The first branch could create a rift in the heavens, but it was of no concern to the second branch. Sister-in-law, you must not harbor private grudges or unjustly cast blame, Jiang Ji stated, placing the black piece firmly on the chessboard with an air of calmness. His words, however, were coarse and disrespectful, laced with an underlying threat. Could a mere woman truly intimidate two strong men? Aunt, it is truly an honor to have you and my cousin grace us with your presence. Your imposing demeanor is quite intimidating, indeed. Jiang Yunqing, towering over Jiang Yunqing, feigned a timid disposition, his tone laced with sarcasm. The events from the main residence have already been reported. Indeed, they were the architects of the poison, and it was they who orchestrated the demise of Yingshan. They anticipated that the truth would eventually surface. Yet, no matter the turmoil, we are ultimately a family. Jiang Ji refuses to believe that his mother would go so far as to drive his elder brother to despair. The Jiang family owes him a debt, as does the main residence, a debt that can never be repaid. A decade ago, the women of the Jiang family returned to their ancestral home to pay homage to their ancestors, only to be besieged by a band of mountain brigands, bribed by Jiang Zheng's political adversaries. Had it not been for his childhood sweetheart, Yin Yang, who bravely stepped forth to devise a plan to divert the main force of the bandits, the remaining women of the Jiang family would have surely perished. The Zhao family, cowardly and self-serving, would not have dared to act with such arrogance before them. Alas, Yin Yang's lifeless body was discovered days later in a riverbank outside the city, her form marred by numerous whip marks and knife wounds, a testament to the inhumane torment and humiliation she endured at the hands of those vile brigands. Each midnight, as dreams return, Jiangji envisions Yin Yang, her white garments stained with blood, her eyes wide open in eternal unrest. Now, all they seek is Jiang Zheng's life, to reclaim what rightfully belongs to their branch of the family. He is not at fault. He has never been at fault. Moreover, the elder brother is still breathing, isn't he? Therefore, he harbors no fear whatsoever of Zhao and Jiang Yunqing coming to deal with their branch of the family. One absurd notion. The mother found herself in a predicament, pushing Jiang Yunqing forward to take the blame. This clearly indicated her intention to turn a blind eye and not engage in any disputes with the second household. Indeed, Jiang Zheng was now barely clinging to life. Surveying the entire Jiang household, the eldest branch lacked legitimate heirs, while the third branch was still too young to shoulder responsibilities. The only male descendant capable of upholding the Jiang family's legacy now rested solely upon their second branch. Jiang Yunqing is truly a fool, still believing that the old madam would allow her to uncover the real culprit. It was merely a facade. She and the Zhao family truly mistook a feather for a warrant, acting with utter lawlessness like a monk holding an umbrella, defying all rules. Second brother, mind your words, Zhao said with a stern expression. Second uncle, my master's ancestor was poisoned, and shortly thereafter, the maid in your residence, Yingshan, hanged herself. What a remarkable coincidence this is. Jiang Yunqing has lived two lives, and she seldom interacted with the second branch of the family, leaving her uncertain of their dispositions. At this moment, she could only temporarily entice them to reveal the truth. Was it a coincidence? The begonia flowers sent by that girl were poisonous, and their incessant clamor had frightened her into seeking a premature end. It must be said that the first branch had been overly aggressive. With a life lost, it would be difficult for them to explain her family. Zhao's mind buzzed with confusion. Here it came again, their incessant and unreasonable bickering. It was clear that the fault lay with them, yet they brazenly shifted the blame onto others. Jiang Yunqing almost laughed in anger. Such oddities truly existed in the world. Engaging with these peculiar individuals required a departure from normal reasoning, lest one invite unnecessary distress. Uncle, cousin, come, open your mouths. Zhao felt a blur before her eyes as a cool breeze swept across her face. Two ghostly figures had already positioned themselves before Jiang Ji and his son. These two eloquent men now found themselves immobilized, their jaws firmly grasped by two young girls, utterly shocked, as they helplessly witnessed a minuscule object akin to a black sesame seed being thrust down their throats. In the next moment, Jiang Yunqing and Mu Xiang stood on either side of Zhao. Such agility, was truly remarkable. Zhao had never witnessed a young lady possessing such skills. Her acrophobia prevented her from practicing lightness skills. Thus her admiration and trepidation towards Jiang Yunqing intensified. Mu Xiang covered her mouth in laughter, attributing her skills to the tree climbing and squirrel catching practiced since childhood in Yunyang. Impudent! What have you given us to eat? Clearly it is no good. Do not mention it. This is a carefully concocted obedience talisman crafted by me. As long as you both comply from now on, you shall encounter no issues. Your daily pleasures will continue uninterrupted. However, should you, Jiang Yunqing elongated her tone, deliberately leaving a cliffhanger, causing Jiang Yunqing to shudder involuntarily. It was implicit that non-compliance would lead to their demise. Where did you learn such despicable tactics, Jiang Yunqing? How dare you boldly conspire against your own uncle? Are you not afraid of your mother's wrath? Jiang Ji roared with fury, astonished that a girl who had left home years ago could dare to bully him. Of course, I learned it from you, uncle. Otherwise, why will my father lie bedridden for months, unresponsive? My revered master, a legendary healer, was also poisoned by your begonia flowers and remains in a coma for days. Are you not afraid of grandmother's reproach? Furthermore, my father is a current imperial censor, a favored subject before the emperor. If his majesty were to learn that my father did not suffer a stroke, but was instead harmed by human hands, how confident are you in escaping the grasp of the true dragon emperor? He could crush you as easily as one would a mere ant. Jiang Ji had once served as a minor official in the Ministry of Revenue, but after the incident with his wife, he resigned and returned home, severing ties with the court. He was well aware that, compared to his elder brother, he was akin to an insignificant insect. Thus, resentment festered within him, warping his mind until he ultimately took the irrevocable path of harming his legitimate brother. With a deep sigh, Jiang Ji resigned himself to defeat. It mattered little to him. Yet being so easily manipulated by his young niece left him with a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Speak, what do you wish to do? He wiped his face and collapsed into the grand chair behind him, utterly devoid of his earlier bravado. The antidote, bring it forth. Jiang Yunqing refrained from idle chatter, prioritizing the revival of her father and master. As for the father and son, having fallen victim to the poison, they would henceforth be obliged to heed her commands. There was no urgency in taking their lives. They might still prove useful in the future. At the very least, she had not committed the heinous act of betraying her kin, thus preserving her standing within the circles of the capital's elite, while also avoiding further enmity with her grandmother. Her aspirations were directed towards the Rongchang Marquis and Li Shichang, as well as the princess he had alluded to before his demise. The Deshun dynasty boasted many princesses, and she would have to trace the threads to uncover the true orchestrator of her misfortune. The entirety of her scheme required careful deliberation. Haste would serve her ill. Presently, she found herself isolated in the capital, and her most pressing concern was to awaken her father, leveraging his influence to navigate the forthcoming intricacies. Connections were what she desperately needed. We do not possess the antidote, Jiang Ji lamented with a pained expression. Outside, a flash of lightning struck, and the rain poured down in torrents. Chapter 13 Farewell to Xiao Yan. It is indeed true that one does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Jiang Yunqing's lips curled into a smirk as she manipulated the insects, allowing the two burly men to experience the agony of a life worse than death. Their hearts torn asunder. On the ground, drenched in sweat, Jiang Ji pleaded for mercy, spilling the details of the poisoning like beans from a bamboo tube. It turned out that the poison had been discovered months prior, hidden beneath a paperweight in the study. A small note alongside it outlined the method and dosage for administering the poison, yet it conspicuously omitted any mention of an antidote. Jiang Ji, clouded by foolishness, acted as if under compulsion, following the note's instructions without a second thought. Before long, his elder brother fell gravely ill, and even the physicians from the medical bureau unanimously diagnosed it as a stroke. They treated him accordingly, yet not only did the treatment yield no results, but his condition deteriorated further. Everyone was baffled, except for Jiang Ji, who understood that this was no stroke at all. If the treatment continued, the poison's effect would only intensify, and in a month's time, it would be too late to save him. Just as success seemed imminent, an unexpected twist arose. pinning both him and his son to a pillar of shame, now forced to obey a young girl. Truly, the heavens conspired against him. Mother, it appears that there are still hidden hands behind the second house. We must not let our guard down. We are in the light, while they lurk in the shadows. They may have yet another scheme to deal with us in the main house. Mother, think carefully. Do we have any enemies in the main house? Certainly, aside from the Rongchang Marquis. At the time father was poisoned, Li Shichang was still intent on Jiang Yunqing, and Lady Li has long shared a close bond with the Zhao family. There was no need for them to conspire against us behind our backs. Let me ponder this. If I think of anything, I shall inform you immediately. Very well, mother. I shall first check on my master. Jiang Yunqing, having failed to obtain the antidote for her father, discovered a packet of antidote on Jiang Yunqing, capable of neutralizing her master's poison. She had already used her homemade detoxifying pills and silver needle techniques to expel most of the toxins from Zalizi's body. This antidote could be taken back for further pharmacological study. It was indeed something Jiang Yunqing had procured from the underground black market. It seems he has gained experience in the art of poisoning. He knew well how to acquire such substances. The antidote for her father, however, posed a challenge, particularly that flavor of Long Zulian. It appears the expedition to the northern frontier must commence earnestly. With her mind occupied, Jiang Yunqing hurried towards the guest quarters, closely followed by Mu Xiang. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity, fleeting yet ominous. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunqing reported to the old matriarch the malevolent deeds of the second house, though she refrained from mentioning the sorcery and hidden conspiracies. After all, sorcery was her secret weapon. How could she possibly reveal it, even to her own grandmother? As for the hidden hand, there were surely spies within the household. If word spread, the hidden forces would retreat into the shadows, making it impossible for her to gather intelligence or follow the trail. She needed to calm her mind and devise a strategy to draw out the serpent from its lair. Otherwise, with such a grave threat looming in the household, how could she feel secure in her confrontations with Li Shichang? She did not wish to be embroiled in a heated battle with Li Shichang, only to be unexpectedly stabbed in the back. The taste of that experience was one she wished never to encounter again. Yunqing, you have managed this matter quite well. You need not serve at home today. I have already dispatched someone to the Imperial Medical Bureau to summon physician Zhang to assist your father with acupuncture and detoxification. You may proceed to gather the items needed for the northern frontier and take the opportunity to stroll and refresh your spirit. Upon hearing that Jiang Yunqing intended to journey to the northern frontier in search of rare herbs for her eldest son's medicine, the matriarch of the Jiang family quickly ordered a large platter of silver ingots to be brought forth. However, Jiang Yunqing was acutely aware that while her grandmother ostensibly praised her, she was still secretly apprehensive about her medical skills. Thus, the esteemed physician Zhang was indeed summoned. It is for the best. Physician Zhang's medical expertise is renowned throughout the Deshun dynasty. His presence to administer acupuncture and detoxification to her father would ensure that there was no concern about inadvertent disclosures. And in the unfortunate event that her revered ancestor were to remain unresponsive, he could be entrusted to alleviate her father's condition until her return. Exiting Greenwater Alley, Jiang Yunqing, accompanied by Mu Xiang, meandered through the bustling streets, indulging in snacks while temporarily casting aside the burdens of 2 lifetimes, relishing a moment of leisure. Reflecting on her previous life, she realized that upon returning to the capital, she had remained confined within the walls, learning decorum under the watchful eyes of strict matrons. Her elders often remarked that she had been raised in Yunyang like a wild monkey, lacking refinement in speech and conduct, questioning how she could possibly marry into an esteemed family and become a matriarch. Especially after her engagement to Li Shichang, her family imposed even stricter expectations upon her, insisting she maintain poise and grace, never tarnishing the Jiang family's reputation. She had inadvertently absorbed these pressures, gradually transforming into a soulless mistress of a marquis. Taking a bite of the sweet and sour candied hawthorn, Jiang Yunqing felt a wave of satisfaction. It was far more delightful to be a carefree maiden in her current life. How wonderful it would be if she never had to marry again. Thus, she resolved to carefully plan her future, aiming to successfully overthrow the Li family without being constrained by new marital obligations. She aspired to become stronger and capable of supporting herself independently of the Jiang family, ensuring a good life for those around her, rather than becoming a burden. She cast a fond glance at Mu Xiang, who was joyfully munching on the candied hawthorn and admiring the sugar figurines. How wonderful it was this time! She vowed to protect this girl. In her past life, Mu Xiang had loyally served her, only to meet a tragic end at the hands of Li Shichang. This time around, she would not allow Mu Xiang to endure suffering because of her. Do you fancy this sugar figurine? Shopkeeper, 2 please. The 2 young ladies lingered at the various stalls, their exquisite features and melodious voices drawing the attention of passers-by. Just as they were reveling in their joy, a shadow fell over them, and a tall man suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Dressed as a guard, with a long sword at his back, he addressed them. You are. Mu Xiang reacted more swiftly than her mistress this time, pointing at the man, but before she could finish, he interrupted. Miss Jiang, my young master requests your presence for a cup of tea. With a graceful gesture, he indicated a tea stall on the opposite side of the street, where a handsome young man was leisurely pouring tea, seemingly turning his head at the sound of the guardess words. Their eyes met, connecting Jiang Yunqing and the young man in a moment of shared gaze. Jiang Yunqing, who prides herself on having a thick skin, felt a subtle warmth rise to her cheeks. Truly, it was quite enough. In this second life, she still found herself easily captivated by handsome men. It suddenly came to mind that day at Bema Temple when you vanquished the startled steed to save her young lady. Mu Xiang, only then realizing, spoke up. She had been desperately pursuing from behind the carriage when, in a moment of peril, this young guard descended like a celestial being. Mu Xiang's impression of him was profound. A trivial matter, hardly worthy of note, but it was rare to be remembered. Qing Feng felt a wave of joy and was about to bow and introduce himself when, to his surprise, the young maid completely disregarded him and ran off to chase after Miss Jiang. The man was left in a state of disarray. Alas, still, the young master's divine visage was undeniably alluring. Chapter 14. Memories of Yunyang. Jiang Yunqing settled opposite Xiao Yan. Observing the young prince of the north town as he poured tea for her, she endeavored to maintain an air of composure, feigning indifference to his alluring presence. Miss Jiang, you truly understand the balance of work and leisure. Here, relax a little and enjoy a cup of tea, Xiao Yan said, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. Noticing Jiang Yunqing's rigid posture, he personally pressed the teacup into her hand. Balance of work and leisure? Jiang Yunqing had yet to sip his tea and nearly choked on his own saliva. Is this a subtle allusion to his efforts in dealing with the second branch of the Jiang family? Is it still about using silver needles to treat my father in Zalizi? Or is it about my own journey to northern Xinjiang? Does the crown prince of the town North King extend his reach so far? His own tea has yet to cool, yet he believes that having saved her life, he can frivolously jest at his own expense? That simply will not do. Beijing is far more vibrant and bustling than Yunyang. Having resided in the capital for over half a year, this marks my first leisurely outing. Jiang Yunqing initiated the conversation herself. The implication could not be more evident. Young master, please lend an attentive ear. A girl of 16 or 17 is in the prime of her playful years, yet she is confined at home all day to learn etiquette. After finally seizing a moment to indulge in delightful delicacies and savor spicy treats, why must you, young master, jest at her expense? I, Jiang Yunqing, am merely a rustic girl from the countryside. Please do not confine me here to share tea with you. Kindly let me depart. Xiao Yan detected the resentment in the woman's words and offered a faint smile. Jiang Yunqing, seated opposite him, was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, there were men in this world whose beauty was simply enchanting. However, no matter how captivating, it bore no relevance to her. Closing her eyes briefly, she reopened them with clarity. She lifted her teacup, rose from her seat, and with utmost seriousness, bowed to Xiao Yan, saying, Your Grace, I have yet to express my gratitude for the life-saving favor you bestowed upon me last time. My mother intended to convey her thanks in person, but due to pressing family matters, she has been unable to do so. Today, I offer this tea in place of wine, both to express my gratitude and to apologize." With that, she disregarded Xiao Yan's reaction and tilted her head back, consuming the tea in one gulp. In that moment, the faint scar on her neck, previously concealed by her garment, was fully exposed to Xiao Yan's gaze. His hand, which held the teacup, trembled slightly, causing the liquid to ripple. "Qingfeng, is the young master unwell? Did he not sleep well last night, to the point of struggling to steady his cup?" "Mingwei, the young master seems to be in a predicament, heh." Xiao Yan cleared his throat, attempting to mask his mild fluster. In truth, apart from his personal guard, neither Jiang Yunqing nor Mu Xiang had noticed his emotional turmoil. It was merely his own sense of unease. It turned out that Miss Jiang had come from Yinyang. Aware of the implications, Jiang Yunqing suppressed the urge to retort and nodded obediently. "Indeed. I left the capital in my youth and was raised at my maternal grandfather's home in Yinyang. I returned to the capital just a few months ago, in hopes of securing a favorable match. Had she known that the wretched Li Shichang awaited her, she would have resolutely remained in her hometown, refusing to come to the capital at any cost. Do you recall that night, 3 years ago?" Xiao Yan suppressed the excitement within, nonchalantly pouring hot tea over the little pig tea pet in the tea tray. As he observed the color transformation of the tea pet, he casually inquired, "Qingfeng, the night?" Inquiring of an unmarried young lady on the street, one might ask, "Dear sir, would you care to listen to what you are uttering?" The bright moon rubbed her hands together. "Should I cover the master's mouth? For trouble comes from careless words." "Young master, do be prudent with your speech." Before Jiang Yunqing could change her expression, Mu Xiang quickly spoke up. "Truly unexpected," she mused. "The famously dignified and aloof heir of the northern garrison prince turns out to be such a frivolous man. How typical. Not a single decent one among them." Jiang Yunqing's eyes first reflected anger, then confusion, and finally acceptance. No wonder she had always felt that Xiao Yan's pair of eyes were eerily familiar. Indeed, 3 years ago, they had crossed paths. However, the darkness of that night, coupled with the presence of a metallic mask worn by the individual, left her with only a vivid memory of those radiant eyes shining through the obscurity. "So, you're that person?" "Yes, it is I, that very person. The fragrance of wood, the gentle breeze, the bright moon. Which person? What cryptic riddles are our masters exchanging?" "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Miss Jiang for her life-saving grace. I am at a loss for how to express my thanks, so I shall raise a cup of tea in place of wine, in honor of the young lady." After downing the contents, the man elegantly twirled the teacup in midair before placing it steadily down, unable to suppress the smile that danced at the corners of his lips. How utterly delightful! What on earth is all this rescuing about? Qingfeng suddenly slapped his forehead as realization dawned upon him. Could this Miss Jiang possibly be the very benefactor His Highness the young master has been searching for all this time? 3 years ago, they accompanied the crown prince to Yunyang on a covert mission. On their return to the capital, they were ambushed and separated from him, only to encounter the wounded and unconscious prince 3 days later on the Yunyang highway. The situation was dire. They needed to hasten back to the capital swiftly. With the prince injured, exposure of his identity would spell certain doom for them all. In his delirium, Xiao Yan repeatedly murmured words like benefactor and maiden. As mere guards, Qingfeng and Mingwei had no way of discerning what had truly transpired. Yet from that moment onward, the prince grew colder and more unyielding, rejecting the emperor's repeated attempts to arrange his marriage. Only when commanding Qingfeng and Mingwei to persist in searching for his Yunyang savior did a rare trace of tenderness and longing flicker across his stern countenance. A trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. Jiang Yunqing never imagined the world could be so small. In her past life, she hadn't known whom she had saved, even forgetting the incident entirely. Yet in this life, she beheld the face behind the mask so soon. Compassion is a healer's duty. With your highness so gravely wounded, how could I stand idly by? But it was far more than mere duty, more than simply refusing to abandon him to death. Listening to the woman's modest reply, Xiao Yan felt an unfamiliar warmth stir within him. Though poisoned by an arrow and slipping into delirium at the time, he remembered vividly how she had hidden him in a cellar. When traces of blood betrayed their presence, intruders stormed in, slashing her neck with a dagger, nearly costing her life. She could have surrendered him to save herself. Yet she did not. In truth, she had shielded him at the risk of her own. How she had escaped the assailants remained a mystery to Xiao Yan even now. Once silence fell outside, she descended into the cellar and pressed some bitter, cooling herb into his mouth. Then darkness claimed him, 3 days of oblivion, until he awoke just in time to be found by Qing Feng and Mingwei on the highway. However, on his journey back to the capital, he discovered that the poison coursing through his veins had been dispelled, and his wounds began to heal. Subsequently, he spared no effort in dispatching individuals to Yunyang in search of that woman. Yet, she seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. To his astonishment, she had indeed come to the capital, remaining right beside him. Fate has a peculiar sense of humor. Xiao Yan chuckled softly and remarked, I am quite curious as to how Miss Jiang managed to extricate herself at that time, especially considering you lacked any internal strength. But I was poisoned. Jiang Yunqing smiled, her eyes curving into lovely crescents like the moon. Chapter 15. The transaction of Xiao Yan at that time. The man in black had injured her neck and threatened Jiang Yunqing with the lives of everyone in the residence to force her to hand over the person. In a fit of rage, Jiang Yunqing unleashed a poisonous scorpion, swiftly incapacitating the assassin, and then employed corpse-dissolving powder to obliterate all evidence, thus eliminating future troubles. Poison? Xiao Yan paused for a moment, realizing that only a delicate young lady could discreetly eliminate an assassin with poison. This would afford him the opportunity to tend to his wounds and return to the prince of the northern border's residence in the capital without raising any suspicions. Such poison was indeed skillfully utilized. As for the type of poison, he chose not to delve into the details. So, the young master is not afraid of me? Jiang Yunqing gestured toward the teacup before Xiao Yan, implying that as a master of poison, she could easily hold the prince of the northern border's heir in her grasp without anyone being the wiser. Qing Feng felt a tightening in his heart. If the young master were to be poisoned, it would indeed be a tremendous embarrassment. Since Miss Jiang has saved me, I believe you will do so again, rather than harm me with poison. The man's lips curved into a smile, finding the young lady's lively disposition quite endearing. Then, it appears we both owe each other a debt of gratitude, and we shall consider it settled, with no further obligations. It is getting late. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Jiang Yunqing stood up, preparing to depart. After all, she was still a young lady, and it was prudent to avoid any suspicion from conversing with a stranger for so long in public. Moreover, this man was exceedingly handsome, drawing the attention of passers-by. Are you heading to the northern border in search of the Dragon Lotus? Jiang Yunqing halted mid-step, turning to stare wide-eyed at the man. You must have someone watching the Jiang family, keeping tabs on me. Indeed, my father has been poisoned and requires this specific medicine. Unfortunately, I can only make the journey to the northern border myself. If this young master can procure the medicine for you, what would you offer in exchange? Xiao Yan inquired, brimming with confidence. Jiang Yunqing's delight at his willingness to assist was palpable, and he was eager to see how she would respond. To offer myself in return? How kitsch. Is it the Dragon Lotus found within the royal residence? Is there truly a need to search elsewhere? The young master's goodwill is appreciated, but there is no need to trouble yourself. I can find it on my own and will return within 10 days. You need not concern yourself. Her repeated reference to herself as this young lady was a deliberate attempt to create distance from Xiao Yan. Jiang Yunqing felt she had seen through his little game, recognizing it as merely the flirtation typical of a wealthy young master. Though the prince of the northern border might indeed possess great influence, he could not guarantee the acquisition of the Dragon Lotus. Xiao Yan felt a pang of embarrassment at her cold rejection. He had merely intended to tease Jiang Yunqing. In truth, the Dragon Lotus was already in his possession, and acquiring it was but a matter of words. Now, faced with her retort, he found himself at a loss for a graceful exit. Yet, Xiao Yan was never one to back down from his intentions. Miss Jiang, I will speak plainly. My father has also suffered from the poison of the southern border, and at that time, it was the Dragon Lotus that served as the antidote. Really? Jiang Yunqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is indeed genuine. At present, my father possesses a dragon's celestial lotus. Should Miss Jiang express her desire, I shall promptly dispatch someone to procure it. It is worth noting that this rare flower thrives atop the snowy peaks. Even if Miss Jiang were fortunate enough to locate it, the arduous journey to the desolate mountain could very well cost her dearly. Jiang Yunqing lowered her head in contemplation, recognizing the validity of Xiao Yan's words. Previously, she had underestimated the situation, failing to consider that ascending the uninhabited, snow-capped mountain posed a significant challenge, perhaps even a matter of life and death. If Xiao Yan could indeed successfully retrieve the medicinal herb from the Northern King, she might as well accept his generous offer. Furthermore, she would assist him in escaping the clutches of the emperor's executioner. She vividly recalled that in her past life, a month before her demise, Xiao Yan was ensnared by Li Shichang and met his end within the palace for conspiring with court officials against the emperor. According to Li Shichang, in a drunken stupor, blood flowed like a river within the Qinqing palace, and Xiao Yan's body was nearly pierced by the imperial guards. Thus, a once great beauty met her tragic end, leaving her to lament for quite some time. With this in mind, Yunqing expressed her gratitude to young Master Xiao, gracefully performing a respectful bow. Miss Jiang need not express her thanks. The dragon's celestial lotus shall be granted to you, albeit not without cost. Xiao Yan toyed with the tea pet in his hand, sensing that the bait was finally taking. It cannot be given freely. Naturally, I cannot allow you to bear both the expense and the effort. Pray tell, how much shall it be? No matter the cost, Jiang Yunqing can afford it. After all, she has the support of her maternal family in Yunyang. Although the Lin family of Yunyang lacks official titles, they have thrived in the herbal medicine business for generations, amassing wealth that rivals that of nations. From her medical texts, Long Shulian has learned that the highest price reaches 10,000 taels of gold. Gritting her teeth, she resolves that she can indeed afford such an expense. Does the young lady perceive that my northern duke's residence is in dire need of funds? Xiao Yan's words were laced with a hint of disdain. How could this task possibly be measured in terms of money? Is there truly a lack of funds? Jiang Yunqing immediately thought of the Rongchang Marquis, which appeared resplendent on the outside, but was rotten within. In her previous life, she had not anticipated that the Li family was on the brink of bankruptcy before her marriage. It was solely her dowry that barely upheld the Li family's reputation. As for the Zhenbei Wangfu, whether it lacked funds is truly difficult to ascertain. Noticing Jiang Yunqing's silence, Xiao Yan hastily shifted to the main topic. I wish to exchange this Long Shulian for something from Miss Jiang. Exchange? What could possibly be worth more than 10,000 gold coins? Jiang Yunqing's curiosity was piqued. You. A slender, well-defined index finger pointed directly at her. Exchange her for Long Shulian? Thus, has Xiao Yan always regarded her as a mere plaything for his amusement? Jiang Yunqing clenched her delicate hand tightly, contemplating whether to employ poison or sorcery to eliminate this arrogant fool. Breeze and moonlight, young master. Beware lest you play with fire and get burned. Xiao Yan seemed oblivious to the rising fury in Jiang Yunqing's demeanor and continued. I intend to petition His Majesty for an imperial decree to arrange our marriage. Jiang Yunqing's delicate face was momentarily bewildered. A betrothal? What concern was it of hers? This marriage is bestowed for the two of us. Absolutely not. Jiang Yunqing felt as though struck by lightning, instinctively voicing her opposition. For no reason at all, my father would never allow me to hand over Long Shulian to you. Regardless of the exorbitant price, he would not part with her. However, if you were to become a member of the Xiao family, that would be an entirely different matter. Regarding the marriage of the Prince of the North, Jiang Yunqing, having lived 2 lives, had heard a fair share of gossip. Xiao Yan, of noble lineage, was not only a young general, but also the most handsome man in the Great Shun dynasty. Even after he became unable to walk, noble ladies still flocked to him, eager for his hand in marriage. However, his demeanor was aloof, and he shunned feminine company, even going so far as to forego having maids in the royal residence. Gradually, rumors began to circulate in the capital, suggesting that the young prince had a preference for male companionship, which was the reason for his prolonged singlehood. His repeated rejections of the emperor's marriage proposals even caused the indulgent Empress Dowager, his doting grandmother, to faint from exasperation on several occasions. Previously, Jiang Yunqing had merely been a bystander, but suddenly, this gossip seemed poised to fall upon her own head. Your Highness, you are not. Jiang Yunqing cast a sidelong glance at the two attendants, Qing Feng and Ming Yue, who were indeed remarkably delicate. Unlike the burly guards one would typically expect, the attendants of Prince Zhao's household were decidedly unconventional. Upon noticing Jiang Yunqing's gaze, Xiao Yan's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 16. Kindred spirits. This young prince is aware of the numerous rumors circulating in the capital regarding me. Being as astute as you are, Miss Jiang, do you also believe them? Xiao Yan opened his hands and said helplessly. Jiang Yunqing smiled awkwardly, stating that they did not know each other before. Even if they now refer to each other as old acquaintances, she remains uncertain about his character and disposition in private, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. She could not in good conscience declare, Lord Xiao, I trust you completely. It sounded utterly disingenuous, precisely the kind of hollow flattery she would have resorted to in her past life. But now she refused to grovel with such insincerity. Xiao Yan observed the conflicted expression on Jiang Yunqing's face and understood that trust could not be built overnight. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself yearning for her faith in him. The realization amused him. In 20 years of life, this was the first time he had ever felt such a fervent desire for a young woman's reliance. In time, Jiang Yunqing would come to know the man he truly was. For now, what mattered was persuading her to willingly board his ship. There is no need for such distress. Miss Jiang, he said smoothly, this is merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Besides, there is little advantage for me to exploit. Qing Feng, whispering truthful, but perhaps too blunt. Ming Yue, muttering my lord, if you wish to court her, just say so. Were I Miss Jiang, I'd walk away without a second glance. Mu Xiang puffed her cheeks in indignation. How dare this Lord Xiao speak so dismissively? True, he was undeniably handsome. But her mistress was a peerless beauty in her own right. Did he truly believe this marriage was some great sacrifice on his part? Indeed, the young master is exceptionally handsome. Jiang Yunqing, unfazed, thought it best to openly commend such beauty. Her disapproval of the marriage proposal stemmed from her prior rejection of the Rongchang Marquis' offer, fearing that malicious tongues might suggest an illicit entanglement with young Master Xiao, thereby painting her as fickle for abandoning Li Shichang. While Li Shichang was at fault initially, she would not grant him the opportunity to turn the tables on her. Jiang Yunqing understood that after the failed assassination at Beima Temple, Li Shichang would undoubtedly seek revenge. She could not allow herself to be harmed by him, nor could she permit Xiao Yan to be implicated in her plight. In this life, her plan was to dismantle the Li family while ensuring her own safety, gaining both fame and fortune, and then to live a carefree life with Muxiang. If Li Shichang were the cause of her troubles, it would only strengthen the necessity of this marriage. Why? Miss Jiang, consider this. The audacity of Li Shichang to conceal his extramarital affairs before your marriage, and even attempt to assassinate you, stems from his belief that the Jiang family lacks the stature of a prominent lineage. Thus, he deems it acceptable to bring disgrace upon you. However, should you ascend to the position of the future consort of the Prince of Northern Town, with the protection of a formidable ally, any aspirations he harbors for revenge would inevitably be tempered by his apprehension of your status. Should you wish to confront him, I would be more than willing to extend my assistance. He has already discerned your distinct sense of justice and retribution. It is only a matter of time before Jiang Yunqing demands accountability from Li Shichang regarding the matters at White Horse Temple. Of course, he remains oblivious to the deeper animosity that Jiang Yunqing harbors. Her desire for vengeance would not be sated until she sees him flayed alive. This candid counsel resonates deeply within Jiang Yunqing. She indeed finds herself in dire need of a powerful force to aid her against the Rongchang Marquis. Yet, just an hour prior, she pondered the possibility of navigating this life without the necessity of marriage. Little did she know that the heavens had once again cast this conundrum before her. A royal marriage. Once decreed by the emperor, there is no turning back. Can she truly place her trust in Xiao Yan? Do not worry, he gently reassured her. Even if it is a royal decree, should you later regret it, I can personally explain to grandmother and the emperor's uncle, requesting them to retract the edict. Xiao Yan maneuvered his wheelchair beside Jiang Yunqing and spoke softly. Jiang Yunqing gazed into his eyes, incredulous. Those eyes, at that moment, were as gentle as water, seemingly poised to draw her entire being into their depths. She felt herself on the verge of yielding, but no, she needed one final confirmation. What advantage does this marriage hold for the heir? The emperor's earlier decree was merely a means to keep someone watchful over her. A bitter pang surfaced in Xiao Yan's gaze. Everyone claimed that the emperor cherished his nephew, personally bringing him to the capital to oversee his every move, caring for his betrothal more than even his own father. Yet, who could fathom the depths of Xiao Yan's solitude? The emperor's firm grip on him was but a strategy to intimidate the king of the north, ensuring that his elder brother would not entertain treacherous thoughts. And the north was not Xiao Yan's home. It had scattered like ashes when his mother passed away. Had he not encountered Jiang Yunqing, he would never have contemplated such trivial matrimonial matters. He understood that whoever married him would merely serve as the emperor's eyes and ears. He had no desire to become a marionette, living a soulless existence in this world. Yet, Jiang Yunqing's presence unveiled a possibility. His companion could be free from anyone's scrutiny. She was simply herself, the only person he could rely on during that blood-soaked, dark night. She was the solitary glimmer of hope on the countless dark paths that lay ahead. Jiang Yunqing realized that the exalted young general, the heir of the king of the north, also lived in a state of helplessness. Since they both bore their own sorrows and vulnerabilities, might it not be better to traverse this journey together, illuminating one another's paths, thus justifying her second chance at life? What if this person could indeed accompany her to the very end of the road? Jiang Yunqing questioned her own audacity, having been hurt in a past life. Could she dare to take another leap? After all, the arrangement was merely a transaction, a collaboration, not an expectation for her to surrender her heart. With this clarity, she suddenly perceived her path ahead as wide and bright. Compared to her recent solitary explorations, having a companion, one far more formidable than herself, was a prospect too delightful to dismiss. Very well, it is a deal. I, Jiang Yunqing, despise having others fixate their gaze upon me. For that reason alone, I shall collaborate with you. Indeed, Miss Jiang despises being observed. Qing Feng cast a furtive glance at his master, pondering whether this was a matter of yin and yang. In recent days, he had taken turns with Mingyue to keep watch atop Zhang's residence. Xiao Yan received the signal from Qing Feng and subtly tapped his thumb twice against his palm. Continued to observe. The future consort requires close protection. Then I shall enter the palace tomorrow. No, immediately. As for Long Shuyan, there is no need to rush the marriage decree. Is it not more crucial to first retrieve Long Shuyan from the north? Mingyue, go at once and fetch Long Shuyan. After lingering for 3 to 5 days at the northern king's residence in the capital, the medicinal herbs shall be delivered to the Jiang family. Qing Feng, the heir apparent, will serve as your personal shadow guard to ensure your safety. Do not refuse. This is also a condition of our collaboration, and you must unconditionally accept the gifts bestowed upon you by the heir, including his protection. Qing Feng wore an expression of exasperation. Otherwise, should anything happen to you, where might I find a more suitable consort for the heir? Observing Jiang Yunqing nod in agreement, Xiao Yan contentedly tapped his fingers on the armrest of his wheelchair. Xiao Yan quickly immersed himself in the role. Having just confirmed the partnership with Jiang Yunqing, he adopted a familiar demeanor, addressing her as you rather than the previously polite and distant Miss Jiang. Jiang Yunqing, too weary to engage in his trivialities, thought it inconsequential how he chose to address her. Grasping the fragrant wood, she was about to depart when a shadow flickered past. Jiang Yunqing blinked, realizing that only Xiao Yan remained before her. Where had the shadow gone? Such lightness in movement, how I longed to find a mentor. The Princess of Chang is hosting a morning flower banquet tomorrow, and the invitation has already been delivered to your residence. Xiao Yan unfurled a seemingly inconspicuous note from his hand. Jiang Yunqing was about to protest that she was not required to attend such gatherings meant for noble families seeking potential matches. However, the princess has specifically requested your presence. Furthermore, Li Shichang will also be in attendance. Chapter 17. Princess Anning. As the final words escaped his lips, Xiao Yan's smile diminished, transforming into a chilling sneer reminiscent of the enchanting visage described by Jiang Yunqing in a tale. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Jiang Yunqing grasped the implication. This gathering, ostensibly a floral banquet, was nothing short of a treacherous feast. Princess Anning was related to Madame Li of the Rongchang Marquis by marriage. Madame Li was the legitimate second daughter of the esteemed Minister of State, Lord Li, whose brother, Li Yaoquan, ascended to fame as a top scholar and subsequently married the princess. According to custom, Li Shichang was obliged to address the princess as his esteemed aunt. It was precisely due to this familial connection that Jiang Yunqing's quest for vengeance in this lifetime appeared meticulous and cautious. A single misstep could lead to her complete downfall. In her previous life, was the princess that Li Shichang spoke of indeed Princess Anning? Jiang Yunqing had pondered all the princesses she could associate with Li Shichang, and the only one with whom he had any rapport was his esteemed aunt, Princess Anning. This princess was not one to be trifled with. For reasons unknown, she had taken a dislike to Jiang Yunqing in her past life, frequently arriving at the marquisate with her governess to impose rules upon her, exhibiting an authority even greater than that of Madame Li's mother-in-law. In her previous existence, out of concern for her own reputation and that of the Jiang family, and to secure favorable marriages for her sisters, Jiang Yunqing had always endured the princess's myriad provocations with quiet submission. Yet, with each act of concession, her situation only grew direr. Li Shichang remained a passive observer, never stepping in to defend her, watching helplessly as his aunt tormented his wife, dominating the marquisate. In retrospect, she realized how naive she had been, pouring her own dowry into the Li family's deficits while receiving nothing but disdain in return. The expenses of the marquisate, social obligations at court, and even the gifts for the princess during festivals were all borne solely by her. Not a single member of the Li family expressed gratitude. Instead, they regarded her as a fool, taking her sacrifices for granted while constantly criticizing her, labeling her as a country bumpkin from Yanyang. Unworthy of her title as the daughter of an inspector, her manners deemed vulgar and unbecoming. Eventually, they confined her to the inner chambers, allowing them to tarnish her reputation without fear of reprisal. Regrettably, in her past life, she had been unwilling to let go, enduring until her story culminated in tragedy. Miss Jiang Yunqing? Xiao Yan's clear voice pulled her from the depths of her painful memories. Ah, so it is a treacherous banquet, is it? Very well. I shall witness what intentions Li Shichang and Princess Anning harbor. Jiang Yunqing steadied her resolve, determined to retaliate this time. I shall accompany you. No refusals. Xiao Yan declared briskly, swiftly propelling his wheelchair forward. What a formidable character. Indeed, he rivaled the princess in his assertiveness. It seemed that those bearing the surname Xiao were all cut from the same cloth, having fought solitary battles in both their lives. Jiang Yunqing found it somewhat disconcerting to have a powerful man willing to shield her. Yet, with the prospect of facing the princess looming ahead, she felt a sense of reassurance with Xiao Yan by her side as she prepared to confront Li Shichang. Fengfei Pavilion. Xiao Yan's news was without fault. Upon returning to the Jiang household, Jiang Yunqing was warmly clasped by Zhao Shi, who excitedly informed her that the Princess of Anning was hosting a banquet the following day, extending invitations to the women of the Jiang family. This was a monumental surprise for Zhao Shi, as the princess had always held the Jiang family in low regard, disapproving of Jiang Zhang's loquaciousness and persistently scrutinizing the affairs of her courtesans. However, the emperor, holding great respect for his elder sister, had often turned a blind eye to matters concerning Anning. Consequently, the princess had never once welcomed members of the Jiang family to her gatherings. This exclusion had relegated Zhao Shi to the periphery of noble society, causing her great distress regarding her children's marriage prospects. Yet, whatever the reason for the princess's newfound openness, Zhao Shi was finally able to bring her daughters to the event. Moreover, the invitation specifically stated that the eldest daughter of the Jiang family must attend. Jiang Yunqing, seemingly blessed by fortune, found herself the object of the princess's attention, perhaps even a potential matchmaker. How splendid! With the princess's endorsement, Jiang Yunqing could earn a commendable reputation. Zhao Shi reveled in her thoughts, seemingly oblivious to any ulterior motives the princess might possess. Observing Zhao Shi's unrestrained joy, Jiang Yunqing felt a twinge of unease. Although Zhao Shi, a general's daughter, was straightforward and lacking in guile, she had been the matriarch of the Jiang family for decades. Subject to the stringent rules of the elder matriarch and the deliberate challenges opposed by the second branch and her sisters-in-law. Surely, she cannot be blind to the intricacies of noble households. One must harbor no ill intentions, but remain wary of others, a lesson often reiterated by Zhao Shi herself. Thus, it seems she was either hopelessly naive or cunningly feigning ignorance. However, given that Zhao Shi had never directly harmed her in either of her lifetimes, Jiang Yunqing decided against expending excessive energy on her. Over time, true intentions would reveal themselves, and the fox's tail would eventually show. Hearing that her second sister, Jiang Yunyu, would also attend heightened her vigilance. In her previous life, Jiang Yunyu had a sharp tongue but a tender heart, often harshly criticizing Jiang Yunqing out of fear that she would usurp her position within the family. Yet, in the presence of outsiders, she would play the role of a caring sister, even defending Jiang Yunqing when other noble ladies derided her. A typical case of my sister can only be reprimanded by me. Others must not lay a finger on her. Thus, Jiang Yunqing had always regarded her as a child, harboring little animosity. Furthermore, having just been reborn, she had dealt her 2 slaps as a form of punishment, hoping to instill some caution in her. This had somewhat alleviated her anger. Little did she know, the proud little sister had been subdued by those 2 slaps, following her around like an incessant shadow. Jiang Yunqing recalled her past life, when the eldest princess had also hosted the flower banquet. However, at that time, she was already betrothed to Li Shichang and thus did not attend. It was only when the Jiang family's women returned to the manor that evening that she heard Jiang Yunyu had accidentally fallen into the lake and was rescued by a mere guard from the princess's estate, tarnishing her reputation. Naturally, the Jiang family refused to marry their cherished daughter to a lowly guard, and Jiang Yunyu herself disdained the guard's appearance. Yet, no noble suitors would wed a woman whose purity had been compromised. After Jiang Yunqing's marriage, Zhao Shi, desperate over her daughter's prolonged spinsterhood, sought help from her. But to her dismay, she discovered that the eldest young lady held little influence in the Marquis's household and could offer no assistance. Eventually, after their father's passing, in a misguided attempt to preserve the Jiang family from ruin, Zhao Shi, in a moment of folly, married Jiang Yunyu off as a concubine to the notorious Prince Hung. Within half a year, Jiang Yunyu succumbed to illness and perished in the rear courtyard of Prince Hang's residence. Elder sister, it's been so long since I last attended a banquet. This time, we'll go together. Yue is so happy. The petite girl, a head shorter than Jiang Yunqing, pressed close, her voice sweet with affection. I missed you terribly all day. A shiver ran down Jiang Yunqing's spine, but she forced herself to reach out and gently pat the girl's head. We'll go together. This time, I will protect you. I swear I won't let you fall into the water again. Chapter 18. Aunt Jiang Yuyao. On the following morning, Jiang Yunqing rose early, diligently preparing her arsenal of poisons and insects. In essence, she intended to ensure that anyone who dared to provoke her would deeply regret their existence in this world. Ha ha! Jiang Yunqing nearly burst into laughter. Miss, it is time to set forth. The madam and the second young lady are awaiting us in the carriage. Muxiang urged her mistress while discreetly checking the dagger concealed at her waist and within her short boots. Entering the residence of the Grand Princess required a body inspection. Hence, her weapons had been meticulously crafted by a skilled artisan at Jiang Yunqing's behest days prior. Small and exquisitely designed, perfectly suited to evade scrutiny. It was certain that there would be some foul play on this journey. Otherwise, the young lady would not have taken such extensive precautions with her arsenal of toxins. Today, she must remain utterly vigilant, resolutely ensuring that her mistress would suffer no harm. A gentle breeze whispered from the rooftop. This master-servant duo is truly formidable. The young master may face challenging days ahead. Half an hour later, the 3 members of the Jiang family successfully entered the princess's residence, guided by a maid as they leisurely strolled through the garden. With ample time remaining before the banquet commenced, they decided to admire the blossoms, truly befitting the title of morning flowers. Oh, is that not the elder sister-in-law in Yue? Suddenly, a piercing female voice exploded in Jiang Yunqing's ear. She turned her gaze to see a tall, slender woman approaching along the path, adorned in resplendent jewels that jingled with each step. One unfortunate coincidence. Was that not her aunt, Jiang Yuyao? Jiang Yunqing's eyes darkened. This woman had never regarded her with any significance. She had returned to the Jiang family for nearly a year without having met her aunt even once. Nevertheless, she could not believe that Jiang Yuyao was unaware that the person accompanying Lady Zhao was undoubtedly a daughter of the Jiang family. Yet, Jiang Yuyao treated her as if she were invisible, uttering not a single word in her direction. In contrast, the two elegant girls following Jiang Yuyao hurriedly approached to pay respects to the three women of the Zhao family, Ping'er and An'er, offering their greetings to their aunt and younger cousins. Those two insufferable wretches, they had crossed paths again. Jiang Yunqing scoffed coldly in her heart. Her two cousins, Gu Yuping and Gu Yuan, were far from the fragile, harmless beings they appear to be. They were, without a doubt, skilled in seducing the husbands of others. In her previous life, due to her aunt Jiang Yuyao's arrogance, her two daughters remained unmarried, their ages advancing without suitors. Who would have thought that they would eventually set their sights on their own niece? It was rumored that Jiang Yunqing had yet to conceive, prompting them to visit the Marquis's residence every few days, persuading Lady Li to allow their elder daughter to become a concubine for Li Shichang, hoping to expand the Marquis's lineage. Lady Li, being the daughter of a prime minister, despite her disdain for Jiang Yunqing, could not act excessively against her. Moreover, she was well aware of her son's affairs outside, where he had kept numerous women and fathered several children. Thus, she was not truly without a legitimate grandson. She simply awaited an opportune moment to coax Jiang Yunqing into willingly adopting a child under her care, officially recognized as her legitimate son. In this manner, both families could maintain their dignity, preserving the bond and reputation of the Jiang and Li clans. Little did they know that Jiang Yuyao and her daughter harbored insidious ambitions, resolutely fixated on the Rongchang Marquis. Seizing upon Jiang Yunqing's illness, they cunningly approached Li Shichang under the pretext of visiting her, audaciously using aphrodisiac incense in a secluded chamber to cloud his judgment. The two sisters shamelessly spent time with the scoundrel, leaving Li's wife to swallow her humiliation. For despite their humble origins, the Gu sisters were daughters of a distinguished Hamlin Academy editor, Gu Han. With her son's virtue tarnished, a formal acknowledgement was deemed necessary. Thus, the Gu sisters willingly descended into debauchery, brazenly entering the Marquis as concubines, oblivious to their disgrace, while they schemed to sow discord between Jiang Yunqing and Li Shichang, seizing her meager authority in the household during her illness. In this life, everything they owed to her, Jiang Yunqing would reclaim tenfold. Alas, how blind I was, failing to recognize her at first. Is that not Yunqing? The girl has transformed remarkably. The once weeping child now radiates beauty. Jiang Yuyao feigned pleasantries with Zhao, steering the conversation towards Jiang Yunqing, whose gaze flitted between her and the two daughters. Daughters of a merchant family exhibit such lack of decorum, darting their eyes around the elders. What a sight! Aunt, esteemed cousins, how do you fare? It has been years, and Anne appears even more youthful and beautiful. While my cousins embody both beauty and grace, Jiang Yunqing remarked, gracefully curtsying with a radiant smile, deflating Jiang Yuyao's initial ire. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Resolved to focus on significant matters with her daughters, she could not allow this young girl to disrupt their fortunes. My dear sister-in-law, it is a rare honor that Her Royal Highness the Princess has summoned us. I noticed many noble sons in attendance today. We must ensure our children are discerning in their choices. Upon entering the estate, Jiang Yuyao was greeted by the bustling scene outside the princess's mansion, alive with activity. Securing an invitation to the banquet had required considerable effort from her husband. In her youth, she had fancied herself destined for a grand marriage, only to find herself merely the wife of a Hamlin editor. Her later years of prosperity now rested solely on the shoulders of her daughters, who were both talented and beautiful, surely capable of attracting worthy suitors. This banquet, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, demanded her utmost attention. With renewed vigor, Jiang Yuyao straightened her posture, taking her daughters by the arm as they made their way toward the feast. Who would be so foolish as to ignore a throng of noble women and linger in idle pursuits? Once married into a prestigious family, they would have endless floral displays to admire. What need was there to savor a few blossoms now? Noticing the time was slipping away, Xiao urged the sisters to depart as well. The banquet was elegantly arranged along the lakeside corridor, offering both scenic views and shade, a truly splendid location. Unlike typical gatherings that segregate the genders, this banquet featured a divided corridor, with ladies on one end and gentlemen on the other. Not too far, yet not too close. It was a setting conducive to conversation while preserving decorum. At the age of 14, Jiang Yunqing was attending such a grand banquet for the first time, and with both genders seated together, her excitement was mingled with shyness and sweetness. A small mouth incessantly chattered beside Jiang Yunqing's ear, recounting nearly every bit of gossip she had ever heard about the various young lords and ladies present. "You truly are a wellspring of knowledge. My head feels ready to burst," Jiang Yunqing complained, while occasionally feeding her younger sister with the delicacies on the table. No matter how much she offered, it seemed impossible to silence her. "Elder sister, look quickly. That young gentleman is exceptionally handsome, though he must sit in a wheelchair wait. Isn't he the one who rescued us that day?" Following her sister's gaze, Jiang Yunqing noticed the gentleman being pushed by Mingyu as he slowly entered the corridor. Wherever he passed, those engaged in conversation fell silent, their eyes closely tracking his presence. It was none other than the heir of the Prince of Zhenbei, Xiao Yan. Wasn't he known for his aversion to marriage? Could it be that he was here to meet a suitor? How peculiar. As he walked by, small clusters of people began to gather, whispering among themselves, indicating that a spectacle was to unfold. Who could his intended be? One could only wonder if he was here to keep watch over someone, fearing they might be whisked away. Chapter 19. Beauty as a weapon. As the elegant figure clad in a dark robe passed before Jiang Yunqing, his gentle gaze and slight smile greeted her. "Good day, Miss Jiang." Jiang Yunqing offered no reply, instead respectfully performing a kneeling salute. Jiang Yunqing followed suit. Although she too was a Jiang lady, she understood that young Master Zhao's attention was entirely fixed upon her elder sister, leaving no trace for her. To her own astonishment, the typically competitive Jiang Yunqing found herself experiencing a flicker of delight at the sight of young Master Zhao's complete adoration for her sister. She relished the thought of how the disdainful noblewomen, who had previously ignored them, would now witness how their family as eldest daughter eclipsed them all. Young Master Xiao, renowned as the most handsome man in the Great Shun dynasty, extending a gesture of goodwill toward her sister, was something other noblewomen could only dream of. As she observed the reactions of the surrounding young ladies, some filled with envy, others ignited by the flames of gossip, Jiang Yunqing felt a mixture of emotions. Was young Master Xiao not being a tad too ostentatious? Though she had agreed to collaborate with him the previous day, the matter of the betrothal was still nothing more than a nebulous possibility. Who could ascertain whether the emperor would acquiesce to young Master Zhao's desires? According to young Master Zhao's earlier assertions, the emperor's arrangements for marriage were solely for the purpose of balance. Thus, as an unexpected addition, she feared her situation might not unfold as young Master Xiao anticipated. If the betrothal were to falter, what then was the purpose of his public display of affection? Was he merely asserting dominance or attempting to ward off other suitors? Such childishness. It seemed young Master Xiao had discerned her inner thoughts, gesturing for her to lean closer with a crooked finger. This audacious man, did he not consider the multitude surrounding them, completely disregarding her reputation? Jiang Yunqing stood frozen for a moment, then, catching sight of a group of noble women approaching, sighed inwardly and lowered herself to listen. "So, Miss Jiang is truly fearful of my aunt," young Master Xiao teased, relishing her discomfort. "Speak plainly, or else say nothing at all," Jiang Yunqing muttered silently, casting an irritated glare at him. There was no need to rush regarding the betrothal. Clarity would come in a matter of days. "Oh, is that what you meant?" she thought, feeling no urgency herself. In fact, she hoped the decree would remain in limbo, allowing her a period of carefree enjoyment. Jiang Yunqing felt a newfound clarity in this life. She had anticipated that the betrothal would not proceed smoothly. Yet young Master Zhao's unwavering determination made her question whether this renowned heir had left his wits behind. "Your Highness, the princess." The young ladies and gentlemen in the corridor greeted in unison, bowing in respect. Leading the group of noble women was the princess, her poise impeccable, Though she had surpassed 50 years, she appeared merely in her 30s, exuding grace and nobility. With a smile as warm as spring, she raised her hand in dismissal of formalities. Dear young ladies and gentlemen, today is a splendid occasion. Let us not squander this beautiful time. Please, take your seats. Let us enjoy our meal and conversation without the constraints of etiquette. Gazing affectionately at Xiao Yan and Jiang Yunqing, she maintained a serene smile on her face, though her heart was tumultuous with emotions. From a distance, she had keenly observed their conversation, and it appeared that the two were acquainted. To her astonishment, Xiao Yan even smiled while speaking, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. This nephew had never been particularly close to her, despite residing in the capital for many years. They had only crossed paths during royal banquets at festive occasions, with little private interaction. Xiao Yan typically wore a cold expression, rarely offering her warmth or smiles. Consequently, she had not extended an invitation to him for this gathering, believing he would have no interest in such a matchmaking affair. Who could have predicted that he would appear so charmingly today? Could it possibly be for the eldest daughter of the Jiang family? The Princess of Ning perceived Jiang Yunqing as merely a young girl from the small town of Yanyang, inexplicably fortunate enough to capture her nephew's attention, even prompting her sister-in-law, Madame Li, to propose a marriage. To her surprise, the Li family had rejected the proposal, with rumors suggesting that Li Shichang had been injured by the wild girl. The audacity of the Jiang family was growing, emboldened by the emperor's favor, disregarding her status as a grand princess when it came to familial alliances. This was utterly intolerable. Thus, the Princess of Ning intended to use the occasion of the morning flower banquet to lure Jiang Yunqing in for a stern lesson. With Jiang Zheng incapacitated, unable to properly guide his daughter amidst these troubles, it fell upon her, the esteemed and compassionate princess, to intervene on behalf of the Jiang family. Otherwise, who could predict the calamities that this willful and arrogant young lady might bring upon them in the future? Indeed, Jiang Zheng ought to express his gratitude to her. My dear Yan, I encountered Prince Jing just now. He wishes to invite you for a match in the study. Do hurry along. I have already prepared my jade chessboard. Please keep an eye on him. I would want him to break it and then shift the blame. The Princess of Ning deftly dismissed Xiao Yan and turned her attention to troubling the Jiang family. The young ladies of the Jiang family were indeed blooming with beauty. Upon hearing the princess's commendation, Jiang Yunqing was about to thank her sister before suddenly being caught off guard by the latter part of the statement, which dramatically altered the tone. To rely on beauty as a weapon is not a virtue of a woman. A heavy accusation indeed, one that Jiang Yunqing could scarcely bear. Many in attendance shifted their gazes, sensing the unfolding drama. Recently, the scandal involving Li Shichang had spread throughout the capital, and many noble ladies felt fortunate that Jiang Yunqing had inadvertently stepped into that pitfall. Otherwise, they would have found themselves at odds with the princess's nephew. Your Highness, after my father fell ill, he instructed me to protect myself, with the foremost rule being to retaliate if struck. This was indeed Jiang Zheng's way. Jiang Yunqing's message was clear. Do not think to take advantage of her father's illness to impose your will upon her. She was no pushover, as Li Shichang had learned the hard way. Zhao understood that the words of the princess were a veiled accusation against Jiang Yunqing for refusing marriage and causing harm. She intended to condemn Jiang Yunqing at this banquet, ensuring that henceforth, Jiang would find herself unable to hold her head high in the capital. As a result, everyone would be aware that Jiang Yunqing had offended the princess, thereby deterring potential suitors in the future, which would also jeopardize her own daughter's prospects for marriage. However, faced with the current situation, Zhao dared not openly contradict the princess. Despite her inner discontent, she could only respond with a forced smile, acknowledging, Your Highness speaks too harshly. Yunqing is still young and inexperienced. Her actions have indeed been rash, a failure of my guidance as a mother, which has disturbed Your Highness. This is truly my fault. She thought that by adopting a conciliatory tone in front of everyone, the princess would refrain from pressing the matter further. She planned to allow Jiang Yunqing to stay at home in seclusion for a while, hoping that the incident would fade from memory, after which she could resume arranging her daughter's marriage. Little did she know, the princess was not one to adhere to conventional behavior. Chapter 20. The rescue of Prince Jing, Madame Jiang, possesses a remarkable self-awareness. What virtuous daughter could arise from an incompetent mother? In due course, I shall select several capable matrons to assist you, dear Jiang family, in raising your daughter. Such matters must not occur again in our glorious Shun dynasty. Lady Zhao stood frozen in place. Her initial act of confessing was intended as a means of escape. Yet she was taken aback as the Grand Princess chose to escalate the situation, publicly humiliating her in the presence of so many dignitaries. This was a complete severance of ties with the Jiang family. To be so scorned by a noble is intolerable, and now she bears the stigma of incompetence. How can she possibly navigate the intricate circles of high society in the capital henceforth? Lady Zhao seethed with resentment. Isn't it delightful here? My sister, let us join in the merriment, shall we? Just as the Grand Princess was about to continue her reprimand of Jiang Yunqing, a rich masculine voice unexpectedly interrupted. The assembly turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a water-blue robe and draped in a moon-white brocade cloak, accompanied by an even more strikingly handsome youth. Esteemed officials and ladies, I present to you His Highness, Prince Jing. The late emperor had 5 sons. The current sovereign is the second legitimate son of the empress, while apart from the eldest brother, Prince Zhenbei, the remaining 3 princes are illegitimate. The third son, Prince Nanhai, is stationed along the southeastern coast, while his 2 half-brothers, Prince Heng and Prince Jing, reside in the capital. The emperor, in his benevolence, has chosen not to exile his brothers to their fiefs, as was customary in previous dynasties. Prince Heng, nearing 40, holds a fief in the remote southwestern region, fraught with venomous creatures and miasmic swamps, where the local populace is known for their uncouth behavior. Indeed, a challenging environment for a prince. In recognition of Prince Heng's adherence to propriety, the emperor has permitted him to live in the capital in peace. As for Prince Jing, he is the emperor's younger brother, in his 30s, disinterested in court affairs, with a penchant for leisurely pursuits and theatrical entertainments, embodying the essence of a carefree noble. His mother, the gentle consort Jiada, has always been frail and maintains a close relationship with the emperor and empress dowager. Thus, the empress dowager has ensured that Prince Jing remains in the capital to attend to the elderly consort and fulfill his filial duties. Prince Jing gracefully took his seat, a teasing smile playing upon his lips. Leaning towards the youth beside him, he whispered, "How will you express your gratitude this time? I have just rescued your delicate beauty. Will you still wish to leave me utterly defeated next time? Thank you, uncle, for your gallant intervention. Next time, I shall yield to you 3 steps." Prince Jing was about to pat his nephew's shoulder in praise of his thoughtfulness when the youth abruptly shifted the conversation. But uncle will still find himself vanquished, losing armor and dignity. Prince Jing's smile faltered momentarily. This nephew truly knows how to exploit his advantages while feigning innocence. Yet, he relished this audacious and unrepentant demeanor of Xiao Yan, the spirited young man. It is a pity he could no longer stand on the battlefield. His future lay in strategizing on the chessboard, engaging in battles of wits instead. Ah, let him revel in his joy. It is a small indulgence. With Xiao Yan present, the Grand Princess hesitated to continue her tirade against Jiang Yunqing. After all, it was evident that Prince Jing had intervened to aid Xiao Yan in rescuing Jiang Yunqing. Jiang Yunqing, it seems, possesses a certain talent, having enticed Xiao Yan to stand up for her, a true enchantress. Watching Jiang Yunqing sip tea and nibble on pastries, the Grand Princess felt an unexplainable frustration bubbling within her. It is indeed a pity for her infatuated nephew, who remains steadfast in his desire to win back Jiang Yunqing. She truly cannot comprehend what merits this young lady possesses that would cause Li Shichang to endure humiliation twice and still obsess over her, going so far as to enlist his aunt to orchestrate a scheme to entice Jiang Yunqing, determined to force a marriage upon her. Casting a glance at the amiable Li Shi seated beside her, she inwardly sighed, recognizing the plight of her sister-in-law, who, despite harboring intense resentment towards Jiang Yunqing, felt compelled to indulge her son's wishes and stage this charade. With this thought, she gently patted Li Shi's hand, signaling that all preparations were complete and they only awaited Jiang Yunqing's capture. She was also eager to witness the unfolding drama. Li Shi turned her gaze towards Ning, understanding the unspoken message in her smile. Jiang Yunqing, brace yourself. Let us see if you can still wear a smile after this. Once the deed is done, you shall obediently enter the Marquis's residence as a concubine, and should you dare to show disrespect, your fate shall be sealed. This is the nefarious scheme devised by Li Shi and Li Shichang. Since the assassination failed, they resolved to employ the cunning tactics that noble women excel in within the confines of the household. They aimed to tarnish Jiang Yunqing's reputation, leaving her no escape but to Li Shichang, and subsequently elevate her into the Li family as a favored concubine. Once she crossed the threshold of the Marquis's residence, her life or death would rest solely in the hands of this mother and son duo. This young girl, who seems so adept at biting, shall first have her teeth extracted. Let us see how she remains so arrogant. As Li Shi envisioned the torment she would inflict upon Jiang Yunqing, her smile widened, and the creases at the corners of her eyes deepened. Jiang Yunqing, under Li Shi's scrutinizing gaze, suddenly felt a chill overhead. Raising her eyes, she was met with the maliciously radiant smile of Madame Li. She instinctively recoiled. How repulsive! That aged face beamed with delight, clearly concocting some scheme against her. However, come what may, should they dare to strike at her today, Jiang Yunqing had no intention of letting them have the upper hand. Lowering her head, she reached for a piece of cloud cake, savoring it thoughtfully, contemplating how to ensure that these villains would reap what they sowed. Trapped in a fate of their own making. Jiang, elder sister, since your arrival in the capital, we have yet to meet. Today, I finally have the pleasure of seeing you, and I have come to toast you a drink, wishing you find a good partner and eternal happiness. Just as Jiang Yunqing was about to peel a small orange, a delicate-looking, slender girl stood before her, calling out sister, sister. Yet, Jiang Yunqing found her to appear rather aged, looking far older than herself, leaving her puzzled as to how such a person could address her as sister. This girl was Li Shichang, the daughter of the steward from the princess's residence. Although they had never met in this life, in a past existence, they indeed had been sisters, though not in genuine affection, but rather as co-wives serving one man. Indeed, Li Shichang had been given to Li Shichang as a favored concubine by the princess, and later, she conspired with the Gu sisters to undermine Jiang Yunqing, the rightful mistress. Jiang Yunqing even suspected that Li Shichang had a hand in drugging her to prevent pregnancy. Unfortunately, she had never uncovered evidence, leaving Li Shichang free to act as she pleased in her presence. Jiang Yunqing scrutinized Li Shichang from head to toe, making her feel somewhat uneasy. Clearing her throat, she raised her wine glass and said, "Sister, do you not wish to grant your younger sister this favor? What nonsense about sisters? I am the one and only legitimate younger sister of our eldest sister. What gives you the right to claim that title? Don't make it sound as if our eldest sister would ever bully you." Chapter 21. A stone to kill two birds. Jiang Yunyu observed the atmosphere and sensed something was amiss. Although she was unaware of the underlying tensions between the two, the prolonged silence from her elder sister indicated her discontent. If her sister was unwilling, then Jiang Yunyu too would share in that reluctance. After being so brazenly interrupted, Li Shichang's eyes reddened, and she gazed at Jiang Yunqing, remaining silent and immobile. Her posture suggested that if Jiang Yunqing refused to engage, she would stand her ground, allowing all to witness the pride and rudeness of this esteemed daughter of the Jiang family. Naturally, Jiang Yunqing could not be cornered by her. "My dear sister, I truly cannot partake in this wine. A single sip causes me to break out in hives," she remarked, glancing at the freshly poured glass, its brilliant hue and rich aroma confirming its quality. Yet, it had been tampered with. Who was she? If not the foremost poison expert of Yunyang, there was no way she would drink such a concoction. Upon hearing this, Li Shichang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Jiang Yunqing had merely sensed something amiss and was reluctant to drink. If it was merely an allergy, then it was manageable. Thankfully, the princess had anticipated this and prepared an alternative. She beckoned another servant, who approached with a jade teapot. "It seems I have not considered this adequately, dear sister. Since the wine is unsuitable, what of tea? Allow me to propose a toast with tea instead." Jiang Yunqing paused momentarily, realizing that they would not relent until they had administered their schemes. Very well, she would play along and see what these cunning women were plotting. With a slight arch of her brow, she drank the full cup of tea and displayed the empty bottom to Lu Yuyin, signaling her complete reassurance. Satisfied, Lu Yuyin turned to leave. Xiao Yan appeared to be engaged in light-hearted conversation with the quiet prince. Yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on the earlier exchange involving Jiang Yunqing. Lu Yuyin, the daughter of the steward from the princess's residence, was not to be underestimated. She was quite shrewd. As far as he knew, there was no prior connection between her and Jiang Yunqing, and her unsolicited attentiveness surely harbored ulterior motives. Contemplating this, he summoned Mingyu and whispered to her urgently. She departed in haste. Was a performance about to unfold? The quiet prince remarked casually, his expression betraying a keen interest in the unfolding drama. He was well aware of his nephew's intentions. Having noted the latter's focused attention on both Jiang Yunqing and Lu Yuyin, followed by command to his own guards, it appeared someone harbored ill intentions towards the young lady, plotting mischief at today's banquet. No need to rush. The main act had yet to commence. The royal uncle poured another cup of tea for the quiet prince, eager to witness which play his aunt had prepared. "Are you all right, elder sister?" Jiang Yunyu's voice, filled with concern, interrupted the conversations around them as she embraced Jiang Yunqing's shoulder. "Quick, say I feel feverish," Jiang Yunqing murmured discreetly to her sister. Her eyes slightly opened, gleaming with sharpness. There was no trace of discomfort in her demeanor. Jiang Yunyu, astute as she was, took a moment before comprehending the cue. She promptly exclaimed, "Elder sister, why are you feeling feverish? Your face is so flushed. Was it the chill of the wind that rendered her unwell? Let us hasten homeward." Although Xiao Yan sat at some distance, his profound internal strength and exceptional hearing allowed him to catch the low whisper of Jiang Yunqing that had escaped her lips. This little wildcat, he had worried she might fall prey to other schemes, yet it appeared his concerns were unfounded. She possessed her own means of coping. Holding his wineglass, the smile at the corners of his lips deepened, captivating the attention of the Princess of Shunan, who sat diagonally across from him. The princess felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, lowering her gaze as she absent-mindedly played with a cluster of deep purple grapes on her plate. Earlier, her brother-in-law, King Nanhai, had been suggesting that the emperor should grant her a marriage to the heir of the Northern Guardian. Initially, she had been resistant, for she had only recently arrived in the capital and had yet to meet Xiao Yan, having only heard tales of him being a cripple. Naturally, the thought of a flower-like maiden wed to a man with such a condition was unappealing. However, upon seeing him in person, her heart swiftly altered its course. Such a handsome figure, even idling at home, would be a feast for the eyes, and she found herself willingly ensnared by his charm. In this lifetime, she would marry none but Xiao Yan. Upon returning, she would urge her brother-in-law to seek this favor with haste. Why did Miss Jiang appear unwell? "Lu Yun, do assist Miss Jiang to the guest room for a moment's rest." The Grand Princess called for a maid from the estate, instructing her to escort Jiang Yunqing away from the banquet to the rear courtyard of the princess's residence. "I shall go too." Jiang Yunue, having noticed the glance her elder sister cast her way, understood that Lu Yuyin's toast bore ill intent. She must accompany her sister to prevent any unwelcome thoughts from the princess's household regarding Jiang Yunqing. Despite her youth, she had gleaned much about the scheming of women in the inner quarters from novels and her mother, Madame Zhao. Her sister had just asked her to feign a condition of feverishness, which could only mean. Jiang Yunue's cheeks flushed crimson at the mere thought, her mind in disarray. Why did Miss Jiang Air also appear flushed? Perhaps she too had succumbed to the chill? Then let us rest together. Lu Yuyin suddenly emerged from somewhere, seizing Jiang Yunue's arm and leading her towards the courtyard. "You were, Yunqing." Madame Zhao, perplexed, watched as her two daughters were whisked away, rising in haste to follow. "Madame Jiang, please remain calm. Both young ladies are weary, and this princess will ensure they are well attended to. Once the banquet concludes, you may escort them home together. Let us not dampen the spirits of the gathering." The Grand Princess spoke with a voice as cold as ice, imbued with a formidable presence that brooked no dissent. Madame Zhao's close friend quickly pulled her back to her seat, reminding her that since the Grand Princess had spoken, it was best to remain seated and enjoy the festivities, keeping an eye on the children. "Should you leave, that fine son-in-law will not belong to the Jiang family." Amidst the playful jests, Madame Zhao recollected the purpose of their visit today. Furthermore, she reassured herself that the Grand Princess would not dare act in a manner that would tarnish the imperial family's reputation within the palace. For the greater good of the Jiang family, she silently acquiesced and resumed her seat. Upon looking again, she noticed the attendant, Mu Xiang, who had been by Jiang Yunqing's side, had mysteriously vanished. The maid cautiously assisted Jiang Yunqing into a tastefully adorned inner chamber, where a fragrant incense burner wafted delicate tendrils of smoke, intoxicating the senses. Prior to entering, the maid had discreetly covered her mouth and nose with a white cloth. Jiang Yunqing found it amusing. It was merely a trick of perfumed mists, one that posed no challenge to her. Before feigning unconsciousness, she had surreptitiously ingested a Wan Do pill, whose ominous name belied its true nature as an antidote to myriad toxins. Thus, neither the tea nor the incense held any sway over her at this moment. Yet, she refrained from revealing her awareness. She intended to discern the identity of the lecher the princess had arranged for her. The maid gently placed the seemingly limp Jiang Yunqing upon the bed and turned to depart. Shortly thereafter, a light patter of footsteps accompanied by the gentle clinking of hairpins approached the door. Jiang Yunqing felt perplexed. The sound was distinctly feminine. Could it be that a woman was to impose upon her? Before she could ponder further, she heard Li Yan's voice. "Miss Jiang, since you are unwell, you may rest here with your sister. Once the banquet concludes, I shall escort Madame Jiang to find you." At that moment, Jiang Yunqing sensed another person lying beside her. Without needing to open her eyes, she recognized it was her younger sister. What was this charade? As if it were not enough to ensnare her alone, they had also brought the innocent Jiang Yunqing into this chamber perfumed with beguiling scents. Was the intention to achieve two objectives with one stroke? To tarnish the purity of both sisters and ruin the Jiang family's reputation, ultimately leading to their demise? The princess was indeed ruthless. She would not be held accountable for disregarding kinship and causing an uproar. Chapter 22. The indulgence of men and women. Once Lu Yan exited and closed the door behind her, Jiang Yunyu jolted upright, leaning over to gaze at Jiang Yunqing. "Elder sister, what do they intend to do? Why have you followed me? I was concerned for your safety." Those tales mention Jiang Yunyu struggled to articulate her thoughts, as such sordid matters were beyond the discourse of a young lady. They plan to drug me and tarnish my virtue to exact revenge on Li Shichang. The tea contains a sedative, and the incense at the bedside is also laced with an intoxicating fragrance that could lead one to act inappropriately. Jiang Yunqing observed her younger sister, cheeks flushed and adorably innocent, and teased her further. Jiang Yunyu was taken aback, unable to cover her ears in time. What vile words are these? Yet, upon noticing the curling tendrils of fragrant smoke, she quickly covered her mouth and nose, whispering, "I was merely remarking on the overly sweet scent in this room that makes me dizzy. So this is the intoxicating fragrance." At last, she had encountered the treacherous tool described in those tales, leaving her uncertain whether to laugh or cry. "Here, swallow this." Jiang Yunqing handed her a small green pill. "This incense is a potent palace drug. Its effects cannot be masked merely by covering one's mouth and nose. We must rely on my antidote." Jiang Yunyu promptly took the small pill and swallowed it without hesitation. She refused to be someone else's prey. "Would you care to witness a splendid performance?" Jiang Yunqing asked mischievously in a hushed tone. "A performance? How so?" Jiang Yunyu recognized her sister's cleverness, since the intoxicating incense had no effect on them. They must retaliate effectively. Let's feign sleep. The two of them lay down, silencing their conversation, awaiting the arrival of the main character. Before long, the door creaked open, and heavy footsteps approached the inner chamber. It was a man. He halted before the bed, surveying the scene before him, and erupted into laughter. King. This is a delightful bargain. Truly the heavens do not forsake this noble heir." Li Shichang. Jiang Yunyu felt a surge of anxiety, her body tense. She should have anticipated that only the legitimate nephew of the Grand Princess could act so brazenly within her palace. This was dire. Li Shichang was a member of the Imperial Guard, adept in martial arts. Although her sister had reassured her that everything was under control, could her medical expertise truly match the strength of a robust imperial guard? Jiang Yunyu felt as though she would collapse at a mere touch. Despair enveloped her as she realized she might not leave this place unscathed. The sound of rustling fabric reached her ears, indicating that Li Shichang was loosening his garments. Jiang Yunyu was filled with shame and dread, her palms slick with cold sweat. Suddenly, Jiang Yunqing sprang to her feet, and in the next heartbeat, a thud echoed as if a heavy object had fallen. Opening her eyes, Jiang Yunyu was astonished to see the disheveled Li Shichang sprawled on the floor. Jiang Yunqing brushed off the white powder lingering on her hands. With such meager skills, you dare to approach me? How naive. This was the poison she had meticulously concocted, causing the victim to lapse into temporary unconsciousness, only to awaken in a state of emotional turmoil and confusion, spiraling into uncontrollable desire. Hee. Coupled with the enchanting fragrance in this room, one wonders if Li Shichang possesses a robust constitution to endure it. Qingfeng, Jiang Yunqing called out through the window, and soon after, a graceful guard entered, dragging a woman and carelessly tossing her onto the bed. He greeted Jiang Yunqing with a solemn expression before preparing to depart. "Is that Lu Yuyan?" Jiang Yunyu exclaimed, astonished. How ruthless her elder sister could be. Yet, she found it rather agreeable. From the very first glance, she was already repulsed by Lu Yuyan, who had plotted against them. She deserved it. Wait, could you also throw Li Shichang on a bed? Jiang family's eldest daughter thought to herself, surprised that her first command of him would involve such an act. Qingfeng, with a trembling heart, turned back and disdainfully tossed the muddy figure beside Lu Yuyan. Oh dear, this is my first time striking a woman. For you, young master, I have sacrificed my entire reputation. The moonlight at the treetops seemed to mock. Qingfeng has struck a woman. Does the master know that his guard is so incompetent? Thank you, Qingfeng. I shall petition young Master Xiao for your reward later, said Xiao Yunqing as she approached the bedside, ready to tug at the garments of the entangled couple. Without hesitation, Qingfeng pushed Jiang Yunqing aside, taking it upon himself to strip the two bare and arrange their bodies together. Jiang Yunqing and Jiang Yunyu stared in astonishment. The guard beside young Master Xiao were indeed capable. The entire process was executed with such fluidity and expertise, suggesting he had performed this many times before. The two sisters exchanged glances, their faces flushed, unable to imagine further. Li Shichang would awaken soon. They needed to leave quickly, to gather more spectators for the spectacle. Next to the guest room, a small bamboo grove stood, where a multitude of maidens clustered around a sturdy green bamboo, trembling as if caught in a sieve. Beneath their feet, a circle of white powder had been drawn, just large enough to accommodate their feet, while outside the circle lay a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Various unknown poisonous insects, snakes, and ants writhed frantically just beyond the boundary, layer upon layer, causing Mingyue, hidden among the branches, to feel her legs weaken, nearly unable to stand. Muxiang, holding a small white jade porcelain vial, gazed triumphantly at Qingfeng, whose face had turned ashen. Indeed, the heart of a woman can be the most venomous. Both mistress and servant are like seductive serpents. Miss Yuyan, you have fallen victim to Our Lady's poison. If you do not obediently comply with our commands, just imagine the sensation of those venomous creatures crawling upon you. Muxiang added fuel to the fire, attempting to frighten the maid. No, please, I beg Miss Jiang for mercy. I will certainly follow your orders, Yuyun stammered, her teeth chattering as her body slid down the green bamboo. Why suffer so, Miss Yuyun? Had you cooperated from the start in punishing those lecherous individuals, I would not have needed to waste precious poison, and you would not have to live in fear. Jiang Yunqing feigned reluctance, raising her hand to scatter a cloud of white powder around the poisonous creatures, causing them to scurry away in all directions, disappearing in an instant. Following Jiang Yunqing's instructions, Yuyun trembled as she went to seek the princess. The bamboo grove behind my palace is dense and tranquil, perfect for a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. I invite you all to join me. The Grand Princess received a report from Ruyun, confirming that everything was progressing smoothly according to plan. And now she awaited the moment to expose the disgraceful affair. Initially, she had reservations about Li Shichang's scheme. although such matters inflicted the greatest harm upon women. She was also concerned that this might hinder Li Shichang's path to promotion within the Imperial Guard, as it would inevitably tarnish his reputation should it reach the Emperor's ears. Yet, her fondness for her nephew was unwavering, and she had always acceded to his requests. This time, she could not resist Li Shichang's pleas and his portrayal of misfortune, which led her to consent to his plan to ensnare Jiang Yunqing during the Morning Blossom Banquet. After all, no matter how astute Jiang Yunqing was, she could hardly anticipate that the Grand Princess would permit Li Shichang to act recklessly at a banquet hosted by her. Only in this manner could Jiang Yunqing lower her guard and fall into the trap. Chapter 23. Caught in the act, the group, engaged in light-hearted banter, was swiftly led by Ru Yun to the bamboo grove at the back courtyard. As the princess had described, the scenery was indeed enchanting, with the fragrance of bamboo wafting through the air, intoxicating one's senses. Suddenly, they heard faint voices emanating from the depths of the bamboo grove, a cacophony that was quite unpleasant to the ear. While the young ladies were bewildered, the others unanimously felt a flush of embarrassment. In broad daylight, such audacity was utterly outrageous, indulging in such antics within the princess's own courtyard. Upon glancing ahead, they spotted a secluded guest room at the end of the bamboo grove. The expression in the princess's eyes was inscrutable as she hastened toward the room, her silence speaking volumes. The others hurriedly followed suit. Zhao, blending into the crowd, felt an inexplicable tumult within her heart. She recalled the princess previously mentioning that 2 daughters would be taken to the guest room for a rest. Could it be this very room? What then? Was the nature of the male voices emanating from within? Lady Zhao felt a deafening roar in her ears, as if suddenly comprehending something. Lifting the hem of her skirt without regard for noble decorum, she hurried after the Princess Royal. The closer they approached, the more scandalous the sound became. Ru Yun flung open the door, and the Princess Royal along with Lady Zhao rushed into the inner chamber first, only to be met with a blindingly indecent sight that dazzled the eyes. Lady Jiang, what on earth are you doing? Before the eldest princess could even approach, she raised her voice in reprimand. Zhao felt a jolt within her, only to realize that she had fallen into the eldest princess's trap. The figure on the bed was entangled with another, rendering their appearance utterly indistinguishable, without a single thread of clothing or adornment to identify them. How could the eldest princess immediately accuse Miss Jiang? Was this not blatantly a scheme orchestrated specifically to ensnare Jiang Yunqing? However, for someone of the esteemed princess's noble stature to personally involve herself in this affair and solidify Jiang Yunqing's tarnished reputation, the mastermind behind this scheme must indeed be formidable. The 2 figures on the bed, suddenly confronted by the crowd bursting in, finally regained their senses. The woman shrieked incessantly, clutching the embroidered quilt to shield her exposed form. The man, seemingly drained of all strength, lay pale and limp upon the bed. This doesn't appear to be the eldest Miss Jiang. Why, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that the daughter of Steward Liu? Isn't this the young master of the Rongchang Marquis Li? As soon as the crowd entered the inner chamber, a few sharp-eyed individuals immediately recognized the protagonists of this grand spectacle. Where was the figure of the young lady from the Jiang family? How did I just hear Her Highness, the princess, exclaiming loudly about Miss Jiang? The crowd exchanged glances, understanding that the situation was far from simple. It was not merely a matter of a fleeting liaison between a man and a woman. They dared not witness this raucous spectacle. Those who comprehended the gravity of the matter quietly withdrew. At this moment, only Princess Anning, Madame Zhao, and Lady Li remained in the inner chamber. Lady Li, consumed by rage, exhibited a complexion that oscillated between shades of green and white. Today had truly brought disgrace upon the Li family. The young scoundrel had attempted to humiliate Jiang Yunqing, but found himself outmaneuvered by others. Princess Anning was equally taken aback, realizing she had entangled herself in a perplexing situation. How could the daughter of the housekeeper end up in her nephew's bed? The Jiang sisters were entirely absent, having distanced themselves completely. Now it seemed the entire capital would buzz with tales of Li Shichang's escapades within the confines of her princess's residence come tomorrow. The esteemed princess, in her graciousness, has turned a blind eye to her nephew's debauchery with the daughter of the household steward, a scandal that, once it spreads, would render her old visage utterly unrecognizable. One cannot help but wonder how everyone will mock her for the sordid affairs hidden within the walls of the Yanning Princess Mansion. What is the meaning of this? Did you not claim to have sent Jiang Yunqing here? The princess, completely oblivious to Zhao's malicious glee, summoned her maid into the room for an interrogation. Disregarding the fact that Xiao was well aware of the conspiracy orchestrated by her and the Rongchang Marquis estate, Yun's voice trembled as she replied, "Your Highness, it is true that I escorted Miss Jiang to this chamber, shortly followed by Miss Liu, who also brought along Miss Jiang heir." She spoke nothing but the truth. Yet she never anticipated that the formidable Miss Jiang would swiftly subdue both the crown prince and Liu Yuyan along with herself. However, she dared not utter a word about what transpired next, for if she did, Jiang Yunqing would surely unleash venomous creatures upon her, forcing her to share her bed. Terrifying, indeed, she would rather betray her mistress than endure such a torturous fate. How vile! Zhao, upon hearing that her own flesh and blood had nearly fallen prey to Li Shichang, seethed with rage, her nails digging into her palm. She recalled how Jiang Yunqing had retorted to the princess with a declaration of vengeance against any who would strike her first. In contrast, she felt a sense of empowerment when she could deliver a slap to Lady Li, unlike the princess, whom she dared not confront. "You dare strike me," Lady Li exclaimed, cradling her stinging cheek, momentarily stunned by Zhao's audacity. The saying, "A barking dog bites," echoed in Lady Li's mind. "Mother, it hurts. Save me. Aunt, help me." The wails of Li Shichang from the bed left Lady Li with little time to dwell on Zhao, as she was horrified to discover a large patch of blood staining the once spotless sheets. This blood had nothing to do with Liu Yuyan. It was Li Shichang's, a consequence of an overdose of aphrodisiac that left him incapacitated during his entanglement with Liu Yuyan. "Quick, summon the imperial physician." Meanwhile, the other guests awaited the princess's emergence from the bamboo grove to pay their respects and bid farewell. Soon, they witnessed the palace guards escorting the physician in haste. Moments later, the man from within was carried away by the servants, closely followed by the tearful lady of the Rongchang Marquis estate, her face marked by 5 distinct fingerprints. "I knew that man was Li Shichang. I never anticipated his audacity to engage in such clandestine rendezvous within the princess's abode. Thank heavens Miss Jiang declined his marriage proposal. Otherwise, she would have suffered an inexplicable humiliation. Indeed, it is said that Miss Jiang rejected his advances because he maintained a mistress before marriage and would sneak about at night like a lecher. What a scoundrel! Miss Jiang, with her benevolence, only injured one of his ears. Had it been me, I would have rendered him incapable of manhood." In hushed clusters, the guests exchanged whispers, indulging in the unfolding drama. "What are you gossiping about so animatedly? I could swear someone mentioned my name." Suddenly, 2 young maidens emerged from a concealed path within grove. As everyone fixed their gaze, the tall figure of a woman was none other than Jiang Yunqing. This further confirmed that neither of the Jiang sisters had any connection to the earlier farce. The outburst from the Grand Princess was surely due to her failing eyesight. "Jiang, Miss Jiang, you appeared unwell earlier. I had someone assist you to rest. Where have you been?" The Grand Princess, watching Jiang Yunqing, who had skillfully manipulated both herself and the Li family, spoke through gritted teeth, barely suppressing her fury. The imperial physician had just visited and reported that, aside from the aromatic miasma in the room, Li Shichang had also succumbed to another form of intoxicating fragrance. The combined effects of these 2 substances had led to Li Shichang's physical collapse and serious injuries, which could potentially affect his future progeny. How pitiful it was that her nephew had yet to marry and was childless. If he were truly rendered unable to procreate, the house of Rongchang would indeed face decline. Chapter 24. Another twist of fate. Li Shichang's clandestine affair and his daughter remained a well-guarded secret from Princess Anning. Had she been privy to this information, she would not have harbored such resentment towards Jiang Yunqing, believing that a man of Li Shichang's caliber could be so thoroughly ensnared by a mere seductress. Consequently, she felt compelled to align with Li Shichang to vent her frustrations, pressuring Jiang Yunqing to submit to him as a means of alleviating her ire. However, An unforeseen misstep ensued, spiraling the situation into chaos. Furthermore, someone exploited the confusion, administering a more potent and domineering aphrodisiac to Li Shichang. Whether this was an act of revenge against him, a calculated attempt to tarnish the reputation of the princess's household, or simply a misguided endeavor to extricate Jiang Yunqing while simultaneously allowing the young lady to vent her grievances, the motives remained obscured. Princess Anning's piercing gaze swept over the guests at the banquet before finally settling on Xiao Yan. Only this cold-faced general possessed the audacity to orchestrate such a scheme. Upon sensing the princess's scrutinizing glance, the young man in the dark robes seated in a wheelchair offered a devilish smile. Frustrated, Princess Anning averted her gaze, knowing that even if he were involved, she could not take action against him. As a prestigious princess, was she to remain a silent victim of this circumstance? Princess Anning's eyes flickered with a clever idea. Today, Her Highness the Princess is unwell and requires a moment to rest in her chambers. I kindly ask all esteemed guests not to hastily depart, for the princess has arranged a delightful boat excursion for everyone. Although she cannot accompany you, I hope you will still enjoy the experience. The princess's steward, Madame Zhang, stepped forward to smooth over the situation. It was evident that the attendees, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, were eager to take their leave, which only served to diminish Anning's dignity. She was determined to resolve the chaos, as it would not hinder the interactions of those present. Anning could not bear to watch the enchanting spring blossom banquet she had meticulously orchestrated crumble before her eyes. Observing the steward's demeanor, the guests understood that they were bound to stay until the banquet reached a satisfactory conclusion. Simultaneously, they recognized the importance of discretion regarding the day's occurrences, ensuring that no whispers reached the ears of the princess, for that could lead to dire consequences. On this early spring afternoon, the sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow upon all. Several boats glided across the lake's center, stirring the crystal-clear waters into rippling patterns that sparkled like silver under the sun, a truly captivating sight. Jiang Yunqing stood at the bow of the boat, gazing intently at the water surface, lost in her thoughts. The young lady's remarkable abilities had indeed impressed me. At some point, Xiao Yan had wheeled himself beside Jiang Yunqing, a playful smile adorning his face. Initially, he had instructed Mingyue to assist Qing Feng in safeguarding the Jiang sisters, facilitating their swift departure. Little did he know that Jiang Yunqing's performance exceeded his expectations. The mere thought of his proud aunt facing a setback brought a smile to his lips. It appeared that the bargain struck with Jiang Yunqing was indeed a lucrative one. This young lady harbored countless surprises, and he was eager to uncover them gradually. Did the princess still have a backup plan? The young girl abruptly turned her head and fixed her gaze directly into the man's eyes. A backup plan? Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned by the question. Indeed, his aunt was not one to admit defeat so easily. She deliberately concocted an excuse to send them on a boat trip while she remained absent. What intentions does she harbor? Just as she was deep in thought, the vessel suddenly jolted violently, causing Jiang Yunqing, who stood at the bow, to lose her balance slightly. Xiao Yan hastily reached out, intending to grasp the young lady's hand, when he felt a rush of wind sweep past above him, accompanied by the urgent warning, "Be careful, Miss Jiang." Suddenly, there was a loud splash, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Yunqing had vanished beneath the water surface. To her utter bewilderment, someone had shoved her into the depths, and now she flailed desperately, struggling to resurface for a gasp of air. Just as she was about to break through, a powerful grip seized her ankle, dragging her back down. Glancing below, her heart lurched. A guard clad in the princess's livery was the culprit. It seemed the grand princess, thwarted in her schemes and consumed by fury, had resorted to murder. Drowning her would be the perfect solution, blamed as an unfortunate accident, with the guards failing to save her, absolving the princess of any guilt. And if, by some miracle, she survived, the guards' rescue would involve improper contact, tarnishing her virtue and sealing her fate, just as Jiang Yunqing had suffered in her past life. The grand princess was indeed meticulous, weaving a seamless trap with no escape. Underwater, neither poison nor curses could aid her. Jiang Yunqing held her breath until her chest burned and her mind blanked. Was this death, once again? Her heart was filled with profound regret, for in this lifetime, there remained countless deeds left undone. The Li family and the princess behind them still reveled in carefree indulgence. Had not Xiao Yan vowed to make her the consort of the heir? Initially, she was somewhat reluctant, but now she finds herself regretting not having encountered Xiao Yan sooner. Such an alluring man, possessing a charm that is undeniably captivating. She gradually lost consciousness, slowly sinking towards the bottom of the lake. Before her stretched an expanse of darkness, so frigid that it made her teeth chatter. Where is this? Is it the realm of the underworld? Suddenly, a faint glimmer of light pierced through the darkness not far ahead, where a young man seemed to be standing, calling out to her. Struggling to crawl forward, she gradually discerned his voice shouting, "Jiang Yunqing! Jiang Yunqing!" She parted her lips to respond. When suddenly the suffocating pain in her chest dissipated, she could breathe again. She suddenly opened her eyes, confronted by an immensely magnified face. This visage was so close that their noses nearly touched and their lips brushed against one another. Had they not been submerged in water, she would have undoubtedly felt the mingling of their breaths. Noticing that Jiang Yunqing had regained a semblance of awareness, Xiao Yan ceased transferring his energy and swam directly towards the surface with the girl in tow. Behind them, the water was stained crimson, a stark contrast to the serene surroundings. The guard who had previously grappled with Jiang Yunqing lay lifeless, having succumbed to a fatal wound to his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, upon Jiang Yunqing's fall into the water, Xiao Yan propelled his wheelchair into the lake, leaving the bewildered Qing Feng and Mingwei in his wake. The young master was an adept swimmer, a fact that reassured them somewhat. Yet, the audacity with which he plunged into the water to save her, in such a public setting, was a clear testament to his intentions, as evident to all as the sun in the sky. Prince Jing leaned against the stern, his expression inscrutable as he observed the unfolding events. Jiang Yunqing suddenly fell into the water, causing a commotion. Others may not have noticed, but he was certain that at the very moment Jiang Yunqing plunged down, his dear nephew instantaneously rose from his wheelchair. He then promptly seated himself again, propelling his wheelchair into the lake. The Prince of Jing could not suppress a cold chuckle. This Xiao Yan truly had a flair for dramatics, even withholding the fact that his leg had healed from his own affectionate uncle. Clearly, he was guarding against everyone. This Miss Jiang had evidently captured Xiao Yan's favor, to the extent that even the usually composed and stoic general was thrown into disarray. Quite amusing. At the bow of the boat stood a graceful young lady, staring blankly at Xiao Yan, who had just resurfaced from the water, along with the unconscious Jiang Yunqing in his arms. "Jiang Yunqing, you insufferable schemer." The young lady gritted her teeth. "County princess, the bow is too perilous. Hurry back into the cabin. Do not fall over like Miss Jiang and embarrass yourself." Chapter 25, Whistleblowing Get Lost. "You're all a bunch of useless fools." A crisp sound of shattering porcelain followed. Before Princess Ning, Steward Liu and Matron Zhang pressed their foreheads firmly against the ground, their faces marred by shards of broken china, yet they dared not wipe them away. "Steward Liu, your daughter will soon be sent to the Li family to resolve this matter." Steward Liu trembled and responded in the affirmative, his heart bleeding with sorrow. He understood his own worthlessness, yet Liu Yuyan, his daughter, was the precious gem he had nurtured in the palm of his hand. When her mother passed away, she had made Lu Quan promise to find a reputable family for their daughter, ensuring she would be a legitimate wife and not a concubine subject to the whims of highborn matriarchs. However, fate had other plans. Today, his daughter, lacking the necessary skills, had assisted her mistress in harming another young woman, and now she was the one suffering the consequences. The princess's decree to send her to the Li residence meant she would become a concubine. It was rumored that the young master of the Li family had become incapacitated, unable to perform his duties as a man or bear children. For his daughter, this was a path to ruin. If she did not go, both father and daughter faced the same grim fate. "Jiang Yunqing, I will ensure your demise." Lu Quan, accustomed to servitude, knew full well that all this chaos was orchestrated by his noble mistress, who viewed him and his daughter as mere pawns. Yet, he dared not harbor resentment towards the princess, choosing instead to unleash his pent-up anger upon the true victim. Lu Quan sent someone to Zhang's residence with a message. Matron Zhang, prepare the carriage. I wish to meet my royal brother. Jiang Yunqing, you possess remarkable abilities. Not only have you survived, but you have also taken one of my guards. Await your reckoning. I shall not allow you to live in peace. Meanwhile, Zhao Shi and Jiang Yunyu had assisted the now dry-clothed Jiang Yunqing into their carriage, ready to return home. After a short distance, Jiang Yunyu lifted the carriage curtain to glance behind, withdrawing with a mischievous smile directed at her sister. What are you smiling about? The young Master Zhao's carriage is indeed following closely behind. It seems he is not only here to rescue the damsel in distress, but intends to protect you all the way home. This marks his second rescue of us, does it not? Sister, do confess, does the young Master Xiao harbor feelings for you? Jiang Yunqing's gaze deepened. The transaction she had previously agreed upon was merely a ruse to placate Xiao Yan, as long as she could secure Long Shulian. She recognized her prospects of becoming the young master's wife were dim, for historically, marriages among noble families were calculated arrangements dictated by familial mandates and matchmaking. Her reputation and lineage could not compete with that of the Duke of Northern Town. She doubted Xiao Yan could sway the current emperor purely on personal merit. Yet, after her harrowing experience at the princess's residence, she realized her own weakness. Despite her dual mastery of medicine and poison, she could not escape the oppressive might of royal authority. Confronted by the princess, she was acutely aware of her malevolence, if not swiftly dealt with. This exalted woman would continue to lay traps for her, potentially leading to a fate more tragic than her previous life. However, she found herself incapable of discreetly eliminating the princess to avert future calamity. Whether through poison or witchcraft, she and the Jiang family would soon find themselves in ruin. In this lifetime, she vowed to live well. She would strive to emerge victorious, ensuring that when the grand spectacle concluded, she would depart unscathed. Contemplating this, Jiang Yunqing pressed her lips together, recalling how Xiao Yanshui seemed to have bestowed upon her a surge of strength beneath the water. In an instant, her complexion flushed a delicate shade of peach. Should she truly ascend to the position of the Northern Town Prince's consort, she would possess ample confidence and leverage to dethrone the eldest princess. Only by eliminating this formidable obstacle could she utterly dismantle the Li family, ensuring that Li Shichang and his mother would find no refuge in death. Stand Azida, make way swiftly. Suddenly, the rapid clatter of hooves resounded outside the carriage. Jiang Yunqing leaned out just in time to witness a swift steed galloping past. The rider's attire unmistakably resembled that of the crown princess's guards. In the blink of an eye, the horse vanished into the distance, its trajectory seemingly aimed toward the imperial palace. Could it be that the crown princess had already dispatched her envoy to weave mischief before the emperor? Miss Jiang at that moment. A figure descended upside down from the carriage roof, dangling halfway. The young master instructed me to inform you that the princess has dispatched a messenger to the Jiang residence with a letter. Please make preparations. The messenger declared before vanishing like a swift breeze. By now, Jiang Yunqing had grown accustomed to the elusive comings and goings of these shadowy envoys. Composed and unflustered, she began contemplating her next move. What could this letter from the princess possibly contain? Why would she send someone to our household? Jiang Yunyu did not perceive today's events as overly complicated. She believed that the incident of falling into the water was merely an accident, and that the fragrant allure was solely the doing of Li Shichang. Zhao clenched her handkerchief tightly, sensing that upon returning to the Jiang residence, there would be much commotion. With so many occurrences transpiring today, she, as a mother, could hardly evade responsibility. She could only act according to the circumstances. Kneel down. As soon as I entered the door, I beheld the matriarch, Lady Jiang, seated in the main hall, her countenance radiating fury. Zhao and Jiang Yunyu instinctively knelt without uttering a word. In stark contrast, Jiang Yunqing stood upright, her demeanor composed, calmly gazing at her esteemed grandmother in the hall. Jiang Yunqing, do you still have the audacity to stand there? Today, you have committed an unforgivable offense at the princess's residence. How dare you not kneel down immediately? You wretched miscreant! Madame Jiang thumped her dragon-headed cane upon the ground, producing a resonant sound. This granddaughter truly vexed her. Ever since she had arrived at the Jiang household, peace had been a rare commodity. She had hoped that attending the morning blossom banquet would allow her to conduct herself with propriety, thereby salvaging her reputation and paving the way for a favorable marriage proposal in the future. Little did she know, before she could even return home, Princess Anning had sent someone to her door to reproach her as the head of the family. What a calamity! This elderly woman, with half her body already buried in the earth, has exhausted herself worrying over the descendants of the Jiang family. Not only does she receive no compassion, but she is also viciously berated by the princess, who accuses the Jiang family of improper conduct and indulging their daughter's violent behavior, truly a case of adding insult to injury. She wishes she could dash her head against a wall in despair. Grandmother, your granddaughter did not act recklessly or stir up trouble at the princess's residence. On the contrary, she was nearly framed by the princess and her niece, almost losing her virtue. The subsequent fall into the water was orchestrated by the princess's own guards. I implore you to investigate thoroughly. How could I ever tarnish the Jiang family's reputation? Had it not been for my granddaughter's fortuitous luck today and the blessings of the deities, not only would she have suffered indignities at the hands of the vile Li Shichang, but my sister Yunyu would have faced similar disgrace. Grandmother, I implore you to champion the cause of your granddaughters. We are wronged. After speaking these words, Jiang Yunqing gracefully knelt down. This was not an act of seeking forgiveness, but rather a plea for the elder Madame Jiang to stand in support of her and her sister. Every word spoken by my elder sister is the unvarnished truth. We were led to a guest room by the princess's maid to rest, only to find the room infused with an intoxicating fragrance. Before long, Li Shichang entered, uttering a multitude of vile remarks that left my granddaughter at a loss for words. Fortunately, my elder sister possesses remarkable medical knowledge, which enabled us to resist the effects of the sedative and escape with great difficulty. However, what transpired thereafter remains a complete mystery to us. We are indeed the victims in this distressing affair. Jiang Yunqing now displayed her sharp wit, for it was indeed Li Shichang and the princess who harbored improper intentions. As for that Lu Yuyan, she had brought her own doom upon herself. Old Madame Jiang was instantly rendered speechless. Chapter 26. A request for marriage. Jiang Yunqing's words could only be half believed by her. However, Jiang Yunyu was a girl she had watched grow up, a straightforward little maiden, who would hardly dare to speak falsely about such a significant matter. If the reality were indeed as the two granddaughters claimed, then the princess's scathing remarks must be nothing but fabrications, a deliberate attempt to tarnish Jiang Yunqing's reputation. The old matriarch's eyes darkened. How cunning of Princess Anning, to attempt to manipulate her into punishing her own granddaughter for her own foolishness. If word spread, people would say that the old matriarch had disciplined Jiang Yunqing, which would imply that the princess had not wronged her, and that this farce of the morning banquet was merely the eldest daughter of the Jiang family stirring trouble. On one hand, she had schemed to take revenge on the heir of the Rongchang Marquis, rendering him incapacitated. On the other, she had feigned drowning to entangle herself with the heir of the northern king, thereby coercing a marriage. What a scheming and venomous woman! As a consequence, Jiang Yunqing would have offended numerous nobles. If she did not perish, she would surely suffer greatly. As for the Jiang family, their reputation would be tarnished. The entire capital would learn of their lax upbringing and corrupt morals. Even if Jiang Zheng were to survive, he would find himself without the courage to denounce others in court, unable to hold his head high before the emperor. All past glories would crumble to dust, leaving the Jiang family as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. How could she face the ancestors of the Jiang family after her demise? Having pondered these critical matters, the old matriarch quelled her fury, her tone gradually softening as her gaze fixed upon the silent and downcast Zhao. This daughter-in-law truly lacked courage. Her daughters had been nearly ruined by the princess's slander. Yet as a mother, she remained remarkably composed. Such restraint was rare. Linglong, you too must speak up. Do not simply push the children forward to evade responsibility. Mother, Zhao replied, her voice trembling, Today's events were indeed a conspiracy between the princess and the Li family, colluding in treachery. My daughter is too enraged to even articulate her thoughts. The princess is tyrannical, treating human life as though it were worthless. How should we respond? If only your husband were still well. As she spoke, Zhao began to choke on her words. It was not that she lacked hatred. She yearned to flay the princess and drink her blood. What mother could endure witnessing such cruelty against her child? If she acted rashly and perished, it would be of little consequence. But what would become of you, heir? What repercussions would the Jiang and Zhao families bear for her actions? The thought was unbearable. Thus, each time she faced injustice, she reminded herself that patience in small matters is crucial for greater strategies. Over time, she had indeed become a soft, easily manipulated figure. Observing Zhao's tear-streaked eyes, the 3 generations of the Jiang family frowned in unison, shaking their heads. This gentle matriarch of a military lineage. Mother, allow me to fetch. Before the old matriarch could finish her sentence, 2 figures rushed in, breathless and panicked. Do not strike. Do not strike. Mother. Jiang Ji, leading the charge, threw himself onto the old matriarch's legs, refusing to let go while exchanging frantic glances with his son. Jiang Yunqing, understanding instantly, began to bow fervently, crying out, "Grandmother, cousin is such a delicate little girl. Her frail constitution cannot withstand punishment. If you wish to strike, then strike me. I am tough-skinned and resilient. Moreover, if you harm my cousin, I shall tend to my uncle's ailments." Oh, how could the Jiang family possibly do without him? Previously, Jiang Ji had been silently praising his son, until the last statement ignited a spark of fury in his eyes. Is it to imply that your father is incapable? The onlookers were left bewildered, uncertain of the unfolding drama. Mu Xiang stifled a laugh. The young lady had not even crossed the threshold, yet she seemed intent on seeking assistance from the second household. Ever since they fell under the influence of the curse, the father and son had been as obedient as lambs. Initially, she perceived the young lady's mercy towards the one who poisoned her father as an act of feminine compassion. However, it now appeared that she had her own justifications for her actions. Should the old matriarch remain obstinate, refusing to discern right from wrong, while insisting on employing familial discipline against the princess, the second household would serve as the perfect countermeasure, requiring neither soldiers nor weapons. While she had been oblivious to the young lady's intentions before, she now understood. What mother could withstand a son as obstinate as a mutt? Second master, young master. The old matriarch has not indicated any intention of using family discipline. Lu Momo observed the 2 large men entwined around their mistress like vines, feeling utterly speechless. Huh? The 2 of them have abruptly silenced their cries. What is your mother asking you to fetch? Is it not the disciplinary rod? Foolishness. Release me at once. I instructed Lu Momo to retrieve silver ingots to compensate your cousin. Today, she endured indignities at the hands of the princess. Yet our Jiang family shall not allow her to suffer further. Enough. Now be gone. The old matriarch felt her head throbbing amidst the cacophony unleashed by her son and grandson. All right, everyone disperse. Yunqing, Yunyu, for the next few days, do not venture outside. The princess will not relent. While you are within the Jiang residence, she cannot harm you. However, should you step beyond this threshold, even your grandmother cannot protect you. Do you understand? Yes, thank you, grandmother. The 2 sisters each carried a large platter of silver ingots, joyfully returning to their respective quarters. As they approached the entrance of the Fengfei pavilion, Mu Xiang's keen eyes spotted a familiar figure loitering at the threshold. Qingfeng, you are becoming increasingly audacious. Lurking at her doorstep. Does young master Xiao know you are here to tarnish Our Lady's reputation? Enough, enough. Dear young lady, your sharp tongue outmatches mine. I shall take my leave once I finish speaking. Qingfeng continuously bowed in apology, unable to bear the weight of the accusation of tarnishing Jiang Yunqing's name, his legs nearly giving way under the pressure. Mu Xiang, do not frighten Qingfeng. He is my savior. Jiang Yunqing smiled gently at Qingfeng. Heavens! Qingfeng was even more frightened. He prayed young master Xiao would not learn that the young lady had referred to him as her savior, for he feared nightly standing in punishment upon returning to his lord's side. Young master, said the princess has just entered the palace to request a marriage decree from the emperor. Qing Feng composed himself before hastily divulging the crucial news. A marriage decree? The princess seeks a decree at this juncture, and for Xiao Yan no less. Her intentions are far from benign. Who does the princess desire for young master Xiao to wed? Jiang Yunqing endeavored to suppress her rising anxiety. Just as she had resolved to embrace her role as young master Zhao's fiancé, a rival was poised to emerge. Indeed, it seemed that good fortune often faced trials. Is Princess Shunan, the county princess, whose impression on her was rather faint, was only vaguely remembered as the younger sister of the Princess of Nanhai. She had only come to the capital 6 months prior to visit her sister, likely with the intention of seeking a suitable marriage in the city. The title of county princess denoted her status as a noble of higher rank. The Long Princess had indeed made a splendid move in this intricate game. Chapter 27. Audience with the Emperor on the surface. The heir of the North Town King and the younger sister of the South Sea King's wife appear to be a perfect match, with no one suspecting the Long Princess's ulterior motives. From the Emperor's perspective, this marriage aligns with his wishes as well. Although the heir of the North Town King holds a prestigious position, his father commands a formidable army, and he himself is a youthful hero. The Emperor would not permit him to marry into a powerful family. However, a bride of too low a status would invite public criticism, tarnishing the Emperor's reputation for benevolence by neglecting the marriage of his beloved nephew. Thus, the background of the Shunan County princess is suitably adequate for the heir of the North Town King, making her an ideal candidate for his bride. Despite having only been in the capital for half a year, the Shunan County princess has already gained a reputation as a talented young woman, successfully integrating into the circle of noble ladies and befriending numerous aristocrats. Jiang Yunqing even felt a pang of jealousy, thinking that if Xiao Yan were to secure the Shunan County princess as his bride, it would indeed be a commendable match. During the morning banquet, a strikingly beautiful young lady's gaze was firmly fixed upon Xiao Yan. She must be the Shunan County princess. It seemed the young girl harbored a fondness for him. She recalled a dear friend from her past who once asked whether it was better to marry the one she loved or to choose someone who loved her, as the latter might lead to greater happiness. At that time, newlywed and unaware of Li Shichang's true nature, she had confidently responded that marrying the one she loved would surely bring the greatest joy. However, the harsh reality eventually struck her like a slap in the face. If that friend were to inquire again, she would resolutely advise choosing the one who loves you. Acceptance is far easier than giving, even if one were ultimately betrayed. The anger felt would be mere deception, rather than the harrowing pain of a shattered heart. Jiang girl, can you hear me? What did you say? Oh, the Shunan County princess. Jiang Yunqing momentarily lost her focus. The heir mentioned that the emperor might summon you to the palace in the next couple of days. Please be prepared. It turns out that after meeting Jiang Yunqing at the tea house yesterday, Xiao Yan promptly went to see the emperor and expressed his determination to marry the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. The emperor contemplated for a long while without uttering a word, merely instructing him to await further news. Today, he followed the Long Princess into the court again to reiterate the matter. The emperor replied that arrangements would be made after he met with both the Shunan County princess and the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Very well, I understand. Please rest assured, my lord, I shall honor our agreement. I also ask that you expedite the return of Long Shulian. This is a fair exchange between us. Jiang Yunqing replied calmly. Qing Feng bowed respectfully and then swiftly departed. Once out of Jiang Yunqing's sight, he let out a sigh of relief. The pressure from Jiang Yunqing had been quite intense. If she were to discover that Long Shulian was currently in their master's possession, yet would not be delivered to her until 5 days later, he could only imagine her wrath. The following day, in the Qinqing Palace, the current emperor, Xiao Yuan, was scrutinizing the girl kneeling before him. The Shunan County princess certainly possessed the beauty of a true gem. After all, her own elder sister Qi Wanyan, the princess consort of Nanhai, was once renowned as one of the twin peerless beauties of the capital alongside Xiao Yan's birth mother. Lady Shunan, the Prince of Nanhai, previously mentioned to us the prospect of her marriage with Xiao Yan. Quite coincidentally, yesterday the Princess Anning came before us again, Speaking of how well you and Xiao Yan seem to suit each other at the court banquet, thus also requesting our imperial sanction for your union. Emperor Xiao Yuan spoke while studying Qi Xiao with meaningful eyes. This young maiden, tender in years, yet capable of mobilizing both the Prince of Nanhai and the princess to petition for her marriage, truly not one to be underestimated. With demure lowered lashes, Qi Xiao replied obediently. Previously, this unworthy subject was ignorant, knowing neither the height of heaven nor the depth of earth, nor understanding the meaning of matrimonial bonds. But at yesterday's banquet, when this subject beheld the young master, my heart knew no other. None but him shall I wed. The girl spoke, and a flush of crimson blossomed upon her cheeks. Xiao Yuan wore a smile, yet inwardly scoffed. Just him alone. Foolish. If he were to issue a decree to bestow a marriage, it would mean becoming his pawn in a grand game of statecraft. The princess of Shunan, born into a noble family, is solely preoccupied with matters of love. Does she truly believe that the current sovereign is so idle as to indulge in the role of a matchmaker? Yet there lingers a concern that if no intervention is made, the Duke of Beijing might preemptively secure a powerful family for Xiao Yan, which would not only create obstacles for him, but also jeopardize the profound bond cultivated between the uncle and nephew over the years. Xiao Yuan pondered deeply. He was reluctant to employ Xiao as a mere pawn. Otherwise, it would place the gaze of both the King of Nanhai and the Princess Chong upon Xiao Yan. An alliance between the Duke of Beijing and the King of Nanhai must be averted at all costs. Very well, I am aware of your intentions. It is rare to witness such genuine affection for Yen'er. I take pleasure in seeing young lovers ultimately unite. Return and await further news. The Princess of Shunan, having received the Emperor's blessings, mistakenly believed that the Emperor was in her favor. As long as the Emperor gave his consent, how could Xiao Yan possibly defy the imperial decree? She was filled with joy, as if tomorrow she would become the consort of the Prince of Northern Town. Xiao Yuan stood before the imperial writing desk, taking up his brush to inscribe a single character for kill, the force of his stroke penetrating the paper. If this were merely Xiao's unrequited affection, he could disregard the entire affair. However, if Xiao Yan also harbored intentions of betrothing himself to Princess Shunan, then he could not be blamed for his ruthless disposition as an imperial uncle. Xiao Yuan had ascended to this position from the depths of a blood-soaked battlefield, and he would not tolerate even the slightest grain of sand in his vision. Summon Jiang Yunqing, the legitimate daughter of Jiang Zheng, to the palace at once. The current emperor's efficiency is astonishing. Just this morning, he had an audience with the Princess of Shunan, and now, shortly afternoon, the edict summoning Jiang Yunqing to the palace has arrived. Yunqing, this is your first visit to the palace, and without the guidance of an elder. Exercise utmost caution and discretion in your words and actions. Cautioned the venerable matriarch of the Jiang family, as she personally escorted her granddaughter to the carriage, offering her careful reminders. The emperor's edict did not specify the purpose of Jiang Yunqing's summons, leaving both the matriarch and the Zhao family in a state of anxious uncertainty. Could it be that the emperor intends to reprimand Yunqing regarding the morning flower banquet? Indeed, a great calamity has befallen the Jiang family. Oh, where could Yunqing be headed at this hour? A familiar, piercing female voice suddenly resonated. It was none other than Jiang Yuyao, who had not visited the Jiang family for quite some time, accompanied by her two exquisite daughters. Just as Jiang Yunqing was about to depart, she encountered her mother and sister-in-law at the entrance. The carriage rolled towards the imperial city, and she faintly overheard Jiang Yuyao mention that the Jiang family had offended the grand princess, leaving her to ponder the consequences. Approximately half an hour later, an inner court official escorted her into the hall of supreme harmony. She obediently knelt, her eyes lowered in deference, awaiting the revelation from a most esteemed figure in the realm. As noon approached, a gentle breeze informed her that His Majesty had summoned Princess Shunan before her, and it was said that the princess exited the palace with an unmistakable expression of joy. It appeared that the emperor was quite pleased with her. Raising her head, her voice resonated with warmth, soft yet commanding. Jiang Yunqing looked up, her long eyelashes fluttering as she gazed steadily at the sovereign above. And once more she bowed deeply. Your humble servant, Jiang Yunqing, pays her respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! May he live for countless years. Suddenly, Xiao Yan smiled, observing the young girl's impeccable manners, devoid of any flaws. Yet, the glance she had cast upwards earlier revealed no trace of fear upon meeting the emperor. Rather, it exuded a profound sense of curiosity. Chapter 28. Justification. Do you know why I summoned you? Xiao Yan asked directly. Given his understanding of Xiao Yan, if he truly intended to pursue this marriage, he would undoubtedly have eyes and ears in the imperial city, closely monitoring every movement here. He had just summoned Xiao earlier that morning, and it was likely that Jiang Yunqing would soon learn of this news and prepare accordingly, thereby avoiding a hasty audience that could potentially offend the emperor and jeopardize the marriage. Xiao Yan was meticulous in his dealings, leaving no stone unturned. However, if such meticulousness extended to the emperor himself, Xiao Yan could not help but feel irked. A subject daring to control the overarching situation. Did he intend to rebel? Xiao Yan's feelings towards his nephew were complex. It would not be an exaggeration to say he felt both pity and apprehension. This nephew had lost his mother at a young age, and his cold demeanor had earned him little affection from the current princess of the northern border. Thus, the king of the northern border arranged for him to accompany the army early on, which ultimately shaped him into a youthful hero. Regrettably, during a battle at the frontier, Xiao Yan was ensnared in a plot, poisoned, and left with crippled legs, unable to walk to this day, reliant on a wheelchair for all his needs. A truly pitiable fate. Out of respect for his deceased mother, Xiao Yan had brought him back to the capital to recuperate. Yet, he remained wary of the influence his eldest brother wielded in the northern border. The king of the northern border, Xiao Yan, had been stationed there for nearly 2 decades, cultivating his own power. Rumors suggested that the third prince of the neighboring country had a close relationship with Xiao Yan, embedding hidden pawns within the court of the great Shun dynasty. Xiao Yan believed that his elder brother harbored no rebellious intentions. After all, if he truly desired the throne, he would not have relinquished it so readily 2 decades prior. Nevertheless, he could not afford to be complacent. Xiao Yan may not seek rebellion, but Xiao Yan was a different matter altogether. He dared not underestimate this crippled nephew. The intricate web of secrets established by the late emperor now lay in Xiao Yan's hands. Thus, he harbored a fear of Xiao Yan, acutely aware that every word and deed of his was scrutinized by this nephew. He needed to devise a means to counter Xiao Yan to find peace at night. The matter of Xiao Yan's marriage became his most effective weapon. He intended to position one of his own pieces in close proximity to Xiao Yan, to observe quietly and wait patiently. The court lady understood that this pertained to a marriage decree. Xiao Yan's expression visibly darkened. Ah, it seems he was indeed correct. Xiao Yan was swift in his actions. Jiang Yunqing thought to herself, ah, it appears that his majesty dislikes having his thoughts anticipated. The young master Xiao informed the court lady, yesterday, I entered the palace and spoke with his majesty regarding the marriage decree. In the great Shun dynasty, marriages of children were traditionally decided by their elders, so the court lady surmised that the emperor would surely summon her before issuing the decree. If she were unattractive, his majesty would undoubtedly refuse. Elders? The young lady had guessed that she would be summoned? Xiao Yan's expression softened slightly. At this moment, she still had the presence of mind to jest about herself. As for beauty or lack thereof, he was indifferent. It was not as if he were choosing a bride for himself. Observing the shift in the emperor's demeanor from gloomy to bright, Jiang Yunqing realized that her previous remarks had indeed made an impact. She deliberately emphasized the importance of elder relationships, intentionally seeking to bridge the connection between the emperor and Uncle Xiao Yan, reminding the elder not to be overly consumed by internal strife. After all, Xiao Yan regards him as a paternal figure. It is only natural for his father, stationed far in the northern frontier, to ask his uncle to take a look at his niece-in-law. Moreover, Jiang Yunqing is not a fool. She understands that the emperor will soon summon her to the palace. There is no need for Xiao Yan to employ any means to keep an eye on his majesty. Besides, any minister daring to monitor the emperor risks losing their head. Who would be so audacious? You are quite astute. Stand and respond. Xiao Yuan finally spoke with a hint of amusement. The young lady from the Jiang family resembles her father. She appears earnest but is, in fact, quite clever, delivering her words with remarkable precision. With her subtle remarks, she dispelled his doubts. He also discerned the underlying message in her words. Both she and Xiao Yan regard him as a senior. And how can an elder be so calculating with their younger kin? Today, he could not press her too hard, lest he appear petty. How is your father's health? Xiao Yuan suddenly shifted the topic, expressing concern for Jiang Yunqing, whom he had not seen in months. Without that iron-willed man sparring daily with the old men in court, he found himself exceedingly bored. It would not be wise to deceive his majesty. Jiang Yunqing replied candidly. How could this be so? Is it not merely a stroke? Are not the numerous court physicians a bunch of inept fools? In Xiao Yuan's recollection, Jiang Yunqing was robust, and even after months of affliction, he should have shown signs of improvement. Family matters must not be aired publicly. Jiang Yunqing dared not disclose the full extent of her father's poisoning. Until the greater matter is resolved, the Jiang family must not falter. The physicians say that due to her father's long-standing illness, treatment will require additional time. Once Long Shulian is secured, her father's recovery will be imminent. You are indeed unfortunate. Your father is gravely ill, and I have heard that your engagement to Li Shichang has also fallen through. Finally, he began to address the crux of the matter. In response to your majesty. That is correct. How has Li Shichang offended you? Speak, and I shall take your side. Xiao Yuan wore a broad smile, yet his mirth did not reach his eyes. A hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Yesterday, Ning stormed into his presence, seeking a marriage proposal for Xiao Yan and Xiao, but also to lodge a harsh complaint against Jiang Yunqing. She claimed that Jiang Yunqing's virtue was corrupted when her engagement to Li Shichang fell apart. She resorted to underhanded tactics at the morning banquet, attempting to force a union with him, only to be thwarted by Lu Yuyan. Undeterred, she then feigned drowning on a pleasure boat, compelling Xiao Yan to rescue her. Xiao Yan, being a true gentleman, found himself in an unavoidable situation, having developed a physical bond with Jiang Yunqing in the act of saving her, and thus found it impossible to seek the emperor's favor to grant her status. Ning repeatedly stressed that His Majesty possesses keen insight and must not be deceived by Jiang Yunqing, lest the happiness of Xiao Yan's life be destroyed. Of course, Xiao Yuan could not possibly believe her. This sister of his has never spoken a truthful word. She can turn white into black with her tongue. Yet, one thing he discerned was Ning's disdain for Jiang Yunqing, which rather pleased him. His true intention was to provide Xiao Yan with someone to keep watch. And if this could also serve to irritate Ning, it would be an added delight. The crown prince, before his marriage, maintained a concubine and fathered a daughter, while the concubine is now with child again. Such actions are tantamount to deceit in matrimony. If a daughter of the minister were to marry into this family, it would bring shame upon the Jiang lineage, fearing that the ancestors might rise in wrath to exact vengeance upon her. The thought was so outrageous that Xiao Yuan found herself amused by Jiang Yunqing's antics. But what exactly is this morning flower banquet that Ning mentioned? How could Xiao Yuan possibly be unaware of the events that transpired at the banquet? Although the attendees remained tight-lipped out of fear of the Grand Princess, he had also placed spies among her ranks. No intriguing developments could evade his notice. Given that the matter was brought up, Jiang Yunqing did not hold back, sharing the details with the candor of pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Now, let us observe how His Majesty chooses to address this situation. The more Xiao Yuan listened, the more furrowed his brow became. He was taken aback by the audacity of his imperial sister, who had conspired with the Rongchang Marquis to commit such acts that tarnished the family's reputation during the annual Chaohua banquet. And what exactly was the Rongchang Marquis? Chapter 29. Poisoning Li Shichang merely secured a position in the Imperial Guard through the protection of his ancestors. Though he possesses a certain cleverness and has made a few appearances before him, has this led him to become so arrogant? If he were granted an even higher official position, wouldn't the Marquis of Rongchang's household strut through the capital with impunity? The collusion between the noble families has long been a latent peril to imperial authority. However, as both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh, Xiao Yuan has yet to devise a means to excise these malignant growths. Why not employ the hand of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family? One cannot help but wonder whether this young girl is also willing, like her father, to willingly become a tool in his hands. Li Shichang is exceedingly arrogant. Rest assured, I shall advocate for you. Jiang Yunqing's eyes sparkled with realization. Could it be that she is about to align herself with the emperor? You are indeed a virtuous young lady, and it can be said that you and my nephew are a match made in heaven. Is this commendation a prelude to a marriage proposal? Jiang Yunqing believed that today was certainly an auspicious day. Xiao Yan, being of a rather aloof temperament, requires your companionship in the days to come. Should he harbor any concerns or troubles, do not hesitate to involve me. Ensure that I, as an elder, am informed. Without the support of elders, you young ones are still rather inexperienced and may struggle to navigate many matters on your own. Do you understand? As Xiao Yuan spoke, she walked back to her desk, while the attending eunuch swiftly unfurled a sheet of rice paper. Yes, your majesty, I understand. Please rest assured, I shall leave no stone unturned. With such a blatant hint from Xiao Yuan, how could Jiang Yunqing still remain oblivious? Was it not clear that she was to be positioned beside Xiao Yan to keep a vigilant watch? Of course she would agree. The emperor's influence is far more substantial than that of the prince of Zhenbei's heir. She must firmly grasp both opportunities, relinquishing neither. With these two powerful allies, she gains greater confidence to confront the Grand Princess and the Li family. Perhaps even that yet-to-surface princess could soon be exposed. Maiden, come grind the ink. Maiden, how swiftly the address has changed. Your Majesty, a pleasant collaboration indeed. Jiang Yunqing stepped forward briskly, rolling up her sleeves and lifting the inkstick. As she prepared to grind, a faint, sweet fragrance caught her attention. This ink, it smells delightful. The words slipped out before she could stop herself. Oh, your nose is quite sharp, remarked the emperor. This was recently presented by Anning. She claimed to have crafted it herself, infused with rare Western spices said to sharpen the mind when used in ink. Having used it for some time, I find it quite effective. If you fancy it, take a piece home to practice your calligraphy before you leave the palace. Your servant thanks His Majesty for the generous gift. When an elder bestows, one must not refuse, especially when that elder is the Son of Heaven. As Jiang Yunqing continued grinding, the fragrance grew increasingly peculiar. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck her. She recalled the poison master once mentioning a Western spice, sweet and invigorating, reputed to enhance mental clarity with prolonged use. But if combined with another scentless, flavorless spice, it would form a rare and insidious poison. Within half a year, or at most 2, the victim would descend into dementia, losing all ability to care for themselves. The poison master knew of this method because he had once diagnosed and treated such a victim among the royal family of the Great Moon Dynasty. Moreover, the pulse of the poisoned individual was exceedingly peculiar, which left a profound impression on the old poison master. After a night of intoxication, he inadvertently let slip a secret. Upon awakening, no matter how Jiang Yunqing attempted to coerce or entice him, the old poison master staunchly denied the existence of such a rare poison. Perhaps it was a matter of royal secrets. Knowing too much could lead to peril. The old poison master, known for his carefree and unruly nature, surprisingly maintained a tight-lipped demeanor, leaving the young Jiang Yunqing deeply impressed. An odorless and tasteless spice? Jiang Yunqing pretended to be weary from grinding ink, twisting her neck as she surveyed the hall, searching for the source of this wondrous spice. She could not believe it was mere coincidence that the ink stick presented by the princess contained one of the ingredients of the rare poison. Her intuition suggested that the matter was far more complex than it appeared, from what she had learned in her 2 lifetimes. The princess was not one to indulge in frivolous pursuits, nor did she hold her royal brother in such high regard to concoct ink to present to His Majesty. Would the emperor not suspect anything? The esteemed princess, with her refined disposition, even crafted ink herself? I admire her greatly, and shall seek her counsel in the future. Once I have mastered it, I will prepare more to present to His Majesty. Xiao Yuan, chuckling, was about to commend Jiang Yunqing for her understanding and cleverness when he suddenly sensed something amiss. Indeed, this sister of his had been reveling in luxury all day, When did she begin to dabble in elegance, even crafting ink to offer to him? While pondering this, a delicate little hand reached over and pressed down on his left hand. How audacious! You, girl, do not think that by receiving a modicum of kindness, you can overstep boundaries and dare to act so brazenly. Jiang Yunqing paid no heed to the emperor's intimidation. She needed to ascertain if his pulse was as peculiar as described by the old poison master. Indeed, 3 fingers rested upon Xiao Yuan's wrist, and he fell silent. Was she intending to diagnose him? He was curious to see what this quirky girl was up to. As expected, Jiang Yunqing withdrew her hand, confirming that the emperor was indeed poisoned. Your Majesty, just as Jiang Yunqing was about to inquire further, she was interrupted by a melodious voice. Your Majesty, this is the bird's nest and snow frog soup personally prepared by Consort Li. Please enjoy it while it's hot. Both Jiang Yunqing and Xiao Yuan were lost in their thoughts and failed to notice when a palace maid had approached the desk, carefully placing the jade soup bowl upon it. Xiao Yuan recognized this maid. She was Biqi, Consort Li's personal attendant, responsible for delivering soups and refreshments to the Qianqing Palace. Very well, leave it here, the emperor said coolly, waving his hand for Biqi to step back. However, Biqi did not move, but spoke again. Your Majesty, the consort wishes for me to ensure you finish the soup before I depart. I am currently experiencing some abdominal discomfort. Jiang girl, you shall drink it instead. This way, Biqi can return to her mistress to report, he declared. Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of panic crossed Biqi's eyes as she replied, Your Majesty, this is the consort's heartfelt intention. She burned her hand while preparing the soup today. Jiang Yunqing grew weary of the emperor's display of affection towards his consort. Her concern lay with the bird's nest soup. The maid's eyes displayed a mix of panic and fear. There was surely something amiss with this soup, and it could very well contain that odorless and tasteless spice. Yet, in its tastelessness and colorlessness, how can one discern it? She strained to recall, as if the old poison master had mentioned that the aroma would intensify when 2 spices were blended, imbued with a hint of wine. Due to the royal family's penchant for alcohol, the poison would be less detectable. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunqing lifted the jade cup and poured a generous spoonful directly into the inkstone. My precious white jade inkstone. It was something he had sent someone to search far and wide for overseas, and he cherished it dearly. This girl had the audacity to pour bird's nest soup into it. Truly an eyesore. Tomorrow, I shall demand compensation from Xiao Yan. Before Xiao Yuan could utter a reprimand, a sudden wave of sweet, fragrant wine filled his nostrils, leaving him feeling as if he were soaring among the clouds. In a state of ethereal bliss. Chapter 30. Ladily, the fragrance instantly permeated the air, causing Bai Qi's expression to shift dramatically. However, she took a deep breath, steadying her wavering form, and fixed her gaze intently upon Jiang Yunqing. This young lady possesses the genuine affection of Lady Li. How dare you treat it with such disdain? I implore your Majesty to take a stand for this humble servant. Unexpectedly, this jade pool exhibits remarkable composure. Even when exposed, it manages to retaliate. Xiao Yuan remained silent, his gaze incessantly shifting between the 2 women and the exquisite white jade inkstone. He discerned that the palace maid, the bird's nest soup, and the ink stick likely harbored issues. However, the precise nature of the situation appeared to be known to Jiang Yunqing, as indicated by her demeanor and expressions. He subtly gestured with his chin towards Jiang Yunqing, urging her to divulge the truth. Jiang Yunqing knelt on the ground and responded clearly, Your Majesty, when considered individually, neither the ink stick nor the bird's nest soup can be deemed poisonous. However, when combined, they undoubtedly become toxic. The jade pool knelt on the ground, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her dress. Both of these items contain a rare fragrance from the western regions. When mixed, they yield a peculiar poison with a hint of wine aroma. Indeed, Xiao Yuan had recently been intoxicated by a wave of fragrant wine. This implies that he had already succumbed to the strange poison. Xiao Yuan, consumed by an uncontrollable rage, approached the palace maid and delivered a swift kick, sending Bai Qi tumbling and causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. It was evident that His Majesty was truly enraged. Bai Qi understood that she was facing an unavoidable calamity today, yet she was determined to make one final stand. Your Majesty, I assure you, although a particular spice has been added to the bird's nest soup, it is entirely devoid of poison. It was only because concubine Li noticed your Majesty's recent worries, restless sleep, and sought the palace physician's advice, confirming that it would bring benefits without harm, that it was included. As for why it emits such an extraordinary fragrance when mixed with the inkstone, this humble servant and consort Li truly know not. We beseech your Majesty to investigate with discerning wisdom. Pray tell, what divine being might this maiden be? When the imperial physicians all deemed it harmless, yet from her lips it was proclaimed a rare and deadly poison. Your Majesty, you may summon the imperial physicians at once to verify my words. I would never dare to conspire against you. Every statement I utter is the truth. I am but a victim of injustice. Your Majesty, the generous and impassioned Bichi cried out in protest, only to subsequently strike her head against the cold, unyielding marble floor. Jiang Yunqing raised an eyebrow. It appeared that the beloved consort Li was indeed immensely favored, as even a mere handmaiden exhibited such audacity and eloquence, skillfully diverting blame towards her. It was quite possible that the nefarious physicians of the poisonous medical office were unaware of the true nature of the situation, and in their quest for self-preservation, they might align themselves with Bichi, accusing Jiang Yunqing of ulterior motives and attempting to frame consort Li. Should His Majesty, in his tenderness, choose to protect his favored consort, then Jiang Yunqing's life would undoubtedly be forfeit today, implicating the entire Jiang family as well. Jiang Yunqing coldly regarded the back of Bichi's head. Her initial intention had merely been to alert the emperor, not to trouble anyone. However, it was evident that a peaceful resolution was no longer feasible. In this life, Jiang Yunqing harbored a relentless desire for vengeance. Those who sought to harm her would find themselves met with retribution. The consort Li had arrived. The eunuch outside the door remained oblivious to the significant events unfolding within the palace, his voice piercing and high-pitched as he sang. Let her come in at once. With a thunderous roar, the gatekeeper's inner attendant quaked in fear, while the assembled guards, sensing imminent danger, instinctively grasped the hilts of their swords. Based on their years of experience following His Majesty, it is typically observed that such fury often leads to heads rolling. The beautiful consort, pale and trembling, crawled into the inner palace, where her eyes were met by the sight of Bai Qi lying on the ground, blood staining the corners of her mouth. Her mind reeled in chaos. Moments ago, a young eunuch had conveyed a message from the emperor, claiming that her most trusted maid had attempted to poison His Majesty, using the very bird's nest soup she had meticulously prepared. Fear gripped her heart like a vice. To poison the emperor, such an act would warrant the annihilation of her family. How could she even contemplate such treachery? Moreover, she was with child, carrying the dragon's heir. How could she possibly harm her own future and that of her beloved? She was utterly innocent. She must personally clarify the situation to His Majesty. She could not allow Bai Qi's madness to jeopardize her standing in the emperor's favor. In this harem, without the emperor's grace, one would be like a floating reed or a tree without roots, easily uprooted by enemies, left without a burial place. Your Majesty, the beautiful consort fell at the emperor's feet, her voice filled with sorrow and sincerity, evoking sympathy. From the moment I entered the Eastern Palace, I have harbored profound affection for your Majesty, vowing to share both joys and sorrows with you for all eternity. Now that our child has returned, how could I possibly harm your Majesty, the father of my beloved child? I implore you to thoroughly investigate this matter and restore my honor. A child? Xiao Yuan's heart, which had grown cold, softened slightly upon hearing the consort's announcement of her pregnancy. The woman before him was Qi Ro, a concubine from the Duke of England household, who had shared countless dark moments with him and had once lost a 7-month-old pregnancy while trying to save him. Qi Ro had been gravely injured during that time, and the loss of her child had taken a significant toll on her health, preventing her from conceiving again. Now, after enduring such hardship, she had finally received joyful news. Indeed, she had no motive to harm the emperor. However, Jiang Yunqing shook her head. It appeared that the beautiful consort was somewhat lacking in intellect. clearly being used as a pawn. The emperor's poisoning was a revelation Jiang Yunqing had just made. Yet, Bai Qi had denied the accusation of poisoning, and the physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau had yet to arrive, meaning there was no definitive conclusion regarding the poisoning, merely Jiang Yunqing's conjecture. How could the consort, who was far away in the Huanxiang Hall nurturing her pregnancy, have learned of such a matter? Jiang Yunqing cast a sidelong glance at the emperor, whose expression was not far from what she had anticipated. This wise and astute sovereign likely realized that someone had deliberately informed the consort of the situation, presenting the accusation against Bai Qi with undue certainty. The consort, in her fright, had come to plead for mercy and declare her innocence, inadvertently touching upon the emperor's sensitive spot. No one could place a spy beside the emperor. As a result, the consort had crossed a line, and should the emperor's wrath escalate, he might well decree her death and punish the entire Duke of England's family. Even if the investigation ultimately cleared her of any wrongdoing regarding the poisoning, she might still fall under suspicion, forever losing the emperor's favor. Jiang Yunqing blinked as she recalled the time in her past life when she was confined in the back courtyard of the Marquis's residence. She had heard whispers that the emperor, enraged by the poisoning of his favored concubine, had ordered her demise with a cup of poisoned wine. Consequently, the noble family of the concubine was demoted from a duke's estate to a marquis as a form of punishment. It appeared that the favored concubine in question was undoubtedly the beautiful consort before her. Jiang Yunqing genuinely felt a surge of concern for the lady. The elderly minister bowed before the emperor, and a group of imperial physicians hurriedly arrived, bustling to take turns diagnosing His Majesty's pulse. The pulse. The esteemed elder physicians exchanged glances, each perplexed by the peculiar nature of the pulse. In their extensive years of practice, they had never encountered such a phenomenon. How could they possibly render a judgment? The elderly heads, grizzled with age, huddled together for a brief discussion, ultimately selecting the most esteemed physician Wang to report back. He addressed the emperor, stating that although the pulse was indeed abnormal, it did not indicate poisoning. Chapter 31. The arrival of the Empress Dowager. As long as there is no poisoning, no one will lose their head today. Whether it is incurring the emperor's wrath or provoking the beloved consort, none will emerge unscathed. It is best to feign ignorance and resolve the imminent crisis. As for the emperor's peculiar pulse, if it is not poisoning, it must be a condition that deviates from the norm, thus explaining the unusual pulse. Upon their return, they must diligently study medical texts and ancient manuscripts, for they are certain to uncover the nature of this ailment. This cannot be considered a crime of deceiving the sovereign. Not poisoned, the pallid-faced palace maid, Bai Qi, straightened her back with newfound resolve. Indeed, the sovereign's predictions were accurate. These court physicians were merely mediocre talents, incapable of discerning the specific pulse and thus resorting to evasion. Armed with the physician's verdict, she gathered her strength and pointed an accusing arm at Jiang Yunqing. This young lady speaks falsely and slanders the esteemed Lady Li. Such acts constitute a grave offense against the sovereign. The noble consort widened her eyes in shock. How could this wretched woman speak as though the matter truly concerned her? In her astonishment, she finally noticed a young girl standing beside His Majesty, her hands hanging by her sides. Why would this girl slander her? Could it be that the target is the dragon seed within my own womb? Your Majesty, do not be deceived by treacherous individuals. Beloved consort, are you implying that this emperor is foolish and incompetent? Xiao Yuan's expression turned serious as he halted Lifei's ensuing nonsense. Lifei immediately fell silent. Xiao Yuan turned his gaze towards Jiang Yunqing, eager to witness how this young girl would prove her innocence. Although she claimed he had been poisoned, he had yet to feel any unusual symptoms in his body. His earlier belief in Jiang Yunqing's assertion of poisoning was merely a momentary lapse, spurred by a fleeting fondness for her and the intoxicating aroma of the wine. Upon reflection, how could a mere girl of scarcely a decade and a half possibly rival the expertise of several seasoned physicians? It was merely a moment of confusion on his part. If Jiang Yunqing were indeed speaking recklessly and falsely accusing Lady Li, what could her motive possibly be? Could it be that she harbors some grievance against the Duke of England's household? Miss Jiang, do you have anything to say? Xiao Yuhan's voice emanated a chilling coldness. Jiang Yunqing instinctively shrank her neck. It seemed they were truly intent on targeting her. The evidence lay in the bird's nest soup and the ink stick. Yet the esteemed physicians stubbornly refused to relent, adamantly asserting that no poison had been discovered. This left her utterly at a loss. What did she do? She decided to crouch down, resting her chin on her hands, adopting an expression of deep contemplation. If it came to that, she would have no choice but to allow the officials from the Dali Temple to conduct an examination. But wait, just as the imperial guards were about to escort Jiang Yunqing away, the most revered woman of the Deshun dynasty arrived, the Empress Dowager. Everyone knelt in unison to pay their respects. How has the Empress Dowager arrived? Xiao Yuhan respectfully stepped forward, guiding the Dowager to the principal seat. What is all this chaos and turmoil? Yunxiang, please take a look. Before long, an elderly matron emerged behind the Empress Dowager and approached the Emperor directly. Your Majesty, extend your hand. She is a physician who has served the Empress Dowager for many years, the daughter of the esteemed healer of the Great Moon Kingdom. She accompanied the Great Moon delegation to the Great Shun and quickly formed a close bond with the Empress Dowager, thereafter remaining at her side to serve her. After taking the pulse, Matron Yunxiang's countenance darkened, and she reported to the Empress Dowager, Your Majesty, the Emperor has been afflicted by the peculiar poison of the Great Moon, which ordinary physicians would be unable to detect. The poisons in question are harmless when used individually. It is only upon their amalgamation that they become toxic. The esteemed physicians remarked, Ordinary healers, are they implying us? The leading physician, Wang, was already beaded with cold sweat on his forehead. How had he not foreseen the implications of the presence of Granny Yun? If she were to take action, their little ruse would be exposed immediately. Everything was at stake. Observing the trembling physicians and hearing Granny Yun's diagnosis, Xiao Yuhan realized she had nearly misjudged Jiang Yunqing. It was remarkable that this young lady from the Jiang family possessed knowledge of the rare and peculiar poisons. Yet, she was but a Navi newcomer, fearless of danger. Had it not been for the presence of the female physician from Diyue beside the Empress Dowager, Jiang Yunqing would surely have found herself confined in the Dali Temple as prison today. Setting aside the question of torture, the reputation of a young lady of noble birth would be irrevocably tarnished by such an ordeal. Upon hearing of the extraordinary poison, the attention of the crowd shifted to His Majesty. Only Jiang Yunqing remained fixated on the palace maid. Bai Qi had stealthily concealed herself behind the nearest pillar to the Emperor. Your Majesty, be cautious. A radiant beam of white light emanated from Bai Qi's sleeve, prompting Jiang Yunqing to instinctively leap forward just in time to intercept the dagger that was thrust toward her. The dagger pierced her right upper arm with a jolt. But before it could inflict further harm, a concealed weapon flew through the air, knocking the deadly instrument from Bai Qi's grasp. Although the pain was intense, Jiang Yunqing's gaze shifted automatically to the source of the projectile, where a figure sat in a wheelchair. Xiao Yan, you have finally arrived. Seize this regicide, but keep her alive. The Emperor, returning to his senses, issued a command before turning his attention to Jiang Yunqing's injury. Fortunately, it was merely a flesh wound, with no damage to the bones. You foolish girl, throwing yourself into danger like that. If you were to lose your life, how could I explain it? Jiang Yunqing cast a surprised glance at the Emperor, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. The Emperor, in a daze, seemed to forget the customary rewards of gold, jewels, or promotions for those who risked their lives in service. The Empress Dowager nodded in agreement, recognizing that this Jiang family girl was indeed remarkable, intelligent, and brave. A suitable match for her precious grandson, albeit barely. She thought to herself, affectionately patting Xiao Yan, who sat nearby. The young lady is not gravely injured. However, Your Majesty must hasten to resolve the poison, lest in a few months, Xiao Yuhan succumbs to madness. The Empress Dowager gestured to Yunxiang, who promptly stepped forward, producing a small box and revealing a pristine, white pill within. Please take this antidote, Your Majesty. It will alleviate your affliction. With the poison addressed, the next order of business was to confront the perpetrator. When Bai Qi had been captured, the guards had swiftly dislocated her jaw to prevent her from swallowing poison or committing suicide by biting her tongue. Now, She lay on the floor, saliva pooling around her. Interrogation proved to be a complication. "Your Majesty, allow me to handle this matter," Xiao Yan suggested, indicating that she be taken to a side chamber, where her teeth would be extracted before further questioning. In no time, the sounds of her anguished cries echoed through the halls. Aside from the frightened Lady Li, who had fainted, the others maintained their composure, quietly awaiting the outcome of the interrogation. Soon, a guard returned with news. "Your Majesty, the maid Bai Qi has confessed that everything was orchestrated by Lady Li." Upon awakening, Princess Li was struck by the shocking news, causing her to faint once more. Chapter 32. The ambitions of De Yue. According to the testimony of Bai Qi, Consort Li harbored deep resentment towards His Majesty, which led her to commit a grave error in a moment of confusion. Although His Majesty openly favored Consort Li, he actually used her as a scapegoat within the harem to shield his heart's true affection for the gentle Consort Ro. Consort Li enjoyed the emperor's favor, yet remained barren for several years, not due to any physical ailment, but rather because His Majesty visited her solely to play chess, drink tea, and dine in the Xianghuan Palace, leaving her with no genuine intimacy. The sorrow weighed heavily on Consort Li, who had no one to confide in, making her emotional turmoil entirely understandable over time. Before the poisoning incident, Consort Li had not yet discovered her pregnancy. The symptoms of nausea and excessive sleepiness had only recently manifested. In a moment of desperation, she had carelessly claimed to be with child, hoping to elicit a shred of compassion from the emperor and save her own life. The maidservant had observed that Consort Li was indeed less than a month pregnant. With the promise of a dragon's heir, Consort Li's life was spared. Jiang Yunqing exhaled in relief, realizing that the fate of certain events from her past life was beginning to shift. In her previous existence, both the Grand Princess and the Rongchang Marquis estate thrived until her untimely demise. The loss of her father, the tragic death of Xiao Yan, and the emperor's prolonged illness had led to the premature downfall of her several powerful allies, leaving her with a lingering sense of inadequacy in her quest for vengeance. Now, witnessing Consort Li, she felt a renewed sense of assurance. The unconscious Consort Li was taken back to the Xianghuan Palace, where she was placed under house arrest for 3 months. Was Bai Qi truly acting under Consort Li's orders? Bai Qi's heartfelt plea struck a nerve in Xiao Yuan, who feared that the poisoning was indeed orchestrated by someone close to him, which would haunt him nightly. It had nothing to do with Consort Li. Both Xiao Yan and Jiang Yunqing spoke in unison, exchanging knowing smiles. Jiang Yunqing gestured for Xiao Yan to recount his observations. "Your Majesty, Consort Li was merely a pawn manipulated by the palace made by Qi. In truth, Bai Qi is not even a personal maid to Consort Li." During the interrogation, Qing Feng Mingwei inadvertently uncovered Bai Qi's human skin mask. Beneath it lay a foreign countenance, typical of the Dayue people. She must be a spy sent from Dayue, who killed the senior maid beside Consort Li and assumed her identity to poison the emperor. Upon reflection, the motives became glaringly apparent. Had it not been for Jiang Yunqing's timely revelation, the toxins within the emperor would have deepened, leading to his illness within a year, thereby undermining the imperial authority and plunging Dasan into chaos. At that point, Dayue could have mounted an invasion, slaughtering and plundering, ultimately absorbing Dasan into its domain. The porcelain cup shattered in Xiao Yuan's hand. The treacherous ambitions of Dayue had nearly succeeded in infiltrating his harem. It was clear that mercy towards Dayue was no longer an option. They must be shown the consequences of their actions. "Your Majesty, we must not act in haste," the Empress Dowager remarked, sensing the murderous intent emanating from her son. The incident of poisoning had filled her with both shock and fury. Yet this was a matter of significant consequence for the peace between two nations, and rash actions must be avoided. Dayue must be made to bear the repercussions of its deeds. Only then would they submit more readily. In 2 months, Dayue would present its tribute, affording us time to prepare in advance, Xiao Yan stated coldly. 20 years ago, after the defeat of Dayue by Dasan, an annual tribute was established, featuring exquisite jewels, delectable food, fine wine, and beautiful maidens. Each time, the rewards bestowed by the Dasan court were equally generous. opening the borders for trade and allowing the people of Deyue to seek education and positions in Dasan. It was in this manner that Granny Yunxiang came to serve the Empress Dowager. Is this the eldest daughter of Jiang Yunqing? Your Majesty, she has saved you twice today. She deserves a reward. As she departed, the Empress Dowager cast a lingering glance at the bowed Jiang Yunqing, her lips curling into a smile. She then glanced at her precious grandson, reminding him that she had advocated on his behalf, stating that he could no longer claim she had not supported him. Prompted by this reminder, Xiao Yan spoke. The legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, loyal and courageous in her defense of the emperor, possesses extraordinary medical skills. Henceforth, she is bestowed the title of County Princess of Medicine, with a stipend of 150 taels of silver, 100 measures of rice, and 10 bolts of silk. Jiang Yunqing, you have rendered meritorious service in protecting the emperor and have endured considerable fright. You ought to return home and rest well. In a couple of days, the imperial decree will be issued, so remain at home and await it patiently. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, perhaps due to the exertion of detoxification, and he needed to recuperate. He waved his hand, signaling for everyone to disperse. I shall escort Jiang, the county princess of medicine, out of the palace. Xiao Yan dismissed the palace attendants, finally allowing himself the opportunity to converse privately with Jiang Yunqing. Jiang Yunqing silently walked alongside him, her wheelchair moving alongside his. Are you severely injured? Jiang Yunqing turned her gaze aside. While everyone had praised her bravery in defending the emperor, no one had inquired about her own injuries, except for Xiao Yan. Moreover, Xiao Yan had saved her twice today. The Empress Dowager was summoned by Xiao Yan as a savior. That dagger, which nearly pierced her heart, was deflected by Xiao Yan's hidden weapon, causing only an injury to her upper arm. Thank you, young Master Xiao. You have saved me twice. We are now even. Jiang Yunqing smiled awkwardly. Then let us not consider it even. You owe me, and that debt shall remain until eternity. Xiao Yan paused, gently grasping Jiang Yunqing's hand. Observing Jiang Yunqing exit unscathed yet return wounded, the Jiang family members crowded around, expressing their concern. The events of the day involved numerous palace secrets, and Jiang Yunqing could only casually remark, I happened upon an assassin and took a blade for His Majesty. Good heavens! Everyone gasped in unison. What kind of assassin could breach the Qinxing Palace? Are the imperial guards and palace attendants merely idle? All right, do not crowd around Qing girl. She must not have had dinner yet. Granny's son, hurry to the kitchen and fetch a bowl of the stewed chicken soup for the young lady. Prepare some side dishes as well, and do so quickly. The matriarch of the Jiang family displayed an unexpectedly warm demeanor, affectionately referring to her as Qing girl, a privilege not even granted to Jiang Yunyu. Zhao pondered to herself that Jiang Yunqing's worth had evidently increased. The matriarch further instructed Granny's son to retrieve additional supplies of external wound medicine and tonics for invigorating the blood and energy for the young lady. Satisfied that Jiang Yunqing was accompanied by Zhao and Jiang Yunyu, she decided to retire for the evening. After the matriarch's departure, Zhao hesitated before finally speaking. Yunqing, your aunt visited today with 2 of your cousins. Gently skimming the oil layer off the chicken soup, Jiang Yunqing hummed in acknowledgement, suddenly recalling that when she left in the afternoon, she had indeed noticed Jiang Yuyao visiting. It seemed something had been said, but her carriage was already too far away to hear clearly. Elder sister, did you know? She brought our eldest cousin to meet someone. And also, you. Being the youngest, Jiang Yunqing had only overheard snippets by the door. The moment she caught that this involved her elder sister, she grew attentive, eagerly awaiting Jiang Yunqing's return to relay the news. What in the world did her eldest cousin's matchmaking have to do with her? Jiang Yunqing nonchalantly picked up a chicken wing from the bowl, savoring its delectable tenderness with each bite, feeling an invigorating surge of energy coursing through her. Jiang Yunyu wished to continue speaking, but was interrupted by the Zhao matriarch, who instructed the maid to escort her back to her chamber for rest. As her daughter had yet to reach the age of maturity, it was prudent for her mother to address certain matters. Moreover, Jiang Yunyu was to attend the academy the following day, and a late night would hinder her ability to rise early. Your cousin is planning to elope with the coachman. Chapter 33. The Ningyuan Marquis. It appears that Gu Yuping has succumbed to a fit of madness, having recently developed an infatuation with the family's horse groom, insisting on marrying him to the point of desperation. This groom, possessing a certain charm, has garnered favor among the household. Aside from tending to the horses, he often assists the young ladies and gentlemen of the household, which perhaps led to an unexpected connection with the eldest daughter, Gu Yuping, of the second branch of the Gu family. Gu Hanji, the brother-in-law, being of the legitimate lineage of the Ningyuan Marquis, could never allow his daughter to wed a man of such lowly status. Therefore, Jiang Yuyao is eager to arrange a suitable match for Gu Yuping. Both she and Gu Hanji believe that if a handsome and talented young man were to become the fiancé of their eldest daughter, she would surely abandon her foolish infatuation with the groom. Initially, the morning flower banquet, which Jiang Yuyao had high hopes for, was filled with noble young men, and she was confident that at least one would capture her daughter's interest. However, the chaos of the event saw Gu Yuping more engrossed in the spectacle than in considering a potential husband. With such an opportunity fleeting, it is unlikely another grand matchmaking event will occur soon in the capital. Gu Yuping, now over 17, is regarded as an old maid, due to her pampered upbringing. Her younger sisters, Ping In and Ping Yi, have developed their own ideas and desires, rendering them impervious to persuasion. Jiang Yuyao is increasingly worried, fearing that her eldest daughter might bring scandal upon the Gu family's second branch. Thus, she contemplated reaching out to her family, whom she had not contacted in some time. The second branch of the Jiang family has a nephew who, though somewhat simple-minded, might be an easily manageable suitor. Unfortunately, earlier today, Jiang Yunqing had gone to a poetry gathering with his classmates, and Jiang Yunqing was not at home either. Jiang Yuyao left in disappointment, promising to return the next morning with her nephew from the Gu family to meet Jiang Yunqing and discuss matters further. After Zhao's gossip session, Jiang Yunqing had nearly finished her meal. She took the handkerchief from Mu Xiang and wiped her mouth, smirking. Must one even resort to a buy-one-get-one free arrangement for matchmaking? What did her uncle have to say about this? What more could he say? He was undoubtedly reluctant. It was clear that he had no intention of allowing an errant daughter to enter the Jiang family without considering the potential troubles she could bring. My dear sister-in-law, who has always been headstrong and accustomed to the indulgence of her mother and brothers, still believes the Jiang family revolves solely around her. Even after all these years of marriage and with children of considerable age. Jiang Yunqing blinked and asked with a smile, "Mother, why would Anne even bring up such an embarrassing matter?" She found it peculiar that Jiang Yuyao, with her cunning nature, would risk exposing her sordid intentions to her family, who would still grant her any favor. Not revealing the full extent of her thoughts was already a concession to the Gu family. Ah, she certainly cannot speak of it. Your uncle spent silver to inquire about this from the Gu family. He has but one son. It is unacceptable for him to behave so pathetically. Thus, the entire Jiang family became aware of Jiang Yuyao's ulterior motives. Madame Jiang, wishing not to directly offend her youngest daughter, permitted her to bring the child for a visit. The outcome, however, would ultimately depend on the sentiments of the two children. I have seen Gu Tingyu once. He is handsome and extraordinarily talented, possessing remarkable wealth and status at such a young age as the esteemed head of Haoyuer Academy, responsible for overseeing a multitude of noble offspring. His future is indeed promising. A mother's gaze upon her daughter's potential union with him would surely be filled with hopes of harmonious companionship, with music and wine accompanying their lives. A picture of exquisite beauty. Madame Zhao spoke with genuine sincerity, as she earnestly wished for Jiang Yunqing to find a virtuous partner this time, one with whom she could share a lifetime of happiness. Her own hopes, unfulfilled, turned into blessings for her daughters. It is indeed a mother's greatest wish for her children. Jiang Yunqing gently placed her hand upon the slightly calloused back of Madame Zhao's hand, offering comfort. "Oh dear, my memory fails me. I nearly forgot that the old lady wished to add a few maidservants to your courtyard. You have only Muxiang by your side, and despite her capabilities, she cannot cover every need. Mama-san should have already taken the others over. Let us hurry and select a few." Madame Zhao still felt a bit uneasy about being too familiar with Jiang Yunqing, withdrawing her hand awkwardly, and stood to lead Jiang Yunqing towards the fragrant pavilion. As they approached, Jiang Yunqing noticed that the lights seemed brighter than usual. Madame Zhao, having perceived her curiosity, explained, "Today, taking advantage of your visit to the palace, the old lady had some lanterns added to your little courtyard. You shall see that the candles and oil lamps have been replenished as well." Why has grandmother suddenly taken interest in such trifles? Jiang Yunqing wondered. The matriarch of the Jiang family and Madame Zhao had always focused on more significant matters. If they were concerned about such minutiae, they would have considered them upon Jiang Yunqing's return to the Jiang household. The old lady heard about your recent nightmares and thought brighter lights might help. Moreover, Muxiang mentioned that you often read medical texts late into the night, and dim lighting could harm her eyesight. Jiang Yunqing's smile deepened. In her previous life, she had never experienced such attentive care from the Jiang women. In this life, they finally recognized her value as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Thus, she pondered, if one day she faced formidable adversaries, would the Jiang family still stand behind her as her support? Upon entering the courtyard, she immediately saw a line of around 10 maidservants standing at the foot of the steps, awaiting the eldest daughter's selection. Jiang Yunqing recalled her previous life, where she had no choice. The old lady had simply assigned her the frail and the elderly, who provided little assistance. While her fragrant pavilion was often whispered about as unlucky, prompting others to keep their distance. At that time, she bore the title of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, appearing illustrious, yet privately, she was disregarded. It was precisely this disregard that made Li Shichang's affections a deadly temptation. Eager to escape the coldness of her home, she hastily sought to use her marriage as a means of escape. In this life, she fought for her desires, and everything was progressing favorably. At the very least, she now possessed the power of choice. She selected 2 second-tier maidservants along with 2 rougher ones, entrusting them to Muxiang for training before they would serve in her courtyard. All 4 young maidservants were around 12 or 13 years of age, having been sent by the old lady herself. Jiang Yunqing immediately comprehended her grandmother's intentions. It was evident that the shadowy hand within the household had yet to be uncovered. Engaging the services of the maidservants or the household children would not suffice for the task at hand. The contracts of the 4 girls were entrusted to Jiang Yunqing, who learned that they had been sent to the Jiang family due to poverty or unforeseen circumstances, managing to support themselves while also contributing a bit to the family's finances. "Please bestow names upon us, esteemed eldest miss," the oldest girl timidly implored. Bestowing names would imbue these servants with a sense of identity and foster loyalty. Jiang Yunqing named them Baiji, Chenxiang, Duku, and Dingxiang, harmonizing with the name Muxiang. The eldest, Baiji, caught Jiang Yunqing's gaze for a fleeting moment, lost in thought. "Dear miss, out of compassion, might you accept me as well?" Jiang Yunqing was on the verge of dismissing everyone in the courtyard when suddenly a figure knelt before the steps, fervently bowing her head. "What are you doing? Do not startle the young lady." Sun Mama and the toothy matron rushed forward, aghast at the girl's lack of decorum. "Wait." Upon hearing the girl's voice, Jiang Yunqing inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity, accompanied by an unwelcome surge of aversion. This sensation, they must have crossed paths in a past life, and there was enmity. Chapter 34. Chunxiang lifted her head to respond. Jiang Yunqing casually picked up an orange and began to peel it, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the girl's tear-streaked face. Wasn't this Chunxiang, who had accompanied her as a maid to the Rongchang Marquis' residence in her previous life? At that time, she had only brought 2 maids with her, lacking even a personal stewardess, which had subjected her to ridicule from the household servants. Yet, her fortunes had taken a turn for the worse. Of the 2 maids, one had betrayed her, climbing into someone else's bed. That very maid was Chunxiang. Nonetheless, in her past life, Jiang Yunqing, with her grandiose sense of compassion, had not held any grudge against her. Instead, she had listened to the nonsensical words of her aunt, Jiang Yuyao, who frequently visited the Marquis' residence to benefit from their hospitality. The aunt had argued that having her own maid was preferable to those alluring temptresses from outside, as she was easier to manage, especially since Jiang Yunqing held Chunxiang's contract. Jiang Yunqing had genuinely believed this reasoning, intervening to prevent Li Shichang from punishing Chunxiang, ultimately allowing her to become Li Shichang's concubine. But what did she gain from this decision? Chunxiang had drug her sweet soup, aiding Li Shichang in committing the heinous act of selling his wife for personal gain. Reflecting on her past foolishness, Jiang Yunqing could hardly fathom how she had invited a wolf into her home, only to be bitten by the very viper she had sheltered. Truly, the paths of enemies are perilously narrow. Jiang Yunqing felt a rush of excitement as she rubbed her hands together, realizing she had been too preoccupied lately to remember this adversary lurking within her household. Such a treacherous and venomous individual. It would be far better to keep her close under her watchful eye, to see what schemes she might concoct. When the opportunity arose, she could find a suitable charge to eliminate her entirely, rooting out the weeds at their source. Ah, you seem quite clever, so I shall keep you by my side. Chunxiang blinked, her mind racing. The implication of the young lady's words suggested that at the very least, she would be treated as a secondary maid, earning 2 taels of monthly silver, a considerable improvement over her current position as a mere servant in the main courtyard, where she barely earned 1 tael. Coupled with the promised shares from that individual, it seemed she was on the brink of a substantial windfall. Once she received this money, she could adorn herself beautifully, confident that the young masters in the courtyard would take notice of her. If she could ascend to the status of a concubine, or at least a favored mistress, that would be a significant advancement compared to her current role as a maid. Delighted at the prospect, she expressed her gratitude loudly, bowing deeply several times. Jiang Yunqing, feeling genuinely fatigued, soon washed up and retired for the night. Remarkably, she was free of nightmares that evening, drifting into a deep slumber until dawn. Upon awakening, Muxiang and Baiji came to pay their respects. Miss, Baiji is quite skilled at hairstyling. You should give her a try today. With the young master of the Gu family coming to meet with the young lady, Muxiang was determined to make Jiang Yunqing appear as ethereal as a celestial being, ensuring she did not pale in comparison to the Gu family's daughter. Jiang Yunqing gazed at Baiji, who she had not seen in a lifetime, a smile gracing her lips. Very well, let me witness your talents. As Baiji styled her hair, they conversed, during which Baiji shared that her family had once engaged in the wooden comb business. However, a devastating fire had occurred half a month prior, incinerating their shop entirely. Her father had suffered severe injuries while trying to extinguish the flames, and they were now in urgent need of her contributions to cover medical expenses. Is there no one else in your family who can work? As soon as the question escaped her lips, Jiang Yunqing swiftly arrived at an answer. If there were siblings at home to support her, Baiji would not need to sell herself into servitude as a maid. As for the young lady, my mother passed away many years ago, and I have only one elder brother who ventured south for business half a year ago. Unfortunately, he encountered water bandits and has since gone missing. Everyone says his chances of survival are slim. The young girl spoke, her eyes glistening with tears. Do not be disheartened. As long as you serve Our Lady well, you shall not be treated poorly. Moreover, Our Lady possesses remarkable medical skills. Mu Xiang's words were indeed a bit self-promoting. Upon noticing Jiang Yunqing's teasing gaze, she suddenly recognized that her mistress had yet to speak, and she had unwittingly taken it upon herself to secure work for her lady. What if the medical treatment did not yield positive results? Would that not tarnish her lady's reputation? How foolish of her! Mu Xiang regretted her impulsiveness, nearly slapping herself in despair. Indeed, what Mu Xiang says is true. My medical skills are quite exceptional. Today, if you have the time, take me to see your father's condition. Delayed treatment could be a matter of life and death. Jiang Yunqing compassionately picked up on Mu Xiang's thread, granting her ample face and extending the utmost goodwill to Baiji. Baiji took a few steps back and knelt deeply. Young lady, your benevolence leaves me at a loss for how to repay you. I vow to serve you faithfully for the rest of my life. Jiang Yunqing stepped forward, helping Baiji to her feet with a warm smile. I have yet to treat your father, so why are you bowing in gratitude? Wait until I have healed him, then you may thank me. And please, refrain from speaking of serving like a beast of burden. Simply focus on combing my hair. In my previous life, you and your father saved me, and in this life, I shall surely repay that kindness. At that moment, a little maid entered with a broom, announcing, "Young lady, it has been reported that the esteemed lady and the young master from the Gu family have arrived. They request your presence promptly." Additionally, the young master has already made his way there as well. This young master referred to was Jiang Yunqing, the son of the second branch of the family. Let us proceed. As they reached the main courtyard, they encountered Jiang Yunqing, who was approaching from the Wudong Pavilion, his expression one of reluctance. Jiang Yunqing was a year younger than Jiang Yunqing and had just turned 15. It was indeed the age when one should begin to consider marriage. However, the second branch had fallen short. His father, Jiang Ji, held no official position nor considerable wealth, and thus few noble families in the capital would regard them favorably. In their youth, the children had not yet reached the age for discussions of marriage, and Jiang Ji had not felt the weight of their situation. But now, as Jiang Yunqing approached the age for courtship, the realization that he could offer nothing for his son's future weighed heavily upon him. Feeling guilty towards his late wife, he was led astray, plotting against his elder brother in a bid to consolidate the position of head of the Jiang family, which would provide him with leverage in seeking a suitable match. Unexpectedly, their schemes were unraveled by Jiang Yunqing, and for the moment, both father and son abandoned their plans for matchmaking. Just yesterday, Jiang Yuyao, the sister who had not returned home in 2 years, made a grand entrance with the daughters of the Gu family. One could not deny that the Gu sisters were indeed fair of face, yet their character raised some doubts. If they were to follow Jiang Yuyao, Jiang Ji found himself hesitating. They were sharp-tongued, unrelenting in argument, and harbored aspirations of transforming their lives from ordinary to extraordinary. Whether this daughter-in-law can truly tame the foolish Jiang Yunqing remains uncertain. However, since she has arrived, a meeting is inevitable. My cousins, Tang Jie, Ping Biao, and In Biao, do not align with my preferences. Yet, my father insisted that if I did not attend today, I would be deprived of food for the entire day. How troublesome. Jiang Yunqing forced a smile. He is still but a child. As the maid at the main hall lifted the curtain, the siblings entered one after the other. Just as one speaks of Cao Cao, he arrives. Pinger, hasten to greet your cousin. Yunq, this is your cousin Gu. Upon seeing the guests, Jiang Yuyao feigned familiarity, eagerly taking charge and warmly reaching for Jiang Yunqing's hand. Jiang Yunqing discreetly produced a handkerchief, pretending to wipe his brow, skillfully evading Jiang Yuyao's grasp. Jiang Yuyao froze for a moment, his smile fading slightly. Yet he quickly regained his composure and turned to converse with the Zhao family. Seeing the young ones gathered, old Madame Jiang, sensing the delicate nature of the conversation, sent several of them to the garden. With such a foolish demeanor, one must be deluded to aspire for something beyond reach. Seizing the moment when no one was attentive, Gu Yuping disdainfully whispered this into Jiang Yunqing's ear before swiftly brushing past him. Chapter 35. The secret of Gu Tingyu. What are you saying? How can a lady of high birth speak so coarsely? Hasn't your father, as an editor at the Hamlin Academy, taught you better? Jiang Yunqing, usually perceived as simple-minded, found himself articulate when provoked by such baseless insults. The Gu sisters widened their eyes in astonishment. Having not visited the Jiang household for 2 to 3 years, they still remembered their little cousin as the naive boy he once was. They were taken aback to see him now, so poised as to lecture them on propriety. Who lacks manners? You are the one who. Before Gu Yuan could finish her retort, a resounding slap landed on her face. Concealed behind a rockery in the garden, Jiang Yunqing stifled a laugh, knowing that even the eldest sister could not escape the consequences of their words. Jiang Yunqing relaxed his tightly clenched fists, his mouth agape in astonishment at Jiang Yunqing, who had just delivered the blow. What a relief! Jiang Yunqing, still savoring the moment, cast a glance at Gu Yuan. Did your mother not advise you to tread carefully upon your arrival at the Jiang residence? It seems my cousin's words were not misplaced. That curse you uttered offended 2 individuals in an instant. If not you, then who else deserve a reprimand? Jiang Yunqing, it was my sister who misspoke. But you hardly needed to respond with such violence. Gu Yuping, recovering from her shock, finally spoke, tenderly cradling her sister's already swollen face. Since no one in the Gu family is willing to instruct you properly, it falls upon me to bear this burden. Jiang Yunqing pulled out a handkerchief, meticulously wiping her fingers as if they had touched something unclean. "Oomph. What is there for you, Jiang family, to be proud of? If it weren't for my sister." Before Gu Yuan could regain her composure and salvage her dignity, her elder sister silenced her and dragged her away. Jiang Yunqing knew they were headed to their grandmother to lodge a complaint and hurriedly followed, determined to prevent them from spinning their tale. After all, the Gu sisters were not to be trifled with. They were trouble incarnate. In the blink of an eye, only Gu Tingyu remained, staring blankly at the nonchalant Jiang Yunqing. Good heavens, this was far from the demure lady his aunt had described. The sound of that crisp slap still echoed in his ears, and he regretted coming. Had it not been for his mother's insistence, he would never have found himself in this predicament. His original intention had been to marry a woman of modest background, gentle, obedient, and magnanimous, who could bear him sons, thereby fulfilling his duty as the eldest grandson of the Gu family and honoring his ancestors. Nonetheless, when his aunt eagerly introduced him to the Jiang family, and he heard the name Jiang Yunqing, he instinctively resisted. Recently, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family had refused a match with the Rongchang Marquis, only to later find herself in a scandal involving a near drowning, desperately seeking to climb the social ladder. This incident had caused quite a stir in the capital, with even the students at Haoyue Academy gossiping about it. As the headmaster there, he felt the tarnish of his relative's disgrace reflected upon himself. However, Jiang Yiyou soon laid out the advantages of marrying Jiang Yunqing before him, and he found himself wavering. As Jiang Yuyao remarked, upon her arrival in the capital, Jiang Yunqing's foundation was precarious. There was no need to fear her leveraging her maternal family's influence to dominate her husband's household. Simultaneously, Jiang Zheng, as a fifth-rank censor, was certainly worthy of the Gu family. Although the Gu family was indeed of Marquis lineage, it was common knowledge that the Ning Yuan Marquisate had been in decline since the time of Gu Tingyu's father. Moreover, following the recent death of Marquis Gu Shiji, the household was merely a hollow shell, teetering on the brink of fading from the ranks of noble families. It was rumored that Jiang Yunqing, supported by the affluent Lin family of Yinyang, possessed a remarkably generous dowry. Should she be wed, it would allow the Ning Yuan Marquisate to maintain its illustrious faade, potentially aiding Gu Tingyu in transitioning from Haoyue Academy to the imperial court, thus securing a promising future. Analyzing the situation, even Gu Tingyu, who prided himself on being a paragon of virtue, found himself swayed. A wealthy yet politically inconsequential wife was precisely what he required, not only to pave his path to success, but also to provide him with the necessary cover. It was an opportunity too advantageous to dismiss. Thus, Gu Tingyu set forth, resolute in his pursuit. However, he failed to consider that his aunt, Jiang Yuyao, had always harbored envy towards their main branch, frequently lamenting the lack of ambition in his uncle, Gu Hanji, who had languished for years in the Hanlin Academy as an editor. It was widely acknowledged that to gain entry into the cabinet, one must first be a Hanlin scholar. Jiang Yuyao had abandoned Gu Shiji for Gu Hanji under the belief that had she known of his lack of ambition, she would have never married him. These matters had long been the talk of the Gu family, and both Gu Tingyu and his mother remained wary of Jiang Yuyao's scheming. Yet, despite their vigilance, they harbored an unwavering trust in Jiang Yuyao regarding this marriage. Either Gu Tingyu was naive, or he had ulterior motives, not genuinely seeking a marriage. Jiang Yunqing narrowed her eyes, having received information from Qing Feng the previous night regarding Gu Tingyu's true nature. It was indeed quite a tale. Forgive me, dear cousin, for my outburst earlier. Much like my father, I harbor a fierce disdain for wrongdoing. I momentarily lost control and struck your sister. I implore you, do not bring this matter to our grandmother's attention. Gu Tingyu frowned slightly, aware that Jiang the censor was notoriously unyielding. While it could be said he was principled, it could also be described as obstinacy. Once he seized upon a fault, one could hardly escape unscathed. Thus, Jiang Yunqing's deliberate mention of Jiang the censor was a clear message that she would not tolerate any impurities, ready to expose any blemish to the light of day. As Gu Tingyu contemplated this, a chill ran down his spine at the sight of Jiang Yunqing's smile. How could this be? I'm not one to harbor petty grievances. He chuckled awkwardly, realizing he could not remain here any longer. I understand that my cousin has come specifically to see me today. I wonder if he is satisfied? Jiang Yunqing blinked mischievously, knowing that single slap had already shattered Gu Tingyu's limited composure. Yet she had no intention of letting him off easily. At his feet. Gu Tingyu hadn't anticipated his little cousin being so blunt. How could a refined gentleman like him openly humiliate a young lady? Even if he wasn't satisfied, he had to pretend otherwise. But cousin, you don't seem very satisfied with me. What right do you have to be dissatisfied? Gu Tingyu lost his temper in an instant. To his astonishment, he had not dismissed this cousin despite her tarnished reputation. This ungrateful girl actually dared to be choosy about him. On what grounds? Merely because of the esteemed Liu from Haoyue Academy, the second son of the Xiao family, and others. Gu Tingyu's complexion turned ashen, as if he had seen a ghost. He could not have possibly misheard. How did she come to know such matters? Thus, it appears that my cousin Gu's intention in marrying me was akin to leading me into a perilous pit. Jiang Yunqing appraised him from head to toe, noting his impeccable attire and graceful demeanor, which indeed made him a prized figure among the noble women of the capital. Yet, he lingered in bachelorhood. It turned out he had no affection for women, but rather preferred to court the scholars of the academy. Chapter 36, The Retreat Indeed. Gu Tingyu embodies the essence of a gentleman, and astonishingly, the elders of the Gu family are fully aware of this. Yet they conspire together, disregarding the well-being of other young women, hastily seeking to shield Gu Tingyu by marrying him off to a legitimate wife to bear a legitimate heir. This way, the lineage of Marquis Gu Shiji would continue, ensuring Gu Tingyu's smooth ascent to nobility. Jiang Yunqing cast aside the motionless man and settled herself beside a small stone table in the garden, where maidens had prepared an array of fruits and delicacies. She lifted a piece of pastry, delicately biting into it, recalling that in her previous life, Gu Tingyu ultimately wed the legitimate daughter of Su Shaoqing from the Honglu Temple. Furthermore, the Gu family managed to conceal Gu Tingyu's scandal impeccably, leaving even their Jiang family unaware of any whispers or rumors. It was only one day, when the Ningyuan Marquis suddenly mourned, that the world learned of Gu Tingyu's first wife, Su Jiao, taking her own life by hanging. However, the Gu family publicly claimed that Su Jiao had succumbed to hysteria during her confinement, leading her to tragically end her life. Yet another woman ensnared by a disreputable man. Jiang Yunqing pondered whether she should seek an opportunity to meet this Su Jiao. If she were a naive and innocent girl, it would be essential to devise a means to assist her. "My dear cousin, I am uncertain where you acquired such sordid tales," she said. "As the esteemed head of Haoyue Academy, how could I possibly be so base? Do not slander me with baseless accusations. My intentions in seeking your hand are noble. Your reputation is rather tarnished now, and I fear few affluent gentlemen in the capital would welcome you into their homes. Were it not for the regard I hold for my aunt, I would not have come before you to endure such humiliation." Gu Tingyu grappled internally, ultimately deciding to deny everything. Once he acknowledged the truth before Jiang Yunqing, the tale would likely spiral into unfathomable proportions, bringing disgrace upon the Gu family and jeopardizing his future prospects. "Evidence, you say? Come, take a closer look." Jiang Yunqing snapped her fingers, and Muxiang appeared from an unknown corner, unfurling a collection of fans and silks across the table. "Ah, dear cousin, is this not the fan you inscribed with your own hand? The one gifted to young Master Liu during the Lantern Festival? Observe the inscription." My love, both Jiang Yunqing and Muxiang shivered at the sentimentality. In a swift motion, Gu Tingyu attempted to seize the items on the table. But Jiang Yunqing's reflexes surpassed his, as she swiftly struck the back of his hand with the fan. "Do you intend to harm someone? Such brutality!" The man recoiled as if burned, noticing the crimson mark blooming on his hand, a sharp sting radiating through him. Jiang Yunqing merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Continuing her examination. "Oh, look here, is this not the jade belt gifted to the second son of the Xiao family? Do not deny it. See here. The character Yu is embroidered on the side. Do not claim it as mere coincidence." Gu Tingyu finally comprehended that Jiang Yunqing had come thoroughly prepared, intent on catching him off guard. "Speak, What do you truly desire? He conceded, taking a seat as well. Simple. Cousin, you shall return to my grandmother and convey that you find me exceptionally gifted and remarkably attractive, believing you unworthy of my hand. Thus, we shall terminate this engagement. Muk Xiang and the eavesdropping Jiang Yunqing could hardly contain their amusement. You have gone too far. Gu Tingyu, infuriated, scattered the sunflower seeds all over the ground. Was it merely to compel him to speak first, to bear the brunt of everything alone? Was there truly a need to seize this opportunity to humiliate him once more? Should he comply, all these items would be returned to you, provided you refrain from deceitful marriage and continue to harm other young ladies. This statement was made with considerable leeway. It was not intended to sever Gu Tingyu's chances of marrying a respectable woman. If he could candidly express his intentions before becoming engaged, and if others were willing to overlook it for mutual benefit, then Jiang Yunqing would grant him a reprieve, allowing him to maintain a clear reputation to inherit his title. However, if he continued to conceal the truth from me, acting haughtily and condescendingly, then my methods would not be limited to merely ensuring these tokens became widely known. At that point, should you return a plead with me, I would be unable to assist you. What do you think? This transaction offers you no detriment. Observing Gu Tingyu's indecision, Jiang Yunqing's disdain deepened, compelling her to be more explicit. Consider this. My aunt is fully aware of my nature, yet she still seeks to unite us. Is her intention truly benevolent or malicious? Reflect carefully. Gu Tingyu, upon this insight, experienced an epiphany. Indeed, in Jiang Yuyao's words, marrying Jiang Yunqing seemed exceedingly favorable. Yet she conveniently omitted the fact that this girl would not tolerate even the slightest transgression. If discord arose post-marriage, Jiang Yunqing would certainly not relent, and the Gu family's reputation would be utterly tarnished, potentially even jeopardizing their marquisate, which would allow the second branch to reap the benefits. In that scenario, Gu Tingyu would find himself losing more than he gained. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head, having prided himself on his wisdom, only to fall prey to the schemes of the second branch. It was also his fault for being dazzled by the legendary Jiang Yunqing's unparalleled dowry. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, recognizing the absurdity of the situation. What? You believe yourself unworthy of Yunqing, thus dismissing the marriage? Jiang Yuyao was astonished by Gu Tingyu's response. Only moments ago, she had conferred with her mother and sister-in-law regarding the details of the engagement banquet. Today truly felt like a twist of fate. Moments before, her discontented eldest daughter had haughtily declared her disdain for Jiang Yunqing, firmly opposing the union. Jiang Yunqing, undeterred, retorted that he would rather marry a Sao than allow Gu Yuping into their family. This nearly caused Jiang Yuyao to faint from rage. Once she regained her composure, the obstinate Gu Tingyu joined in, audaciously claiming that as the principal of Haoyue Academy, he was beneath a mere country girl. She felt utterly exasperated. Jiang Yunqing, have you said something to them? Otherwise, I have already reasoned with my two children, appealing to their emotions, urging them to recognize that this marriage was devoid of romantic sentiments. It was solely to preserve their purity and uphold the honor of the Gu family. Yet, after a brief conversation in the garden, their expressions changed completely, casting aside all notions of familial interest. It was truly infuriating. Aunt, what do you mean by this? This is a matter of marriage. How could I possibly alter my sister and brother's sentiments? Indeed, they are my cousins, older than I. Could they truly be so foolish as to be swayed by my words? If she truly bewitched them, it would merely reveal their folly, and thus the Jiang family could never ally themselves with such foolish individuals, lest it bring calamity upon their descendants. Very well, let us conclude this matter for today. The elder matriarch of the Jiang family spoke with a calm demeanor, devoid of any regret. This was, after all, a farce orchestrated by Jiang Yuyao for her own gain, seeking to find a scapegoat within the Jiang household. Since the children are now unwilling, let it be. Each shall seek their own suitable partner. Jiang Yuyao, witnessing her mother's lack of support, felt her anger surge, causing the veins in her neck to bulge. Just wait, Jiang Yunqing. Chapter 37. Bai Ji and her father and daughter, Jiang Yunqing, stood at the entrance of the Jiang residence. a smile gracing her lips as she watched the Gu family bid farewell. As Jiang Yuyao passed by her side, he could not help but cast a fierce glare in her direction, accompanied by a cutting remark. Jiang Yunqing, I am eager to see just how noble you truly are. You disdain the Gu family. Are you aspiring to become the empress? Aunt, exercise caution in your words. Jiang Yunqing was not the least bit annoyed. Rather, a hint of mystery glimmered in her eyes. She leaned closer to Jiang Yuyao's ear and whispered, Aunt should be more concerned about her own affairs. It is not only cousin Ping who threatens the reputation of the Gu family. It would be wise for uncle to keep a vigilant eye as well. What do you mean by that? Jiang Yuyao was taken aback and looked at Jiang Yunqing with suspicion. She had not dared to reveal the matter concerning Gu Yuping and the coachman to her mother and elder sister-in-law, fearing they would blame her for diverting her loyalty, jeopardizing her nephew for the sake of her own daughter. Had this cunning young girl secretly placed someone within the Gu family? Otherwise, how could she have known so swiftly? Moreover, she is advised to be wary of Gu Hanji. What does a sheltered young lady understand of such matters? She shook her head dismissively. Impossible. This girl had traveled alone from Yunyang to the capital with only a rather simple-minded maid by her side. Where could she possibly possess such capability? After speaking, Jiang Yunqing turned and entered the residence without giving her a chance to ask another question. She had already shown considerable courtesy to Jiang Yuyao. If this aunt had even a modicum of intelligence, she should have immediately returned to keep an eye on her own husband instead of bringing trouble to her maiden family. Just as Jiang Yuyao was about to board the carriage with the support of her maidservant, she suddenly remembered something. Tilting her head in thought for a moment, she whispered a few instructions to the old woman. After lunch, Jiang Yunqing, accompanied by Mu Xiang and Baizhi, prepared to leave the estate. As they reached the gate of Fangfei Pavilion, she noticed Chunxiang, who was trimming the flower branches, stealing furtive glances at them from the corner of her eye. Chunxiang, come with us. Let us see how Baizhi's father is recovering. Playing the long game, Jiang Yunqing didn't believe this scheming woman had volunteered to serve her without ulterior motives. Chunxiang was overjoyed, immediately abandoning her shears and eagerly following. She had been fretting over how to make contact with her outside connections. Now, the opportunity had arrived. Baizhi's home had been completely destroyed by fire. Even the cheapest in room cost 300 coins per night, and with her monthly wages of 2 taels, she could barely afford 7 or 8 days' stay. Left with no choice, she had rented a dilapidated woodshed from a local woman for 500 coins a month. The shed, long neglected and usually used for storing odds and ends, had a leaky roof and was barely habitable. The only advantage was its proximity to the Jiang residence, making it easier for Baizhi to care for her father. Though the conditions were poor, it was at least shelter. Baizhi clung to the hope of saving enough to eventually move him to an inn. Survival came first. They would worry about the future later. Baizhi, your father's injuries are severe. This damp and musty shed is no place for wounds to heal, Jiang Yunqing remarked, frowning at the heavily bandaged man who resembled a wrapped Zongzi. I'll have him moved to my courtyard shortly and arrange a proper room for you both. Baizhi was taken aback, kneeling on her knees, choking back tears as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, my lady, for your immense kindness. But I cannot allow you to be burdened by my plight. This was the truth. Her father's injuries were so severe that being taken into the Jiang residence for care would indeed be a tremendous blessing. However, she genuinely feared that her and her father's predicament might cause trouble for the lady, considering that she had entered the household as a servant to attend her master. And it was rare for a master to assist in caring for a patient. I have arranged this so that you may save time in leaving the house, allowing you to remain by my side to serve me more, Jiang Yunqing remarked, noticing that Baizhi was so frightened by her words that she could hardly speak. She was not trying to play the role of a benevolent savior. Rather, she was motivated by the kindness that Baizhi and her father had shown her in her previous life. It was during the Lantern Festival before her marriage that she had gotten separated from the others in the Jiang family and was cornered by a group of ruffians in a narrow alley. On the verge of losing her purity, it was Baizhi and her father who had shouted for help, driving the ruffians away and rescuing Jiang Yunqing. It turned out that the Bai family's shop was conveniently located at the mouth of that alley. A few days later, Jiang Yunqing brought silver notes to the Bai family's shop to express her gratitude, only to be shocked to find it reduced to charred ruins. Inquiring with the neighbors, she learned that on the very night she was rescued, the Bai family shop had caught fire, and the entire family perished in the flames. The witnesses shook their heads in sorrow, lamenting that the Bai family were good people, and it was a cruel twist of fate that the virtuous received no reward for their goodness. A senseless fire had left the Bai family without a single survivor. Jiang Yunqing had discovered traces of accelerants on the ground, indicating that the fire had been deliberately set. However, the fire brigade claimed that the Bai family had accidentally started the fire while trying to keep warm with a stove, and the authorities were disinclined to intervene. No one paid any heed to Jiang Yunqing's protests. Reflecting on the events, it seemed highly probable that the very ruffians who had failed to achieve their nefarious aims that night had intentionally set the fire, leading to the Bai family's tragic demise. If this were indeed the case, Jiang Yunqing felt a profound sense of guilt, realizing she had unwittingly implicated Bai Ji and her father in her own misfortune. Fortunately, in this life, there was still time to make amends. Mu Xiang, having received instructions, hurried back to the residence to find someone to carry Bai's father. Bai Ji remained behind, awaiting further developments, while Jiang Yunqing had other matters to attend to and departed with Chun Xiang. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the renowned physician's hall. "Wait here," Jiang Yunqing instructed, stopping Chun Xiang, who intended to enter with her. There were matters she need not know, and it was essential to give her an opportunity to connect with those outside. Jiang Yunqing was curious to see what mischief Chun Xiang would concoct in this lifetime. Chun Xiang complied, remaining obediently at the entrance and watching as the young lady's figure vanished within. A moment later, she turned into a narrow alley behind her. "This package. Find an opportunity to slip it into her food or tea." A middle-aged man approached, placing a small paper packet into Chun Xiang's palm. "Poison? I cannot. This is a matter of murder. For mere 100 taels of silver, I cannot bring myself to do it. Do not worry, it will not kill her. Just lead her to room 1 at Yuchuan Tower, and tell her that a noble person wishes to meet her, and that Miss Jiang must be present," he said, handing over a golden embossed invitation that prominently displayed the emblem of the princess's residence. Chun Xiang gingerly accepted the invitation, carefully tucking the gilded paper into her palm, exhaling softly before swiftly darting out of the alley. She must not allow the young lady to discover her absence. Before long, the pharmacy owner, displaying utmost respect, escorted Jiang Yunqing out. "Miss, someone just passed by and mentioned that this invitation is for you." Chun Xiang obediently presented the ornate invitation. Jiang Yunqing lowered her gaze. This girl was indeed audacious, making her move so boldly. The princess had invited her to dinner at Yuchuan Tower? It seemed utterly implausible. How could a mere passerby deliver the princess's invitation? Chun Xiang should at least refine her tale if she intends to deceive. Chapter 38. The Trap. "Ah, my dear girl. That person happens to be my fellow townsman, currently employed under Butler Liu at the princess's residence. Knowing I'd just accompanied you, Spring Fragrance was taken aback by this unexpected inquiry, her heart racing. Indeed, what a remarkable coincidence. Oh no, if the lady grows suspicious and decides not to honor today's appointment, her money will surely go to waste. So it is," Jiang Yunqing articulated slowly. Spring Fragrance's heart pounded with trepidation, fearing Jiang Yunqing might turn against her, and she could only lower her head, fixating intently on her own toes. "Then let us proceed. I have heard commendable things about the culinary delights at Yuchuan Tower, and having been in the capital for a while now, I have yet to sample their signature dishes." With that, Jiang Yunqing made her way towards Yuchuan Tower. Spring Fragrance exhaled in relief and hurriedly followed suit. A figure atop the medical hall's roof vanished in the blink of an eye. He needed to promptly report to the young master that Miss Jiang was heading to Yuchuan Tower. When Xiao Yan received the news, he had just exited the palace and immediately set off for Yuchuan Tower without delay. According to Qingfeng's account, the girl named Spring Fragrance was acting furtively, meeting secretly with someone from the princess's residence before leading Miss Jiang to Yuchuan Tower. Ensure the manager keeps a vigilant eye. Should anything unusual occur, report it immediately. Upon returning, remember to treat Miss Jiang with utmost respect. The man in the carriage instructed Qingfeng in a low voice through the curtain. Understood. Yuchuan Tower is the foremost establishment in the capital and even throughout the Great Shun dynasty, renowned for its diverse culinary offerings and various performances. Whether noble scions or traveling merchants, all are drawn to this place. In her previous life, Jiang Yunqing had only visited a few times after her marriage. And as her relationship with Li Shichang deteriorated, her outings became exceedingly rare, let alone indulging in the pleasures of a tavern. As she stepped inside, the resplendent and bustling scene overwhelmed her senses, and spring fragrances' eyes widened in awe. Indeed, this tavern lived up to its illustrious reputation. How she wished she could frequent such a place. Jiang Yunqing exchanged a glance with Spring Fragrance, who understood and intercepted a servant, inquiring about the way to room Tianzi number 1. "Ah, my lady, please follow me upstairs. The esteemed guest has been awaiting your arrival." A middle-aged man with sparse facial hair emerged from behind the counter, his face beaming with a courteous smile as he respectfully guided Jiang Yunqing to the top floor. Yuchuan Tower comprises 5 levels in total. The first floor features an open hall layout, ideal for showcasing various talents. The second floor has a corridor-style arrangement of tables and chairs, accommodating intimate gatherings while providing a unique vantage point for performances. The upper 3 floors consist of private rooms, catering to dignitaries and offering a high degree of privacy, conducive for discussing important matters. Room Tianzi number 1 is located on the 5th floor. Upon entering the room, Jiang Yunqing discovered that indeed, room Tianzi number 1 was elegantly adorned, exuding a refined taste. Had it not been for an invitation, she would have likely hesitated to spend money on such a lavish setting. However, as Jiang Yunqing surveyed the surroundings, she wondered, where was the esteemed guest? The manager had spoken of a noble guest with such certainty. Could it truly be an invitation from the princess? What could she possibly want? And why was there not a soul in sight? Spring Fragrance was rendered weak in the knees by Jiang Yunqing's gaze. That individual instructed her to bring the young lady, or the subsequent details of the arrangement. In a moment of disarray, she suddenly felt the paper package at her waist, and a spark of inspiration ignited within her. Yes, that person had instructed her to find a way to add something to the tea. However, aside from a plate of dim sum and a platter of fruits, there was no tea in sight. "My lady, you've been out for quite a while. Surely you must be parched." "I shall fetch a pot of tea from the staff," a maid said. Jiang Yunqing nodded, and the maid hurriedly exited. It would be ideal if she could intercept the teapot on its way, allowing her to act unbeknownst to anyone. Huh, she mused to herself, feeling quite clever. Yet, in the next moment, she realized her fortune was not in her favor. Just as she stepped outside, the shopkeeper himself entered with the tea. "My lady, the esteemed guest had to step out for a moment and entrusted me to serve you well. Please, feel free to order whatever you desire," he said, placing a thick menu and the tea tray upon the table before bowing and retreating. Spring Xiang was taken aback. She dared not act under the watchful eyes of her mistress. Jiang Yunqing observed the triumphant smile frozen on Spring Xiang's face and couldn't help but chuckle internally. What a foolish girl, attempting to conspire with outsiders to harm her mistress without considering her own capabilities. Nevertheless, Jiang Yunqing decided to feign ignorance, willingly revealing a flaw to allow this simpleton to continue her act. The view from a window of room number 1 was indeed splendid, offering a panoramic view of the entire capital. Jiang Yunqing rose and approached the window, deliberately turning her back to Spring Xiang and exclaiming in admiration. She aimed to discern what mischief Spring Xiang was brewing. Out of the corner of her eye, she finally caught sight of Spring Xiang stealthily pouring the powder from the package into the tea. Another attempt at drugging, such a tiresome tactic. Jiang Yunqing discreetly popped a detoxification pill in her mouth and nonchalantly returned to her seat at the table. "Spring Xiang, pour me a cup of water," she instructed. Trembling, Spring Xiang handed the tea to Jiang Yunqing, who gazed at her with a smile and drank it down in one gulp. Success. Chuanxiang's heart pounded so violently it threatened to leap from her throat. "Chuanxiang," she whispered this distinguished guest. "Surely it must be Her Highness the Princess? Why has she left us waiting here?" Jiang Yunqing's voice trailed off as she drowsily flipped through the menu in her hands. "How peculiar. I feel so suddenly weary." Before she could complete her sentence, her head slumped onto the table. Chunqi called out loudly, receiving no response. She shook Jiang Yunqing vigorously, yet the lady remained unconscious. Certain now of her mistress's fainted state, Chunqi hurried to the window and tossed down a small wooden token, the prearranged signal. The performance would soon commence. Though uncertain what precisely would befall the young mistress, Chunqi knew no honorable fate awaited a gently bred maiden rendered insensible in a tavern. When Jiang Yunqing had sipped the tea moments earlier, a pang of guilt had stabbed through Chunqi's conscience. Truly, she bore the lady no ill will. These past days, the mistress had treated her with uncommon kindness, even raising her monthly allowance to 2 taels of silver. Such a benevolent employer was rare indeed, making the betrayal weigh heavily. Yet the glittering vision of silver swiftly drowned these flickers of remorse. The promise of wealth extinguished her last embers of compassion. One must prioritize oneself, for otherwise the heavens and earth will conspire against them. The promise made by that individual amounted to 100 taels, a sum that equaled the arduous labor she had endured at the Jiang household for 4 to 5 years. As a delicate flower of a girl, how many more years could she afford? It was imperative that she seize this opportunity to secure her future. Thus, she found herself compelled to disregard the young lady's feelings. After all, the young lady's reputation was already tarnished. A few more blemishes would hardly make a difference. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from behind her, and Chunqiang mused upon the swiftness of that person's movements. With a heart brimming with delight, she turned around, eager to claim her share of credit, only to be taken aback by the radiant smile of Jiang Yunqing. Chapter 39. The fate of Chunqiang, what a nightmare. In an instant, an icy chill surged from her feet to the crown of her head. Before she could even scream, a swift hand struck her, rendering her unconscious. In the dim chamber, Xiao Yan and Qing Feng exchanged a knowing glance, acknowledging the formidable presence of Miss Jiang. Indeed, room number 1 was equipped with a concealed chamber, a secret stronghold established by Xiao Yan during his time in the capital. The esteemed personage mentioned by the innkeeper referred to him, having no ties whatsoever to the Grand Princess. Soon, several burly men began to witness how Miss Jiang dragged Chunqiang onto the bed and exchanged garments with her. As Jiang Yunqing began to loosen her attire, Xiao Yan immediately signaled for the guards to turn away and close their eyes. This was not a sight meant for their eyes. As for him, it mattered little. After all, she would soon be his fiancée. Whether he saw her now or later made no difference. The more he observed, the more he found this young lady to be even cleverer than he had anticipated. He had not allowed Qing Feng to divulge a single detail about the mastermind's intentions to her. He had envisioned a heroic rescue, as the script Qing Feng had provided him over the past few days suggested. However, given the current situation, it appeared that the young lady had surmised the perpetrator's intentions. Otherwise, she would have simply incapacitated Chunqiang and made her escape, rather than engage in such an elaborate charade of changing clothes. Just as she finished her ruse, the door creaked, opened gently from the outside. Jiang Yunqing passed silently by the middle-aged man at the forefront, her head bowed in silence. The man surveyed the bed with satisfaction. It was indeed Miss Jiang, and he had seen this outfit earlier that day. "Leave," he commanded. "If you dare to breathe a word of today's events, beware for your life." With that, he thrust a heavy package in her hands, prompting her to descend the stairs rapidly. At this moment, the man beckoned outside, and a throng of beggars entered. This was a scheme orchestrated by Xiao Yan, who initially believed Lu Quan merely intended to sully the reputation of the innocent, only to discover that the chief steward of the Grand Princess's manor had sunk to such depths of depravity. The wretched, filthy beggars descended upon the room like ravenous wolves, subjecting the woman on the bed to various forms of humiliation. Lu Quan smirked slightly, retreating to shut the door. "You have wronged my daughter, and I shall ensure you meet a dreadful end." In the concealed chamber, Mingyue silently mouthed a question to her master. "Shall we intervene?" Before he could respond, Qing Feng vigorously shook his head. Chunqiang was no innocent herself. Had it not been for Miss Jiang's vigilance and capabilities, it would have been the future fiancé who suffered the consequences. Mingyue comprehended, realizing that the master had shown restraint by not directly taking Chunxiang's life. Xiao Yan's gaze hardened as the three hastily exited the secret passage, unable to endure the abhorrent scene any longer. Upon reaching the third floor, Jiang Yunqing's keen ears detected the faint cries and sobs of a woman above. Her expression darkened. The earlier group of beggars, the Grand Princess Anning. They would stop at nothing in their quest for revenge against Li Shichang. Jiang Yunqing was engulfed in fury. As she pondered, she brushed past a group of noblewomen, and a leading lady gasped in surprise. However, the cacophony emanating from the fifth floor was so jarring that all her attention was immediately drawn to it. Today, she had invited several wives of cabinet ministers to savor the new dishes at Yuchuan Tower, claiming to have engaged a renowned chef from the western regions. How could such a novel experience be complete without the presence of Princess Anning? Just as they were reveling in their feast, they were abruptly confronted with such an unbearable noise. This was unacceptable. This was a place frequented by dignitaries and young ladies, not a den of debauchery. She was determined to discover who had the audacity to cause such a disturbance in her presence. A maidservant kicked open the door, revealing a scene that was utterly revolting. Anning glanced at the sight and nearly retched the exquisite food she had just consumed. The maidservant stepped forward, removing the beggar-like woman from the scene, delivering a swift kick to each of them, which promptly silenced the room. The only figure that remained was Chunxiang, unconscious, exposed, and sprawled across the bed. It was a tragedy. The identity of this young girl was unknown, but it appeared she had been ensnared in a vile plot that compromised her virtue. Each lady present, aware of such sordid intrigues, sighed in unison upon witnessing Chunxiang, who was of an age akin to their own daughters. This child's fate was sealed. The maidservant grasped the embroidered quilt from the floor, intending to cover the girl. One could only imagine the heartbreak of the girl's parents upon witnessing such a scene. Suddenly, Princess Anning's gaze fell upon a blue butterfly-shaped mark on the girl's right side. Her heart seized, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the floor, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. "Take her back to the princess's residence," she commanded, her lips trembling just before losing consciousness. As the maidservants hastily carried both their mistress and the unfortunate girl back to the princess's residence, Jiang Yunqing had already reunited with Mu Xiang at Jinyuan. Bai Ji's father was settled, and Mu Xiang instructed Bai Ji to care for her father while she hurried to the designated meeting place with the eldest girl. "Here, take this. Let us choose some beautiful jewelry." Mu Xiang received the bag, tossed her away, which felt heavy. Upon opening it, she found it filled with gleaming silver ingots. Where had the girl procured such a fortune in such a short time? And what of Chunxiang, who had been beside her? "My lady, you haven't sold Chunxiang, have you?" she inquired. Her suspicion was confirmed. Indeed, it was the money from selling herself. Jiang Yunqing had no intention of concealing the truth from Mu Xiang and recounted how Chunxiang had conspired against her with the princess. How shameless! We treated her so well. Yet she revealed herself to be such a cruel woman. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves, Mu Xiang reflected, horrified by the images of the beggars that flooded her mind. It was a cruel fate for the young girl. She would either perish or be left irrevocably damaged. Good riddance. Let's not speak of her any longer. It is too dismal. The Jinyuan is undoubtedly the most renowned jewelry store in the capital, where noble ladies feel a lack of prestige if they do not possess several pieces from this esteemed establishment, leaving them unable to flaunt their treasures in front of their peers. Jiang Yunqing instinctively touched the jade hairpin atop her head, an heirloom from her maternal family in Yunnan. During her last encounter at Beima Temple, it had broken, and she had been contemplating a suitable place to have it repaired. She wondered if Jinyuan housed any exceptionally skilled artisans. The attendant took the hairpin, unfamiliar with its design, as the store had never offered such a piece for sale. He promptly turned to seek the shopkeeper in the back room. Meanwhile, another attendant, displaying utmost respect, led Jiang Yunqing and her companion to a private room on the second floor to enjoy tea and rest for a moment. Is this not the young lady from the Jiang family who fell into the water that day? Before reaching the entrance of the private chamber, a melodious and refined feminine voice suddenly resonated. Chapter 40. The transcendent county princess Jiang Yunqing halted her steps, gazing at the woman before her, whose visage bore a hint of familiarity, as if they had crossed paths before. Beside the woman stood a tall maidservant, who, noticing Jiang Yunqing's momentary daze, raised her voice with an air of pride, seemingly intending for everyone in the establishment to hear. "This is our esteemed county princess of Shunan. Miss, do you not wish to pay your respects?" Only then did Jiang Yunqing recall that this was indeed the county princess of Shunan, her rival. The previous day, both of them had been summoned to the palace for an audience with the emperor. So much had transpired in the last couple of days that Jiang Yunqing's mind struggled to keep pace. She remembered that the emperor had mentioned bestowing upon her the title of county princess as well, though the decree had yet to be received. Initially, Jiang Yunqing held little regard for the title of county princess. However, witnessing Xiao's exaggerated demeanor, with her eyes nearly rolling to the heavens, she found some merit in the emperor fulfilling his promise to elevate her status, if only to avoid being overshadowed. At that moment, Jiang Yunqing had no desire to create a rift with the county princess. It was better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Her thoughts were still occupied with the matter concerning Xiao Yan. She needed to inquire with Qing Feng later about whether the medicinal herbs had arrived. She had just visited the renowned physician's hall to confirm with her cousin that all the necessary herbs were prepared. Once Xiao Yan arrived, she would seclude herself to treat her father. Speaking of Qing Feng, it dawned on her that she had not seen the little guard assigned to monitor her since this morning. She wondered what he could be so busy with. "Qing Feng, my esteemed lady, I tirelessly run about daily on your behalf." Noticing Jiang Yunqing's distraction, Xiao offered a perfunctory greeting, her heart simmering with displeasure, believing that this minor official's daughter dared to regard her with indifference. Today, she was determined to demonstrate that, as a county princess, she was far more noble and exceptional than Jiang Yunqing. The emperor would undoubtedly not favor her, and young Master Xiao would certainly not take a liking to her either. What did it matter if one were to fall into water or be close in skin? Historically, royal marriages were the result of calculated political maneuvering. What qualifications did Jiang Yunqing possess to contend with her, a full-fledged county princess? Yet, Jiang Yunqing had no intention of competing with this county princess. In her previous life, Xiao was also a pitiable figure, having been engaged to the heir of the northern town king only to meet a tragic end at a dilapidated temple outside the city, dying even before Jiang Yunqing. She pondered whether, in this life, if Xiao remained adamant about marrying into the northern town king's household, would her fate mirror that of her past? Sensing Jiang Yunqing's scrutinizing gaze, akin to that reserved for the deceased, Xiao felt a surge of anger. "Miss Jiang, such a manner of observing others is quite impolite. Do you not realize?" The words, laced with a petulant tone, took both Jiang Yunqing and Mu Xiang by surprise. Was she pouting? The maidservant beside the county princess nearly bit her tongue in disbelief. Her mistress typically did not speak in such a manner. It was widely known that the county princess of Shunan possessed a notoriously tempestuous temperament, often resorting to physical actions rather than words when faced with those she deemed unsatisfactory. Even her maidservants were trained fighters, specifically appointed by the princess to facilitate her discipline of the disobedient. Although the capital is not like the southern frontier, where one can indiscriminately harm the daughters of officials, they have never witnessed a county princess exhibit such a charming manner of speech. Observing the peculiar expressions on the faces of those around her, Xiao felt a pang of dread. She was on the verge of revealing her true self. Originally a soft and adorable girl from the 21st century, she had spent sleepless nights writing papers and had collapsed from exhaustion before awakening in the bewildering Shun dynasty. Today marked her first day of survival in this foreign world, and she was still struggling to adapt. Earlier, prompted by her maid, she realized she could not break character. Since the county princess was vying for the attention of young Master Jiang, she had to continue her performance. Yet, truth be told, having lived for 20 years in her own world, she had always adhered to the principle of kindness towards others. Suddenly, transitioning to a domineering county princess was quite the challenge. Steeling herself, Xiao placed her hands on her hips and instantly felt invigorated, launching into a tirade directed at Jiang Yunqing. "Miss Jiang, Do not think that because young Master Xiao rescued you, you can cling to him. He's fond of me. He is a young master, and I am a county princess. We are a match made in heaven, perfectly suited for each other. Therefore, a woman's youth is precious and should not be squandered on those without hope. Miss Jiang, do not remain obstinate, lest you live with regret for a lifetime. You will surely find someone who loves you as you love them. By the end of her speech, Xiao herself was moved. A woman's youthful years are always invaluable. Why waste them on the hopeless? Jiang Yunqing's eyes brightened. This county princess was intriguing. Despite her myriad reproaches, she discerned the essence of Xiao's character, realizing she was not the unreasonable and arrogant woman rumored about town. The entirety of Xiao's discourse struck a chord with her heart. On the surface, it was a reprimand, yet in reality, it was guidance. From the perspective of status and identity, Jiang Yunqing was not a suitable candidate. If she did not awaken to this truth soon, she risked wasting her precious youth in vain sorrow, much like in her previous life. What are you so proud of? Our lady is. Mu Xiang, standing nearby, lacked such profound insights. To her, this so-called county princess seemed to be merely stirring trouble and deliberately obstructing her young mistress. In her excitement, she nearly mentioned young Master Xiao. Just as the words were about to escape her lips, she wisely held her tongue. If she were to speak such words aloud, ill-intentioned individuals would further concoct tales of a clandestine relationship between her mistress and young Master Xiao, tarnishing her reputation even more. How dare you speak to our county princess in such a manner? This is a breach of decorum, commanded a tall maid, pointing at a shorter maid beside her. Green Sprout dashed towards Mu Xiang, her hand poised to strike, but then silently fell to the ground. What have you done to her? Ed, who had been quite arrogant moments before, helped the falling Green Sprout to her feet, checking her nose for signs of injury, relieved that she had merely fainted. The county princess has yet to speak. How dare you, mere servants, take it upon yourselves to strike her and then accuse my maid of lacking decorum? Jiang Yunqing settled into a chair that Mu Xiang had brought over, her tone icy and resolute. I would like to inquire, Your Highness, is it customary in your household for the servants to assume authority over their masters? If the county lord truly governs her subordinates in such a manner, then she should not blame me for administering a small punishment. A mere touch of poison is hardly worthy of concern. Having just delivered a passionate oration, Xiao felt somewhat fatigued. The physique of ancient individuals is indeed quite fragile. Thus, when the subsequent events unfolded, her mind failed to register them completely. Upon witnessing her little maid being mercilessly rendered unconscious by Jiang Yunqing's poison, her thoughts erupted like a burst of fireworks. How fascinating! This must be the work of a silent, masterful poisoner. She realized that her opponent was so formidable and so impressive, and Xiao suddenly began to regret why her character was cast as the villain. Chapter 41. Xiao's mission. She had no desire to oppose Jiang Yunqing. Firstly, the daughter of the imperial censor was strikingly beautiful, even without makeup. She radiated an enchanting charm. It was no wonder that the heir of the northern town prince sought her hand in marriage. Secondly, she exhibited remarkable courage. Despite being merely the daughter of an official, she dared to stand against someone of Xiao's noble status as a county princess. Xiao held deep admiration for such bravery. Lastly, she possessed exceptional skills. If she wished, she could undoubtedly take lives in silence. If they could become close friends, Xiao would gain an additional chance of survival. Indeed, when she became aware of her surroundings in this world, a chilling mechanical voice informed her that in order to return to her original world, she must complete a mission in this alternate realm within 3 months. Following that, she would meet a tragic end at a dilapidated temple on the outskirts, after which she would return to her former life. Annoyingly, that voice fell silent after delivering this solitary message. Xiao was taken aback. She had presumed that her crossing into this realm was a divine reward for her arduous academic struggles. Little did she know, in these fleeting 3 months, she would be tasked with fulfilling a mission, specifically to win the heart of Xiao Yan and secure a marriage proposal. Was this not a blatant challenge for someone who had never experienced romance? The crux of the matter is that once engaged, the task is deemed complete. Regardless of her willingness, she must perish in the dilapidated temple and subsequently return to her original world. Xiao was on the verge of losing her temper. In truth, she had not given much thought to returning to her previous realm. If she could remain here in the prosperous Shun dynasty, fulfilling her role as a county princess, indulging in pleasures and living a life of leisure until old age, how splendid that would be. Why should she feel compelled to return to her former world, laden with studies and work? Being an orphan, coupled with a life of solitude, there was little to tether her to the past. Living here, even as a mere figment of paper, seemed far more appealing. Thus, she dismissed the so-called mission. She must live for herself. To survive, she needed to enlist the aid of some skilled individuals, ensuring that they would not become her adversaries. As for the 3-month deadline and how to evade death in the temple, that would have to be approached one step at a time. It was truly unexpected that Jiang Yunqing, a mere scholar, had a daughter who was an adept poisoner. Jiang Yunqing observed the county princess seated across from her, a strange and indescribable sensation stirring within her. Was this a game of fate? But the next moment, Xiao clasped her hands together solemnly and bowed with deep respect. Master, my humble apologies for failing to recognize your prowess. Madam, our humble shop is unable to restore your exquisite jade hairpin at present. However, do not despair, for there exists a master artisan capable of perfect restoration. The shopkeeper finally approached Jiang Yunqing with her precious hairpin, breaking the awkward silence. Where might this esteemed master reside at present? Jiang Yunqing took the jade hairpin, a cherished gift from her grandmother before parting, which had once belonged to her mother on the occasion of her coming of age. Her grandmother had urged her to keep it close, suggesting it might prove useful in the future. Although she harbored no recollection of the mother whom the world so despised, Jiang Yunqing adhered to her grandmother's counsel, carrying the jade hairpin with her at all times. As for the purported usefulness her grandmother spoke of, Jiang Yunqing regarded it with skepticism, thinking it merely a ploy to prevent her from discarding the treasured pin. It was indeed unfortunate that just a month prior, Master Yuzhen had been residing in this very establishment. Later, it was said that a long-lost acquaintance awaited in northern Xinjiang, prompting her departure. She must be in northern Xinjiang now. Northern Xinjiang? This suddenly reminded Jiang Yunqing of her long Xiao Yan. Muxiang, let us return. With Xiao's unexpected interruption, Jiang Yunqing lost interest in selecting accessories and pulled Muxiang away. My lady, we have yet to choose our jewelry. Muxiang protested, clutching a hefty bundle of silver ingots. Didn't you say this silver is dirty and should be spent quickly? Shopkeeper, bring forth your most exquisite hairpin. This county lord shall take it. Xiao observed the broken jade hairpin in Jiang Yunqing's hand, her heart tightening. Alas, Jiang Yunqing was notoriously aloof, with a meager salary, and it was rumored she had been unwell for the past 6 months. It seemed the young lady was quite strapped for funds, unwilling to part with even a new hairpin. An opportunity for persuasion had arisen. Xiao was utterly exhilarated. After 20 years of living in poverty, she could finally wield silver to her advantage. Shopkeeper, bring forth your finest hairpin for my lady to choose. Muxiang stood her ground. Jiang Yunqing sighed, realizing she needed to rein in her maid's spirited competitiveness. Ah, little girl, you misunderstand. This county lord wishes to purchase the hairpin as a gift for Miss Jiang. After all, we shall be friends from this day forth. Xiao selected a golden-laid hairpin adorned with southern pearls, perfectly suiting Jiang Yunqing's elegant demeanor, exuding both grandeur and vivacity. The county lord indeed possesses keen discernment. I too have taken a liking to this piece. However, I appreciate your kind intentions, but a woman's cherished possessions are most precious when acquired by her own means. Surely, the county lord understands this. Shopkeeper, wrap it up. Muxiang accompanied the shopkeeper to settle the bill, while Xiao hurriedly directed LVL Luo to compete in paying. Before long, LVL Luo returned with a sour expression. To think that hairpin cost a staggering 1,000 taels of silver. I only brought 500 taels in notes, which is woefully insufficient. She had expected Jiang Yunqing's maid to falter, but to her surprise, The girl produced 1,000 taels from her bosom without a second thought. County Lord, you didn't see it. That maid was infuriating. How could you suddenly be so generous and buy her a hairpin when she is competing for the young lord's favor? LVL Luo glared at her mistress, exasperated. Xiao, however, was undeterred. Impressive. Just like that, 1,000 taels. Truly, the rumors of the Lin family's wealth in Yunyang are no exaggeration. I must hold on to this golden opportunity. You mean to say that the county lord did not make things difficult for Miss Jiang, and even gifted her jewelry? Xiao Yan, upon hearing Qi Feng's report, spat his tea at the last revelation. Is Xiao as my not sound? I am well aware of her background. During her time in southern Xinjiang, she was a notorious tyrant. Whatever she desired, be it person or object, she would stop at nothing to obtain it. Despite her youth, she has already taken many lives. Keep a close watch on her. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there must be an underlying motive. Perhaps she is orchestrating a grander scheme. I understand now. My lord, she may be attempting to earn Miss Jiang's trust, feigning friendship only to strike when least expected. As she spoke, Qi Feng made a gesture across her throat. Mingwei expressed her unwavering agreement. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. If Xiao dares to lay a finger on Jiang Yunqing, she shall find herself without a burial place. On her way back home, Xiao let out a series of sneezes. Goodness, who could be thinking of me? Go and invite Miss Jiang. A swift breeze flitted away. Having just returned to Fengfei Pavilion to rest, Jiang Yunqing was so exhausted that she had no appetite for dinner. Suddenly, a dark figure dangled upside down outside the window, nearly startling Mu Xiang to death. She had been trimming the branches of the begonia flowers by the windowsill. Chapter 42. The Night Intrusion. Qi Feng. Can't you just stand and speak properly? You always act like a bat. Mu Xiang exclaimed, hurling the scissors in her hand towards Qi Feng, who effortlessly sidestepped. Isn't hanging upside down quite stylish? He mused, bemused by the girl's peculiar behavior whenever she encountered him. Her nose scrunched and eyes narrowed. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not here for her. The master seeks a young lady for a matter. The lake pavilion? Jiang Yunqing, feeling rather disheartened, sighed. She glanced outside. The night was deepening, and which respectable young lady would venture to the lake pavilion at this hour to brave the cold wind? Please inform the young master that I am utterly exhausted today, so much so that I cannot even eat dinner. We can visit the lake pavilion another day. Qi Feng hesitated, sensing that the young master might already be at the pavilion awaiting her arrival. Yet, seeing Zhang's weary expression, he acquiesced and vanished through the window. The young master ought to learn to cherish delicate flowers. It was indeed inappropriate to summon someone at such a late hour. As night settled, silence enveloped the world, broken only by the chirping of insects. Jiang Yunqing found her sleep restless, seemingly ensnared in a nightmare, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Suddenly, she jolted awake and spotted a figure seated by her bedside. Reacting swiftly, as if accustomed to such encounters, she seized the dagger beside her pillow and lunged at the shadowy figure. The person grasped her slender wrist, applying just enough pressure to render her hand numb. In the blink of an eye, the dagger was now in his possession. Xiao Yan? Jiang Yunqing recognized the unique scent of cedar mixed with medicinal herbs that was unmistakably his. The man chuckled softly, releasing her wrist and inching closer. Bathed in the soft glow of the room, Jiang Yunqing's mind cleared, and she confirmed that it was indeed Xiao Yan before her. Her irritation morphed into incredulous laughter. What madness had possessed the young master to invade her chamber at such an hour, merely to frighten her in retaliation for not attending their rendezvous at the lake pavilion? I thought you were asleep. Xiao Yan's expression was awkward. He was indeed upset that Jiang had kept him waiting for half an hour at the pavilion. Moreover, he had intended to deliver something personally to her. Since she refused to come, he had no choice but to come to her. Upon his arrival, he noticed the lights still ablaze in the courtyard, leading him to believe that she had not yet retired for the night. He had stealthily settled beside her bed, only to startle her awake. What were you dreaming about? Xiao Yan inquired, observing the perspiration glistening on her forehead. It was still early April, and the nights remained quite chilly. I dreamed of my past life. Do you believe it? Jiang Yunqing spoke candidly, aware that few would accept the notion of reincarnation. Even if she expressed it, Xiao Yan would likely dismiss it. I believe it. I often dream of strange people and events, sometimes feeling that what occurs in dreams is the true reality, and our current conversation is but a dream. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yan's demeanor grew unusually earnest, leaving Jiang Yunqing momentarily taken aback. In that moment, he appeared far removed from his usual cold and aloof self. His words bore a childlike innocence, prompting Jiang Yunqing to reach out and gently pat his head. Your imagination is truly vivid, treating Xiao Yan as a child. So, who exactly is speaking nonsense? And who is disbelieving whom? Xiao Yan suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment and rose to his feet. Jiang Yunqing's face was a canvas of disbelief. He actually stood up. Your legs. Jiang Yunqing was still grappling with her astonishment. My legs have long since healed, and it is all thanks to you. 3 years ago, I was struck by poisoned arrows, and you provided the antidote. However, 2 of those arrows happened to pierce my knees. The assailant had prepared 2 sinister contingencies, either to poison me to death or render me a cripple, incapable of standing. There has never been a precedent in the Great Shun dynasty for a lame heir to inherit a title. Had I been rendered useless, my father would have other legitimate and illegitimate sons, and the Duke of Beijian's estate would continue to flourish. Thus, I feigned disability following the attack, spreading the word that I was crippled, even commissioning skilled artisans to craft a wheelchair. By day, I paraded in my wheelchair, and by night, I trained to regain my strength. Having endured 2 arrows to the knee, I am nearly restored to my former self, chiefly due to Jiang Yunqing's remarkable healing skills. Otherwise, being merely lame would have been the least of my worries. The more severe consequence could well have been the loss of my life. The girl who has haunted my dreams for these 3 years stands before me now, her features as enchanting as a painted portrait. I could reach out and grasp her delicate hand, sharing with her how I have long etched her image in my mind throughout the countless days. To me, she is not only a benefactor, but also a celestial being who illuminated the darkness I faced amid betrayal and abandonment. Her medical prowess not only healed my leg, but also mended the loneliness that had plagued me as I navigated through shadows. Yet you have been pretending before me all this time. Jiang Yunqing felt somewhat deceived, realizing she had not truly considered the man before her. Had she worried about his legs and taken his pulse, she would have known that the heir's poisoning was a ruse, his frailty a mere facade, and even that his lameness was a mere distraction. If I had not pretended, how could I have endured solitude until your arrival? Xiao Yan's charming eyes sparkled under the dim light, and as he spoke, a hint of pink adorned the corners of his gaze. Moreover, without the pretense, it would have been difficult for him to survive long enough to meet Jiang Yunqing. Xiao Yan chuckled softly, attempting to grasp the girl's hand. But Jiang Yunqing instinctively withdrew her hand beneath the covers. It's quite late and a bit chilly. Xiao Yan found himself grasping at air, and the atmosphere became palpably awkward. Although she had consented to the marriage proposal and had resolved to be sincere in the Qianqing Palace, Xiao Yan's sudden intrusion evoked not joy, but a profound sense of alarm within her. She feared this uncontrollable sensation. Ever since her arrival in the capital, she had been ensnared in a state of disarray that made her heart race. The indifference of the Jiang family and the machinations of the Rongchang Marquis were far from the bliss she had envisioned. Now, as Xiao Yan yearned for her response, she found herself unable to meet his gaze. She did not wish to fall into that abyss once more. She desired to live with clarity. Your Grace, let us discuss serious matters. Once we conclude, I wish to return to my slumber. Jiang Yunqing felt a strong urge to dismiss him. If they lingered much longer, the people in the courtyard would surely take notice. With no wedding arrangements in place yet, it seemed wholly inappropriate for Xiao Yan to seek her out in the dead of night. Moreover, she truly felt exhausted. Was the air of the northern town not human and devoid of the need for slumber? Qing Feng remarked, our master has been practicing at night for 3 years. He is nearly transformed into an owl. As for us subordinates, we are on the verge of developing dark circles that we can scarcely conceal. Xiao Yan chuckled helplessly, realizing that the recovery of his leg was of little significance in the eyes of Miss Jiang. Well, who could blame him for being wholeheartedly devoted to her? Though she was devoid of sentiment, he could not be devoid of loyalty. Xiao Yan produced a silver note and extended it towards Jiang Yunqing. What is this? Chapter 43. The skillful physician's county mistress this afternoon. The hairpin you purchased at Jinyuxuan cost merely 100 taels of silver. Hence, that pouch of silver cannot be refunded. However, do keep this banknote safe. It turns out that while Xiao and Jiang Yunqing were quarreling over the hairpin, Xiao Yan was leisurely seated in a nearby private room, sipping tea, ever ready to come to Jiang Yunqing's aid should she find herself in distress. Yet, after waiting for an extended period, the dramatic scene he had envisioned failed to materialize. Instead, he was treated to a display of sisterly affection as the two ladies vied to pay the bill. In an effort to prevent Xiao from gaining this favor, he specifically instructed the shopkeeper to inflate the price to 1,000 taels. When both young ladies recoiled in dismay, he intended to step in and purchase the hairpin as a gift for the fair maiden. After all, Jinyuxuan was one of his properties, and acquiring a mere hairpin was hardly an issue. Little did he know that Miss Jiang, whether out of genuine affection or a desire to overshadow Xiao, did not even blink before purchasing it outright, leaving the shopkeeper utterly flabbergasted. Indeed, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family proved to be quite affluent, a veritable spendthrift. Upon seeing the banknote, Jiang Yunqing's eyelashes fluttered. She had long suspected that Xiao Yan was pulling strings behind the scenes. Both Jinyuxuan and Yuchuan Tower were properties under his name, inherited from his mother, a fact she had learned from Li Shichang in her past life. However, in this lifetime, given her current status, she ought not to be privy to such information. Thus, when the hairpin was priced at 1,000 taels, she sensed something amiss. After all, despite being crafted from pure gold and adorned with pearls from the East China Sea, even if it bore the Jinyuxuan label, she believed it should not exceed 100 taels. At that moment, she did not fathom Xiao Yan's intentions. She merely thought that if Xiao were to purchase it, she would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, she had no desire to unwittingly entangle herself with the county mistress of Shunan. After all, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Although Xiao appeared charming and approachable, generously bestowing gifts, who could tell what malice lurked within her? In her previous life, Jiang Yunqing had witnessed too many treacherous schemes brewed by seemingly graceful noble women. Therefore, the more amiable the demeanor of the county mistress of Shunan, the more vigilant she became. For this reason, she resolved to secure the hairpin with a single stroke, investing 1,000 taels. It seems my gamble has paid off. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunqing accepted the banknote, casually placing it beneath her pillow, then slyly glanced at Xiao Yan. A gamble? Thus, the young lady did not even haggle over the price, not due to a lack of concern for money, but rather an understanding that the expenditure would swiftly return to her hands. Xiao Yan was at a loss as to whether he should feel elated or disheartened. This little girl was exceedingly astute. He found himself somewhat apprehensive that one day she might unearth his secrets. Consequently, the matter of the marriage proposal must be pursued with the royal uncle. It was unclear what was causing the delay. When circumstances appear unusual, there often lies a hidden agenda. After all, it was Jinyuxuan. How could they engage in such blatant price inflation and tarnish their own reputation? Thus, I pondered that perhaps someone wished to prevent us from acquiring the hairpin, or she paused, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Or perhaps they sought to thwart the county mistress of Shunan from successfully purchasing the hairpin as a gift for me. As she spoke, a trace of astonishment arose within her. Could it be that Xiao Yan was still vying for attention with the county princess? Jiang Yunqing hastily shook her head, dismissing the peculiar thought. It was inconceivable. After all, the esteemed princess of Shunan was indeed an admirer of Xiao Yan. Watching the enchanting beauty before him, who alternately laughed lightly and shook her head, Xiao Yan felt a flush creeping up his cheeks, his ears burning with embarrassment. It seemed his secret sentiments were on the verge of being unveiled. Thus, it was prudent to retreat. Having concluded his business, he urged, "Miss Jiang, do take a moment to rest." Before Jiang Yunqing could respond, he deftly leapt through the open window, vanishing into the night. This esteemed son? Jiang Yunqing chuckled and smiled, but suddenly became serious, revealing her shyness. That Xiao Yan. Jiang Yunqing lay back down, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. That Xiao Yan, due to insomnia, Jiang Yunqing slept until the sun was high in the sky the following day. It was only when Bai Ji burst in, exclaiming with urgency, that she fully awoke. What? Has the princess palace gained a new jewel, the county princess of Mingzhu? Jiang Yunqing savored her bowl of plain rice porridge while listening to the intriguing news that Bai Ji had gathered. Indeed, it was said that the grand princess had found her daughter, who had been lost among the common folk. In a few days, a grand reunion banquet would be held to celebrate the occasion and honor Princess Mingzhu. Jiang Yunqing furrowed her brow. In her previous life, she had never heard of the grand princess having a daughter in the common folk. To her knowledge, the grand princess had suffered injuries years ago and had remained childless since marrying the prince consort. Anning, accustomed to her haughty demeanor, had never allowed her husband to take a concubine, resulting in the couple remaining without offspring. Thus, Li Shichang had become a treasure in Anning's eyes, lavished with adoration to the heavens. Miss quickly, there is an imperial decree. The old matriarch requests your immediate presence. Upon arriving at the main hall, Jiang Yunqing found the entire Jiang family gathered, the incense altar prepared, awaiting the rightful person. This decree was bestowed upon the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, elevating her to the status of a renowned county princess. After the proclamation was read, the Jiang family knelt in place, rendered speechless. What? The Jiang family has produced a county princess? She is indeed a highly esteemed county princess. The esteemed eunuch and personally arrived to convey the imperial decree, underscoring the emperor's regard for Jiang Yunqing. After reading the edict, eunuch smiled warmly at Jiang Yunqing as she rose, respectfully presenting the decree into her hands. Old servant congratulates the county princess, he said. Furthermore, His Majesty has graciously bestowed upon you a travel token, facilitating your future visits to the palace. As he spoke, he placed a resplendent golden badge, approximately the size of a palm, into the capable hands of the skilled physician county princess. On the day the emperor summoned Jiang Yunqing, eunuch and was present, observing the young lady of the Jiang family maintain her composure in the face of adversity. And he couldn't help but marvel at how Jiang Zheng had truly raised a remarkable daughter. It seemed the emperor held a particular fondness for this county princess. After all, she was the first to receive a specially granted badge from His Majesty. As eunuch and reflected on this, his smile grew even brighter, realizing he must cherish this little matriarch and ensure he never offends her. Once the herald of the decree departed, the matriarch of the Jiang family couldn't contain her joy, her smile stretching from ear to ear, proud of how her granddaughter quietly accomplished great deeds. On that fateful day at the imperial palace, she not only defended His Majesty from an assassin, but also promptly uncovered the plot to poison him. Indeed, she is the granddaughter of the Lin family, possessing extraordinary medical skills, so much so that even the emperor himself bestowed upon her the title of remarkable healer. Henceforth, in the capital and throughout the great Shun dynasty, who would dare to underestimate her capabilities? Sister, you are truly remarkable. Now that you have been granted the title of county princess, does that not make me the younger sister of a county princess? Jiang Yunyu appeared to be even more exhilarated than the princess herself. At last, she could hold her head high among those lofty, noble women. Yesterday, while at the academy, she overheard some individuals gossiping about her elder sister's unfortunate incident at the Morning Blossom banquet, mockingly ridiculing her for harboring improper thoughts towards the heir of the Northern Town King, likening it to a toad aspiring to consume a swan. Had it not been for her maid's firm grip, she would have surely retaliated with ferocity. After Jiang Yun calmly accepted the jubilations of the crowd, she approached her mother, Madame Zhao, and inquired, "Mother, is it true that the princess's residence will host a familial recognition banquet in a few days?" Chapter 44, Anomaly. Indeed. I was just about to discuss this matter with you, and I did not anticipate that the imperial decree would arrive first. The Zhao family has yet to fully recover from the shock of the emperor personally bestowing the title of county princess upon Jiang Yunqing. The head of the Jiang family, Jiang Zheng, holds merely a 5th rank, and she has not yet been conferred any official titles. To think that the eldest daughter from Yunyang has earned the position of county princess through her own merit. A myriad of emotions swells within her heart. This eldest daughter is no ordinary person. She turned her gaze towards Jiang Yunyu, who was playfully teasing and charming Jiang Yunqing, and sighed inwardly, lamenting that her own biological daughter lacks such fortune. Yet, she also felt a sense of relief that Jiang Yunyu had unexpectedly changed her disposition, choosing not to oppose Jiang Yunqing. This way, there remains a possibility for ascending in marital prospects. She felt even more grateful for not having heeded the slanders from Yunyang, hesitating before taking action against Jiang Yunqing. Otherwise, if Jiang Zheng were truly healed and the truth were to come to light, the consequences would be dire, and she shuddered to imagine the outcome. Mother? Jiang Yunqing gently touched Zhao's arm. Lately, her stepmother seems to often be lost in thought before her. Could it be that she has also been poisoned? As this thought crossed her mind, she instinctively reached to check Zhao's wrist. Zhao, as if struck by lightning, quickly withdrew her hand into her sleeve, gazing at Jiang Yunqing with alarm. What was she doing? Seeing her mother in poor spirits, Jiang Yunqing wished to ascertain whether her health was failing. Since there appeared to be no issue, she advised her mother to take care of herself, lest she fall ill before her father had fully recovered, leaving only her grandmother to bear the burden of the household, which would be rather precarious. Jiang Yunqing maintained her composure, her tone gentle, though a fleeting glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes, seeing that Jiang Yunqing seemed unaware of her anomaly. Zhao let out a sigh of relief, grateful that she had concealed her hand swiftly. Ah, well, thank you for your concern, my dear child. I'm quite well. Perhaps just a bit fatigued from staying up late to care for your father these past few days. Oh, by the way, regarding the recognition banquet, the princess of the Long family has sent an invitation, specifically requesting that Miss Jiang attend. Typically, noble gatherings invite the ladies of an entire household, rarely singling out an individual. Remembering the events of the previous banquet, Zhao's heart raced, and her eyelids fluttered incessantly. They must have ulterior motives. You should simply refrain from attending to avoid falling into their trap. One can only be a thief for 1,000 days. How can one guard against a thief for 1,000 days? On that day, I shall take your sister instead, saying you have caught a chill and cannot rise. Zhao looked at Jiang Yunqing with genuine concern, her hand unconsciously grasping Jiang Yunqing's. Mother truly worries for you. Though you're now a county princess, you will not be easily bullied, but one is a princess of the Long family, and the other a county princess. You cannot easily overpower them. If they seek revenge for the matter concerning Li Shichang, I fear I may not be able to protect you. Jiang Yunqing's lips curled into a slight smile as she gently patted her mother's hand. I'm not afraid of them. In fact, I wish to see what the recovered Pearl County princess looks like. Considering my current standing is equivalent to hers, should we become friends, perhaps the Princess of Anning would reconsider her stance towards us, viewing us more favorably because of the Pearl County princess. Wouldn't that be a splendid outcome? Mother, rest assured, I have my own ways of dealing with this. No one shall inflict malevolence upon me any longer. Jiang Yunqing bowed respectfully to the Zhao family before turning away, her smile transforming into a cold glare, including towards you, my esteemed mother. The Zhao matriarch stood frozen, her mind replaying Jiang Yunqing's final words, the chilling malice in her tone sending shivers down her spine. As she gazed at the retreating figure of the girl, she placed a hand on her abdomen, feeling a surge of anxiety. Had Jiang Yunqing sensed something amiss? No, surely not. The Zhao matriarch reassured herself not to be overly suspicious. The renowned sage had assured her that his medicine would render her pulse indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Although Jiang Yunqing possessed remarkable medical skills, it was unlikely she could surpass that extraordinary sage. Upon returning to the fragrant pavilion, Jiang Yunqing immediately instructed Mu Xiang to keep a close watch on Zhao's Jinjiuxuan. This woman was restless. The pulse she had barely discerned earlier seemed normal. Yet why was Zhao in such a state of panic? Reflecting upon that pulse now, it appeared normal, yet carried an unsettling peculiarity. However, she needed more time to observe before drawing any conclusions. Should Zhao truly harbor secrets, she would show no mercy. Miss, the kinship banquet is the day after tomorrow. Shouldn't we prepare some gifts? After arranging for surveillance, Mu Xiang returned to confirm other matters with Jiang Yunqing. The girl's meticulousness in her tasks nearly overflowed into Jiang Yunqing's satisfaction. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Please check the storeroom and bring over something valuable at random. The storeroom of the fragrant pavilion held the dowry left by her late mother. Years ago, her mother eloped and met a tragic end in the wilderness. The Lin family, feeling culpable, had refrained from reclaiming the dowry from the Jiang family. Thus, the entirety of the dowry was stored within the fragrant pavilion, intended for Jiang Yunqing's eventual marriage. Wait, just as Mu Xiang was about to call for the matron responsible for the storeroom keys, Jiang Yunqing interjected, "I shall go with you." Recalling her past life when she married, she remembered that besides the 88 bridal chests from the Yunyang Lin family, the Jiang family's dowry should have amounted to 120 chests. However, upon inventorying after her marriage, she discovered that the Jiang family had provided only 66 chests, a staggering half less. Infuriatingly, the majority of these lacked value: common jewelry, fabrics, and silks. The exquisite Nanhai coral trees, double-sided embroidered screens with peacock patterns, and numerous precious paintings had all mysteriously vanished. Yet, within the vast Jiang family, she had no ally to rely upon. On the day of her return, she sought to reclaim her due, only to be silenced by her grandmother, who brought up her mother's disgrace, claiming that returning half of her dowry would suffice as the Jiang family's compensation. She would not allow herself to be belittled simply because she had seemingly ascended to the status of a marquis as wife, returning after merely 3 days of marriage to oppress her own family. In her previous life, she had been meek and submissive, forced to swallow her grievances. But in this life, Jiang Yunqing was resolute. What was not hers, she would not take a single fraction of. What was rightfully hers, she would demand in full. Upon opening the storeroom, a cursory glance revealed troubling discrepancies. "Li Mama, I recall that my mother's dowry list included a Nanhai coral tree, said to be a rare treasure, which my grandfather sought for several years and expended a fortune to acquire. Why have I not seen it?" As Jiang Yunqing began to speak, Li Mama, in charge of the storeroom, suddenly buckled at the knees and fell to the ground. "My lady, I truly do not know," she exclaimed, her face a picture of sorrow, tears flowing freely. "If you are unaware, then why are you wailing here?" Mu Xiang's tone was frigid. Li Mama's pleas appeared artful, yet betrayed a sense of guilt. If she were genuinely ignorant, a normal person would surely have been taken aback. "Even if I had 100 lives, I would not dare touch your belongings, my lady," Li Mama continued, lamenting her plight while beads of cold sweat trickled down her brow. Chapter 45. Debt collection today. She has come to realize that this young lady is someone she cannot afford to offend. She has recently ascended to the lofty status of a county princess. Although the intricacies of what a county princess entails elude her understanding, she has heard that even the daughter of a grand princess holds the title of county princess. Thus, it is clear that a county princess occupies a position of utmost nobility among the elite. She internally laments her predicament. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would never have heeded her aunt's advice to recklessly open the storeroom and allow her to wander within. I have heard that recently, the household of Madame Li has experienced a sudden flourishing of fortune. Is this indeed the case? My youngest son has commenced his studies at a private academy, while your husband frequently indulges in revelry at the brothel, seeking the company of young women for a modest drink and a melodious tune. Oh, and this splendid gold bracelet of yours appears to be of exceptional quality. Young lady, I have erred. Please grant me your forgiveness. It was some time ago that my aunt suggested I open the storeroom for her enlightenment, having heard that it housed an abundance of rare treasures. She claimed she would merely observe and not disturb anything, even bestowing upon the old servant 100 taels of silver, instructing him to refrain from watching her closely and simply return to lock the door after an hour. Jiang Yuyao, with her unrelenting greed, had long cast her eyes on the dowry that belonged to my mother when she was married, a scheme thwarted only by Jiang Zheng's staunch opposition, which prevented his sister from taking even the slightest portion. At that time, Jiang Zheng had declared that all items within the storeroom of Fangfei Pavilion were reserved for Jiang Yunqing, ensuring that she could marry with great pomp and a bridal procession adorned in crimson. Alas, in her past life, Jiang Zheng fell ill and ultimately could not safeguard his daughter's entire dowry. This led to Jiang Yunqing marrying in disgrace. her status as an unloved, legitimate daughter laid bare for all of the capital to witness, rendering her of little consequence to the entirety of the Rongchang Marquis. In this life, Jiang Yuyao still shamelessly appropriated Jiang Yunqing's belongings. This grievance must be addressed with great resolve. Shunzi, you should make a trip to the Gu family. Inform my aunt that Mama Li has instructed me to bind her. Urge her to swiftly return what she has taken. Otherwise, I shall personally visit to reclaim it, and it will not be I who is left without dignity. Upon receiving the order, the young servant dashed away. After approximately half an hour, he returned, limping and sporting injuries. Miss, my aunt scolded me thoroughly, claiming we wronged her, asserting that even if she did take something, it was permitted by the old matriarch. She declared you unworthy of demanding possessions from your elders, branding it as unfilial conduct, and had me thrown out. Shunzi's voice trembled with indignation. Baiji, go report to mother and grandmother that I have gone to the Gu family to collect debts. Mu Xiang, bring along Mama Li's bindings. Everyone at Fengfei Pavilion, arm yourselves and prepare to depart. By the time the old matriarch received word, Jiang Yunqing had already stormed into the residence of the Ningyuan Marquis. The doorkeeper, sensing the tension, hesitated to open the door and instead reported to his master. After a brief wait, the door swung open, revealing familiar faces, Gu Tingyu and the matriarch. Lady Yang, upon sighting Jiang Yunqing, Gu Tingyu instinctively took a step back, memories of the young girl's fierce demeanor flashing before his eyes. Is this not Miss Jiang? What is the purpose of this chaos and violence? Let us enter and converse amicably. We are all relatives, and it is imperative that we do not harm our harmony. Yang was the first to speak, her expression warm as she gazed at the young girl before her. Good day, Madame Gu, she said, extending a hand in a gesture of goodwill. Jiang Yunqing, embodying grace, inquired after the lady's well-being. The young miss has come to visit my aunt. Please allow her to come out and converse. Ah, Yuyao, what unfortunate timing. She has been afflicted with a chill and is unable to rise from her bed these past few days. Perhaps Miss Jiang could return another day to pay her respects. Yang chuckled lightly, offering a few perfunctory words as she attempted to retreat inside. With a swift movement, Jiang Yunqing positioned herself in front of Yang, her smile radiant. Is that so? Then I shall enter to speak with my aunt. Oh dear, she is quite ill and fears that her malady might affect others. For these past days, apart from her personal maid, none of us are allowed near her. Gu Tingyu's expression tightened. How could his mother still be shielding his aunt at such a moment? Did she not realize that the young lady before her could be quite formidable when provoked? Oh, is that the case? Then how is it that my servant was just scolded by my aunt and sent away? Yang's countenance darkened. Jiang Yutao had previously sought her assistance to keep Jiang Yunqing at bay, yet she had not mentioned that she had recently encountered the girl as servant. The web of deceit was now unraveling, and her credibility was at stake. Go fetch the second madam, she muttered, forcing a smile as she slipped inside. This matter was no longer her concern. Before long, Jiang Yutao arrived with an imposing presence. Ah, I wonder who it was, my dear niece, making such a commotion. What is this all about? Jiang Yutao, known for her audacity, continued. Oh, is it merely about a screen? That was a gift from your mother to my husband for his birthday. Did she not inform you? Even if she had not mentioned it before, you are aware now, are you not? Surely you do not intend to reclaim it from your aunt? Moreover, what right do you have to claim items from the Jiang family treasury as your own? Just because you have the support of the Yunyang Lin family. Does that mean all treasures belong solely to your mother? Look at you, accompanied by so many. Do you intend to resort to violence? She feigned fear. The onlookers gathered at the entrance began to murmur among themselves. So, the niece has had a change of heart and wishes to reclaim a gift given. They whispered, are these wealthy folk even more miserly than us? I heard it was the young lady who was unaware that the item had already been given away, hence a request for it back. Even if she was unaware, once something has been gifted, there is no basis for demanding its return, especially from an elder. Indeed, honoring one's elders is a matter of course. And this young lady appears quite lovely. How can her demeanor be so fierce? Why does she brandish a stick and bring such a crowd? Is she truly prepared to act against her elder? Oh, how outrageous! Jiang Yunqing's eyes sparkled as she raised her right hand, signaling for her people to step forward. Just as she finished speaking, a disheveled mama, Li, was brought before Jiang Yutao. Without waiting for Jiang Yunqing to utter a word, she hurriedly recounted the entire story. Just now, Mu Xiang had told her on the road that as long as she satisfied the young lady could refrain from reporting her to the authorities or imposing any punishment, and instead could return her contract of servitude, granting her freedom. However, should there be even a single dishonest word, her entire family would face dire consequences. Li Mama's accusations left Jiang Yuyao somewhat at a loss. This old wretch had taken her silver and was now exposing her so quickly, doing so in front of so many people, clearly intent on tarnishing her reputation. How dare you, Jiang Yunqing? Jiang Yuyao fumed, cursing at Li Mama as a crowd gathered at the entrance of the Gu residence, blocking the way. Yet, public opinion overwhelmingly sided with Jiang Yunqing. This was due to Gu Tingyu directing people to bring forth an exquisite double-sided embroidered screen. The brilliant sunlight illuminated the embroidery, and the peacock appeared so lifelike that it seemed poised to take flight. Those with sharp eyes quickly noticed the character Lin embroidered at the peacock's toes. "Look, is that not the character Lin?" they exclaimed. The second Madame Gu was the daughter of the former Inspector Jiang, and if her claims were to be believed that this belonged to the Jiang family, then how could there be a character Lin? Chapter 46. Bai Ji's plea for help. Mu Xiang, hands firmly planted on her hips, stood tall and proclaimed loudly, "Indeed, this character Lin belongs to the Lin family of our young lady's maternal side. This screen is none other than the dowry of her late mother. Which sister-in-law would dare to take her elder sister-in-law's dowry back to her own husband's house? Come, everyone, take a look. Is this reasonable? No, this is not how things are done. We common folk would never touch a lady's dowry, let alone send it to the married sister-in-law. Indeed, if that were the case, Madame Gu would be quite dishonorable. Young Master Gu is still an editor at the Hanlin Academy. This would be a disgrace to the scholarly world." Jiang Yuyao, listening to the righteous voices around her, felt her ears buzzing, and then she collapsed straight backward. Alas, now she was truly ill. The maids hurriedly lifted the second madam inside, while the footmen carried out a coral tree, towering at a person's height, its vibrant red seemingly threatening to ignite the stone ground at the entrance. A chorus of gasps arose from the onlookers. Many had heard of the Lin family in Yinyang, reputed to be immensely wealthy, yet none had seen them in person. The dazzling treasures before them truly blinded the spectators. For someone like Jiang Yuyao to dare to pilfer such valuable items back to her residence was utterly audacious. Did she not fear inciting trouble for the Gu family? "All right, young lady, I have brought everything out for you, and your aunt has fainted in anger. Do you think today's matter is resolved?" Gu Tingyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, utterly perplexed about when his audacious aunt had managed to transport such treasures back to the Gu household. It was astonishing that she could do so without a trace. It seemed the entire Gu estate was under the meticulous control of this shrewd aunt. One could not be too cautious. If nothing else, the century-old reputation of the Gu family was on the verge of being tarnished by this woman. However, this time, Jiang Yunqing's dowry had indeed opened his eyes. It was likely that even a princess's dowry would pale in comparison. What a pity. Jiang Yunqing clapped her hands, signaling the servants to load the items onto the carriage, preparing to return home. Across the street, a man sat by the window on the second floor, lifting his teacup, his tone ominous as he remarked, "This wretch is quite ostentatious. These treasures should have been mine." Now, not only did he watch as a cooked duck flew away, but he was also severely harmed by that wretched woman. The thought of it made him yearn to flay her alive. Opposite him, a beautiful woman with an elegant hairstyle rose from her seat, approached the man, and began to massage his shoulders, sweetly saying, "My lord, why waste your anger on a wretched girl? At the kinship banquet at the princess's residence in a few days, I shall ensure that this Jiang Yunqing does not return." Li Shichang wrapped his arm around the woman's soft waist, pulling her to sit on his lap as his hand caressed her porcelain-like neck. The woman let out a soft moan, closing her eyes in shyness, only to feel a sudden constriction in her throat. She opened her eyes wide, staring at the man in terror, instinctively struggling against the strong hands that gripped her neck. "Lu Yuyan, listen well to this, lord. Jiang Yunqing, that wretched woman, can only meet her demise at my hands. I care not what schemes you devise at the recognition banquet. Should you cause her death, I will ensure your own life is forfeit." As Lu Yuyan's complexion turned a shade of deep crimson, struggling to breathe, Li Shichang finally released his iron grip, carelessly discarding the weary concubine like a tattered rag and descending the stairs. Jiang Yunqing, Lu Yuyan, having narrowly escaped death, collapsed onto the ground, coughing violently, her teeth clenched in hatred, her eyes devoid of tears, filled instead with crimson streaks of blood. Yesterday, her father, Lu Quan, had sent word that he intended to ruin Jiang Yunqing, seeking to alleviate her grievances. She waited for a day and a night. Yet Lu Quan had seemingly vanished from existence, leaving her unable to reach him. An unsettling dread gnawed at her being, heightened by the sight of Jiang Yunqing flaunting her power within the Gu household. Surely, something had gone awry regarding her father. Yet now, she possessed no means to uncover even a whisper of news about him. After all, she was merely a lowly concubine of the Rongchang Marquis, devoid of power or influence. In Li Shichang's eyes, she was nothing more than a worthless plaything. It seemed anyone could trample upon her dignity, even that despicable concubine, Lu Mei, who had been released from the woodshed due to Li Shichang's injuries. The very thought was repulsive. Had it not been for Jiang Yunqing's retaliatory measures against Li Shichang, how could Lu Mei, that harlot, have so easily transformed into a favored concubine? It was all contingent upon her womb, rumored to be carrying a male child. If Li Shichang were truly rendered impotent, that child would become the heir of the Marquis, while Lu Mei's daughter, Yunjia, would ascend to the status of the esteemed young lady of the household. The more she pondered this, the deeper her loathing for Jiang Yunqing grew. Were it not for that vile woman, how could she have lost her virtue and descended to such depths? She was, after all, the legitimate daughter of the chief steward of the princess's residence, capable of marrying a gentleman and becoming a rightful wife. It was all Jiang Yunqing's fault, all the fault of that wretched woman. Lu Yuyan clenched her fists tightly, striking the ground with ferocity. The sharp pain only fueled her resolve. Jiang Yunqing, await your reckoning. I shall reclaim everything lost, and with interest. Jiang Yunqing sneezed. Upon her return to the fragrant pavilion, she directed her servants to restore the retrieved treasures to their rightful place. "My lady, are we not to select a gift for the recognition banquet?" Mu Xiang inquired, observing as the storeroom door was locked with a decisive click. "A gift?" Jiang Yunqing mused, igniting a small note in the oil lamp's flame. The clever Qing Feng had just relayed the true identity of Princess Mingzhu, allowing her to prepare for the upcoming banquet. If that were the case, sending the exquisite treasures from the storeroom would be a grave waste. Her gaze swept across a landscape painting on the wall, and with a flourish of her arm, she instructed Mu Xiang, "Take that painting down. We shall deliver it tomorrow." Mu Xiang glanced at the painting, puzzled. Had it not been a trinket Jiang Yunqing had found during her childhood at the old residence in Yunyang? It could indeed serve as a gift for the princess's residence. Nevertheless, whatever the lady decreed would be honored. Moreover, the princess was hardly virtuous. She was certainly unworthy of Jiang Yunqing's dowry being squandered. As the two were engaged in conversation, a sudden knock echoed against the window. Mu Xiang opened it to reveal Mingwei, who held out a delicate wooden box. "What is this?" asked Jiang. "Miss Jiang, it is the dragon lotus sent by Long Shulian. The young master specifically instructed that it be delivered into your hands." Jiang Yunqing exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the box from Mu Xiang, lifting the lid to unveil a stunning blue and white lotus flower, precisely as illustrated in the medical texts. Truly, Xiao Yan has kept his promise. Just 5 days have passed, and the dragon lotus has been retrieved from the northern frontier. Mingwei, please convey my heartfelt gratitude to your young master. Mingwen nodded before swiftly departing. Jiang Yunqing instructed Mu Xiang to carefully store the medicinal herbs, anticipating the arrival of her cousin Lin Xiang, who would bring the remaining ingredients, thus allowing them to commence the next phase of treatment. "Miss, I implore you to save my father." A figure burst through the door, stumbling and collapsing at Jiang Yunqing's feet. Chapter 47. debridement, and healing Jiang Yunqing focused her gaze and realized that the one weeping uncontrollably was none other than Baiji. Previously, she had arranged for Baiji's father to be taken to Fengfei Pavilion for treatment, and now, after just one night, could it be that his condition had worsened? Yes, my lady. My father has been suffering from high fever since last night. The doctor just informed me that the wound is extensive and that the treatment was not timely. The previous storage room was excessively damp. Now, the wound is infected, and I fear he may not survive, Baiji lamented, her heart heavy with regret for having chosen to place her father in such a dilapidated shelter. The thought that her father might succumb to his injuries was unbearable. Do not cry. Take me to see him, Jiang Yunqing instructed, swiftly gathering a complete set of silver needles and reminding Mu Xiang to fetch a white porcelain jar from the wooden chest at the foot of her bed. Upon entering the room of Baiji and her father, a potent aroma of medicine mingled with the stench of decaying flesh assaulted her senses. Jiang Yunqing's heart sank as she hurried to her patient's bedside, lifting the covers for a glimpse, confirming her worst fears. The doctor had yet to leave, and upon seeing Jiang Yunqing, he cautiously remarked, "Miss Jiang, it appears that during the initial treatment, the necrotic tissue was not properly debrided before applying the dressings. The wound has now deteriorated severely, and the patient is in a persistent high fever. My medical skills are limited, and I truly cannot provide adequate care. I implore you to seek a more skilled physician, lest you delay the patient as condition." This doctor, summoned from the renowned medical hall, was no novice. His words indicated the gravity of the situation. Dr. Chun, concerned about his inability to treat the patient and the potential repercussions on his reputation, hesitated, fearing the loss of both the patient and his own credibility. "Mu Xiang, escort Dr. Chun to collect his fee," Jiang Yunqing said, her tone calm and unyielding. "There is no need for compensation. After all, he has not been able to treat the wound," Dr. Chun replied, feeling somewhat guilty for his retreat at such a critical moment. Besides, Miss Jiang was his employer's cousin, and he could easily claim his pay at the medical hall without burdening the Jiang family further. "You have watched over the patient all night. This modest fee is warranted. There is merit in your labor, even if not in skill, so please do not refuse," Jiang Yunqing insisted while directing the maidservant to gently remove the bandages from Baiji's father. The bandages clung stubbornly to the flesh, making their removal excruciatingly difficult. Even in his unconscious state, Baiji's father trembled at the slightest touch, a testament to his suffering. Witnessing her father's agony, Baiji felt as if her heart were being cruelly wrenched apart, forcing her to turn away and shed silent tears. Jiang Yunqing retrieved a delicate small knife from the wooden chest, preparing to excise the necrotic tissue. "Wait, Miss Jiang, allow me to handle this," Dr. Chun interjected. His conscience pricked as he hesitated at the doorway, torn between his duty and the sight of such a delicate young lady undertaking such a daunting task. "Very well. I entrust this to you, Dr. Chun," Jiang Yunqing replied, parting Baiji's father's lips to administer a black medicinal pill before stepping aside. "What is this, doctor?" Chun inquired instinctively. "It is an internal anesthetic," she replied. Ah, Dr. Chun understood the gravity of the situation. The process of debriding necrotic tissue was excruciatingly painful. Even a patient in a state of unconsciousness could succumb to the torment. However, he was only familiar with the tincture known as muffin powder and had never before encountered a medicinal pill. Previously, the host had mentioned that Miss Jiang was a prodigy in the medical arts, yet he had been skeptical. After all, she was merely a young girl. And how proficient could her skills possibly be, even if she hailed from the esteemed Jiang family of Yinyang? Nevertheless, upon witnessing the pill being administered, he was astounded as the patient's body relaxed almost instantaneously, allowing him to proceed with his actions with newfound steadiness. Remarkably, this pill proved to be over 10 times more effective than the tincture. He resolved to seek further enlightenment from Miss Jiang when the opportunity arose. Little did he know that the pill was the result of numerous enhancements made by Jiang Yunqing, infused with rare and exotic ingredients that undoubtedly contributed to its tranquilizing and analgesic effects. Yet, one must remember that all medicine harbors some toxicity, and the properties of this miraculous muffin pill were no exception, if ingested without the subsequent detoxification through Jiang Yunqing's silver needles. The toxin would infiltrate the nervous system within 3 days, rendering the individual as foolish as a 5-year-old child. Thus, even if other physicians were to employ this pill, they would likely unwittingly lead many innocent souls to their demise. Approximately half an hour later, Dr. Chun, pale-faced, concluded his work. The sight of decaying flesh accompanied by freshly hatched maggots nearly induced his own retching. However, he recalled Miss Zhang's calm demeanor while assessing the patient's condition, which had not betrayed a hint of distress. How could he, a seasoned physician with decades of experience, allow himself to falter? Thus, he persevered with great difficulty. After expressing his gratitude, Jiang Yunqing respectfully presented Dr. Chun with a token of appreciation as he exited the premises. To his surprise, he accepted it without further ado, though curiosity gnawed at him regarding the young lady's subsequent treatment plans. Yet, Jiang Yunqing politely ushered him away. Just before departing, he discreetly cast a glance at the white porcelain vial in her hand, sensing that its contents were truly extraordinary. While he believed that the injuries were beyond remedy, Jiang Yunqing appeared brimming with confidence. He resolved to observe the outcome, eager to see if she could indeed perform miracles. Once Dr. Chun had taken his leave, Jiang Yunqing instructed Mu Xiang and Bai Ji to assist in applying the black ointment from the porcelain vial onto Mr. Bai's wounds. Bai Ji, this medicine promotes the regeneration of flesh and will begin to form scabs within 3 days. At that point, he will experience unbearable itching, so you must secure his hands and feet to prevent him from scratching at the wounds. Do you understand? Jiang Yunqing meticulously reiterated her instructions, assuring Bai Ji not to fret and attend to her father first before returning to assist her. Overcome with gratitude, Bai Ji watched Jiang Yunqing depart, trembling as she turned to sit beside her father's bed. Gazing at the man, who was in such a pitiful state, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Father, what shall we do? I feel utterly guilty. The young lady has been so kind to us, yet She buried her face in her hands, weeping inconsolably. Mu Xiang, fetch the dragon's eye lotus. I will begin preparing a medicinal bath. Just as she reached the entrance of the main house, Jiang Yunqing learned that Lin Xiang had dispatched someone to deliver the medicinal herbs required for her father's treatment. This cousin's handling of matters instills confidence in her. The mere fact that the Lin family entrusted the renowned medical hall to the young Lin Xiang is a testament to his exceptional management skills and medical expertise. Yet, the more Jiang Yunqing learns, the more perplexed she becomes. If Lin Xiang is indeed so meticulous and prudent, how could he have made the grievous error of prescribing the wrong medication in his previous life, which ultimately led to the closure of the medical hall and the Lin family's connections in the capital being irrevocably severed? It was also due to the misfortunes that befell the Lin family that Jiang Yunqing lost their protection and became, in Li Shichang's eyes, a mere insignificance as the matriarch of the, ultimately leading to her humiliation and death. Chapter 48. The bird thief, there must be some trickery afoot. Miss, this is terrible. Long Xiuyan has disappeared. Mu Xiang exclaimed as she rushed out of the room, interrupting Jiang Yunqing's musings. What? It had only been a brief moment that she had stepped away to check on Bai Ji's father. It couldn't have been more than an hour. The perpetrator must be someone from the courtyard, particularly someone who had access to the house. After all, Mu Xiang had kept Long Xiuyan's whereabouts extremely discreet. How could an ordinary person know and manage to take something right under so many watchful eyes? Something felt amiss. Jiang Yunqing interrogated the servants and maids, all of whom insisted that no one had left the Fengfei Pavilion during that hour, save for the recently departed Dr. Chun. However, Dr. Chun had been occupied in Bai Ji's room the entire time and had no opportunity to act. Thus, there remained only one possibility. Long Xiuyan was still within the Fengfei Pavilion, but had been hidden away to prevent Jiang Yunqing from successfully concocting an antidote, thereby delaying the treatment. The only individuals who had entered her main quarters during this time, apart from herself, were Mu Xiang and Bai Ji. Jiang Yunqing trusted Mu Xiang implicitly. There was no reason for her to commit such an act. This left only Bai Ji. Before long, Bai Ji was summoned to Jiang Yunqing's presence for questioning. The moment she entered, she fell to her knees with a thud, silent except for her muffled sobs, her head striking the ground with a resounding thump. Seeing this, both Jiang Yunqing and Mu Xiang understood that Bai Ji was somehow entangled in this matter. Bai Ji and her father had saved Jiang Yunqing in a previous life. Yet she remained unaware of their true character. She had believed that those who acted with righteousness to save others could not possibly be of a sinister disposition, which had emboldened her to allow them to remain in the courtyard. Had she inadvertently invited danger into her home? Bai Ji, if you truly feel guilty, then lift your head and speak honestly. The stolen medicinal herbs are of utmost importance, as they pertain to my father's life. I implore you to tell the truth. Only by retrieving Long Shulian can you absolve your sins and justify my efforts to save your father. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji collapsed further to the ground, consumed by her remorse. She lamented her treachery, realizing that while the young lady had selflessly endeavored to save her father, she had unwittingly jeopardized the young lady's father's life. Jiang Yunqing gestured for Mu Xiang and an elderly maid to assist Bai Ji to her feet, fearing that if matters were not clarified soon, the girl might faint from her distress. Mississippi, I am so sorry. This morning, a large bird delivered a note to me, claiming that my brother was in the possession of its master. If I wished for my brother to return alive, the condition was to exchange it for the wooden box beneath your bed. In her desperation to save her brother, she had placed her trust in a mere bird. While Jiang Yunqing and Mu Xiang were preoccupied with Dr. Chun tending to her father, Bai Ji had stealthily entered the main room and, following the bird's instructions, discovered a wooden box. Without a second thought, she had passed it out through the window. The bird had seized the box and vanished without a trace. Listening to this account, Jiang Yunqing was left in a state of incredulity. How could a great bird have appeared out of nowhere? No wonder no one had entered or exited her Fengfei pavilion. It seemed Long Shulian had sprouted wings. Jiang Yunqing ordered that Bai Ji be taken back and confined to her room, with strict instructions that she was not to leave without her command. Bai Ji's father still requires the care of his daughter. For the time being, Jiang Yunqing cannot take action. From the earlier situation, Jiang Yunqing gathered that Bai Ji did not intend to cause harm. Rather, she was manipulated by wicked individuals who used her brother's information to coerce an innocent young girl into wrongdoing. Bai Ji was unaware of the critical nature of the contents within the wooden box. At that moment, she perceived the box as ordinary, and though she understood it was inappropriate to take the girl's belongings for Daniao, she was startled and acted on impulse. She never anticipated the grave consequences that would prevent Jiang Dalao from awakening. If Long Shulian cannot be recovered, and the girl loses her father, she would bear the weight of a life debt for the rest of her days, forever deprived of peaceful sleep and a tranquil life. After dispersing everyone, Mu Xiang stuck out her tongue at Jiang Yunqing and softly remarked that it was fortunate the girl had foresight. Otherwise, if Long Shulian were truly stolen, it would spell trouble. This treasure was exchanged for the girl's lifelong happiness. If it were taken by a bird, Mu Xiang would pursue the nefarious creature to the ends of the earth to retrieve it. Listening to Mu Xiang's ramblings, Jiang Yunqing reached into her clothing and produced a blue and white flower. Thankfully, her vigilance paid off. The peculiar bird had only snatched a wilted begonia flower. As she prepared to visit Bai Ji's father, she inadvertently noticed Bai Ji's frantic gaze sweeping the room, her hands trembling violently. This was not mere concern for her father's condition. It seemed as though she was searching for something. Just after Long Shulian was delivered, Bai Ji arrived to report her father's serious injury. Recalling Zhao's strange pulse, Jiang Yunqing suddenly felt a surge of alertness. However, she maintained her composure, signaling Mu Xiang to lead Bai Ji ahead while she swiftly concealed Long Shulian on her person, thwarting the hidden malevolence lurking within the Jiang household. Yet, she truly did not expect that the source of trouble was a large bird. What an absurdity! This so-called Long Shulian was nothing more than a mere begonia. Meanwhile, a golden eagle waiting for a morsel was struck on the head by the wooden box, flapping its wings and flying chaotically within the cramped, dilapidated temple. It was perplexed by its master's fluctuating mood. Moments ago, it had returned proudly with the wooden box. exclaiming its treasure status, only to find itself reduced to a foolish creature. The golden eagle grumbled in dissatisfaction and retreated behind a weathered statue to rest. Linglong, your daughter is indeed a formidable opponent. A middle-aged man dressed as a Taoist murmured in frustration. Meanwhile, Zhao was restless in Jing Yushuan until her maid, Chun Tao, rushed in with alarming news. Madam, there has been a thief in Fangfei Pavilion. A thief? Zhao exclaimed, rising in agitation, only to quickly suppress her emotions, her face reflecting concern and anxiety as she inquired, "What was taken? Is everyone safe?" "Madam, you do not understand. Fangfei Pavilion has its doors tightly secured, as if fearing even a fly might enter." However, the young girl's eagerness to gossip was palpable, and she tantalizingly continued, "This is no challenge for me, Chun Tao. I had the maidservant set up a ladder so I could get a clear view of the courtyard. It turns out a wooden box was lost, purportedly linked to the master, and Bai Ji was sobbing uncontrollably before being sent back to her room. It seems there is indeed a traitor within the fragrant pavilion. I have always maintained that these newly arrived maidservants cannot be relied upon. It is we, the born and bred of this household, who remain steadfast in our loyalty to our master. Chun Tao chattered away, oblivious to the fact that Madame Zhao had sighed in relief and returned to her side, pouring herself a cup of tea. Zhao Linglong felt reassured, as it appeared Su Yucheng had indeed accomplished the task at hand. "Madam, there is something even more astonishing. The thief is not a person, but a great bird. I wonder what this bird wants with the young lady's wooden box." Chun Tao grew increasingly animated as she spoke, as the recent gossip among the maidservants had found a new topic. After all, this was the bustling capital. How many had ever encountered such a magnificent bird? Yet, oddly enough, this great bird had fixated on their own young lady. Chapter 49. The Golden Eagle of the Desert. My lady, do you think this great bird is some kind of spirit? Is our young miss fortunate or cursed? Before she could finish her words, she felt Zhao's piercing gaze upon her, compelling her to silence. Shortly thereafter, a small silver ingot was tossed her way, which she hastily caught. "Less chatter. Go inquire about what the young lady has lost. If it is something trivial, let her report it to me, and I shall provide a replacement. As for that bird, let others keep their mouths tightly shut. Should I discover who whispers these peculiar tales, I shall not be merciful." Chun Tao promptly acknowledged and lowered her head as she exited. Zhao Linglong was aware of the golden eagle's existence, and Su Yucheng truly was reckless to unleash such a creature upon the Jiang residents. The capital was not like the desolate northwestern lands, where such beasts could roam freely. If the people of the capital were to uncover its secret, it would lead to considerable trouble. Now that Bai Ji had witnessed the eagle with her own eyes, she could not remain. Zhao leisurely finished her tea, tapping her finger on the table. At the sound, Mama's son, who had been waiting outside, entered. "My lady, do you have any instructions? Take a plate of pastries to Bai Ji. That girl has been confined by the young miss and I. Who said you should deliver it directly? Make a trip to the kitchen, and do so discreetly. Do you understand?" "Yes." In the Fangfei Pavilion, Mu Xiang brought a plate of milk pastries and placed them on Jiang Yunqing's desk. The young lady had been preoccupied with the Dragonheart Lotus and had not allowed anyone to disturb her, even missing dinner. The kitchen had just announced that some freshly made delicacies were sent over, following the recent custom of sending one portion to the young lady's room and one to Bai Ji's. This was a specific request from Jiang Yunqing, though the other servants could not comprehend why one should be so generous to a newly arrived maid. However, since the pastries were ordered with the young lady's own money, they refrained from voicing their opinions. Despite the incident involving Bai Ji's betrayal, the kitchen had not received any notice to cancel the pastries prepared for her, and thus they were sent along. Upon hearing that one plate was meant for Bai Ji, Jiang Yunqing instructed Mu Xiang to bring it forth. She took a silver needle and pricked each pastry, seemingly satisfied that there was no issue. "Very well, sir," to Bai Ji. "I've heard that the girl has been sorrowful in her room and has not had dinner." "Indeed, Mu Xiang, tell her that if she does not eat properly, she cannot remain in the Jiang household. We cannot bear the reputation of having a starving maid, even if she has made a mistake. Acknowledging her faults is commendable, but she must first be alive to amend them. To live well, so that the one lurking in the shadows believes Jiang Yunqing to be benevolent while harboring a ticking time bomb. Only by allowing that hidden figure to perceive an opportunity can I draw them out and eliminate the threat once and for all. Jiang Yunqing recalled the great bird that Baizhi had mentioned, which might very well be the gigantic golden eagle that had appeared in the capital in her previous life. That wretched creature later stirred up quite a commotion in the capital, and I have heard that it nearly cost the life of a prince. During the pursuit, Li Shichang sustained grave injuries, yet in the end, they failed to capture that eagle. It is indeed amusing to think that in this life, that very eagle has turned to thievery, bringing mischief upon her, Jiang Yunqing. Qifeng, are you there? Jiang Yunqing mused, calling out towards the window. Moments later, a hand rapped against the glass. Yes, Miss Jiang, do you have a message for the young master? Qifeng replied. It was quite concerning for Qifeng. Throughout the day, Miss Jiang had not uttered a single word regarding her own master, which suggested her heart was not with him at all. While her master anxiously awaited a betrothal, Jiang Yunqing remained indifferent, either preoccupied with caring for her ailing father or locked away, experimenting with an array of peculiar herbs, utterly unlike any other young lady preparing for marriage. Did you see that eagle today? Huh? Qifeng was momentarily taken aback, before realizing that Miss Jiang was referring to the thieving bird. It was indeed unfortunate that when the bird appeared at the window, he had just stepped away. Thus, he saw not even a feather of it. However, he was familiar with tales of a magnificent and spirited bird. Years ago, he had accompanied the young master to the northwestern deserts, where General Zhao Huan had kept an enormous golden eagle. Fierce and valiant, it was said to be capable of carrying off a full-grown man and devouring him whole. While he never witnessed the eagle's taste for human flesh, the horrifying scene of it pecking out men's eyes during an ambush by bandits at the northwestern border still haunted his memory. General Zhao? Jiang Yunqing interjected. Yes, Zhao Huan, your mother's biological father. At this moment, Jiang Yunqing recalled that Zhao Linglong was indeed Zhao Huan's legitimate daughter. She had an elder sister who had entered the palace, now a neglected consort with a frail 7th prince under her care. There was also a legitimate elder brother, once a deputy general who perished in battle while covering for Xiao Yan's retreat, pierced by countless arrows. It dawned on her that the Zhao family had once harbored a golden eagle, a fact she only learned in this life despite having lived two. Could it be that the chaos caused by that eagle in her previous life was somehow linked to the Zhao family, or more precisely, to her mother? That woman, whom she had deemed inept, might be far more formidable than she had ever imagined. Yet, she had died too soon in her previous life to witness how the Zhao family would stir the winds of fate. In this rebirth, fate not only granted her the opportunity to repay grievances and kindness alike, but also unveiled many hidden truths. This life was becoming increasingly intriguing. Qifeng, please extend my gratitude to the young master for the long Shulian he sent, and for his warning, indicating its preciousness. If the Jiang family harbors a traitor, they might seek to undermine it and prevent Jiang Zheng from curing his affliction. Only then did Jiang Yunqing notice the unusual expression on Baizhi's face. To prevent the villain from succeeding, Baizhi might face dire consequences. Miss, do you think there is a suitable gift of gratitude I could offer? I fear that if I respond with such empty words, I shall incur the wrath of the young master. Qifeng, this is a blatant act of favoritism. Your behavior is becoming increasingly outrageous. Are you intent on tarnishing our young lady's reputation? Muxiang spat in disdain and hurled a crumpled piece of paper discarded by Jiang Yunqing in his direction. Qifeng deftly dodged and scratched his head, aware that he had perhaps overstepped his bounds. However, as a loyal attendant to the young master, it was only natural for him to seek some advantages for himself while remaining close to his future mistress. Chapter 50. The humiliation of Muxiang Jiang Yunqing appeared somewhat flustered. She had genuinely not intended to present a gift as thanks. However, upon Qifeng's inquiry, she reflected that Xiao Yan's diligent efforts warranted some token of appreciation. Very well, I shall give him a painting, she decided. Jiang Yunqing instructed Muxiang to open a large chest at the foot of the bed, which contained various items she had brought from Yinyang. After rummaging through, she finally unearthed a small painting. Xiao Yan accepted the artwork, purportedly a special gift from Jiang Yunqing. Upon unfolding it, a cloud of dust erupted, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Qing Feng sighed deeply, pondering the reluctance Jiang Yunqing must have felt to part with such a dusty relic. He silently hoped that Xiao Yan would not retaliate in anger. With that thought, Qing Feng discreetly edged toward the door, ready to evade any potential wrath. However, contrary to his expectations, the furious master did not manifest. Instead, Xiao Yan's eyes glistened with emotion as he gently caressed the canvas. Curious, Qing Feng leaned in for a closer look. How familiar this painting seems, as if I have encountered it before, he mused. His gaze then fell upon a pouch that Xiao Yan always wore at his waist, adorned with a design strikingly similar to that of the painting. Could it be that this pouch, nearly worn to tatters by Xiao Yan's constant handling, was indeed crafted by Jiang Yunqing herself? Qing Feng recalled the scolding from Mu Xiang and regretted not standing his ground at that moment. Should Mu Xiang dare to nag him again, he resolved to remind her of who truly overstepped. On the day of the recognition banquet at the princess's residence, the weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly, uplifting the spirits of all. Yet, Mu Xiang felt otherwise. The moment she entered the estate, misfortune struck, for she encountered Princess Mingzhu. It was partly her own fault for neglecting to consult the calendar before venturing out. After consuming several bowls of plain porridge for breakfast, she found herself urgently seeking the restroom upon arrival. As if that were not enough, just as she was about to exit the lavatory, a barrage of stones fell from above, soiling her garments. Thankfully, her agility spared her from sustaining severe injuries. Who did this? Who? Mu Xiang stormed out, her anger boiling over, but before she could finish her exclamation, a heavy blow struck her knee from behind. The dull ache forced her to kneel, instinctively bracing herself against the ground. Two matronly figures swiftly seized her shoulders, rendering her unable to resist. These two matrons were skilled. A pair of exquisitely adorned shoes, encrusted with pearls, viciously pressed down on Mu Xiang's hands, causing her to break into a cold sweat from the pain. Oh, is that not Mu Xiang? Lying on the ground, are you searching for your lady? A voice mocked, accompanied by laughter. Enduring the agony, Mu Xiang looked up to find her nemesis, Chun Xiang, standing before her. Chun Xiang, you, how dare you shout so brazenly before the county princess? You uncouth servant. Madam, strike her. A tall, slender maid beside Chun Xiang silenced Mu Xiang by shoving a handkerchief into her mouth before she could finish her sentence. Subsequently, an elder matron emerged behind the maidservant, seizing Muxiang's hairpin and began to strike her face with resounding slaps. By the time Jiang Yunqing received word and rushed over, Muxiang's visage was already swollen and bruised, her eyes clouded and her ears ringing. Cease this at once. Upon hearing Jiang Yunqing's authoritative reprimand from a distance, old Madame An paused, her hand suspended in midair, momentarily uncertain whether to let the slap fall or retract it. Fool, why are you dawdling? Continue. I am your mistress. Old Madame An acquiesced, raising her arm once more to deliver another vicious blow. In the next heartbeat, a slender silver needle pierced her wrist, prompting her to scream like a pig being slaughtered. As she clutched her hand and writhed on the ground. You audacious wretch! What do you think you're doing? How dare you harm my matron? Chun Xiang, transformed from a sparrow to a phoenix, faced Jiang Yunqing with no trace of fear or guilt. Clearly, in just 2 short days, she had adeptly acclimated to her new identity. The arrogance and tyranny she now displayed surpassed that of her own mother. Just because you are a dignified county princess and not a mere street harlot, you should consider your own reputation while also respecting the dignity of the grand princess and the royal family. Jiang Yunqing rescued Muxiang and instructed Jiang Yunyu to escort her away, choosing to remain behind to deal with the aftermath. Though she termed it aftermath, she truly intended to retaliate against those who dare to strike at her. You. Chun Xiang was momentarily silenced by Jiang Yunqing's righteous admonition. Indeed, the Grand Princess's mother had just cautioned her against openly provoking Jiang Yunqing at the recognition banquet, while Jiang Yunqing was undoubtedly a thorn in their sides. As a newly appointed county princess, she needed to be mindful of her reputation. This recognition banquet was specifically arranged by the Grand Princess to restore her reputation, while also allowing her to assess potential suitors. There could be no room for error. Oomph. Consider yourself fortunate. Today is a good day for this county princess, so I shall not hold it against you. Return and properly discipline your maid. Next time, she may not be so lucky. Xiang suppressed her anger, turning to leave with her maid and matron. Wait. A crowd observed as Jiang Yunqing raised her right hand, as if casting something into the sky. Xiang rubbed her eyes, seeing nothing, and glanced at those around her, who were equally perplexed by Jiang Yunqing's gesture. What sorcery is this? A mere display of bravado. Noticing non-usual cadence. Xiang shot Jiang Yunqing a fierce glare and hastened toward the banquet. Jiang Yunqing chuckled softly, clapping her hands, anticipating an entertaining spectacle to unfold. The recognition banquet was set in the garden of the princess's residence. At this moment in April, the peonies and hydrangeas were in full bloom, attracting countless butterflies and bees, creating a most picturesque scene. Yet, despite the flowers' beauty, they were merely embellishments, serving to highlight the unparalleled grace and beauty of our county princess. These words were spoken by Madame Pei, the wife of the Minister of Revenue. Minister Su Xianzong hailed from humble origins and was a protégé of the Grand Princess Anning. Their family has always revered the eldest princess. And now that Ning has retrieved her daughter, Pei has keenly recognized this as an excellent opportunity to further align themselves with the esteemed princess. As for the identity of the illustrious Mingzhu County princess, Pei is well aware of the details. Among the numerous ladies invited by the eldest princess to the banquet at Yuchuan Tower, she was present. With her discerning eye, she recognized that the woman who had been humiliated by a beggar on that day is undoubtedly the radiant Mingzhu County princess of today. Pei speculated that the eldest princess's urgent organization of a reunion banquet was intended to clarify the position of her noble lineage before any malicious rumors could spread to the capital. As a member of the imperial family, Mingzhu County princess must not be subjected to the slander of base individuals. The incident at Yuchuan Tower must remain a closely guarded secret among the noble ladies, for even the slightest leak could unleash a tempest upon both their husbands and maternal families. Given this context, why should the Su family not seize this opportunity to ride the tide? Chapter 51. Xiao Jinxiu is said that the Princess Mingzhu has just reached the age of maturity, and following this recognition of kinship, it is certain that suitors will soon come forth to seek her hand. If the Zhang family is able to wed the tarnished Princess Mingzhu, it would not only demonstrate loyalty to the Grand Princess, but also place the princess firmly under the thumb of the Pei family, ensuring that this noble daughter-in-law remains compliant. Thus, prior to the recognition banquet, Lady Pei resolutely decided to win the favor of the young princess at the feast, hoping to spark some affection in her heart for her son. This was the reason behind Lady Pei's extravagant praises earlier. Those present were astute individuals, all well aware of Lady Pei's intentions. Many of the informed ladies privately derided her, believing that she had become blinded by wealth and luxury. Regardless of her status as the Grand Princess's daughter, having lost her virtue meant she had forfeited the most precious quality of a woman, thus rendering her unworthy of matching with their esteemed sons. Lady Pei seemed entirely lacking in compassion for her own son. However, this was ultimately a matter concerning another family, and they felt no obligation to intervene. They could merely observe the unfolding drama with detached amusement, curious to see what fate awaited Lady Pei's ambitious schemes. As Lady Pei's flattery subsided, murmurs of agreement rose from the crowd, and indeed, the Princess Mingzhu smiled warmly at Lady Pei, who led the praises. This must be Madame Zhang from the Ministry of Revenue, noted for her elegance and poise, a woman of eloquence. The onlookers could only shake their heads in disbelief, realizing that the princess had become so enraptured by flattery that she had lost her bearings. After all, Lady Pei was of an elder generation, and to laud her elder as eloquent was quite absurd. Though Jiang Yunqing stood at a distance, her keen hearing caught the remark, and she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Xiang, if you can speak well, do share more. Your presence certainly adds a touch of amusement to this gathering, she said. Suddenly, a chilling voice interrupted from behind her. laden with discontent. "Miss Jiang, what are you laughing at all alone over here?" It was the Grand Princess. And Ning looked at the petite girl, her heart filled with a desire to strip away her skin. The girl was clearly mocking her own daughter, failing to recognize the appropriateness of the occasion. But was this truly Chuanxiang's fault? No, now she was Xiao Jinxiu. That day, upon recognizing her daughter by the birthmark, she had rushed into the palace, weeping and beseeching her brother, the emperor, to bestow upon her the royal surname of Xiao for her reclaimed daughter. Jinxiu had done nothing wrong. The fault lay with the Xiao royal family, with the late emperor, back when Ning was still in her boudoir. She had fallen in love with an actor from her household, resulting in an unplanned pregnancy. To preserve the royal dignity, the late emperor had secretly executed the actor and, under the pretense of sending Ning to pray for the people, had dispatched her to the Baima temple. There, she nearly lost her life giving birth to a baby girl. According to the late emperor's decree, the midwife was to strangle the infant on the spot, but fortunately, her brother's covert guard arrived just in time to rescue the child. After her confinement, she hastily married Li Shichang, the son of the prime minister, as per the late emperor's orders, only to discover that he was a eunuch, leaving her with no hope of bearing her own children. The tale that circulates throughout the capital revolves around the romantic love affair of the Long Princess and her husband. The world admires their harmonious relationship, where the prince consort is utterly devoted to the Long Princess, resolutely refusing to take a concubine, willing to forego offspring for the sake of their everlasting union. Yet, this is merely a falsehood woven by the royal family and the Li clan. While everyone lauds the prince's sacrifices, who truly recognizes that she is the one who bears the real burden of sacrifice? Furthermore, there is her unfortunate daughter, snatched away from her since infancy. Initially, she had intended to raise her daughter beside her elder brother, the king of Nanhai. However, the late emperor, filled with hatred for this illegitimate princess's audacity, denied the child any chance of survival, dispatching the most skilled imperial guards to relentlessly pursue the shadowy figure protecting the infant. Ultimately, the shadowy guardian, cradling the baby, was cornered by the riverbank and, in a desperate leap, was swallowed by the turbulent waves. Fortunately, the heavens bestowed mercy. Her daughter, blessed with fortitude, did not perish amidst the raging waters. She survived against all odds, enduring countless hardships and suffering. In her youth, she served as a courtesan in a brothel and toiled as a servant in the Jiang household. Eventually, she found her way back to her biological mother. Yet that harrowing humiliation, if it were not for that torment, she would undoubtedly have blossomed even more brightly, rather than presenting a fade of vibrancy while silently weeping in the depths of night and dreams. And Ning is aware of all this. The more details she uncovers, the greater her guilt grows, and the more she cherishes her daughter. What does it matter if she is coarse and ignorant? Jinxiu can learn gradually. What does it matter if she has lost her innocence? The blood of the imperial family flows through Jinxiu's veins, and the surname of the Xiao family will cleanse away all impurities, endowing her with boundless honor. Yet, Jiang Yunqing stands as the chief architect of the profound harm inflicted upon Jinxiu. Old grievances and new resentments surged within Ning, who nearly succumbed to the impulse of grasping Jiang Yunqing by the throat. Her aunt seemed to be conversing merrily with Miss Jiang. This is well, for soon they will all be family. It is better to foster familiarity in advance. Jiang Yunqing's gaze, sweeping past the fierce countenance of Princess and Ning, met a pair of cold eyes behind her. Upon making contact with Jiang Yunqing's glance, those eyes momentarily softened with tenderness. Xiao Yan had arrived to provide a reprieve. Jiang Yunqing cast a reproachful glance at the seemingly frail man in the wheelchair. Had he arrived a moment later, Princess and Ning would have faced considerable hardship. Jiang Yunqing discreetly tucked the powder in her palm back into her sleeve. Xiao Yan, oblivious to her reproach, believed himself to be the gallant hero rescuing the princess from peril. He had sensed the overwhelming aura of menace emanating from his aunt's silhouette. Reflecting upon the Long Princess's usual conduct, he knew she would undoubtedly absolve Xiao Jinxiu of all wrongdoing, redirecting all ire towards the innocent. Thus, upon spotting Jiang Yunqing, he hastened over, anxious to prevent his aunt from abusing her power. Family? Princess Ning was somewhat taken aback. How could Xiao Yan be so confident that the emperor would grant his request for marriage? The information she had received indicated that Princess Shun and was the most likely candidate to become the consort or the heir to the Prince of Zhenbei. Nevertheless, she could not be bothered to unveil the truth. Let these two ignorant youngsters revel in their delight for now. When the imperial decree arrives, they shall be left utterly astounded. Might Miss Jiang lend me a hand? With a huff, the princess turned away from them and strode directly towards Princess Mingzhu. Breaking the silence, Xiao Yan beckoned Jiang Yunqing with a flick of his finger. Concealed atop the treetops, Qingfeng Mingwei found the scene amusing. No wonder the master insisted they keep their distance today. It was evidently to have Miss Jiang assist him, drawing closer to the young lady. Yet, the wheelchair could have been maneuvered by the young master with merely his hands. Was it not overly conspicuous to require Miss Jiang's aid? Jiang Yunqing discerned the situation as well, letting out a soft laugh as she mouthed, "No way. If you're capable, then stand up." Chapter 52. The swarm of bees, a rustling sound emanated from the treetops, causing the two concealed individuals to nearly burst into laughter. Then, with a stern expression, Xiao Yan raised his hand towards the treetop, and each of them received a pebble to their foreheads. Having encountered the young Master Xiao, they were soon surrounded by a group of noble ladies, each presenting their respects to him with sweet voices and flushed faces. Xiao Yan maintained his cold demeanor, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. He then huffily turned his wheelchair, intending to head towards the study. His irritation was palpable. He was eager to confront the silent prince waiting there and ensure his complete obliteration. Jiang Yunqing, well aware of the source of his anger, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the esteemed young master throwing a childish tantrum in front of so many. This was my cousin? Xiao Jinxiu felt a stirring within her. He was indeed as handsome as the rumor suggested, albeit rather aloof. However, his attitude towards Jiang Yunqing had been notably gentler. No, it was more than just gentleness. To Xiao Jinxiu, it seemed a blend of unrequited affection and helplessness. That wretched Jiang Yunqing. What right did she have to receive such preferential treatment from her cousin, even if she was now a so-called miraculous physician and a county princess? Did she believe she could stand on equal footing with her and vie for a man? Preposterous. How absurd. Xiao Jinxiu was the sole descendant of the esteemed Princess Anning, her veins coursing with the blood of the Xiao family, her surname bestowed by the emperor himself. How could Jiang Yunqing dare to compete with her? As these thoughts engulfed her, she suddenly reached out to grasp the backrest of the wheelchair, mimicking the mannerisms of courtesans from her memories, and playfully exclaimed, "Cousin, where are you off to? Allow me to push you." Not only Xiao Yan, but everyone present was covered in goosebumps. It was utterly terrifying. Xiao Yan shuddered, nearly tumbling from his wheelchair, casting a pitiful glance at Jiang Yunqing, as if to say, "This has nothing to do with me. No need to trouble the county princess. I can manage myself." Suddenly, Qingfeng and Mingwei appeared from an unknown direction, swiftly lifting the wheelchair and dashing away. Caught off guard, Xiao Jinxiu stumbled forward, nearly falling flat on her face had it not been for her attentive maid's quick intervention. What is so impressive about having hidden guards? Xiao Jinxiu tightly clutched her handkerchief, her heart swelling with resentment towards yet another person. Xiao Yan, if you regard me as a formidable adversary, then I shall endeavor to conquer you and see how you respond. You may evade me today, but your beloved remains. Suddenly, she turned her gaze towards Jiang Yunqing, her face adorned with a feigned smile that caused those around her to instinctively edge away. "Miss Jiang, I have heard of your remarkable medical skills, which earned you the emperor's esteemed title of miraculous physician. Might we, your sisters, be fortunate enough to have you check our pulses for peace today? Peaceful pulse?" The expressions of those present shifted subtly. Was this not treating the miraculous physician as a mere maid? Princess Mingzhu certainly had a knack for putting others in difficult positions. Among this group of noble women, the county princess holds the highest status. If Jiang Yunqing were to acquiesce to the pulse diagnosis, she would be lowering her own status and disrespecting the emperor's decree. Conversely, if she were to decline, It would suggest that the esteemed physician princess looked down upon the families of the officials. Regardless of her choice, the esteemed physician princess would find herself the subject of gossip, tarnishing her reputation. I say, Xiao Jinxiu, are you simply a loss? The princess's residence is home to several court physicians. Why must you trouble the esteemed physician princess to provide peace of mind? Do you think you are a lady of the palace, ever preparing for the heir? This scolding left the crowd speechless. The speaker was not someone they could easily provoke. After all, it was the renowned Shunan County princess, infamous for her fierce demeanor. However, they had previously heard of a grudge between her and the esteemed physician princess. Yet it seemed that Shunan County princess was now coming to her defense. The situation was rather convoluted, leaving everyone bewildered. Xiao, today is my recognition banquet. I shall do as I please. Do you have any authority to dictate my actions? Xiao Jinxiu, having been publicly humiliated, disregarded her dignity and shouted back. Cousin, since today is the recognition banquet for Mingzhu County Princess, why not wish her peace and health? A female voice unexpectedly pierced through the silence of the crowd. Jiang Yunqing looked up to see Gu Yuping. Typically, the Gu sisters maintained a low profile among noble women. But now, when no one else dared speak, she boldly stepped forward. It seemed she was attempting to mediate, positioning herself as the elder cousin, urging her younger cousin to make peace and show respect to the host. However, the discerning noble women silently scoffed. What right did a mere daughter of a literary family have to intervene in the quarrel of county princesses? Moreover, the esteemed physician princess offering a pulse diagnosis to Mingzhu County Princess was merely reinforcing Mingzhu's position against the esteemed physician princess. It was unclear whether Gu Yuping was truly oblivious to the impropriety of her actions or if she was deliberately stirring the pot. You are the esteemed physician princess's cousin? Xiao quickly retorted, pointing accusingly at Gu Yuping. Suddenly, her hand was grasped by Jiang Yunqing, who softly counted down in her ear, 3, 2, 1. What? Xiao's heart raced. Why the countdown? What was about to transpire? At that moment, Xiao Jinxiu, surrounded by the crowd, began to act strangely, writhing and scratching at her face and head. Simultaneously, her maidservants began to do the same. In no time, several individuals had drawn blood from their skin. Then, a buzzing sound filled the air, causing everyone to turn pale with fear. A swarm of bees descended upon the gathering, targeting Xiao Jinxiu and her attendants. The notion of peace of mind was abandoned. It was clear that chaos had erupted. Soon, the household servants arrived with nets to capture the bees and carry them to the lake to drown. However, the once radiant Princess Mingzhu is now left looking as if she has been stung by a swarm of bees. The attendants who trailed closely behind her are not faring much better, a chaotic flurry of panic and distress. The remaining onlookers, having witnessed the princess being escorted away from medical attention after the bees were dealt with, cautiously emerged from their hiding spots, exhaling a collective sigh of relief. Was this your doing? A still trembling Xiao patted her chest, the mere thought of bees instilling a deep-seated fear within her. In her childhood, she had endured a painful experience when a sting pierced her neck, leaving a thorn embedded deeply within her flesh, resulting in a swollen lump that took nearly a week to subside. The agony was excruciating. Just moments ago, she had counted 5 or 6 welts adorning Xiao Jinxiu's face alone. The poor girl must be in unbearable pain. Xiao lamented her misfortune. The reunion banquet had yet to commence, and already she found herself plagued by an incident with bees. Yet, perhaps it was for the best, as this would prevent her from further conspiring against Jiang Yunqing. Surely it was not the bees' doing. What connection do I have to this? I possess no such powers. Jiang Yunqing replied with a gentle smile, firmly denying any involvement. Chapter 53. The damaged painting. This was undoubtedly her handiwork. The colorless, tasteless powder previously scattered was indeed itching powder, and breaking the skin to draw blood would only entice the bees further. One could say that the garden of the Princess of Chang played a significant role in this calamity. If Chuanxiang did not suffer a great loss this time, she would certainly not bear the surname Jiang. Upon receiving the news, the princess hurried to visit Princess Mingzhu, and when she returned, her face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. The imperial physician remarked that the combination of the bee's stings and the princess's own scratching might make it exceedingly difficult for her face to return to its former beauty. It could very well lead to disfigurement. Useless. The face of the princess must be restored, or else none of you shall keep your own faces. With a flick of her sleeve, the princess swept everything off the table, and the sound of shattering porcelain echoed ominously through the room. Xiao Jinxiu and her entourage, having succumbed to the bee venom, lay unconscious, leaving the princess momentarily at a loss to ascertain the cause of this calamity. Inquiring of the guests present, they all claimed to have witnessed the bees attacking the princess. Initially, the princess suspected Jiang Yunqing of foul play, especially since Xiao Jinxiu had been tormenting Jiang Yunqing regarding the matter of the ping and pulse just before the bees appeared. However, before the gathered crowd, no one had seen Jiang Yunqing do anything suspicious. In fact, she had remained silent even when being harassed. Lacking concrete evidence, the princess could not accuse Jiang Yunqing outright. After all, suggesting that a young girl could command bees to harm was preposterous. Moreover, she was aware that His Majesty had granted Jiang Yunqing a waste token, indicating that he valued this talented physician. After all, she had just saved the Emperor's life. Hence, without sufficient evidence to deliver a decisive blow, the princess could not afford to act against Jiang Yunqing at this moment. How infuriating! How infuriating! Jiang Yunyu, you have ruined my painting. How do you intend to compensate for it? Following the commotion in the garden, the ladies, frightened, relocated to the lakeside for recreation. Suddenly, a quarrel erupted, seemingly involving the second daughter of the Jiang family. Jiang Yunqing smirked. This was the second time today that those around her had been targeted. It appeared that many still feared Jiang Yunqing's status as a princess, and with Princess Shunan providing protection, they dared not confront her openly, resorting instead to troubling others from the Jiang family. She was eager to see who would dare provoke her sister after Xiao Jinxiu had been stung into a grotesque visage. I did not touch that painting, Su Yun. It was you who approached with that painting and knocked over my teacup. The petite Jiang Yunyu was encircled by several tall young ladies from noble families, appearing as a lamb lost among wolves. Miss Su, I am unaware of what my sister has done to provoke such hostility from you all. After all, you and my sister are classmates at Haoyue Academy. Cannot we sit down and discuss this amicably? Jiang Yunqing parted the crowd, pulling the tearful Jiang Yunyu to her side, and then picked up the painting, which was said to be worth a fortune. A fine painting had been drenched in tea, causing the ink to begin to blur and run. What a pity. Princess of the miraculous physician, one of the ladies remarked, your words suggest that we are the ones bullying Jiang Yunyu. Su Yun, unwilling to concede, displayed a resolute demeanor as if she had truly been wronged. Jiang Yunqing closed her eyes. This expression reminded her of that scoundrel Su Xianzong. Indeed, Su Xianzong was Su Yun's biological father, the current Minister of Revenue, and the same villain from her previous life who coveted her beauty, compelling Li Shichang to barter her for a brighter future. Su Yun, do not hold it against me. When the path to heaven was available, you chose not to tread it, yet you recklessly ventured into the gates of hell. Now, allow me to inquire of you all, was it truly my sister who deliberately spilled this tea? Can those who have witnessed it firsthand step forward to testify? Just moments ago, Jiang Yunqing had overheard a group of noble ladies affirming Su Yun's claims, stating they had witnessed Jiang Yunyu pour tea onto the painting. Yet now, when Jiang Yunqing coldly inquired of them, many, under the oppressive gaze of Su Yun, hesitated to utter a single word. For reasons inexplicable, they harbored a vague apprehension towards Jiang Yunqing, perceiving her as a formidable figure. Her words, laced with a smile, belied a deeper scrutiny that left these sheltered women feeling utterly disconcerted. Su Yun could no longer endure the tension. Initially, they had intended to stand up for Princess Mingzhu, but her boldness only rendered the others timid as quail. Now, she found herself compelled to confront the situation alone, exclaiming, Princess Miaoyi, by questioning them in such a manner. Who among them would dare to speak the truth out of respect for your status? It is merely an exertion of power over others. You, my sister, would never stoop to your level. Slander. You are nothing but slander. Jiang Yunyu suddenly dashed out like a firecracker, seizing Su Yun's collar. She could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of her elder sister. In her heart, her sister was akin to a celestial being. It was acceptable to speak of her, but not of Jiang Yunqing. Cousin, it would be wise for you to acknowledge your mistake. Continuing this commotion serves no one, whether intentional or not. This artwork has ultimately been ruined by your tea. Ah, it seems you are determined to condemn yourself regardless. Jiang Yunyu, in a fit of indignation, turned her head only to find Gu Yuping once more. What on earth is going on with her today? She is everywhere. Jiang Yunqing was also puzzled. Was Gu Yuping seeking to align herself with the Grand Princess and pledge her allegiance? Otherwise, why does she consistently contradict them today? Could it be that her previous visit to the Gu family to reclaim her dowry has offended Gu Yuping? Regardless, it is inevitable that she will be dealt with sooner or later. There is no time like the present. Let us conclude this matter today. Look, this is what your cousin has proclaimed herself. Therefore, a compensation of 1,000 gold pieces is in order. With Gu Yuping's support, Su Yan forcefully wrenched Jiang Yunyu's grip from her collar, proclaiming triumphantly. As these words escaped her lips, a chorus of astonished gasps arose from the surroundings. What painting is worth 1,000 gold pieces? Is this to force the Jiang family to sell their possessions? Jiang Yunyu, overwhelmed with anxiety, couldn't help but burst into tears. Elder sister, what shall we do? Grandmother and mother will surely be furious with me. Jiang Yunqing handed her a handkerchief to dry her tears, then turned to Su Yun and said in a low voice, compensation is acceptable. However, to demand an exorbitant price is truly excessive. This painting is only worth 10 taels of silver. Jiang Yunqing's words stirred the waters like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that spread far and wide. Goodness! 1,000 gold coins compared to 10 taels of silver. The disparity is simply staggering. Which of these noble ladies is speaking the truth? 10 taels of silver wound tea even suffice to purchase this canvas. Esteemed medical county princess, surely you recognize this. This is none other than the masterpiece of the renowned Feng Shui painter Murong Sheng from the previous dynasty. It is a treasured heirloom passed down from my grandfather, priceless in the market. Were it not for the occasion of Princess Mingzhu's return, I would never dare to present such a treasure. Who could have anticipated its ruin at the hands of Jiang Yunyu? If I cannot secure 1,000 gold coins in compensation, I shall certainly face my grandfather's wrath upon my return. Many onlookers began to feel a measure of sympathy for Su Yun, who, having intended to showcase a treasure, found it destroyed instead. Miss Jiang, it is only just that you compensate according to the value, as this would reflect the esteemed reputation of the Jiang family. 1,000 gold coins may indeed be excessive. Yet to value this work at merely 10 taels of silver is a grave understatement of Master Murong's legacy. I can only imagine his kin would rise in indignation to contest the medical county princess. Amidst the surrounding discussions, Jiang Yunqing remained impervious, taking up the scroll to examine it closely before proclaiming, "This painting is a forgery." Chapter 54. The Forgery Nonsense. In your desperate attempt to evade compensation, you dare to utter slander against my family's heirloom. Jiang Yunqing, you have gone too far. Su Yun appeared genuinely enraged, disregarding social hierarchies and calling Jiang Yunqing by her name. Although her mother had advised her to support Princess Mingzhu, this painting was indeed a treasured artifact passed down from her grandfather, the final masterpiece of Master Murong. Her mother had assured her that a splash of tea on the painting was inconsequential, as they had a skilled artisan at home who could restore it. This gave her the audacity to confront Jiang Yunyu. Little did she know that Jiang Yunqing would decry the heirloom as a forgery, which would utterly disgrace the Su family. Soon, the entire capital would ridicule the Su family for considering a mere painting worth only 10 taels of silver as a priceless treasure. Would that not render the Su family's descendants as nothing more than uneducated sycophants, dabbling in the arts? You, a rustic and uncouth individual from the countryside, cannot possibly appreciate fine art. Do not presume that because you hold the title of Princess of Miraculous Medicine, you can spout any nonsense at will. Miraculous medicine, miraculous indeed. It only implies proficiency in healing, yet I doubt your expertise extends to the realm of art. Come now, enlighten us. How is it that this painting is a forgery? Su Yun's face twisted with fury as she raged, demanding an explanation from Jiang Yunqing. No problem at all. Jiang Yunqing, unfazed by Su Yun's wrath, pointed at the canvas and said, Miss Su claims this is a painting from the previous dynasty, so let us examine the materials of this canvas. Clearly, it is crafted from cloud pattern fabric that is unique to our current dynasty. A number of knowledgeable individuals gathered around to scrutinize the painting, even reaching out to touch it. Indeed, it was made from the distinctive cloud pattern fabric of the present era. During Master Moron's lifetime, such fabric had not yet been introduced. Furthermore, Miss Su accuses me of lacking the qualifications to evaluate Master Moron's work due to my expertise in medicine. Admittedly, I cannot discern authenticity through technique or aesthetics. However, I can differentiate based on the pigments used. I recall that Master Moron's paints were uniquely formulated, incorporating a rare spice from the western regions to enhance the sheen and texture of the strokes. But please examine closely. The pigments used in this painting are quite ordinary for our present dynasty. Many among the crowd widened their eyes, recalling the legends they had learned in the academy about Master Moron's secretive practice of adding spices to his pigments, though none had ever seen the actual results. After all, Master Moron's works were exclusively supplied to the royal family, and even noble families seldom encountered them. At this juncture, the assembly found themselves in a quandary. What kind of pigments would exhibit sheen and texture? They had never witnessed such a thing. How, then, could they ascertain authenticity? Ha ha, Jiang Yunqing, continue your fabrications. Among us, only my family possesses the genuine article, and it is this very piece. If you insist on claiming it is a forgery, devoid of spice, sheen, and texture, then pray tell, what would a painting with added spice look like? Can you present such an example? If you cannot, how shall we compare and discern the truth? Or is it that you are merely attempting to deceive the masses? The once dumbfounded Su Yun finally found her point of rebuttal. Many individuals furrowed their brows upon hearing this. Indeed, without the juxtaposition of authentic works, they were unable to discern the truth. After all, acquiring a genuine piece should pose no great challenge. Jiang Yunqing retreated to a corner and summoned Qing Feng, requesting him to fetch a painting from the recently returned Mu Xiang, who was resting at Fangfei Pavilion. In half an hour, I shall procure the authentic piece. I kindly ask everyone to remain patient, savor a cup of tea, and enjoy the scenery in the interim. Su Jun, with a face full of derision, rose to her feet and stated, Very well, I shall grant you half an hour. Let us see what you produce. Su Yun was resolute in her disbelief that Jiang Yunqing possessed a genuine work by Master Moron. She was certain it was merely a ruse to buy time. However, delaying was futile. Even the mightiest could not save her. The painting, without a doubt, will be the downfall of the Jiang family. Child, what commotion is occurring over here? Peisher had just met with the Grand Princess to inquire about the injuries of her future daughter-in-law, Princess Mingzhu. Upon returning to the banquet, she was met with the ruckus of children, disrupting the peace. Mother, Su Yun, as if seeing a beacon of hope, dashed into Peisher's embrace and, after a moment, looked up and whispered, Mother, is Master Moron's painting truly authentic? How could there be any doubt? Your grandfather and Master Moron were lifelong friends. It was the master himself who entrusted his final work to the Su family for safekeeping. What troubles you? Is there an issue with that particular painting? This was the piece she had guaranteed to present to the Grand Princess, having received the elder's permission. Now, it could not afford to encounter any problems. Peisher's heart raced with apprehension, sensing that something significant was about to transpire. And no, there is no problem. It is merely Jiang Yunqing, the county master of miraculous medicine. What has she done? The mere mention of the county master's name heightened Peisher's anxiety. She dares to claim that our painting is a forgery. She insists that in half an hour, she will present an authentic piece for comparison. How audacious! Let us see what she is capable of producing then. A forgery? Peisher felt her limbs grow cold, her blood seemingly congealing in her veins. Suddenly, she fainted. Mother, what is wrong? Su Yun was terrified, quickly supporting Peisher as she began to fall, ensuring her head did not strike the ground. At this moment, She could no longer afford to mock Jiang Yunqing. The banquet had temporarily regained its tranquility. With Su Yan absent, everyone seemed to have forgotten about the painting until Qing Feng delivered a yellowed scroll into Jiang Yunqing's hands, drawing everyone's attention once more. This time, even the male guests were stirred. Numerous enthusiasts of calligraphy and painting, having heard of the uproar regarding the authenticity of Master Murong's work, abandoned their meals and rushed to witness the spectacle. Leading the charge were the Su family patriarch and Su Xianzong. The father and son were filled with indignation, demanding an explanation from the Jiang family, not only for tarnishing a family heirloom, but also for slandering Master Murong's final masterpiece as a forgery. Unbelievable! Jiang Yunqing's gaze fell upon her adversaries from a past life. Instinctively, her fists clenched tightly, her hands trembling slightly with barely contained rage. At this moment, Su Xianzong appeared considerably younger than when she had seen him in her previous life. Yet, the oily malice and venom in his eyes were unmistakably evident. Su Xianzong scrutinized Jiang Yunqing with ill intentions, then slowly spoke. The esteemed county princess, despite her youth, possesses remarkable talent. I am truly in awe. Su Laoyi, casting a sidelong glance at his son, wondered why he had come to seek justice, only to be distracted by a mere beauty as his son's infatuation resurfaced. Sensing his father's discontent, Su Xianzong swiftly shifted his focus to the painting sprawled across the table, declaring, while one may indulge in indiscriminate consumption, one must not speak recklessly. This painting pertains to the illustrious reputation of our Su family, and we cannot allow the county princess to tarnish it with baseless slander. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the seal in the lower right corner of the painting. Is it not the personal seal of Master Rongchang? Chapter 55. The Price of Deception. It is well known that Rongchang's personal seal technique and script are uniquely his own, seldom replicated by others. Those who have studied at the academy gathered to observe it closely, exchanging glances and nodding in affirmation. While they were uncertain about the peculiar pigments used, they recognized the private seal from the classics, identical to that on the painting before them. Ah, indeed, it is Master Murong's personal stamp. How fortunate that we did not overlook the master's final work. The crowd buzzed with discussions, many shaking their heads and sighing at Jiang Yunqing. It was a near misstep, influenced by the clever medical county lord, mistaking the master's authentic piece for a counterfeit. Pay close attention, for the final stroke of the character Xing bears no hook. Jiang Yunqing lightly chuckled, offering a timely reminder. It is known that Rongchang's habit was to conclude his name with a whimsical little hook on the last stroke of Sheng. However, the seal on this painting presented a straightforward Sheng. Jiang Yunqing's word struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the elder Su teetering. Jiang Yunqing spoke no falsehood. The genuine article preserved in the Su family estate indeed featured the Sheng as she described. Old Master Su suddenly lunged toward the canvas, his eyes nearly pressing against it. It was over. This was not the original masterpiece. He felt the world around him begin to sway, his heart aching with a dull pain, forcing him to brace himself against the table. Su Xianzong noticed his father's distress. Could it be that the painting truly harbored a problem? Yet, with the prominent families of the capital gathered here, the Su family must find a way to conceal this matter. He hurried to his father's side, whispering urgently, "Father, regardless of its authenticity, we must assert that this painting is beyond reproach. It is simply Jiang Yunqing attempting to sow confusion." The elder Su cast a bitter glance back at him, and Su Xianzong understood. This painting was indeed a counterfeit. Yet, he could not discern when the substitution had been intentionally made. Now was not the time for such deliberations. The priority was to seize the opportunity to obliterate any evidence of this painting, ensuring that even if Jiang Yunqing procured the authentic piece, the counterfeit would be irreplaceable for comparison. As long as the Su family no longer pursued the matter, others would have little to contest. Ultimately, preserving the Su family's reputation was of utmost importance. My lord, the revived Pei, supported by Su Yun, stumbled into the room. Upon witnessing the expressions of Su Xianzong and the elder Su as they scrutinized the painting, she realized her long-standing fears were about to be unveiled. This painting was the very one she had personally swapped. Moreover, it was a counterfeit crafted by a disciple of Rongchang. She had hoped that by using the pretext of delivering a congratulatory gift to the Grand Princess, she could rid herself of this hot potato and rest easy. After all, the Grand Princess had little interest in calligraphy and painting. Any relic from a bygone master would be as insignificant as straw in her eyes. It was likely that the gift would be tossed into the storeroom, never to be inquired about again. However, an unexpected incident occurred with the county lord Mingzhu, leaving the princess consort in a state of utter dismay, rendering her hesitant to present the painting. Amid her turmoil, Xiao Yan sought to use the painting to provoke Jiang Yunqing, intending to create trouble for Jiang Yunqing. Without much thought, she carelessly consented. Among the group of young ladies, how many possessed an understanding of art? Besides, the Su family was well known for their close ties with the princess consort. Who would dare to confront them? Thus, she tacitly approved Xiao Yan's plan, thinking that even if the painting were to be stained with tea, it would not matter, for it was merely a work by the esteemed Master Morong, who could easily restore it. Little did she anticipate the sudden emergence of an unforeseen adversary. That accursed Jiang Yunqing effortlessly exposed the forgery, revealing all details of Master Morong's artistic habits, chosen materials, and seal carving methods before the astonished crowd. How could she possibly evade this predicament now? As Pei contemplated, her legs grew increasingly weak, rendering her unable to move. Su Jun, taken aback by how a mere painting could so frighten her mother, felt a surge of anger upon spotting Jiang Yunqing standing at the periphery of the crowd. Relishing the spectacle, she angrily pushed through the crowd, marching directly toward Jiang Yunqing. Look at the mess you've created. If anything happens to my mother, I will not spare you. Those who do not commit wrongful deeds have no fear of ghosts knocking at their door. Whether Madame Su was genuinely distressed over her treasured heirloom, or if she feared exposure for her own misdeeds, only she knew. Jiang Yunqing, however, showed no signs of retreat. In her previous life, Pei had been a malevolent accomplice. As the Minister of Revenue, Su Xianzong was notorious for his lasciviousness, particularly towards married women, yet he refrained from direct actions due to concerns over his reputation. Numerous innocent women had been lured under the guise of feasts at the Pei household, only to suffer indignities at the hands of Su Xianzong. The Su family's moral decay was evident from the top down. Su Hai, Su Yun's elder brother and the legitimate heir of the Su family, was equally unsavory. Given that the Su family and Pei had presented themselves today, Jiang Yunqing resolved to act as an agent of justice, to unveil the true depravity lurking within this century-old esteemed family. What misdeeds? Jiang Yunqing, do not slander indiscriminately. Clarify your accusations. Su Yan nearly choked on her rage. Her mother, Pei was renowned in the capital as a virtuous woman, having devoted her wealth to assist countless destitute women over the years, receiving accolades even from the princess consort. How could Jiang Yunqing fabricate such baseless accusations? Su Yun was determined not only to demand 1,000 taels in compensation for the painting from Jiang Yunqing, but also to seek reparations for her mother's emotional distress. Look, Jiang Yunqing was almost causing her mother to faint from anger for the second time. Su Yun, beside herself with fury, was about to hurl more insults at Jiang Yunqing when they heard Su Xianzong's startled exclamation, "Fire!" The crowd turned their gaze towards Su Xianzong, only to witness flames suddenly erupting from the painting. The speed of the blaze was astonishing. By the time the elderly gentleman reacted and grabbed a teapot to douse the flames, over half of the canvas had already been consumed. A collective sigh arose from the onlookers. Master Morong's final masterpiece was irrevocably lost. Su Yun felt an overwhelming wave of bitterness rise in her throat and eyes. How could this happen? Her 1,000 taels. Jiang Yunqing, could it be your doing? Su Yun was on the brink of losing his sanity. This was undoubtedly the work of Jiang Yunqing, a woman of unparalleled cunning. Listen, this is the essence of a baseless accusation. In an effort to avoid suspicion, I deliberately distanced myself from the painting, fearing that malicious individuals would seek to obliterate evidence, only to cast blame upon me in the end. Indeed, it has always been the Su family safeguarding the painting. How can they so brazenly shift the blame onto others when trouble arises? The guests began to regard the Su family with a mixture of complexity in their gazes. So this is the true essence of their century-old nobility. Observing the relaxed expressions of Su Xianzong and Pei Shi, Jiang Yunqing scoffed inwardly, thinking they could escape unscathed. How naive! My dear, Master Murong's genuine artifact has arrived. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Chapter 56. Dog bites dog in a state of urgency. Shunzi rushed into the crowd, clutching a scroll. Jiang Yunqing accepted the scroll, deftly untying the ribbon, and in an instant, a cascade of vibrant colors unfolded before the onlookers, accompanied by a faint, lingering fragrance in the air. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. What was happening? This painting appeared identical to the one from earlier. Although the brushwork seemed remarkably similar, the canvas was made of the exquisite royal-grade Beikai silk from a bygone dynasty. What? Beikai silk? I have read of it in ancient texts. The late emperor bestowed 10 rolls of this material upon Murong Sheng specifically for his paintings. This cannot be counterfeit. Observers marveled at the hues and aroma, unanimously agreeing that it could only be the genuine masterpiece of Master Murong. The connoisseurs wore expressions of rapture, while only old Master Su shed tears of nostalgia. This was indeed the treasured work that the Su family had safeguarded for generations. Just 2 days prior, his son and daughter-in-law had suggested that for the future of the Su family, they should present this painting to Princess Mingzhu as a congratulatory gift for her acknowledgement of their ancestry. Winning the favor of the Grand Princess might even pave the way for a familial alliance, and should they forge such a bond with the imperial family, the prosperity of the Su lineage would be unimaginable. Old Master Su regretted having been blinded by greed, truly believing their words, and tremblingly relinquished the family heirloom. Little did he consider that now he was left bereft of both wealth and dignity, with the Su family humiliated before the multitude of noble families. Not to mention, if the Grand Princess were to discover that the Su family had attempted to deceive her with a counterfeit, the centuries-old foundation of the Su clan could be obliterated in an instant. How did this painting come to be in your possession? Su Yan had never seen the original work. This painting had been meticulously preserved by her grandfather, and as a mere descendant, she had never been privileged to behold it. Thus, she was genuinely unable to discern its authenticity when the previous one was destroyed. As long as her mother affirmed its legitimacy, she would accept it as true. After all, her mother, Pei, was a renowned talent in the capital during her youth, well-versed in the works of esteemed artists. Hence, Su Yan held her mother's words in unwavering belief. With the earlier so-called counterfeit now in ashes, the painting in Jiang Yunqing's hands must undoubtedly be the true treasure of the Su family. No matter what, she was determined to reclaim it. As she spoke, Su Yan reached out to snatch the painting. What a farce! Jiang Yunqing countered, placing a hand firmly against Su Yan's chest, thwarting her attempt to seize the artwork. The scene became rather comical, as Jiang Yunqing towered over Su Yan, rendering her futile gestures to grasp the painting utterly ineffective. Many young ladies could not suppress their laughter, witnessing Su Yan's moment of humiliation. Miss Su, I acquired this painting for 2,000 gold from Yunding Pavilion. See here, the receipt is still in my possession. How can you claim it as yours and openly attempt to take it? Jiang Yunqing declared, gesturing for Shunzi to display the purchase receipt to the onlookers, before carefully stowing it away. My heavens, it truly states 2,000 gold, exclaimed the crowd. Yunding Pavilion was the foremost antique shop in the Great Shun dynasty. There could be no doubt about its authenticity. Miss Jiang, might you consider parting with that painting for this old man? Old Master Su implored. It appears that Elder Su intends to reclaim the authentic artwork, restoring his family's honor. To spend 2,000 gold to acquire the painting reflects the Su family's capability to both gain and relinquish without losing face. The Elder Su, this painting was also dearly cherished by my grandmother, hence I took from my own savings to purchase it. If I, as her granddaughter, were to transfer it at the original price, would it not sadden my grandmother? Name your price. I shall pay it. Despite Su Xianzong's anxious attempts to intervene, the Elder Su forcefully pushed him aside and closed his eyes. Infuriating. At this juncture, one would think he might concede a little to avoid further embarrassment. Shall we truly allow the entire capital to witness the Su family foolishly preserving a counterfeit as a treasured heirloom for generations? It is evident that Jiang Yunqing is inflating her demands, yet the Su family must endure, even if it means selling their possessions. They must maintain their dignity and reputation before the Grand Princess. Not much. Jiang Yunqing extended 3 fingers, waving them before the Su family members. 3,000 gold. This amount is 3 times what Su Yun had previously demanded as compensation from the Jiang family. The Su family is on the verge of a significant loss. Very well. 3,000 it shall be. However, the Su family can only produce 1,000 gold at present. Might the remainder be paid in installments? Many onlookers displayed amused expressions. Oh, Elder Su is indeed playing the part of the impoverished, who is unaware that the Su family secretly engages in the lucrative business of antiques and paintings. Can they truly not gather a mere 3,000 gold? Installments? No, no. I will summon the manager of Shuntian Bank right away. You may simply write a promissory note to them. In any case, I must have the 3,000 gold today. Jiang Yunqing stated firmly, leaving no room for contradiction. Elder Su gritted his teeth and reluctantly replied that the bank manager was unnecessary. That would be too humiliating. He turned and instructed a servant to promptly gather 3,000 gold to deliver to the Jiang residence. Jiang Yunqing also instructed Shunzi to accompany him. Once the money reaches the Jiang family, she would then provide the painting. After a flurry of activity, as the servants departed, a semblance of calm returned. Yet how could anyone truly be at ease? In just a couple of hours, Jiang Yunqing had turned the tide. Initially, Su Yun insisted on 1,000 gold, yet it ended with Elder Su being extorted of 3,000. The most critical aspect is that the Su family dared not protest. They meekly accepted this silent loss, even feeling grateful to Jiang Yunqing for transferring the family's heirloom. Truly laughable. This Jiang family young lady possesses remarkable capabilities. Sister, you are truly impressive. Now, the Su family has not only lost the chicken, but also the rice. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yunyu, having witnessed her elder sister's masterful handling of the situation, was thoroughly impressed. Now she understood her sister's purpose at Yunning Pavilion yesterday. Could her sister possess the gift of foresight? Regardless, Su Yun is destined for misfortune. Not just Su Yun, the entire Su family is about to be thrown into chaos. At the Su residence. Slap! Slap! The sharp sound of slaps echoed as Su Xianzong struck his wife, Pei, on both sides. My dear, I was wrong. I realize my mistake. I should not have concealed from you the fact that I commissioned someone to create a counterfeit. Alas. Yet, she found herself in a predicament. Who could have foreseen that her beloved son would, in a moment of carelessness, stealthily invade her chamber and abscond with the authentic piece, only to bestow it upon the courtesan? Little did she expect that the courtesan would exchange Su Hai's genuine affection for glittering silver. She truly feels her son is undeserving of such folly. A doting mother often reaps a wayward child. Were it not for your indulgence of that wretch, your constant enabling of his misdeeds, how could he have devolved into such a lawless scoundrel? Su Xianzong, having struck his hand in frustration, could not contain his ire and kicked Pei to the door's edge. The back of Pei's head collided violently with the doorframe, sending waves of pain coursing through her. She sensed a warm liquid seeping down her neck, and upon touching it, her hand came away stained with blood. How dare you, Su Xianzong? Have you ever taken proper responsibility for your son? Have you not learned that the fault lies with the father when the son is unruly? When a son is well-behaved, it is your merit. When he stumbles, the blame falls upon me, his mother. Ignoring the throbbing pain in her head, she seized a small wooden stool from beside the door and hurled it at Su Xianzong, her voice ringing out with indignation. The upper beam is crooked, so the lower beam is also skewed. Sons learn from their wretched fathers. Blame me for indulging my son? My ability to indulge men has been honed by you. Were it not for my leniency, how could you have ensnared so many women and extricated yourself so cleanly? I have always been the one to clean up your messes. You heartless wretch, you lift your trousers and deny your mother. Today, I shall strike you down, you ungrateful fiend. Chapter 57. The unwary Su Xianzong was utterly unprepared for the fierce side of his typically gentle wife. He had no time to evade, and the stool struck him squarely on the forehead. Without uttering a sound, Su Xianzong collapsed to the ground, blood gradually seeping from the back of his head, blooming on the ground like the flowers of the other shore. In the princess's residence, Jiang Yunqing listened calmly to Shunzi's report and, with a smile, handed the exquisite painting to the dejected Su patriarch. "Old Master Su, you must take care of this painting, lest it be sold off cheaply again. Fortunately, it was I who encountered it this time. If it falls into the hands of passing merchants next time, it may be irretrievable." Jiang Yunqing did not forget to remind the old master to tidy up his household, for if the descendants were unfilial, the family would surely perish. The elder, Su, carefully cradled the painting in his arms, coming to his senses only after heeding Jiang Yunqing's words. "Su Hai! It must be that wastrel Su Hai." He hurriedly took his leave, eager to confront that wayward child. Time and again, he neglects his duties, and now he dares to set his sights on the family heirloom. This eldest grandson is utterly spoiled by the Pei family, rendering him useless. "Yunqing, do you think we have offended the Su family too severely?" At that moment, Zhao Shi sat beside Jiang Yunqing, speaking softly. Earlier, Jiang Yunqing had been a force to be reckoned with amidst the crowd, while Zhao Shi had found it prudent to withdraw to a quieter corner. Once the commotion settled and the Su family departed, she finally ventured forth to express her unease. "What is there to fear from a Su family? Rest assured, they will not trouble our Jiang family. After today, they will be too preoccupied with their own affairs." Jiang Yunqing recalled the furious expressions on Su Xianzong and Pei's faces as they left, predicting a quarrel would ensue upon their return home. From her previous life, she knew that while Pei appeared gentle and virtuous on the surface, she harbored a heart of ruthlessness. It would be intriguing to see which of the couple would ultimately prevail. As for their precious son Su Hai, he would soon find himself unable to bounce back. "Aunt, cousin, greetings." As Jiang Yunqing spoke, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a charming female voice. Looking up, she saw the radiant Gu Yuping smiling before her. "Ah, here she comes. Is she finally ready to make her move?" Jiang Yunqing had suspected that Gu Yuping harbored ill intentions today. Zhao Shi nodded, observing her niece as she settled beside Jiang Yunqing, unable to suppress her scrutiny of the newcomer. Today, Gu Yuping seemed somewhat peculiar. In the past, her relationship with the Jiang sisters had been rather distant, particularly with Jiang Yunqing, whom she regarded with disdain as a young lady returning from Yunnan. Zhao Shi had vaguely heard that Jiang Yunqing had intended for Gu Yuping to marry into the Rongchang Marquis household, only for Jiang Yunqing to intercept that plan, capturing the attention of Li Shichang instead. Since then, Jiang Yunqing and her daughter had viewed Jiang Yunqing with increasing animosity. Now, with Gu Yuping's disappointment, she had even become involved with a groom from the household, intensifying Jiang Yunqing's resentment toward Jiang Yunqing. Zhao Shi scrutinized her eldest niece, puzzled and curious, wondering what Gu Yuping's sudden cordiality toward Jiang Yunqing might signify. "Cousin, this banquet feels rather suffocating. Why don't you accompany me for a stroll by the lakeside? I was truly impressed by your remarkable talent in painting and would love to engage in deeper discussions and exchanges with you." "All right, let us go," replied Jiang Yunqing without a hint of hesitation, even warmly linking her arm with Gu Yuping's, leading her towards the lake. As she rose, she exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao and Jiang Yunyu, signaling them to rest assured that all would be well. Gu Yuping felt a mix of astonishment and excitement, never expecting her astute cousin to accept her proposal without any suspicion. She had prepared numerous excuses in her mind, fearing that Jiang Yunqing might refuse to accompany her, which would have derailed her plans. However, everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Today, she must succeed. As Jiang Yunqing contended with the Su family, Lu Yuyan, a maid planted in the princess's residence, approached her, urging her to act swiftly. Otherwise, the previously negotiated deal would fall through. The thought ignited a flame of indignation within her. Were it not for the pressing situation regarding her pregnancy, she, a legitimate daughter of a prestigious family, would never stoop so low as to engage in such malicious schemes. Originally, she had only intended to assist Su Yun in embarrassing Jiang Yunqing. intending for the Jiang family to suffer a significant loss. Little did she know that Jiang Yunqing, with her extraordinary intelligence, would turn the tables and force the Su family into a corner. Lu Yuyan increasingly viewed Jiang Yunqing as a formidable adversary, decisively instructing her to lure Gu Yuping to the lakeside with the intention of eliminating the threat once and for all. Gu Yuping was well aware that these matters could easily be resolved through bribery of the maids and guards. Given Lu Yuyan's status as the beloved daughter of the princess's household, even now, as a concubine in the Rongchang Marquis' residence, she could easily orchestrate such underhanded dealings. Yet, Lu Yuyan insisted on having her take the initiative, clearly aiming to secure leverage over her, should she prove disobedient in the future. Despite her frustration, Gu Yuping resolved to marry into the Rongchang Marquis' residence as soon as possible. Disregarding the intricacies of the situation, the two walked to the lakeside, and for some inexplicable reason, on this splendid day, the lakeside path was devoid of any other souls. Jiang Yunqing wore a faint smile and cast a sidelong glance at the nearby bamboo grove, where a maid from the princess's household was concealed. Though she was hidden behind a rock, a small portion of her skirt was clearly visible. Did they think her blind to such an obvious detail? Jiang Yunqing stifled a chuckle. It seemed a trap had long been set. Cousin, look at how crystal clear the lake water is. There are even large koi swimming within. Gu Yuping exclaimed as she approached a darker section of the water. Jiang Yunqing obediently walked over, positioning herself beside Gu Yuping, feigning interest in the water surface. Ayu. Gu Yuping gasped, noticing Jiang Yunqing's focused gaze searching for koi. Just as she stealthily extended her hand, Jiang Yunqing suddenly pivoted, swiftly grasping Gu Yuping's outstretched arm and thrusting her forward. Splash! Gu Yuping, caught completely off guard, fell into the lake. At that moment, a figure darted from the bamboo grove, seemingly intent on pushing Jiang Yunqing into the water as well. Jiang Yunqing's expression hardened as she raised her hand, unleashing a cloud of powdered medicine at the approaching individual. Then the maid fell from the air, her hands covering her face, wailing in agony as she rolled by the lake. Jiang Yunqing approached the maid, her expression inscrutable, and with a swift motion, kicked her into the water. Want to harm her? Perhaps in another lifetime. Help me! Gu Yuping cried intermittently from the depths of the water, pleading towards the woman on the shore. Jiang Yunqing curled her lips into a smirk, found a clean stone to sit upon, and propped her chin on her hand, observing the woman's desperate struggle in the lake. Help? Hardly. She was well aware that Gu Yuping had spent some time in Jiangnan during her childhood and was quite adept in water. Could the shallow waters of the princess's lake truly pose a threat to her? It was likely that her cries for help were feigned, a ploy to drag Jiang Yunqing down into the depths alongside her. Who didn't he know that Jiang Yunqing was a poor swimmer? Cousin Ping, the water is chilly in this weather. It's not good for a lady to linger too long. You might as well climb out yourself when you're done playing. Chapter 58. A well-planned scheme. Gu Yuping seethed in the water, her teeth clenched in frustration. She could only blame her own carelessness. She had underestimated Jiang Yunqing, thinking that despite her cleverness, she was merely a young girl with poor swimming skills. Once pushed into the lake, she would surely be half drowned if not dead. When Jiang Yunqing was on the brink of death, Gu would rescue her, claiming it was merely an accident due to Jiang's playful nature. This way, she would absolve herself of any wrongdoing while gaining a reputation as a savior, ensuring her entry into the Rongchang Marquis' residence as a favored concubine. Life would be much better than being sent by her father to a nunnery to live as a spinster. However, she never anticipated that Jiang Yunqing would be so cunning, turning the tables and pushing her into the lake instead. Now, Jiang was leisurely watching her struggle in the water, detached and unconcerned. Fortunately, Gu had previously dismissed all onlookers, but she needed to quickly reach the shore and find a place to change out of her drenched garments. If anyone saw her like this, her reputation would be utterly ruined, should her dignity be tarnished. Even if Lu Yuyan's suggestion of orchestrating a way for Li Shichang to take her into his household were realized, she would still end up with a status no better than Lu Yuyan's, merely a lowly concubine, unable to attain the position of a favored one. This was unacceptable. As the daughter of a steward, How could she be compared to the legitimate daughter of the Ningyuan Marquis? With these thoughts racing through her mind, Gu Yuping dared not delay. She swam vigorously toward the shore. "Cousin, be careful. There's a corpse beside you. Slow down." At the sudden warning, Gu's arm became entangled with something in the water. Instinctively glancing to the side, her heart nearly stopped. It was the maid Lu Yuyin had arranged to assist her, now floating lifelessly beside her. The body had not sunk yet, caught as it was by its long, flowing hair, which had ensnared Gu's arm and waist, preventing it from descending. A wave of terror engulfed Gu Yuping, and she opened her mouth to scream for help, only to choke on several mouthfuls of murky lake water. Under Jiang Yunqing's mocking gaze, Gu finally kicked away the lifeless maid and managed to reach the shore. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a sharp pain stabbed through her abdomen, and she gulped down more of the unsanitary lake water. Jiang Yunqing bent down, a smile playing on her lips as she addressed the drenched woman before her. "Oh, cousin, I forgot to mention, this maid was poisoned by my powder. So the lake water you drank is also tainted." Before Gu Yuping could react, Jiang Yunqing turned and sprinted toward the banquet, calling out loudly, "Help! Help! The maid has killed someone. Quickly, someone save my cousin." Gu, struggling to crawl ashore, attempted to stop Jiang Yunqing from drawing attention and inciting a crowd to witness her humiliation. But in her haste, she could not catch her breath, and darkness enveloped her as she collapsed. When Jiang Yao and the Gu family heard that their daughter had fallen into the water, they rushed over in alarm, only to find Gu Yuping soaked and sprawled on the lakeside path, her garments stained with stark, vivid blood. The crowd buzzed with confusion and speculation. Didn't they say she fell into the water? How did she end up covered in blood? Was she injured? How could her upper body be pristine while her lower half is so horrifying? Oh my, look quickly. Is there not another person in the lake? A keen-eyed lady noticed what seemed to be a figure floating in the water and screamed loudly. A timid girl had already fainted in silence. The crowd erupted into chaos. Soon, the guards rowed a small boat to retrieve the person from the lake, only to discover it was the maid Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had been attending to Lu Yuyin until she was relocated to the kitchen as a helper after Lu Yuyin was taken to the Rongchang Marquis residence. How could it be that Xiao Yan drowned in the lake? The gazes of the onlookers flitted back and forth between Gu Yuping and Xiao Yan, unable to comprehend how the two could have fallen into the water simultaneously. "I truly do not know what transpired. My cousin brought me here to see the koi." And suddenly, she began to quarrel with the maid. In just a few moments, I saw my cousin throw a handful of white powder into the maid's face, and the maid pushed my cousin forcefully into the lake, only to fall in herself. Concealed within the bamboo grove, Qing Feng smirked. Miss Jiang certainly spun an excellent tale. Yet, who could blame her for that? Gu Yuping and the maid conspired to harm her, only to end up causing their own downfall. Why provoke anyone, if not Miss Jiang? At that moment, Qing Feng had intended to intervene when he saw the maid lunging at Jiang Yunqing, yet the next instant, the toxic powder swirled, leaving him no opportunity to act. His respect for Jiang Yunqing deepened considerably. The eldest Miss Jiang could embody benevolence or malevolence. She was truly a perfect match for their young master. "Oh dear, Miss Gu's blood is flowing more profusely. We must summon the physician at once," someone exclaimed anxiously. No matter what, another life could not be lost at this recognition banquet. Someone has already been dispatched to summon him. "Oh, by the way, isn't the esteemed county princess here? Perhaps we should let her examine Miss Gu first. A life is at stake." The crowd's attention swiftly focused on Jiang Yunqing, whose face still bore an expression of alarm. "Yunqing, please see what is wrong with Pinger. Why is she bleeding so much?" Zhao spoke up. Jiang Yunqing had been waiting for this cue. She nodded and knelt down, grasping Gu Yuping's slender right hand. No need. This is likely just her monthly cycle. I shall take her home to change her clothes and then find a doctor." Jiang Yuyo, noticing that everyone was insisting on finding the physician while Jiang Yunqing sought to take her pulse, suddenly felt a wave of panic and hastily sought an excuse to deflect the situation. Lower body bleeding. She envisioned a dreadful outcome. If true, the truth could not be revealed in front of so many people. Otherwise, her daughters would be ruined. Her own reputation would be utterly tarnished, and she would have no face left in the capital or even the Gu family. She removed her cloak and draped it over her unconscious daughter, signaling for Gu Yuanan to assist in carrying her away. At that moment, where was Gu Hanji, the father? In the face of such a significant event, he was nowhere to be found. Jiang Yao surveyed the crowd, yet she could not find her husband amidst the throng. A tumult of astonishment, anger, and disappointment surged within her, a tempest of emotions clashing violently in her heart. Her eyelids fluttered uncontrollably, a sign of her distress. Madame Gu, do not fret. At this juncture, it would be prudent for your daughter to rest at my residence until she regains her strength. The physician is currently attending to my daughter and cannot be spared. However, I can arrange for the esteemed County Princess Miao to attend to your daughter's ailments. Jiang Yuyao's complexion drained of color, pale as a ghost. The meticulous arrangements made by Princess Anning left her with no choice but to watch helplessly as her maidservants carried Gu Yuping away. Princess Anning cast a cold gaze upon the bloodstains lingering by the lakeside, an eyesore that ignited her fury. How dare you, House Ningyuan, plot against my nephew? Chapter 59. Delay at the Qianxing Palace. His Majesty Xiao Yuan was engaged in a game of Go with Xiao Yan, the atmosphere charged with intensity. Yunqing approached with measured steps, clearing his throat to report, Your Majesty, the Princess of Mingzhu has been stung by a bee. I have just dispatched the imperial physician to attend to her. In this month of April, with flowers in abundance, the poor child has suffered. Please grant her some medicinal ointment for her recovery, lest Ning complain that I neglect my long-lost daughter. Xiao Yuan made a move, his gaze unwavering. Xiao Yan smirked, remarking, Is that not attentive enough? It is worth noting that this Princess Mingzhu is the illegitimate daughter of our aunt, a scandal of the royal family. However, Ning, with her audacity, leveraged her past as a hostage in Deyue to coerce her uncle into bestowing a noble surname upon a concubine. If such actions do not reflect regard, one wonders what our aunt truly seeks. Yunqing acknowledged the statement, but did not shift his stance. Is there anything else? Speak plainly, you old rascal. Do not keep us in suspense. Share the news to amuse us both. Xiao Yuan knew well that this elderly eunuch was a gossip monger, and today's recognition banquet would surely be lively. Yunqing chuckled lightly, saying, To be candid, there are indeed several matters to report. Firstly, Minister Su of the Ministry of Revenue returned home with his wife due to a family heirloom painting being swapped. However, I have just received word that upon their return, they quarreled, and his wife, in a fit of rage, struck him with a wooden stool, resulting in his death. What? Xiao Yuan's hand trembled momentarily. Glancing at Xiao Yan, both their faces etched with shock. This Su Xianzong had long been a source of disdain for Xiao Yuan. While he had heard whispers of Su's notorious preferences, the man had proven to be astute in political matters, prompting Xiao Yuan to refrain from hastily seeking a way to deal with him. Now, however, it seemed fate had intervened, with his wife inadvertently resolving the matter. Your Majesty, there is more. Miss Gu from the Ningyuan Marquis fell into the water and was retrieved, only to find herself with child. The skilled physician has examined her and stated. What did the physician say? Did she sustain injuries from the fall? Xiao Yuan instinctively glanced at his nephew, realizing that this Miss Gu was none other than the cousin of his beloved. She has suffered miscarriage. The chessboard was abruptly overturned by the astonished emperor. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, thinking that his uncle was merely using this opportunity to claim foul as he neared defeat. Under Xiao Yan's gaze, Xiao Yuan, feeling somewhat guilty, cleared his throat and gestured for the maidservant to tidy up the chess pieces. What pleasure is there in chess when compared to the intriguing events unfolding at the princess's residence today? This Miss Gu is, after all, the cousin of the skilled physician. How could she not have helped conceal such an embarrassing incident? As he spoke, Xiao Yuan cast a sardonic glance at Xiao Yan, winking playfully, Behold, the lady you are inclined to wed is quite unsentimental. Your Majesty, the princess has also requested that the physician examine Miss Gu to confirm the diagnosis. It appears that the eldest princess is intent on preventing Jiang Yunqing from shielding her relatives, which is why she has instructed the court physician to attend to the daughter of a mere Hamlin Academy editor. Moreover, the physician's diagnosis has reached the palace, making it impossible for the Gu family to conceal this disgraceful affair. Your Majesty, how can the blame fall upon Miss Jiang? when it is evidently the aunt who seeks to strip the Gu family of its dignity. Xiao Yan lifted his teacup, gently skimming the foam with the lid. Why would the aunt direct her ire toward an unmarried maiden? To be with child before wedlock is a grave taboo among noble families. Given the public nature of the engagement banquet, Gu Yuping's chances of survival are slim. As long as she lives, the purity of the Gu women remains at risk. However, Xiao Yan was taken aback by the fact that these matters of the inner court had never seemed to concern the aunt so deeply before. He had not heard of any animosity between her and the Ningyuan Marquis. Even if Gu Yuping had lost her virtue before marriage, it hardly warranted the direct intervention of the esteemed eldest princess, unless... Could it be tied to Li Shichang once more? At present, apart from Princess Mingzhu, that scoundrel is the only one who dares to provoke the eldest princess. Li Shichang is indeed a source of great malice. Xiao Yuan shook his head, instructing eunuch and to pay a visit to the Ningyuan Marquis. Perhaps a silken scarf or poison wine could appease the Gu family and quell the ensuing turmoil. Watching eunuch and depart, Xiao Yuan turned to the table and picked up the imperial edict he had only partially completed. Beside it lay an urgent letter. The king of northern defense certainly does not allow for tranquility. Although this royal brother harbors no ambitions for the throne, his reach extends far. Even Xiao Yan's betrothal is subject to his interference, seemingly a means to assert his presence as a father. Xiao Yuan sighed inwardly. If his royal brother truly wished to be a good father, he should not have permitted the concubine in the residence to dominate his young legitimate son. This had driven the boy, at such a tender age, to flee the royal court to the battlefield, leaving him now with 2 crippled legs, confined to the cold royal residence for the rest of his life. Having finally found a beloved maiden and wishing to request a marriage decree, the long-absent father suddenly reappears, cloaking his meddling in the guise of paternal concern. Without needing to inquire, Xiao Yuan knew his nephew must now harbor a deep aversion towards his royal brother. Speaking of which, I have yet to question you as to why you did not guard Miss Jiang at the engagement banquet today, but instead chose to accompany me for a game of chess. That banquet was indeed remarkable, resulting in nearly 4 lives lost in a single day. It seems the eldest princess's residence truly devours without leaving a trace. Although the newly minted title of Miao, County Princess, may afford Jiang Yunqing some preferential treatment at the banquet, the eldest princess, harboring resentment from Li Shichang's previous misfortunes, must be approached with caution. Does Xiao Yan not harbor concerns? He does, indeed. Hence, his nephew wishes to bestow upon her an additional layer of identity, an extra support, future daughter-in-law of the king of northern defense. Ultimately, consider whether this position is a safeguard or a source of trouble. Many covet the title of daughter-in-law to the heir, including even Xiao Yan's own father, who hastily sent a letter upon hearing of Xiao Yan's intentions. It is said that he and the princess have already embarked on their journey to the capital, eager to behold their future daughter-in-law with their own eyes before finalizing the marriage proposal. In other words, the betrothal cannot be confirmed until the king of Northern Town and his wife have had the opportunity to assess Jiang Yunqing. Were your father and mother unaware of this? Xiao Yan squinted genuinely in the dark. From childhood to adulthood, it has always been this way. The king of Northern Town is intent on keeping his son firmly under his control, professing to offer the best, yet withholding what he truly desires. For instance, in matters of marriage, the king of Northern Town is indifferent to which young lady Xiao Yan truly favors. His sole concern lies in whether the future princess consort will be utterly obedient to him. A daughter-in-law who cannot be easily managed is unwelcome in the residence of the king of Northern Town. Xiao Yuan scrutinized Xiao Yan for a moment, sighed, and gestured towards the imperial edict, saying, I am also in a difficult position. Your father has earnestly sought my intervention, and I must grant him this favor. Therefore, regarding this marriage proposal, you shall have to wait. We will decide once your father and mother have met with the esteemed princess of Miaoi. Chapter 60. Poison Wine. Previously, Xiao Yuan intended to swiftly finalize the marriage arrangement while the northern king remained oblivious, lest his elder brother seek an unfamiliar maiden to place beside Xiao Yan. However, upon reviewing his correspondence, it appeared that no other girls were mentioned. It seemed he was unwilling to accept that his own son's marriage had not passed through his father's scrutiny. Xiao Yuan was not yet prepared. He could not provoke his militarily powerful elder brother over a mere marriage decree. Xiao Yan's expression darkened as he gripped the armrests of his wheelchair, the veins on the back of his hands standing out prominently. He was acutely aware of his uncle's temperament. Once he had spoken, it seemed that the marriage arrangement was no longer attainable. They would have to adapt to the situation. Noting Xiao Yan's silence, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. "Your Majesty, concubine Li is suddenly stricken with severe abdominal pain and has summoned physician Shun. She requests your presence to attend to her." A young eunuch's shrill voice shattered the silence. Xiao Yuhan perked up instantly. Concubine Li was quite timely in her distress. "Xiao Yan, we shall conclude for today. I must see concubine Li, as she has been confined for some time, and I am concerned for the well-being of her unborn child." Xiao Yuhan muttered to himself as he made his way towards the gates of Qianqing Palace. Xiao Yan glanced back at the edict inscribed with 2 lines and then looked down at the fragrant pouch at his waist. A hint of a smile gracing his peach blossom eyes. It is nothing but an edict. After all, his destined bride would undoubtedly be Jiang Yunqing, a fact that could not be altered by anyone. Ningyuan Marquis. Just as Gu Yuping was returned to the second residence, eunuch and from the palace arrived. The family members lit incense and received the imperial decree, their legs trembling beneath them, unable to stand. Jiang Yuyao, upon catching sight of the tray, held by a young eunuch behind eunuch Un, let out a cry and fainted. Silk and poison wine. The esteemed matriarch Gu had fallen ill the previous day and was unable to rise from her bed. With Gu Tingyu at Haiyue Academy and Gu Hanji not accompanying him back, the Gu family was left without a pillar of support, kneeling in stunned silence. Uncertain of what to do. "Eunuchin, rest assured, my sister's matters. I shall handle them expeditiously as per His Majesty's decree." Gu Yuan was the first to regain her composure, instructing a maid to take the tray and respectfully ushering the attendants out of the door. Upon returning to her family, the young girl wore a pained expression. Everyone lowered their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze. That was her dear sister, and now it seemed she might have to personally guide Gu Yuping on her final journey. Observing her family's averted eyes, Gu Yuan stamped her foot, gritted her teeth, and beckoned 2 young servants towards the listening rain pavilion of the second residence, her silhouette heavy with sorrow. At that moment, Gu Yuping lay in bed, just awakening from her unconscious state. Waves of sharp pain coursed through her abdomen, instantly recalling the events that transpired at the princess's residence. In her stupor, she had vaguely heard chaotic voices nearby, seemingly someone screaming, "There's been a bleed. It's over." Her mind was enveloped in a blank haze. Her disgrace had been exposed, and she was certain her ties with the Rongchang Marquis were severed. If her father learned of this, he would undoubtedly send her to the family temple for penance, forever accompanied by flickering lamps and ancient Buddhas. No, she would not accept such a fate. This was not how things should unfold. In her unconsciousness, she experienced a long and convoluted dream. In her dreams, she was undeniably the favored concubine of Li Shichang, trampling upon the matron of the Ho residence, living a life of unparalleled opulence. She and her illegitimate son with the stable hand thrived well, while Li Shichang remained blissfully unaware, lavishing affection upon his own son. Bang! The door of the listening rain pavilion was abruptly flung open, jolting Gu Yuping from her delightful reverie. "Sister, it is time to depart." The voice of the young beauty before her rang melodiously like silver bells. At her sister's call, Gu Yuping experienced a fleeting moment of dizziness. Depart? Where to? Her eyes stung slightly. How could her sister have brought 2 little servants in her boudoir? What was that tall servant holding? A white cloth and a cup of wine? What was the purpose of this? "You 2, place the items on the table and step outside to wait. I have a few final words to share with my sister." Gu Yuan took out a handkerchief to wipe her tear-stained eyes, appearing profoundly sorrowful. The servants gently set down the tray and bowed as they exited. "Sister, you are foolish, so foolish. How could you commit such a disgraceful act?" And to have it revealed in the east window of the grand princess's residence, reaching the ears of the emperor? "Now, no one can save you, sister. This white silk and poison wine are gifts from the emperor. Choose one. Depart well. Only in your death can our Gu family restore its reputation." allowing the daughters of the Gu family to survive. Ignoring her abdominal pain, Gu Yuping propped herself up, gripping the edge of the bed tightly, her eyes filled with desperation. No, Anin, I do not wish to die. Save me, sister. I will go to the temple and shave my head to become a nun. Find a maid of similar stature to take my place. You can do this, Anin. A mocking smile suddenly appeared on Gu Yuan's delicate face. Her sister was always like this, believing the world revolved around her. Even she, the younger sister, was merely a backdrop, perpetually covering for her and committing unspeakable acts. Sister? What kind of sister are you? Always relying on your age to seize all the good food, drink, and clothing from your younger sister. However, such trivial matters I shall not hold against a dying person, but it is utterly unforgivable that you should covet my beloved. Sister, you remain as cruel as ever. You commit a wrong, yet expect others to pay with their lives. Why should that be? Gu Yuan approached the bedside, looking down upon her sister's ghostly pale face. And then what do you mean? I am your biological sister. You will not help me. You will watch me die. Gu Yuping grasped her sister's skirt, unable to believe that this sister, who had always been so gentle, could utter such cold-blooded words. It is utterly unacceptable that you killed Shun Lang. The words struck Gu Yuping's heart like thunder, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. How could her sister know that she had poisoned Xinxingha? I loved Shun Lang, and you were well aware of it. Yet you took him from me. He would rather die than submit, and you truly poisoned his food. You vile woman. You should have gone to hell long ago. Gu Yuan pried open her sister's hand, which clutched her skirt with fierce tenacity, her expression gradually descending into madness. You have a penchant for poisoning, don't you? You ought to experience the bitterness of betrayal from those you trust, to lose that which is most precious. What do you mean? Gu Yuping instinctively clutched her painfully twisted abdomen. Could it be that her miscarriage was not due to falling into the water, but from unwittingly ingesting the toxic lake water? Her eyes were reddened, as if on the verge of bleeding. Did you not anticipate this? For the past fortnight, I have been secretly adding safflower to your meals. This morning, before you attended the banquet, that bowl of sweet soup contained threefold the amount, ensuring that within half a day at the princess's residence, your true form would be revealed and your disgrace laid bare. Ha ha! Truly, heaven favors me. Initially, I feared that if you miscarried without cause, mother might grow suspicious and the blame could fall upon me. Yet, you fell into the lake, and both Jiang Yunqing and Judge Zhang claimed it was the cold water that triggered your miscarriage. Moreover, I had merely intended for you to suffer a public miscarriage, so that father would no longer hesitate. You would surely be sent to the ancestral temple. Who could have foreseen that the emperor would learn of it and decree your death directly? Ha ha, sister, you cannot imagine how elated I was upon hearing the emperor's edict. Tell me, am I not fortunate? Ha, perhaps if you perish, my luck will only improve. Ha ha. Gu Yuan, you wretched fiend, to conspire against your own sister. May you meet a wretched end. I shall await you below. Ha! Gu Yuan, unwilling to endure her sister's curses any longer, seized the poison wine, forcefully grasped Gu Yuping's chin, and poured the toxic liquid down her throat. Gu Yuping sputtered, desperately clawing at her throat in an attempt to expel the poison. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I must tell you, so you can die with greater peace of mind. Chapter 61. The Outburster Groom. The one who serves you was arranged by me, and the contraceptive potions you have been taking after each encounter were also replaced at my behest. Sister, how could you engage in illicit relations with a stable servant before your marriage and still wish for our mother to cover for you? To bear a child and attempt to marry Li Shichang? Your actions are utterly repugnant. Gu Yuping felt black blood begin to flow from her mouth and nose, while tears of blood welled from the corners of her eyes. As the eldest daughter of the Ningyuan Marquis, despite her father's lack of eloquence and presence in the Gu family, she had lived a life of ease and luxury, buoyed by the favoritism of her mother, Jiang Yunqing. Little did she know, the true puppeteer was her younger sister, who seemed but a mere attendant. It was a tragic irony that in her blossoming youth, she would bear the stigma of debauchery, destined to languish in solitude within her chamber. She smiled sorrowfully, blood gushing forth from her lips. At the fragrant pavilion, Jiang Yunqing had toiled throughout the day, her limbs weary and aching. In the span of just one day, she had dealt with Su Xianzhong, reaping considerable gains, while also exposing Gu Yuping, that wanton woman, in front of a crowd. It was truly satisfying. Miss, a grave matter has arisen. Mu Xiang burst into the room, her expression not one of panic, but rather brimming with juicy gossip. Come, have a fruit, and tell me slowly. Jiang Yunqing gestured for Chun Xiang to bring over a plate of fragrant pears just delivered from a kitchen. How hard Mu Xiang had worked. Having had her face swollen earlier that morning, she had barely recovered before dashing about again. Miss, just now, the Minister of Revenue's family sent word of bereavement, stating that Lord Su has passed away suddenly. Tomorrow, the madam wishes to take you to offer condolences. Jiang Yunqing raised an eyebrow. Retribution had indeed come swiftly. She had assumed that Su Xianzhong had hurriedly taken Pei Shi away to return home and give his son, Su Hai, a good thrashing. Instead, it was Su Xianzhong who had met his demise. Suddenly passed away? Have you gleaned any further details? None. The messenger merely delivered the notice and hurried off, likely to inform others. Mu Xiang took a bite of the pear, exclaiming how sweet it was. Since they were to visit the Su family tomorrow, they would inquire further about the particulars of the sudden death then. Jiang Yunqing instructed Chun Xiang to retrieve a jar from the flower bed beneath the window. Inside lay the antidote ointment she had prepared. Upon returning home today, she had visited her father and noticed that upon hearing her voice, Jiang Zheng's eyes began to dart rapidly, and his fingers trembled slightly. It appeared he was on the verge of awakening. Once Jiang Zheng opened his eyes, she could commence preparing the medicinal baths. After 10 more days, he would be free from poison and gradually recover. Come, let's see how the esteemed physician is faring. Bai Zhi's father's injuries were slowly mending, but Jiang Yunqing observed that the charred and peeling flesh could not regenerate. While the appearance of his limbs might be of little concern to a man, his face, devoid of good skin and marred by burns affecting the muscles and nerves, was quite frightening to behold. If only there were a way to grant Bai Zhi's father a new visage. However, the intricacies of face swapping constitute an exceedingly refined technical endeavor. Although Jiang Yunqing had encountered mentions of it in Shi Lizi's medical texts, she had never ventured to attempt it in either of her lives, rendering her hesitant to act carelessly regarding Bai Zhi's father. Should the divine healer, her esteemed ancestor, take it upon himself to administer treatment, it would not only assure positive outcomes, but also allow her the opportunity for direct observation, a splendid twofold benefit. As Shi Lizi remained in slumber, it seemed Bai Zhi's father would have to wait a while longer. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yunqing turned and made her way to Bai Zhi's quarters. Upon seeing the young lady, Bai Zhi immediately knelt in respect. During the past few days, the young lady had confined her to the room, yet she had not been treated poorly. Instead, she was provided with ample nourishment and care, with instructions to diligently attend her father and refrain from overthinking. The more kindness the young lady showed her, the more it pricked her heart. She resolved to devote herself entirely to the young lady, vowing never again to engage in actions unworthy of a human being. Those wicked individuals, even if they threatened her father and brother's lives, she would not yield. Bai Zhi, I require your cooperation in staging a performance. Are you amenable? Jiang Yunqing implored earnestly. With tears brimming in her eyes, Bai Zhi looked up and affirmed yes. Even if the young lady commands me to perish, I would not hesitate. A smile graced Jiang Yunqing's face. Then let us draw out that great bird once more. However, there is no need for haste. We shall wait until your father has improved and I have arranged for him outside the manor. In the meantime, you must care for him diligently. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an opportunity for recompense. Young lady, the old matriarch requests your immediate presence in Mingyi Hall for a discussion, a young maid reported in a flurry. A discussion? How intriguing. It seemed that wherever Jiang Yunqing was present, matters would inevitably arise. Vague and ominous rumors had begun to reach her ears, whispers of disaster and calamity. Had her grandmother heard something that she intended to confront her about? Before even stepping into Mingyi Hall, the sound of sorrowful weeping reached her ears. The matron at the entrance respectfully lifted the curtain, allowing Jiang Yunqing to enter. Yunqing, you have arrived. The matriarch, seated in a position of honor, spoke with a heavy tone, her voice thick with emotion and her eyes red, as if she had just wept. Jiang Yuyao, who had been sobbing against the matriarch's knee, lifted his head, his eyes a tumult of grief, anger, and hatred. What has transpired? Jiang Yunqing inquired. Alas! The matriarch, seated beside her, sniffed, then drew Jiang Yunqing to sit beside her. Her eyes reddened as she whispered, "Your cousin has passed." Ah! Jiang Yunqing gasped, her mouth agape. Was it not merely a miscarriage? How could one perish so swiftly? The matriarch grasped her hand tightly and leaned in to whisper. It was the poison from the emperor that claimed her life. Jiang Yunqing understood. It was undoubtedly the crown princess who had summoned the court physician to diagnose her. And this news had swiftly taken wing to the Qianqing palace. The crown princess sought to utilize the emperor's hand to punish the Ningyuan Marquis, serving as a warning to other noble families to refrain from scheming during festive gatherings. A maid from the princess's residence had drowned in the lake. A former servant of Lu Yuyan, a concubine of the Rongchang Marquis. In private, Gu Yuping had several clandestine meetings with Lu Yuyan, seemingly attempting to manipulate her into orchestrating Li Shichang's marriage into the Ho family. Such matters, upon investigation by the Grand Princess, were laid bare. What remains perplexing? It appears that a conflict arose between Gu Yuping and Lu Yuyan, with the latter intending to use a family reunion banquet as a pretext to have her maidens drown Gu Yuping. However, the tables turned, leading to Gu Yuping's counterattack, inadvertently revealing her pregnancy. Yet, those with discerning minds might speculate whether the Grand Princess had foreseen the collusion between Gu Yuping and Lu Yuyan, feeling repulsed by their scheming against her cherished nephew, thus opting not to suppress the ensuing turmoil. Instead, she summoned the imperial physician, escalating the situation and ensuring that Gu Yuping and her family would face the consequences. Regardless, the Gu family has now made an enemy of the Grand Princess Anning. Jiang Yunqing, it is you. It is all you're doing. You poisoned and caused Ping'er's demise. Return my child's life to me. Jiang Yuyao suddenly erupted, tearing a golden hairpin from her head and charging toward Jiang Yunqing. Chapter 62. The nemesis quick, stop her. The matriarch, Lady Jiang, attempted to grasp Jiang Yutao, but found only air. Jiang Yunqing retracted her hand into her sleeve, preparing to hurl a handful of poisoned powder at her assailant, when suddenly her vision blurred. She heard the muffled sound of sharp object piercing fabric and flesh. To her astonishment, Zhao, standing beside her, had leapt forward, using her own back to shield Jiang Yunqing from the golden hairpin aimed at her throat. At that moment, the nearby maidservants reacted swiftly, seizing Jiang Yutao's pin and forcibly dragging her aside to restrain her. Hurry, take Linglong down to dress her wounds. Lady Jiang watched in horror as Zhao's back became stained with blood from the injury. Fortunately, Zhao hailed from a martial family and had reacted with commendable speed. Otherwise, had the pin struck Jiang Yunqing's throat, even the legendary Hua Tuo could have done nothing to save her. Mother, it's merely a superficial wound. Nothing to worry about. A few days of rest will suffice. Do not dwell on it. Zhao endured the pain in her back, affectionately patting Jiang Yunqing's hand before being assisted away by the maidservants to receive treatment. Jiang Yunqing, consider yourself fortunate. I shall not. Smack. Jiang Yutao's defiance was swiftly silenced by a sharp slap from the matriarch. Yaoer, I have cherished you as the youngest in our family since your childhood. Little did I know I have indulged you to such an unruly and disrespectful extent. Had it not been for your negligence, how could Ping'er have behaved so shamelessly, committing acts that disgrace our family and invoke the emperor's wrath? In the face of this reprimand, you remain unrepentant, venting your anger on your cousin, even resorting to violence. Do you take advantage of her vulnerability? Lady Jiang's heart raced as she pressed her hand against her chest, collapsing into the grand chair. Our family is doomed. Our family is doomed. My eldest son is in a coma. My second son has poisoned and plotted against his own brother. And my youngest daughter has raised a daughter devoid of shame. Mother, I do not wrong her. I witnessed with my own eyes that Ping'er went to the lakeside with Jiang Yunqing. How could Ping'er have fallen into the water while Jiang Yunqing remained unscathed? It must be her. She must have framed Ping'er. If it were not for her exposing Ping'er's condition, how could my poor daughter have been poisoned to death? Jiang Yunqing is a calamity. She brought misfortune from the moment she was born, causing her own mother's demise, and upon returning to the Jiang family, she incited discord among brothers. Mother, think about it. Wherever Jiang Yunqing goes, does calamity not follow? To prevent Jiang Yutao from causing further harm, the maidservants, adhering to the matriarch's orders, bound her to a chair. Jiang Yutao's hands were secured tightly to the armrests, and despite her struggles, she found herself utterly powerless. With eyes ablaze, she could only scream hoarsely at Jiang Yunqing. Upon hearing her daughter's tearful accusations, Lady Jiang's brows furrowed even deeper. In recent days, she had heard unflattering remarks about her eldest granddaughter, but she had dismissed them. After all, it was Jiang Yunqing who had saved the renowned physician, Zelizi, and had located Long Shulian, soon to begin detoxifying Jiangzheng. How could she be a harbinger of misfortune? Was she to bear the blame for being present during every incident, always ready to lend aid? Such a notion was utterly absurd. Moreover, today, the eldest granddaughter has triumphed over the esteemed Su family's 3 young ladies, demonstrating her extraordinary intellect. Even the notoriously brazen Su family has succumbed to her prowess, thereby bringing honor to the Jiang family. Who would dare to look down upon the Jiang clan henceforth? A disaster? Silence. The matriarch's expression hardened, her gaze sharp as she turned toward Jiang Yuyao, who was still incessantly cursing. Jiang Yuyao was taken aback by her mother's reprimand. She had never before experienced such a stern tone from her. For a moment, she was startled. It seems the rumors circulating these days have originated from your lips. Haven T they? Mind your words. The Jiang family is your maternal home and the foundation upon which you stand in the Gu family. How could you be so foolish as to repeatedly slander your own niece? Wake up. Yunqing is not only the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, but also a renowned physician appointed by the emperor, representing the dignity of the Jiang lineage. Do you truly believe that by defaming her as a disaster, you can save the Jiang family from calamity? You are gravely mistaken. It is your tarnishing of Yunqing's reputation that threatens the future of the Jiang family. Jiang Yuyao fell silent, her eyes still brimming with resentment and tears cascading like pearls onto her dress. To be honest, she could not find any evidence implicating Jiang Yunqing in the harm of Gu Yuping. Moreover, Gu Yuping's maid, Hui Xiang, had returned to clarify that it was actually her own mistress who had invited Jiang Yunqing to the lakeside, intending to push her into the water to drown. However, Gu Yuping had dispatched Hui Xiang early on, leaving her unaware of what transpired afterward. Under Jiang Yuyao's intense questioning, Hui Xiang confessed that this was a scheme concocted by her mistress and Lu Yuyan, aimed at ultimately entering the Rongchang Marquis. Jiang Yuyao's heart ached. Furthermore, Gu Yuping's miscarriage had stirred the city into a frenzy, resulting in her demise at the emperor's decree. Her body could not be buried in the ancestral grave, but was merely laid to rest in a simple coffin outside the city. The mere thought of her once cherished daughter, now lying alone in a flimsy casket, filled Jiang Yuyao with seething hatred. The Rongchang Marquis was beyond her reach, and she dared not blame the princess. All she could do was vent her pent-up frustration upon Jiang Yunqing. If it were not for her, would her daughter have risked going to the lakeside? Had she not gone, this tragedy would not have occurred. Jiang Yunqing observed every expression of Jiang Yuyao, suddenly letting out a light laugh. Aunt, are you pondering that if my cousin had not invited me to the lakeside, none of this would have transpired? The storm in Jiang Yuyao's eyes abruptly ceased. What does this girl mean by such words? Does she imply that, even without going to the lakeside, everything would still have unfolded? In truth, the reason for Ping's miscarriage was not the coldness of the lake waters, but rather that she had been afflicted by a chilling poison for many days prior. Her fetus had already perished before she fell into the water. Even if she had not fallen, she would not have survived until the banquet's conclusion. This means she was destined to lose the child at the banquet. Who is it? Who is responsible? A sense of dread enveloped Jiang Yuyao's heart. If what Jiang Yunqing said is true, then there are those within the Gu family who wish to harm their branch. Is it the seemingly humble and courteous Gu Tingyu, or the seemingly harmless Madame Gu? She clenched her fists tightly, struggling with excitement in her chair. If I am not mistaken, someone must have added safflower to my cousin's food. If my aunt returns to the kitchen to investigate, there will surely be results. Furthermore, The person who administered the poison must have known about my cousin's pregnancy. I believe such a secret matter would not be widely known, and only a few are aware of it. It should not take much effort to interrogate, and my aunt will be able to unearth the true culprit behind scenes. Jiang Yuyao felt increasingly alarmed. She only learned of her daughter's pregnancy today, after the incident occurred. The only ones in the household who could possibly know about Ping's condition and have the opportunity to tamper with her food. The thought of that possible answer made her heart momentarily stop, as if a great hand had gripped her throat, rendering her breathless. Chapter 63. Morning the following day. News arrived from the Gu family that the second Madame Gu was gravely ill due to overwhelming grief. Out of filial piety, the second Miss Gu volunteered to visit the ancestral temple to pray for her mother and her deceased sister. What a tragedy! Upon receiving this news, the elderly Lady Jiang maintained a tranquil demeanor, her fingers incessantly turning the Buddhist beads. Madame Zhao awaited Jiang Yunqing at the carriage to pay respects at the Su residence. Although Jiang Yunqing initially intended to accompany them, she was compelled to forego the visit as the upcoming academic assessment at Haoyue Academy loomed. Failure to pass would bar her from continuing her studies the following year. Terrified, this underachiever declared a retreat, rejecting all outings and diligently studying at home. As Jiang Yunqing approached the entrance, she noticed a tall, elegant young man beside the carriage, dressed as a scholar, seemingly engaged in conversation with Madame Zhao. "Greetings, fourth uncle." Jiang Yunqing gracefully approached and offered a slight bow to the scholar. The man turned, appearing nearly 30, yet possessing the youthful air of one just over 20. Although clad in scholarly attire, he lacked the frail appearance typical of his peers. His profile was chiseled, and his captivating phoenix eyes unexpectedly reminded Jiang Yunqing of the young heir she had not seen for a few days. "Oh, it is Yunqing. Today the academy is closed, and I have specifically waited to accompany you to the Su residence." Jiang Xiao smiled, and once Jiang Yunqing boarded the carriage, he followed suit, bending to enter. Throughout their journey, Madame Zhao remained silent, while Jiang Xiao engaged Jiang Yunqing in light conversation. In her previous life, although Jiang Yunqing was not particularly familiar with her fourth uncle, she recalled his fondness for her mother, Zhao Linglong. Each time he returned home, he would bring pastries from Madame Zhao, claiming they were favored by his two little nieces. In truth, those pastries were of the pepper salt variety, which neither she nor Yunwei enjoyed, ultimately being consumed by their mother, Zhao. Yet in this life, Madame Zhao appeared rather distant. Jiang Xiao did not even glance at Madame Zhao seated opposite him, instead focusing entirely on chatting with Jiang Yunqing. The atmosphere felt both awkward and peculiar. Before long, they arrived at the gates of the Su residence, and, as they disembarked, the three were taken aback by the scene before them. To one side of the entrance, a makeshift canopy had been erected, beneath which knelt a disheveled figure, none other than Madame Pei. At the corners of the canopy stood 4 imposing women wielding sticks, glaring menacingly at Madame Pei. "Madame Su, why are you kneeling here? If you must kneel, you should do so inside the morning hall. It is rather undignified to do so at the entrance." The nearest woman barked. What this lady does not understand is that Madame Pei has killed her husband and is now abandoned. If she does not kneel throughout the entirety of the morning rites, she risks imprisonment and execution. I implore all ladies and gentlemen present not to pity this venomous woman. Witnessing the ferocious scene, Madame Zhao felt an inexplicable chill despite the warmth of April. Jiang Yunqing quietly observed her rigid expression. "If there are esteemed guests here to pay their respects, please enter." The steward at the door hastily welcomed the Jiang family inside. The interior was draped in somber white, with all present bearing grim expressions. After all, those who come to pay their respects see pain kneeling at the door in penance, and their mood cannot help but darken. The Su family is notorious for their cruelty. According to the laws of the Deshun dynasty, a woman who kills her husband is to be executed. While it may appear that the Su family has shown leniency by not reporting Pei to the authorities and instead choosing public punishment, the noble families understand that. After such an ordeal, even if Pei is spared from execution, her life is hardly worth living. In fact, it would be akin to a living death. A woman cast aside for inadvertently killing her husband will find no refuge, even in her maternal home. The best fate awaiting her is a lifetime spent in solitary reflection and penance, devoted to prayer and atonement. The grimmer outcome could be a swift end, a white silk ribbon sealing her fate. Yet, these misfortunes pale in comparison to the plight of her children. To bear the stigma of having a mother who is a murderer, no matter how exceptional the daughter may be, she is destined for a life unmarriageable. What family would dare to take such a girl into their home, fearing that a mere disagreement might lead to a fatal outcome? If the sinner has a legitimate son, that son too will be scorned by the family. Jiang Yunqing accepted the incense offered by the maid, silently muttering, "Su Xianzong, this is your retribution. May you atone for your sins in hell." Zhao, trembling as she offered her incense, feared that she too might one day find herself in Pei's position. Closing her eyes, she plunged the incense into the ash with fervor. If that day were to come, she would rather perish than endure the disgrace Pei had suffered. Mrs. fainted again. "Quickly, summon a doctor." Suddenly, an anxious matron burst in from the courtyard. The masters of the Su household were occupied in the front hall, receiving guests who had come to mourn, leaving the maids and matrons powerless to summon a physician. Ever since Su Xianzong's sudden demise, Pei had endured a beating and was then forced to kneel at the entrance, while Su Yun lay bedridden, unable to rise. Guilt, sorrow, and rage churned within her. Had she not caused a scene, the counterfeit incident would never have been exposed, and her mother would not have accidentally killed her father in the ensuing quarrel. Now, she possessed nothing. Her prospects for marriage were bleak. The Su family was hardly a welcoming place, allowing a spinster to linger idly, living in such a wretched state. Neither human nor ghost, she felt that death would be preferable to this existence. Day after day, she lay in bed, weeping. No longer would her mother hold her in loving embrace, offering gentle reassurances that she need not fear, that her mother would always be there. "Miss, the county princess has arrived." The maid's hushed announcement pierced through her thoughts. Su Yun fiercely wiped away her tears, a flicker of malice igniting in her eyes. Jiang Yunqing was also a culprit. Were it not for her intervention, the counterfeit scheme would have remained concealed. Su Yun could not bear the thought of being the only one to suffer. Even if she were to descend into hell, she would drag Jiang Yunqing down with her. Thus, her fainting spell had been feigned, a ploy to summon Jiang Yunqing to her side for diagnosis. The esteemed physician, being a woman, would be far more reliable in tending to a young lady in the inner quarters than any of the male doctors outside. Su Yan's strategy proved sound. Just as the Su family was in disarray, seeking a doctor, Jiang Yunqing stepped forward as desired, guided by a matron to her chamber. "Young Mei, please prepare everything swiftly." Su Yun, contemplating the impending events, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, her nails digging into her palm, drawing blood. "My lady, must it truly be so? Once you have recovered, I will take you far away," she implored. "Why must you be so harsh on yourself, my lady?" Yongmei knelt before Su Yun's bed, fervently bowing her head, hoping to persuade her mistress to reconsider. Orphaned at the tender age of 10, it was the 5-year-old Su Yun who had chosen her. And since then, she had devoted herself to serving Su Yun. Su Yun was not only her mistress, but also the sister she cherished in her heart. Yet, what had Our Lady just said? To prepare for everything and to steel her heart for what was to come. Once the deed was done, they would take all the silver notes and her own freedom papers, fleeing as far as possible. Chapter 64. Self-immolation. Enough of the trivialities. This grievance shall be avenged, even if it costs me my life. Prepare everything as I instructed. Do not let any secrets slip. Su Yun turned her head away, unwilling to gaze upon the tearful Yong Mei on the floor. She had resolved herself, her mind unchangeable by anyone. After all, she did not intend to live anymore. Outside, the voice of the matron echoed. "County princess, please come this way. It is truly a labor of love for you to grace my daughter with your presence. The poor girl has lost her father and her mother, alas." The matron, adhering to Su Yun's previous instructions, began her incessant chatter as they entered the courtyard, allowing Su Yun to discern when Jiang Yunqing would arrive, so she could prepare herself. The matron pushed open the door, and just as Jiang Yunqing stepped inside, the door behind her clicked shut, Su Yan, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Yunqing recognized the sound of the door locking from the outside, locking herself in with Su Yun. This was indeed a novel approach to seeking medical assistance from the Su family. What is the meaning of this? Jiang Yunqing, you shall find it impossible to escape today. You have brought my family to the brink of despair, and today I shall see you perish. Suddenly, Su Yun sat upright on the bed, retrieving a dagger from beneath her pillow, lunging towards Jiang Yunqing with fierce intent. Jiang Yunqing nimbly sidestepped, delivering a swift kick to Su Yun's waist. Su Yun was sent crashing onto the nearby table, a vase tumbling down and shattering with a sharp, crystalline sound. Miss Yongmei, waiting outside, cried out in alarm. Hurry! Light the fire! Light the fire! Having taken a heavy blow to her waist, Su Yun found herself unable to rise, choosing instead to sit on the floor and cast the dagger aside. I can only await the tigress' return. It seems we are destined for mutual destruction. Su Yun had originally planned to swiftly end Jiang Yunqing's life and escape with Yongmei, never to return to this sorrowful capital. Yet, she was acutely aware of her own limitations. To safeguard against any eventuality, she had ordered Yongmei to scatter straw around the room, with flammable oil at the ready. At her command, flames would engulf both her and Jiang Yunqing, sending them to the depths of hell together. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, silence reigned outside. Su Yun called out for Yongmei several times, but received no reply. What has happened? Where has that foolish girl run off to? Jiang Yunqing looked down at the panicked Su Yun, a smile gracing her lips. Dear Miss Su, I fear you shall be sorely disappointed today. Jiang Yunqing picked up the dagger Su Yun had discarded and plunged it into the flesh of her thigh. Jiang Yunqing, how dare you? Su Yun writhed in agony, cold sweat beading on her forehead as she saw Jiang Yunqing prepare to strike her other leg. Panic and fury surged within her. Hektaruf, what ist? Why should I not dare? After all, Miss Su was prepared to use that very dagger to take my life and then set the scene ablaze to mask her tracks. In the midst of her words, the blade pierced Su Yun's other thigh with a sickening thud. Su Yun's heart constricted in pain, her body rolling on the ground as she screamed hoarsely. Go ahead and scream. Shout as loud as you wish, but no one will hear you. Indeed, at this moment, the monks of the Beima Temple are fervently reciting prayers to guide the souls of the departed. Su Yun has seized this opportunity to strike against Jiang Yunqing. The backyard is deserted. No matter how loudly Jiang Yunqing cries for help, it is of no avail. Yet, fate has a way of turning the tables. She never anticipated that Jiang Yunqing had foreseen her every move. The situation has now devolved into a one-sided torment. Who exactly is this Jiang Yunqing? After more than a decade of existence, Su Yun finds herself defeated for the first time by another. Well, the game has gone on long enough. It is time to send you on your way. Jiang Yunqing's exquisite visage looms larger in Su Yun's eyes as the bloody tip of the knife plunges in her right breast. Su Yun's eyes bulge in agony, and her head tilts as she succumbs to unconsciousness. Qingfeng, Jiang Yunqing softly calls, and a sound of metal being severed echoes from outside the door, followed by its swift opening. A figure is dragged inside and unceremoniously tossed beside Su Yun. This is Yongmei, the loyal servant who had prepared the oil for burning. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had instructed Qingfeng to remain at Jiang Yunqing's side, ready to heed her commands. When Jiang Yunqing had entered the backyard with the old woman, she had also noticed the scattered straw on the ground. So this was their scheme to lead her into a trap and incinerate her. Foolish. Thus, when Yongmei dismissed the old woman and the maid and locked the door, Qingfeng was already poised for action. This vile master and servant duo, how audacious they were to plot against the future consort. Tolerance has its limits. Miss Jiang, what shall we do next? What else can be done? Naturally, one must repay malice with malice. Both incarnations of Su Yun have been exceedingly malicious, seeking to incinerate Jiang Yunqing more than once. Jiang Yunqing recalls that in her previous life, she was no fool, yet she was effortlessly delivered into Su Xinzong's bed by Li Shichang. All because Su Yun had befriended her early on and gained her trust. She had placed such faith in Su Yun, unaware that Su Yun had meticulously woven a web to ensnare her, intent on her ruin, her honor, her name, her very life. Su Yun had lured Jiang Yunqing to the Su family's countryside villa under the pretense of seeking solace, but waiting there was her predatory father. Although Jiang Yunqing managed to wound Su Xianzong, Li Shichang dealt her a lethal blow as well, yet Su Yun remained unsatisfied. Just before the last remnants of consciousness faded, Jiang Yunqing heard Su Yun's chilling command, "Burn. Reduce this wretched creature to ashes." To ashes. A cold smile flickers within Jiang Yunqing, her faint smile now shrouded in frost. Qing Feng, ignite the flames. Yes. Huh. Understood. Qing Feng had anticipated that Miss Jiang would show mercy, perhaps opting to report the master and servant to the authorities. Little did he expect that Miss Jiang's thoughts aligned with his own. His experience as a shadow guard had taught him that one must never show leniency to adversaries, even if they are merely two women. As long as these two remain, they are like a centipede that, though mortally wounded, does not perish. Perhaps one day, they would rise again to cause further chaos. As the flames began to engulf Su Yun's room, Jiang Yunqing had already returned to Zhao's side, preparing to depart together. "How is Miss Su? Is her health all right?" Zhao inquired with concern. "Miss Su is fine, though she has been overwhelmed with sorrow, leading to her fainting. However, I noticed her mood is quite dismal. She appeared despondent. Just earlier, I observed some scattered straw around her courtyard." "Straw? Despondent? Oh dear, this could spell disaster." Zhao's mind raced, realizing that Su Yun, in her profound grief, might be contemplating drastic measures. Just as they were about to exit, Zhao turned and hurried back to the morning hall to find a second mistress of the Su family. Now that Pei had been dismissed, only the members of the second household were capable of taking charge. "Madam, I must bring a matter to your attention. Miss Su is rather distressed. We must be vigilant to prevent any unfortunate incidents." Upon hearing this, the second mistress's expression changed. She too had been worried about this. Su Yun, proud and lofty in spirit, might truly succumb to despair after the simultaneous misfortunes befalling her parents. Just as she was about to express her gratitude to Zhao, a voice rang out, "Water leak. There's a water leak in the back courtyard." Chapter 65. Su Yun's Inferno and the chaos that ensued. The servants and guests of the Su family rushed to extinguish the raging flames, transforming the once orderly household into a scene of utter disarray. "Are you all right?" Jiang Xiao, his face smeared with soot, hurried over with a bucket of water. He had been the first to notice the billowing black smoke emanating from the backyard, and his heart raced with worry for his niece, who had just been led to the rear to seek Su Yun's medical attention. He hastily filled a bucket from the large water vat at the front and dashed towards the back. However, the flames were ferocious, rendering the small courtyard impassable. Anxiously, Jiang Xiao fretted over whether Jiang Yunqing was still inside. Fortunately, as he returned to fetch a second bucket of water, he spotted Jiang Yunqing and Madame Zhao standing together, unharmed. "Thank heavens! But what shall we do?" The eldest daughter and Yongmei have yet to emerge. The old woman who had guided them earlier had been dispatched by Yongmei under the pretense of attending to other matters, only to turn around and witness the devastation. No sooner had she spoken than a man charged into the inferno. Young master, the fire is too fierce. You cannot go in." The old woman, sharp-eyed and quick, seized the man, attempting to prevent him from entering. "Let go, you old hag. That is my sister. I cannot bear to watch her perish in there. I must save her." Su Hai, tall and robust, easily shook off her grasp and lunged for a bucket of water from someone nearby, dousing himself before preparing to plunge into the flames. Yet he found his feet immobilized. Two guards had seized his legs, restraining him. In that moment of struggle, the room housing Su Yun collapsed under the relentless flames, sending a shudder through the onlookers. Those trapped within, even if they had escaped the fire, would surely be crushed by the falling debris. "Yunea!" Su Hai fell to the ground, pounding the earth in despair. "Quick, drag the young master away." The elderly patriarch, stifling his anguish, began directing the others in their efforts to quell the blaze. The Su family's main branch had lost nearly all its members overnight. Su Hai was their sole survivor, and further calamity could not be permitted. As Su Hai was pulled away, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Yunqing in the corridor. This woman possessed a striking beauty, yet while others were in a state of panic over the disaster, she appeared remarkably composed, as if she found the situation amusing. Su Hai etched her image into his memory, vowing to uncover the truth of her heart, whether it was red or black. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, Jiang Xiao went straight to visit the matriarch, while Madame Zhao and Jiang Yunqing retreated to their respective quarters for a moment of respite. As soon as Jiang Yunqing entered Jinjiuquan, she was greeted by Jiang Yunming, who seized Madame Zhao's arm and inquired sweetly, "Mother, I heard there was a flood at the Su family estate. Are you and elder sister unharmed?" "We are fine, but alas, the Su family has suffered yet another tragedy." Madame Zhao lifted her teacup and drank deeply. Surely, the Su family must have committed some heinous act. Otherwise, how could the entire main branch be on the brink of annihilation? Who perished in the fire? Jiang Yunming, relishing the unfolding drama, pressed for details. Her sentiments towards the Su family had never been warm. Let us not dwell on the matter of Su Yun's deliberate deception with a counterfeit painting. Even in the academy, Su Yun has persistently tormented her. Her elder brother, Su Hai, is also an indulgent brother, always siding with Su Yun. There has never been a fault on Su Yun's part. The blame has always fallen upon others. Now that the Su family has encountered calamities in succession, she feels no sympathy whatsoever. It is merely retribution. However, her curiosity is piqued as she wonders whose life the flames have claimed this time. It turns out to be Su Yun and her loyal maidservant. Both have perished. Alas, Zhao did not witness the scene firsthand, as Jiang Xiao had stopped her, stating that the situation was chaotic and tragic, advising her against getting involved. Now that she has collected her thoughts, she recalls what Jiang Yunqing mentioned regarding the straw, sensing that something is amiss. According to Jiang Yunqing's usual conduct, upon noticing the straw and foreseeing trouble, she would have informed the Su family's patriarch immediately, allowing for proper preparation. Yet, she did not do so. She merely informed herself and subsequently cautioned the second madam of the Su family. However, as the women of the inner quarters rarely handle affairs, they were ill-equipped to respond swiftly, leading to the uncontrollable blaze, and only then did they react to provide assistance. It was already too late. Could it be that Su Yun's death was orchestrated by Jiang Yunqing intentionally? Zhao's hand trembled slightly as she held her teacup. What? A young lady of a Su family was burned to death? Upon hearing Jiang Xiao's account, the old matriarch of the Jiang family nearly leaped from her seat in shock. Her eyelids had been twitching throughout the morning, and indeed, a misfortune had occurred. Although her family remained unscathed, an indescribable unease gnawed at her, causing her to feel restless. "Mother, what troubles you?" Jiang Xiao noticed the disquiet in his mother. Coming from a noble family, she was usually composed and dignified. He had never witnessed such anxiety on her face, even when his elder brother fell ill. What could be amiss? I ask you, where was Yunqing when the fire broke out? After taking a few sips of the ginseng tea brought by Zhang Mama, the old matriarch felt a slight easing in her chest. Yunqing? Oh, she was conversing with my sister-in-law in the presence of the second madam of the Su family. I saw her while fetching water to extinguish the flames. It was truly terrifying. If only. Jiang Xiao recalled the scene, a wave of dread washing over him. Had Yunqing not emerged from the rear courtyard in time? What if? The old matriarch seized upon her son's hesitation, pressing for the truth. Jiang Xiao recounted how, prior to the fire, Jiang Yunqing had been summoned to the rear courtyard to attend to Su Yun. The old matriarch's heart sank. Her suspicions had been confirmed. This meant that the eldest granddaughter of the Jiang family had indeed been present before the fire broke out at the Su residence. Should the Su family seek accountability afterward? It remained uncertain whether the Jiang family could extricate themselves from matter. Could it be that Jiang Yuyao spoke the truth, that as long as Yunqing was present, calamity would inevitably follow? The old matriarch shared her concerns with her younger son. Jiang Xiao merely laughed heartily. He did not believe in such superstitions. There were far too many coincidences in the world. His niece had gone to rescue others, and should she be unjustly accused of arson, he would be the first to defend her against such slander. Old Master Su stood despondently in the dilapidated courtyard. His eyes glazed as he observed the fire brigade rushing to provide assistance in the city. What had become of the Su family? Just days prior, the family pillar. Su Xianzong had ambitiously confided in him that the Su family might just ascend to the high branches of the Grand Princess, ensuring a legacy of prosperity and longevity. Yet, what was the outcome? A fleeting dream. In the blink of an eye, the white-haired were sending off the black-haired. With the loss of their mainstay, the Su family was doomed. Father, Yinner will not self-immolate. She will not. Someone is intent on harming her, on harming us. Father, you must believe me this time. Old Master Su looked down to find Pei Shi watching from outside, her gaze fixed on the flames engulfing their residence. Worried for her daughter. Seizing the chaos within the estate, she had rushed in, but the horrific scene nearly caused her to faint. Chapter 66. Shuntian Prefecture. Why are there 2 charred corpses? She vaguely heard those around her murmuring that the young lady had committed self-immolation. No, she would not believe it. My daughter would never take her own life. No. Medical examiner. Call the medical examiner. Old Master Su's eyes suddenly appeared clearer. Indeed, what a coincidence. It is entirely plausible that someone is orchestrating this behind the scenes. Soon, the medical examiner arrived, accompanied by the prefect of Shuntian. Reporting to you, my lord, these corpses are indeed those of 2 women. The one on the left appears to be around 16 or 17 years old, while the one on the right seems to be approximately 20. 16 or 17. Lady Pei coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. 2 streams of tears rolled down old Master Su's face. It was undoubtedly his granddaughter Su Yun. However, the left corpse bore knife wounds on both femurs and the right rib cage, and these were fresh injuries. The medical examiner's words caused the prefect of Shuntian to furrow his brow. This implies that the deceased was murdered with a sharp instrument before being set ablaze. Both bodies showed traces of soot in their mouths, indicating that they were alive when the fire consumed them. Lady Pei had just been revived from unconsciousness when she heard this revelation. She let out a cry and fell silent once more. Were there any individuals entering or exiting the rear courtyard before the fire? Prefect Chun Liang asked sternly. Reporting to you, my lord. A sneaky old woman was apprehended just now, and upon interrogation, she claimed that only the legitimate daughter of Magistrate Jiang had entered. A constable stepped forward and reported loudly. Bring the old woman back to Shuntian Prefecture and summon Miss Jiang to the prefecture for questioning. Another constable whispered something in Chun Liang's ear. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Liang commanded, "Come, let us pay a visit to the Jiang residence." It turns out that this Miss Jiang is the newly appointed county mistress of miraculous medicine, a noble woman of official status. Chun Liang felt uneasy about summoning someone based solely on the words of an old servant from the Su family. He had just been promoted from the local ranks and aspired to achieve great things in the capital. He could not allow himself to offend a person of high standing and jeopardize his future. Although Jiang Zheng's official rank was not high, Chun Liang believed he should still show some respect, given the emperor had personally conferred the title of county mistress of miraculous medicine upon her. Old Madam, 4th Master. The prefect of Shuntian requests an audience with our young lady. The steward, Old Ding, rushed into the Mingyi Hall, alarmed, to inform the masters who were conversing. As luck would have it, old Madame Jiang nearly dropped her dragon-head cane in surprise. It seemed she was indeed correct. Su Yun was likely not a case of self-immolation. Old Ding, welcome Lord Chun inside. Zhang Momo, fetch the young lady. Having experienced many storms, old Madame Jiang quickly regained her composure. Moments later, Jiang Yunqing entered Mingyi Hall with a calm demeanor, leisurely walking in without having the chance to pay her respects to her grandmother before spotting the prefect of Shuntian conversing with her. Chun Liang. At this moment in her past life, Chun Liang had not yet ascended to the position of prefect of Shuntian. It seemed that with her rebirth, certain events began to unfold differently. Yet, it could not alter the fact that Jiang Yunqing had saved Chun Liang's life in both lifetimes. Lord Chun, you seek me? Chun Liang was intently scraping tea foam with the lid of his cup when a sudden sound caused him to look up abruptly. The sight before him startled him so much that he spilled a cup of hot tea onto the back of his hand. He cried out in pain, prompting Jiang Yunqing to hastily summon a maid to fetch cold water. Master Chun, this is my specially crafted ointment. Applying it to the burn will swiftly reduce the swelling. Chen Liang accepted the jade vial handed to him by Jiang Yunqing, and upon recognizing the familiar ointment, a smile crept onto his face. This ointment was indeed remarkable, effective not only for treating cuts, but also burns. The renowned county princess of the miraculous physician was truly deserving of her reputation. Observing the familiarity between the two, old Madame Jiang felt a twinge of suspicion. When had her eldest granddaughter become acquainted with this assistant minister of Shantian Prefecture? Such news had escaped her notice entirely. Sensing the old lady's inquisitive gaze, Chen Liang met her eyes with a composed smile, explaining, "On my journey to the capital for duty, I encountered a bandit attack in the wilderness and sustained severe knife wounds. It was Miss Jiang who happened upon me and saved my life. At that time, Jiang Yunqing was returning home from Yunyang and had seen a man lying by the roadside, grievously injured in the abdomen, and had instinctively rendered aid. She had bandaged his wounds and taken him to the nearest apothecary, leaving a sum of silver for proper medical treatment. Jiang Yunqing's benevolence was untainted by the desire for recompense. It was a true display of a healer's compassion. Thus, Chen Liang had been unaware of his savior's name until fate had brought them together today, revealing that the person he sought to question was, in fact, his benefactor. He found himself in a rather awkward position. "So, Miss Yunqing, you have indeed saved your esteemed lord. How fortuitous!" Jiang Qiao interjected, emphasizing the point. Chen Liang discerned the underlying jest from the fourth master of the Jiang family, who seemed to tease him for seeking out his benefactor while remaining indebted. He paused, then rephrased his inquiry with utmost politeness. "Miss Jiang, I am merely conducting routine business, seeking some information. A servant from the Su family mentioned that you entered the backyard prior to the fire?" "Indeed," Jiang Yunqing replied, her demeanor unflinching. "I did enter the backyard and even checked Miss Su's pulse for treatment. Apart from her melancholic disposition, there were no significant issues, hence I exited swiftly. However, I was puzzled to find that the leading maid had vanished upon my exit, and the courtyard was in disarray, strewn with scattered hay." Chen Liang nodded, noting that this aligned closely with the maid's testimony. The maid claimed that after leading Jiang Yunqing into the courtyard, Su Yun's maid, Yongmei, had sent her and another young maid away. Thus, the maid had only witnessed Jiang Yunqing's entrance. As for when she left the courtyard and how the fire had started, the maid was utterly ignorant. "Miss Jiang mentioned scattered hay in the courtyard?" Chen Liang inquired. The constables reported that someone had poured oil on the hay and set it ablaze. This detail also matched perfectly. Gazing into Jiang Yunqing's clear eyes, Chen Liang felt certain that the arsonist could not possibly be her. How could such a kind-hearted and beautiful person commit such a heinous act? It seemed increasingly probable that Su Yun had indeed set the fire herself. Yet what the 3 knife wounds? As Jiang Yunqing departed from the courtyard, one wonders if she noticed any suspicious individuals. With a slight furrow of her brow, she appeared to recall something suddenly, exclaiming, "Ah, if not for your prompting, I might have forgotten." Before entering the room, I observed a maid kneeling by Miss Su's bed, seemingly having just wept. Upon seeing my entrance, she retreated, and it seemed she concealed something within her sleeve. Indeed, I believe I glimpsed a flash of white light. However, preoccupied with Miss Su's ailment, I did not dwell on it. That must be Yongmei, a maid, kneeling and weeping, likely having committed some wrongdoing and facing her mistress's reprimand. What could she possibly conceal in her sleeve? A flash of white light. Could it be the very dagger discovered at the scene of the fire? Chen Liang suddenly experienced an epiphany. The wound must have been inflicted by Yongmei, who bore a grudge against her mistress and severely injured her. Overcome with guilt, she subsequently perished in the flames. Yes, this line of reasoning holds true. Thus everything falls into place. The vile servant betrays her mistress. She deserves the harshest of punishments. Yet, the sinner met her demise alongside her, serving as a form of atonement for her mistress. Therefore, has this case reached its resolution? Chapter 67. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. As Chen Liang prepared to take his leave with a courteous gesture, Jiang Yunqing leisurely sipped his tea and inquired, "Is it not so?" This left Chen Liang and the other members of the Jiang family momentarily stunned. "Lord Chen, initially I intended to overlook certain details due to the Su family's misfortunes. However, to my astonishment, while I have done no harm to others, there are those who wish to bring me harm. Thus, I must present my case to you, hoping for your impartial judgment to restore justice." The assembly gasped in disbelief, their jaws dropping in astonishment. "Please, speak, County Lord. I shall ensure that justice is served," Chen Liang replied, resuming his seat and gesturing for Jiang Yunqing to continue. "Lord Chen, I find it peculiar that the matron who summoned me for consultation did not wait for my departure. Even if she was sent away, there should have been a caretaker present in the rear courtyard, ready to attend to her duties. Yet, when I exited, I encountered no one. Does this not strike you as odd?" Chen Liang nodded vigorously, acknowledging the strangeness of the situation. It appeared that the Su family had deliberately arranged for everyone to be dismissed. Furthermore, Jiang Yunqing continued, "If we follow our previous reasoning, then Yongmei must have attacked Miss Su only after I had left, subsequently succumbing to her own malice and setting fire to herself and her mistress. Yet, why did I notice scattered straw upon my initial entry into the courtyard?" Indeed, Chen Liang found himself aligning with Jiang Yunqing's line of thought, realizing that the matter was growing increasingly intricate. Upon reflecting further, I am filled with dread. Had I not exited the rear courtyard in time, might I have met a similar fiery fate? Or could it be that someone intended to use my visit as a pretext to eliminate me? Thus, the servants were sent away to facilitate their nefarious plans. A chill ran down Chen Liang's spine as he absorbed the implications of Jiang Yunqing's assertion that someone had plotted against her. At that moment, aside from Su Yun, who also was present in the courtyard, it seemed as though Su Yun had orchestrated a scheme to ensnare Jiang Yunqing, only for Yongmei to betray her at a critical juncture, allowing Jiang Yunqing to escape a dire fate. But why would Su Yun, a lady of noble standing, resort to such madness? Chen Liang's confusion was evident. Why, indeed? It is because she is inherently malicious. "My lord, you may inquire at Haoyue Academy about the Su siblings' habitual torment of others," Jiang Yunqing interjected. Having just learned of Su Yun's demise, she was alarmed to hear that someone from Shuntian Prefecture had come to inquire about her elder sister. How could Jiang Yunqing possibly commit arson and murder? She is far too preoccupied with saving lives. Jiang Yunqing could not stand idly by while her sister faced unjust accusations. The entire affair had stemmed from Su Yun's bullying, which her elder sister had thwarted, causing her to unwittingly step into a quagmire on Jiang Yunqing's behalf. At this moment, she felt compelled to defend her sister. "My lord, you must understand that everything traces back to the counterfeit from the Su family's banquet." Jiang Yunqing recounted the grievances between the Jiang and Su families in rapid succession. Chen Liang had previously heard some whispers about this matter and had held a certain admiration for the remarkable physician, the county lord. The misdeeds of Su Xianzong had been reported to the Shuntian prefecture by victimized women, yet these cases were swiftly silenced. It was said that each time, Pei's family had discreetly offered substantial sums to the victims and their families to withdraw their complaints. Chen Liang was not ignorant of the dealings behind this. But with the victims choosing not to pursue their grievances, he found himself powerless to address Su Xianzong's actions. To his astonishment, it turned out that Su Xianzong was ultimately killed by his own wife. This was both unfathomable and gratifying. Thus, according to Miss Jiang Yunqing, it was possible that Su Yun harbored resentment towards the county lord for exposing her, which subsequently triggered a tragic chain of events. She could only vent her fury upon the county lord, resorting to arson and murder. Little did she realize that in harming others, she would ultimately bring about her own demise. Chen Liang winked at Jiang Yunqing, affirming her words. "Yes, indeed, my lord, that is precisely the sentiment." Jiang Yunqing chuckled, realizing that this prefect of Shuntian was not as unfeeling as rumored. "See, he is quite agreeable. Then I shall take my leave. I am grateful to the county lord for your candidness. Such kindness warrants no thanks. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me." Jiang Yunqing watched as Chen Liang rode away. The gentle breeze on the rooftop could no longer be contained. There is something afoot. I must swiftly inform the young master about this unexpected individual saved by Miss Jiang. Chen Liang, upon hearing this, Qing Feng hurriedly reported. Xiao Yan pondered with his chin in hand. "Very well, understood. Is that all? You seem remarkably unperturbed." "Mingyu." Make a trip to the Shuntian prefecture and greet the governor Bai Qi, asking him to look after the remarkable physician in the future. Yes, Qing Feng smiled, finding this arrangement satisfactory. With the governor as protection, let us see how Chen Liang can maintain his authority in front of Miss Jiang. Qing Feng, how come I never noticed before that you are so sycophantic? My lord, as they say, love extends to all associated. Just then, Qing Feng was caught off guard as Xiao Yan hurled a teacup at him, striking him squarely on the forehead. And you dare to covet what the young master loves? You deserve it. The hidden guards in the corners struggled to suppress their amusement. Within a few days, the Su family's case was concluded at the Shuntian prefecture and publicly announced. The townsfolk gathered before the notice board, intrigued. So it was the Su family's daughter who bore a grudge against the remarkable physician and intended to burn her alive, only to be slain by her wicked servant instead. TSK, TSK, TSK. I know that Su Yun. She has always behaved like a spoiled young lady. I once saw her strike a young beggar in the street. All right, she has gone now. Let us not linger on this. Back to business. Ultimately, one should harbor no ill intentions toward others, but remain vigilant against potential threats. Among the crowd, a robust young man, listening to the discussions, flushed with anger. He strode up to the notice board, violently tore down the announcement, shredding it to pieces and trampling it underfoot before striding away. Who is this? Such audacity. He dares to do this right in front of the Shuntian prefecture. Hush, lower your voice. He is none other than the eldest son of the Su family. Su Yun's biological brother. He is not one to be trifled with. Everyone disperse, step away, keep your mouths shut, work diligently, and strive for prosperity. Su Hai returned to his chamber, shattering every object within to smithereens. The maidservants and young attendants trembled in fear outside the door, none daring to enter and offer counsel. Jiang Yunqing, you shall await your reckoning. Should you dare to slander my sister Yun, I shall flay your skin and leave you in a state of perpetual torment, unable to live or die. Old master, a group of servants bowed in unison, offering their greetings. What mischief is this wretched creature causing now? The elder Su could hear his grandson's fury from afar. This ungrateful boy, still causing a ruckus, even intends to confront Jiang Yunqing. He ought to reflect on his own limitations. The Su family has already fallen from grace. What does he possess to challenge a county lord? The old master felt a throbbing headache. Lock the door. Without my permission, he is not to set foot outside the Su residence. Chapter 68. Zhang Lang, the Rongchang Marquis residence. Lichuan courtyard. A slender figure, having ensured the surroundings were deserted, stealthily slipped into Lu Yuyin's inner chamber, kneeling before the bed. The woman upon the bed, draped in gossamer, was partially concealed by a moon-white satin quilt, revealing a glimpse of her exquisite, fair skin. Lu Yuyin raised her hand to gather her long hair, which cascaded down to her chest, and loosely fashioned it into a bun with a gold hairpin adorned with rubies. Her posture was undeniably enchanting. Cursed be Li Shichang, who had just finished his debauchery and left without a backward glance, discarding the very hairpin she had longed for. Lu Yuyin seethed inwardly. Ever since Li Shichang had become impotent, he had taken to employing the lecherous tricks of the palace eunuchs to torment her. Each encounter left her body aching and utterly miserable. This was hardly the life of a favored concubine in the Marquis residence. She was merely a plaything for men's humiliation. All of this was the doing of Jiang Yunqing, for which she could not forgive. Her expression darkened at the thought. Yet she recognized the connection between the misfortunes that had befallen the Gu and Su families and Jiang Yunqing. However, she had also come to realize that Jiang was indeed formidable, discreetly eliminating all her adversaries without a trace. Henceforth, she must tread carefully, ensuring Jiang Yunqing remained oblivious to her true intentions, lest the focus turn upon her. Observing the man crouched before her, she reproached softly, Zhang Lang, have you found my father? As she spoke, she extended her delicate foot to lift the man's chin. The man, caught off guard, grasped her pale toes and inhaled deeply, responding solemnly, reporting to my lady, I found Chief Steward Lu's remains in a forsaken graveyard, his body having been ravaged by wild dogs. I have gathered the remains and await your instructions. With a sudden kick, Her delicate foot sent the man stumbling aside. I expressly told you not to call me my lady in private. You have repeated it twice, as if to ensure I remain in sorrow. Although Lu Yuyin had anticipated the demise of her father, Lu Quan, the revelation that his body had been discarded in a graveyard and gnawed upon by dogs struck her heart with unbearable anguish, prompting her to vent her fury upon the man before her. This man was her childhood companion, Jiang Yunqing, who had long served as a guard in the princess's residence. Since Lu Quan's plot against Jiang Yunqing had failed, he had quietly vanished from the world. Everyone remained tight-lipped about the matter, but Lu Yuyin was acutely aware that her father had undoubtedly been silenced by the princess. After all, her father's treacherous scheme had ultimately ensnared Xiao Yan, leading to a disgraceful demise at the hands of a group of filthy beggars. How could the royal family tolerate such an affront? Lu Yuyin felt a sense of guilt and dared not harbor resentment towards the princess. In fact, she felt a strange relief that the princess had shown her mercy and not exterminated her entirely. Otherwise, a mere concubine trapped in the Marquis courtyard could be easily disposed of, leaving no room for her to linger until now. All her rage had to be directed at Jiang Yunqing, for she could still confront that wretched woman. After being kicked, Jiang Yunqing sat with his head bowed, lost in thought. Lu Yuyin tugged at her lips, descended from the bed, and approached the man barefoot. She knelt upon the ground, cradling the man's face in her hands, her fingertips gently brushing over the spot she had just kicked. Her voice was soft and tender. "Zhonglang, I was wrong earlier. I should not have been so fierce with you. I regret it. Please do not hold it against me." Jiang Yunqing raised his gaze to the woman before him, his heart heavy with bitterness. How could he possibly resent her? His love for her was boundless. Yenner was meant to be his wife, yet due to Jiang Yunqing's treachery, she had been taken into the Ho residence by Li Shichang. He had thought that if Li Shichang treated her well, being a concubine in fine clothes and sumptuous food would surely be better than enduring hardships by his side as a mere guard. Little did he know, it wasn't long before Yenner sent him messages, pouring out her grievances, stirring within him a sense of pity and feelings he ought not to possess. Consequently, he often found himself sneaking to the Lichuan courtyard in the dead of night to clandestinely meet with his beloved. Yet, just as his yearning reached its peak, Yenner would abruptly cease her teasing, leaving him utterly entranced and longing for her presence, feeling restless whenever she was out of sight. All the suffering she endured was due to his own inadequacies, for he could not whisk her away to a life of grandeur and privilege. To make matters worse, Yenner frequently fell victim to Li Shichang's inhumane torment, which left him in a state of constant unease. Thus, he resolved to do more for her. Her happiness was his ultimate satisfaction. How could I bear to blame you? No matter how you treat me, no matter what mistakes you make, I will never hold you accountable. The servants in the courtyard were dismissed upon Li Shichang's departure. Jiang Yunqing's heart brimmed with tenderness as he grasped the woman's slender waist, lifting her into his embrace. The fragrance of her hair filled his senses, igniting a fervent passion within him. "You truly won't blame me?" Lu Yuyin's delicate fingers lightly traced the man's jaw and face. "No, never. I would gladly brave fire and water for you, even sacrifice my very life." Jiang Yunqing felt a fire ignite within him at her caress, murmuring vows as he held her tightly, as though he wished to meld her into his very being. Then, will Zhonglang take a risk for Yenna? A pair of alabaster arms encircled his neck, a sweet aroma enveloping Jiang Yunqing's senses, driving him to the brink of madness, leaving him unable to think clearly as he hoarsely responded. It was a little risk. At that moment, he would willingly surrender his life if it meant being with her. Under the dark, windy night, with hands unable to see 5 fingers ahead, he shouted, "Damn it! Let me out of here. Pretending to be deaf, are you? Just wait until I get out. I'll make you all pay." The young master of the Su family had been locked away all day, having slept well during the daylight hours, and now he began to shout and create a ruckus in the late hours of the night. "You think you can keep me here? Then none of you will sleep soundly." A loud clang echoed, as if the lock outside the door had been forcibly broken. Su Hai, who had been cursing without pause, suddenly froze, then approached the door, pushing it open with a look of disbelief. "Hey, it really is open." Before he could revel in his unexpected freedom, he suddenly felt a chill in his chest. Instinctively, he looked down to see a glimmering blade piercing through his front and out his back. You! Su Hai's eyes bulged in pain as he grasped the blade with both hands, seemingly trying to pull it out. The assailant thrust the hilt of the knife forward with great force and twisted it savagely, causing Su Hai to expel a copious amount of blood before collapsing lifelessly. After a brief moment of waiting, the perpetrator, noticing the silence, discarded the knife beside Su Hai, left behind a handkerchief, and swiftly scaled the wall, vanishing into the darkness of the night. Outside, a cacophony of barking dogs echoed through the air. The Su family's guard listened intently, exhaling a sigh of relief. The young master had finally quieted down. Presumably exhausted from his tirade, they could now enjoy a brief respite. Under the cover of night, a shadow stealthily entered Su Hai's room, and moments later, it too disappeared over the wall. Chapter 69. Recall the night was as dark as water, and Lu Yuyin lay awake, listening to the croaking of frogs emanating from the pond outside. Sleep eluded her, and she wondered about the success of the matter Jiang Yunqing was handling. Just as fatigue began to envelop her, she caught a whiff of blood in the air, prompting her to open her eyes suddenly. Jiang Yunqing had arrived. "Yinner, it's done," he declared, preparing to lift the bed curtain to enter, only to be halted by a delicate foot pressed against his abdomen. "Clean yourself up first," she demanded, her sultry eyes narrowing as she gestured toward the screen behind her. The following morning, the doorman of the Rongchang Marquis residence was roused from his slumber by a series of urgent knocks. Grumbling, he opened the door, muttering about the incessant summons. To his surprise, it was officers from the Shuntian prefecture, their purpose unclear. The threshold of noble families was high, and even their servants often looked down upon others. Upon seeing the officers, the doorman displayed little respect, merely opening the door a crack and inquiring loudly, "What brings you here?" "Someone has accused your family's concubine of murder. We are here to take her for questioning," the officers replied, unperturbed by the doorman's cold demeanor. In their eyes, a fallen marquisate held little prestige. The law applied equally to both the sovereign and the common folk, and this was merely a concubine in trouble. "Please wait. I shall inform my master," the doorman said, realizing the gravity of the situation. He hurried off to deliver the news. "What? Murder? How is that possible?" The marquis's wife, Lady Li, was having her breakfast when she received the alarming tidings. She paused, then turned to her maid, Chui Yu, and commanded, "Go summon Lu Yingyang to the main hall. Tell her I wish to speak with her." Leaning closer to Zhang Mama, she instructed, "Please escort the officers to the side hall for tea." Earlier that morning, someone from the Shuntian prefecture had already informed her of the incident involving the Su family, with evidence pointing directly at their concubine, Lu Yingyang. She had been advised to prepare herself, but she had not anticipated the officers arriving so swiftly. Li Shichang had gone to duty early that day, leaving Lady Li as the sole authority in the household. Lu Yuyin soon swayed her hips into the hall. Lady Li's eyes betrayed her disdain for the woman before her. This wretched creature had not only caused her son grievous harm, but also shamelessly entangled him in sordid affairs. Were it not for the princess's warning that this woman could not be harmed at present, she would have sent her to hell to reunite with her deceased father long ago. How dare she prance around before her, flaunting her presence? "Madam, may I inquire why you summoned me?" Lu Yin asked, her gaze lowered as she stood obediently before Lady Li, her voice soft and melodious. "Did you not hear that the Su family's eldest son was murdered last night?" Lady Li's tone suddenly turned sharp, her gaze piercing like arrows aimed at Lu Yuyin. "The Su family? That Su family's eldest son?" Lu Yuyin feigned ignorance, knowing full well that many families in the capital bore the surname Su. Li fiercely slammed the Wang Wali wood table, startling Lu Yuyin into a shudder. "Stop pretending to be foolish. You are the son of the Minister of Revenue, Su Xinzong, Su Hai." Lu Yuyin, in a panic, fell to her knees and stammered, "Madam, I do not know anyone named Su Hai. I could never harm him. Please see the truth." Her heart raced like a drum. Had it not been for the conversation with Ziyu on the way here, she would have been utterly petrified by the imposing threats from the lady of the Ho family. She must not confess. Furthermore, the evidence left behind clearly pointed to Jiang Yunqing. Perhaps the madam had long harbored a grudge against her. seizing this opportunity under the guise of an official inquiry, intending to trample her. She could not fall for it. She still trusted Jiang Yunqing's ability to handle matters. Stay calm, stay calm. Lu Yin mentally prepared herself, straightened her back, and boldly met Li's gaze. You truly are one who does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. I summoned you, out of consideration for the Crown Prince, to give you a heads up, lest you stubbornly endure at the Shuntian prefecture and suffer needlessly. Li descended from her high-backed chair and grasped Lu Yin's delicate chin with her right hand. Your personal belongings were found on Su Hai's corpse. How could that be? It was clearly Jiang Yunqing's handkerchief. Lu Yin shook her head, freeing her chin and retorting loudly. Li remained silent, a smile gracing her lips as her eyes glinted with coldness. Lu Yin's mind exploded with horror, a chilling dread rising from her feet and swiftly enveloping her entire being. She had fallen into a trap. That cunningly, Lu Yin bit her lip in frustration. You truly are foolish. I have only asked a few questions, and you have already revealed yourself. If the officials from Shuntian Prefecture press you, even slightly, the truth of your frame-up against Jiang Yunqing would surface within half an hour. With your inability to maintain composure, you might even be led into a pitfall. If the reputation of our esteemed Hou family were to be tarnished, it would be a fate worse than death for you. The esteemed concubine of the Rongchang Hou family. If taken to Shuntian Prefecture for interrogation, what secrets might she inadvertently disclose? Thus, Li had no intention of allowing the authorities to take her away. Lu Yin was alive as a member of the Hou family and would die as one of its spirits. Madam, please save me. I acted out of a desire to vindicate the Crown Prince. I was indeed foolish to have devised such a plan. Even if Jiang Yunqing can clear her name, a young lady summoned for questioning over murder suspicion would see her reputation shattered. Ha ha! Then her life would be ruined. The Crown Prince's grievances would finally be avenged. The more people that talk, the more truth can be distorted. If Jiang Yunqing's intimate belongings are found on Su Hai's corpse, with no witnesses left alive, a few whispered rumors in the capital could spread like wildfire, implicating Jiang Yunqing in a private affair with a young master of the Su family, leading to jealousy and murder. By then, she might lose her status as a county princess. Li coldly regarded the figure before her. The calculations were indeed clever, yet they lacked a touch of wisdom. If Lu Yin could find a lover to assist her in murder and framing, why could Jiang Yunqing not employ a similar tactic? In the tale of the mantis catching the cicada while the yellow sparrow lies in wait, one can liken the astuteness of Jiang Yunqing to that of a master strategist. Following the misfortune that befell Su Yun, it is certain that she will meticulously observe every movement of the Su family. After all, Su Hai's notorious brutality is well known, and in the wake of his sister's demise, he is likely to seek vengeance against Jiang Yunqing. Thus, she will undoubtedly enlist someone to monitor Su Hai closely. In the dead of night, Jiang Yunqing took it upon himself to eliminate Su Hai, leaving behind a handkerchief stolen from a young maiden in Jiang's household to serve as incriminating evidence. However, to his dismay, he was swiftly outmaneuvered by Jiang Yunqing's associates, who replaced the evidence with a personal garment belonging to Lu Yin. While he sure may not have fully grasped the ingenious foresight displayed by Jiang Yunqing in orchestrating the theft of Lu Yin's intimate belongings, the outcome was that Lu Yin's efforts were rendered futile. Lu Yin, you have performed admirably, sacrificing your peace for the sake of the heir. Just as Lu Yin prepared to continue her defense, she was unexpectedly praised by Li Shi, raising her head in astonishment. Could this be the glimmer of hope she sought? In the next moment, Chapter 70, hanging Lu Yin suddenly sensed someone swiftly approaching from behind. Instinctively, she turned her head, only to see a white cloth coiling around her neck like a serpent. Two elderly maids, one on each side, tightened their grip on the cloth with relentless force. In vain, Lu Yin reached out, desperately grasping at the fabric, her delicate and beautiful nails breaking under the strain. She struggled to breathe, gasping in an attempt to draw in even a modicum of air. In her final moments, she thought, I shall ensure you understand your fate. You wretched woman, entangled with the guards of the princess's residence behind my son's back. Do you think my son and I were oblivious? If it weren't for the potential to turn you against your own, you and that Zhang fellow would have met your end long ago. No matter how much my son may have grown indifferent towards you, he cannot tolerate the disgrace of your betrayal. You remain unaware, don't you? He has long been capable of liberation, yet he chooses not to touch you, preferring to torment you with his disdain. For he harbors a deep-seated hatred. Were it not for you, he would not have endured such suffering. If not for you, Jiang Yunqing, that vile creature would have fallen into our hands, subject to our disposal. The princess may have dealt with your father, but insisted I spare your wretched life. Now, having committed murder yourself, I might as well grant you a swift conclusion. Laughter echoed in her ears as Li's deranged whispers filled the air. Lu Yuyin swallowed her last breath, collapsing onto the ground, leaving a puddle beneath her. Truly a vile creature, even in death, you seek to repulse. Li Furoit Herberoth, instructing the maids to swiftly cleanse the floor while she adjusted her skirt, wrinkled from Lu Yuyin's grasp, and made her way to the side hall. What? She hanged herself? Might we trouble the lady of the Marquis to guide us there? Otherwise, we shall find it difficult to report back. The leading officer, old Wang, nearly dropped his teacup upon hearing the news from the Marquis's wife that Lu Yuyin had taken her own life. A suicide out of guilt? He pondered, regretting having listened to the old maid's words upon entering, now obediently waiting in the side hall while sipping tea. Tea? What tea is there to enjoy now? Old Wang patted his backside, realizing that with Lu Yuyin's death leaving no witnesses, they would return with nothing but disgrace. The magistrate would surely blame them for the delay, for allowing the suspect an opportunity to escape justice. A throng of people made their way to the rear courtyard, where they found Lu Yuyin indeed hanging lifelessly from the beam in her chamber. Scattered on the ground was a letter, which appeared to be her suicide note. Old Wang, possessing some literacy, unfolded it to find Lu Yuyin succinctly confessing to her affair with Su Hai, intending to blackmail him for a substantial sum. Unbeknownst to her, Su Hai, with a heart of stone, had flatly refused, severing all ties. In her fury, she resorted to hiring a killer. As for the small garment left at the scene, the note did not mention it. Old Wang let his imagination run wild, speculating that Su Hai, despite his rejection, harbored some lingering affection, perhaps indulging in a midnight viewing of the lady's possessions, only to cross paths with the assassin. Well, with his handwritten suicide note from Lu Yuyin, we can return to report satisfactorily. We thank you for your hospitality, my lady. We take our leave. Old Wang found Lu Yuyin's usual calligraphy and paintings in her room, confirming that the letter was indeed penned by her own hand. He carefully folded the letter and tucked it into his bosom, departing with his subordinates in a flurry. Once the door closed, Li turned to a maid, her eyes brimming with approval, commending her for a job well done. In a few days, the heir will elevate you to concubine. Serve well today. Do not harbor any ulterior motives. Today's events must not reach a whisper of gossip. Otherwise, Li gestured across her throat, causing the maid to tremble and bow her head in compliance. Yes, Madame Tsuyu understands. She was Li's eyes and ears planted in Lichuan garden. The letter was also penned by her, mimicking Lu Yuyin's handwriting. Disclosed the news of that wretched woman's guilt, leading her to hang herself to her lover. Li's lips curved into a smirk. I wonder how that man will react upon realizing that his assistance inadvertently led to the demise of his beloved. Indeed, upon discovering that the handkerchief he discarded had been replaced with Lu Yuyin's clothing, Jiang Yunqing erupted with fury, his heart shattered as he banged his head against the wall. Had he known, why had he resorted to killing Su Hai and framing Jiang Yunqing? A swift death for Jiang Yunqing would have resolved everything. Yet, his beloved Yin'er had been too merciful, sparing that cunning vixen's life, only to lose her own. Brother Zhang, you must avenge Auntie. She sacrificed herself to protect you. It is so unjust. So you feigned tears, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. Jiang Yunqing was a familiar figure to her. A foolishly brave man who frequented Lichuan garden late at night. Lu Yuyin, too, was a foolish beauty, entrusting her life and fortune to such a man. Would it not have been wiser to remain devoted to the heir? Instead, she met her tragic fate, wrapped in a tattered mat and discarded in a mass grave. Reunited with her father, so he would never act so foolishly. Now, she only needed to fulfill the final task entrusted by the Countess, after which she could reside in Lichuan garden, enjoying a lifetime of wealth and luxury. I will kill that wretched woman. Jiang Yunqing's eyes burned with rage as he charged out, but Xiu seized his arm. Brother Jiang, are you foolish? The Jiang family has connections. Jiang Yunqing is a princess. There may well be skilled guards in the courtyard. If you rush in blindly, you might lose your life before you can seek revenge. This is not the same as the Su family, whose affairs have left them in disarray. Last night, the Su household felt like a sieve, with whispers echoing throughout, leading to Su Hai's death and Lu Yuyan's wrongful accusation. Jiang Yunqing's blood ran slightly cooler at her words. He shook his head, calming himself before asking Suiyu. Then what do you suggest? The young girl's eyes gleamed as she pressed her lips together, then spoke. Let us bind her sister from Haoyue Academy and arrange a meeting with Jiang Yunqing at the Suzhou Pavilion on the slopes of Looming Mountain. That place is seldom frequented by people, providing a silent opportunity to deal with the two sisters of the Jiang family. Why must she bind her sister? Jiang Yunqing was taken aback by the remark. His thought process was rather straightforward. Vengeance for vengeance, grievances for grievances. Did he not have a vendetta against Jiang Yunqing? It seems that this Jiang heir girl bears no ill will towards Yan. TSK. Suiyu closed her eyes momentarily, finding this man rather foolish. Jiang Yunqing is astute and vigilant, often secluding herself within the confines of her residence, resembling an impenetrable fortress, leaving no room for maneuver. As for her sister, she is soon to attend the Haoyue Academy for an academic assessment. The opportunities for action are plentiful. It is said that the bond between the two sisters is quite strong. I firmly believe that given Jiang Yunqing's meddling nature, she would undoubtedly intervene in her sister's well-being. Under the moonlight, a wicked smile graced Suyu's face. Ashu. Jiang Yunyu, cocooned in a thick blanket like a silkworm, lamented her perennial misfortune. Why must she always fall ill and be bettered during the academic assessment? Oh dear, for the next few days, she would be confined to her home. Chapter 71. The Deadly Cure. Miss Jiang. This young master has once again alleviated a considerable predicament for you. How shall you express your gratitude? The once charming young gentleman now clung to the Fangfei Pavilion like an adhesive plaster, leaving Jiang Yunqing both amused and exasperated. Thank you, young master, she replied, hastily finishing a few stitches on the nearly completed sachet in her basket. With a deft snip, she trimmed the threads and fabric edges before tossing the finished item into the man's embrace. Xiao Yan caught it and exclaimed, "Oh, this is far more exquisite than the one I wear." After years apart, Miss Jiang's craftsmanship has certainly flourished. He carefully removed the old sachet from his waist, tucking it away as a keepsake. He had never been one to discard the old in favor of the new. Jiang Yunqing watched him hang the new sachet, a faint smile gracing her lips. How could it only have been a few years? Her embroidery skills had been honed during her solitary time in the Marquis's residence, eventually garnering the attention of the Empress Dowager herself, for whom she crafted a stunning phoenix screen as a birthday tribute, leaving the entire capital in awe. Indeed, she owed a debt of gratitude to the young master. Otherwise, she might still be detained at the Shuntian prefecture. As she peeled an orange, she casually handed a piece to Xiao Yan, who sat opposite her at the warm table. Reflecting on recent events sent a shiver down her spine. Just yesterday, Chunliang had sent word that Su Hai publicly tore up the announcement outside the Shuntian prefecture, advising her to stay indoors and keep more servants at home to guard against Su Hai's potential retaliation. For her safety, she had promptly interrogated the servants in her courtyard, inadvertently discovering that a maid had stolen her old handkerchief to exchange for silver. Good heavens! She had never imagined her handkerchief could be so valuable. Fortunately, the experienced granny son had cautioned her that the private belongings of a young lady leaking out into the world was no trivial matter. If a scoundrel were to claim they had illicit dealings with her, there would be no way to clear her name, even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Thus, she had enlisted Qing Feng to investigate, and through their efforts, they quickly uncovered Jiang Yunqing's connection. It was Qing Feng who bore witness to Jiang Yunqing's crime and the discarding of the handkerchief late at night. The incriminating evidence was procured by Mingyue from an old maid in Lu Yuyan's courtyard, who was repaid in kind. "We need not exchange pleasantries," the man said. His charming eyes narrowed slightly. "Offering oneself is sufficient. Although Lu Yuyin was deceased, Jiang Yunqing remained at large, and he might return seeking vengeance. If you must venture outside these days, take both Qin Feng and Mingyue with you. Xiao Yan, concerned for Jiang Yunqing's safety, pondered her situation. This delicate young lady possessed only a modicum of medical knowledge and some skill in poisons. A frail woman, ill-equipped for combat, who preferred the outdoors over the confines of the inner chambers, left him perpetually anxious. Yet what could he do? He could only assign his trusted aides to assist Jiang Yunqing. Very well, thank you, young master. You are indeed generous. Qin Feng and Mingyue were exceptional talents. Ordinary officials could scarcely afford their services. She felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought. The Jiang family neglected to provide any remuneration for the two skilled individuals. Yet they constantly summoned them for arduous and menial tasks. Jiang Yunqing felt a twinge of guilt and pondered whether to offer them some medicinal supplements to bolster their vitality. My father will arrive in the capital in a few days, and shortly thereafter, the decree for my marriage may be issued. Xiao Yan plucked a segment of orange and savored its sweetness. The Northern King? Jiang Yunqing supported her chin in contemplation, realizing that in her previous life, she had never heard of the Northern King returning to the capital before her demise. It was unexpected that this Northern King would take such an interest in his son's marriage, traveling great distances for the occasion. Jiang Yunqing was at a loss to articulate her feelings, sensing an oddity in the situation. Was it not said that the Northern King was rather indifferent towards his legitimate son, Xiao Yan? His sudden enthusiasm was indeed suspicious. Xiao Yan was engrossed in his orange when he sensed two curious gazes scrutinizing his face. He cleared his throat and inquired nonchalantly, "Is there something on my face that warrants such scrutiny?" Jiang Yunqing, caught in her observation, quickly averted her gaze. "I know you're curious about why my father would make a special trip to the capital for this marriage proposal, right?" she replied, nodding eagerly. In truth, the marriage was merely a pretext. The more pressing matter was that my younger brother had just reached adulthood. It was likely that my father and the queen were visiting the capital to ascertain that I remained unfit for marriage, and then to personally request the emperor to bestow the title of heir upon my younger brother. Xiao Yan's situation seemed quite dire. The once bright smile on Jiang Yunqing's face faded instantly. Yet, observing Xiao Yan's calm demeanor, she struggled to find words of comfort. "There's no need for that expression. I've known my father's nature for a decade now. Without hope, there can be no disappointment. Wouldn't you agree?" Xiao Yan remarked, turning his gaze toward the moon outside the window. Jiang Yunqing silently admired his handsome profile, noticing something glimmering beneath his dark lashes. The warmth of family and the bonds of kinship were easily found among ordinary folk, yet they were a luxury within noble and royal households. Had she not also failed to grasp these ethereal concepts in her previous life? Feeling a surge of emotion, she reached out and placed her hand gently over Xiao Yan's. "It's all right. I'm here for you," she assured him. Xiao Yan redirected his gaze to her bright, warm smile, which seemed even more enchanting against the cool night. "You need not fear. I will always be by your side." He softly grasped her delicate hand, its warmth and softness offering immense reassurance. The scents of wood and sandalwood mingled, and their smiles were impossible to suppress. The following day dawned with splendid weather. However, Jiang Yunqing overslept and was awakened by Xiao Jiu's persistent calls, while past the sun's zenith. After washing her face with the damp cloth handed to her by Mu Xiang, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and turned to the panicked Xiao Jiu, who was nearly in tears, imploring for help. "Miss, please save our master," Xiao Jiu cried, prostrating himself on the ground. "What is the matter? Get up and tell me slowly," she urged. Xiao Jiu then recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that early in the morning, as Ming Yitong opened its doors for business, a tumultuous crowd stormed in with hostility. They barged into the establishment, striking anyone they encountered and vandalizing everything in sight. Lin Zong stepped forward to mediate, only to be seized by a belligerent middle-aged man who, gripping him by the collar, accused him of being a quack who had caused the death of his mother, demanding retribution for her demise. Soon after, officials from Shuntian Prefecture arrived and, without a word of explanation, apprehended Lin Zong. The enraged populace, incited by the turmoil, proceeded to demolish the plaque of Ming Yitong with stones. With the ringleader taken away, the ruffians grew bolder, blocking the entrance of Ming Yitong and preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Feeling helpless, Xiao Jiu sought assistance from Miss Biao. The crowd declared that they would only relent if the renowned doctor of Miaoi County was summoned. Mu Xiang, frustrated, slammed the cloth she had been wringing into the basin. Exasperated by the incessant troubles directed towards her family, when would it come to an end? Chapter 72. The Revitalization Hall. Did my cousin truly cause a death? Jiang Yunqing felt invigorated. In her previous life, the Lin family indeed faced such misfortune, as Lin Xiang endured great suffering in prison before being redeemed by the Lin family with a fortune. However, thereafter, the medical hall and apothecary in the capital were all shut down, leading to the Lin family's disgrace in the Deshan dynasty. In her past existence, Jiang Yunqing was too preoccupied with her own troubles to extend a helping hand. Although she sensed the oddities surrounding the incident, she could only watch helplessly as events unfolded. She had fervently implored Li Shichang to assist her maternal family, but all she received in return were humiliations. Upon reflection, if Lin Xiang truly lacked medical skill and caused a death, according to the laws of the Deshan dynasty, he would have been sentenced to death himself. Yet he was released, implying he bore no responsibility for the life lost and was merely a victim of slander, the ultimate beneficiary of this grand performance. Suddenly, Jiang Yunqing's eyes sparkled. Besides the Lin family, which dominated the medical industry in the capital, there seemed to be another establishment, the Revitalization Hall, that stood on equal footing with the Ming Medical Hall. But who could the influential benefactor behind the Revitalization Hall be? Perhaps it was best to first visit the shop. As she approached the entrance, a thought struck her, and she whispered instructions to Shunzi. Shunzi promptly dashed away, disappearing from sight. Jiang Yunqing then proceeded towards the Ming Medical Hall, accompanied by Xiao Jiu and 2 maidservants. The Ming Medical Hall was situated at one end of the most bustling street in the capital. Typically, as dawn broke, Wanzi Street echoed with a lively chatter of vendors. However, at this moment, all sounds were drowned out by the cacophony of curses at the entrance of the Ming Medical Hall. "Make way! Everyone make way! Our head is coming!" Xiao Jiu shouted loudly, vigorously parting the crowd to respectfully usher Jiang Yunqing inside. "Miss, it is these few who are falsely accusing us of prescribing the wrong medication, leading to a death." But clearly, Xiao Jiu's voice trembled with emotion. That lady had taken several prescriptions from our hall and had been perfectly fine until she suddenly collapsed. Even the most discerning individuals could see the discrepancies in the situation. Yet, the officials had not bothered to ask a single question before arresting the shopkeeper Lin, declaring that human lives were at stake and that the suspect had to be detained to prevent flight. "Oh, this young lady is quite beautiful. Could she be the beloved of the recently captured shopkeeper Lin? Come lend support?" The raucous laughter of several ruffians erupted as they lounged haphazardly at the threshold of the apothecary, their eyes gleaming with malice upon seeing Jiang Yunqing approach. To their right lay a stretcher, covered with a white cloth, concealing the deceased within. "Mind your words. This is the young lady you seek." "The cousin of our shopkeeper Lin," Xiao Jiu retorted, unable to tolerate the vulgarity of the ruffians, her fists clenched as she prepared to charge forward. Mu Xiang, quick-witted and observant, seized Xiao Jiu's arm and gently shook her head. They could not fall into the trap of these provocateurs. Engaging in a public brawl would lead to dire consequences. Jiang Yunqing, however, remained unfazed. She pulled out a handkerchief and delicately wiped the thin sheen of sweat from her forehead. She had departed in haste without a carriage, opting to walk directly here. The weather, now approaching mid-April, has gradually warmed. This group of individuals, however, has callously brought an elderly mother into the street to endure the blazing sun, which is quite deplorable. Alas, this is indeed the esteemed county princess. "Your Highness, you must take charge of this matter." The leading middle-aged man, known as Li San, is aptly named. A knife scar runs across his left cheek, rendering his cries of despair strikingly incongruous. Jiang Yunqing evaded his outstretched hand, which sought to grasp her skirt, retreating a couple of steps as she sternly admonished. "What scheme do you have in mind? Speak plainly." Do not feign such desperation. I am not an official capable of rendering you judgment. Have you not already reported to the authorities, resulting in my cousin's arrest? Now, why do you specifically summon me? Are you not skilled in the healing arts? Why not examine for yourself whether the medicine administered this morning has caused my mother's demise? Oh, my poor 80-year-old mother, just as she was about to enjoy her twilight years, has been cruelly taken from us by the unscrupulous practices of Ming Yitong. Fellow villagers, which of you does not have elderly parents? Come forth and pass judgment. Shouldn't the proprietor of that establishment be held accountable for a life? Though Li San is notorious in this region for his thuggish behavior, his devotion to his mother is genuine. Upon hearing his tearful lament, various sighs echoed from the crowd. Many rallied to seek justice for the mother and son. Poor Madame Shui. I witnessed her down a bowl of medicine this morning, only to see blood streaming from her eyes, nose, and ears. It was terrifying. Indeed, I saw it too. She collapsed and died immediately after consuming the medicine. I was nearly paralyzed with fear. This Ming Yitong, what they dispense is not medicine, but rather poison, lethal and immediate. County Princess, you must not shield the murderer. The authorities have apprehended the perpetrator. Are you here to defend Ming Yitong? Yes, Your Highness. It is said that your medical skills are extraordinary. You must thoroughly investigate what sort of poison it was. How audacious is Ming Yitong? Surely they believe they can act with impunity simply because your cousin is the county princess. Voices rose and fell in a cacophony, the tide of public opinion shifting decidedly in favor of Li San. A triumphant smile spread across his face. Indeed, the intervention of the Shuntian prefecture had proven effective in apprehending Lin Xiong. The common folk have faith in the authorities. Now, even if this so-called miraculous county princess possesses divine medical prowess, she is unlikely to alter the situation. Now, everyone, please quiet down. Since Li San has brought me here, it is only right that you hear what I have to say, Jiang Yunqing declared, extending her arm to calm the crowd. Approaching the stretcher, she crouched down to lift the white cloth for a closer inspection. However, Li San suddenly sprang forward, blocking her path, his voice harsh and threatening. What do you intend to do? I merely wish to assess the condition of the deceased. A healer must observe, inquire, and conduct a thorough examination. This is standard practice. What are you fearful of? Jiang Yunqing replied coldly. Li San, you must allow the county princess to see. Someone in the crowd urged impatiently. Li San, awkwardly shifting to the side, observed as Jiang Yunqing lifted a corner of the white cloth, his hands trembling uncontrollably. After examining the contents, Jiang Yunqing remained silent and instructed someone to bring the medicinal bowl and residue for further inspection. Li San pondered to himself how much more this woman could discern, considering he had already taken care of everything. Moments later, Jiang Yunqing rose to her feet, accepting a handkerchief handed to her by Mu Xiang, and meticulously wiped her hands. She scanned the crowd with a piercing gaze and declared in a loud voice, "The one who poisoned Granny Shui is still at large." With that declaration, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of whispers and murmurs, akin to cold water splashing into a hot pan. Was there an issue with the medicine from Ming Hall? Who would dare poison an 80-year-old matron? Your Highness, you must not speak so recklessly. Granny Shui is a kind soul, having no enmity with anyone. Who could possibly wish her harm? Is it true that only the guilty suffer? Jiang Yunqing scrutinized the crowd, a formidable aura suddenly emanating from her, silencing the chattering townsfolk. Is it indeed only the guilty who face persecution? Chapter 73. The Scarlet Crane's crown, who could it be? Such malice. Such a person deserves to be subjected to 1,000 cuts. Indeed, 1,000 cuts. How could one be so ruthless? Upon hearing Jiang Yunqing's inquiry, the crowd fell silent for a moment before some began to direct their suspicions towards the true culprit. If it truly was not Ming Yitong, then the one who poisoned must be condemned. To use the life of an innocent elder to frame Ming Yitong is utterly despicable. Before I analyze the case for you all, I must find a few witnesses, lest anyone claim that I, being young and relying on my title as a county princess, distort the truth. Jiang Yunqing, noticing the crowd's attention shifting towards uncovering the true culprit, paused and suggested that the physicians from Heiress join in the verification. After all, Heiress was in opposition to Min Jiatang. They certainly wouldn't protect her and Lin Xiang. Soon, enthusiastic members of the crowd ushered several elderly physicians with graying beards to the forefront. "We have met the brilliant physician of the county." They greeted Jiang Yunqing with respectful bows. Heiress was not far from there, and they were somewhat aware of the happenings at Min Jiatang. Although the two medical halls were rivals, the compassion inherent in physicians compelled several from Heiress to assist the brilliant physician of the county in this matter. Jiang Yunqing instructed the elder physicians to inspect the remnants of the medicine in the bowls. The bowls had been washed and showed no significant issues. However, the remnants of the medicine proved to be quite intriguing. One elderly physician trembled as he spoke. "There is actually aconitum in this residue." The others nodded in agreement. "Aconitum. This is a deadly poison. Was Madame Shui killed by this?" "Gentlemen, please examine the deceased's face." Jiang Yunqing gestured towards the stretcher. "Blood seeped from all 7 orifices." "How strange. How could there be blood from all 7 orifices?" "This is the Scarlet Crane's crown." The onlooking populace largely lacked knowledge of pharmacology and could not comprehend the significance of what the elder physicians were discussing. However, there were 3 words they understood: Scarlet Crane's crown. In the Deshun dynasty, the Scarlet Crane's crown was a prohibited substance used solely within the palace, and exceedingly rare in the common folk. Who would go to such lengths to poison a nameless old woman with such a potent toxin? Aconitum could be procured from various apothecaries in the capital. Thus, adding it to Madame Shui's medicine could easily implicate Min Jiatang. Yet, while aconitum is indeed deadly, it does not cause immediate death. It seems the poisoner, unable to wait, resorted to using the Scarlet Crane's crown as well. Jiang Yunqing spoke calmly, recounting the events. "County Princess, why would this person not directly use the Scarlet Crane's crown and instead employ aconitum, thus complicating matters? The Scarlet Crane's crown could not possibly be sold in civilian apothecaries, making the notion of solely using this poison to frame Min Jiatang utterly absurd." Li San and his group stood nearby, dumbfounded. After a significant pause, he eventually reacted, indignantly exclaiming, "But this does not prove that the aconitum in my mother's medicine has any connection to Min Jiatang." An excellent question. Jiang Yunqing had anticipated this. "Xiao Jiao, please bring forth your inventory ledger." Xiao Jiao hurriedly fetched the record book from the back room. Jiang Yunqing held the ledger in her hands, her gaze clear as she turned to Li San. "I ask you, when did your mother obtain this medicine from Min Jiatang this morning?" Li San, under Jiang Yunqing's penetrating stare, felt a tumult of emotions and mumbled, "Yesterday evening." "Indeed," she replied. "This ledger records the various medicinal materials entering and leaving Min Jiatang over the past 7 days." Li San, what unfortunate timing. Both yesterday and today, Min Jiatang is out of stock for aconite. If you doubt it, everyone is welcome to take a look. Many common folks, unable to comprehend the ledger, could only beseech a few elder doctors to scrutinize it closely. It was confirmed that Min Jiatang had depleted its stock of aconite 3 days ago, selling it to the esteemed Jiang family. "Yes, my father is gravely ill and urgently requires aconite for medicinal baths, employing poison to counteract poison. Thus, 3 days ago, I entrusted Manager Lin to send all the aconite to the Jiang residence." "Ah, I must have misremembered. The medicine my mother prepared this morning was actually picked up from Min Jiatang 4 days ago. Aconite was indeed included in the medicine from Min Jiatang. You cannot deny it. Today, you all must pay for my mother's life." Seeing his lies on the verge of unraveling, Li San's eyes darted, realizing he could only pin the blame on Min Jiatang, refusing to acknowledge any culpability. The nobleman had declared that as long as he implicated the county's renowned physician and Min Jiatang in collusion and disregard for human life, his gambling debts could be wiped clean, sparing him from amputation. Even in the face of death, you refuse to speak the truth. What do you see here? Jiang Yunqing hurled another ledger before Li San, her voice heavy. Every prescription issued by Min Jiatang is meticulously documented. Can you simply fabricate lies and evade accountability? Li San, your name truly suits you. Li San, where did you acquire this cinnabar? Speak the truth. As Jiang Yunqing's words fell, the crowd erupted in murmurs of disbelief. What transformation? Madame Shui was poisoned by her own son. How deceptive appearances can be. Madame Shui must be restless in her grave. Li San's pretense was masterful. His filial piety a mere fade. Indeed, how could there be dutiful children who would poison their own mothers? He was nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. Realizing his sob story had failed, Li San wiped his face clean of pretense. He had no choice. The gambling debts were dire. A rare nobleman had appeared, offering to trade his mother's life for his own. After all, she was nearing her end. A few more days mattered little. He merely wished to survive. Was that truly unforgivable? The crowd's jeers became a cacophony, with countless rotten eggs and cabbage leaves raining down upon him and his disreputable companions. Those companions had not anticipated that Madame Shui had been slain by Li San. They had intended to act as heroes, only to find themselves unwitting accomplices. A few of them clutched their heads, dodging the onslaught, retreating along the outer wall of Minjiatang. Li San, seeing his allies abandon him, felt his anger intensify. With fury igniting his courage, he shouted at Jiang Yunqing, "You vile wretch! It is all your doing that has disrupted my affairs. Just wait and see how I will deal with you." Beneath the bright light of day, he unexpectedly lunged at Jiang Yunqing. A glint of cold steel flashing from his sleeve as a sharp dagger aimed directly at her throat. Jiang Yunqing was caught off guard by Li San's audacity to commit such an act in plain sight. She stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Miss! Miss! Xiao Jiao and the maidens gasped in horror, but they were too far away to intervene in time. Jiang Yunqing's beautiful eyes widened, her pupils reflecting Li San's menacing, contorted visage. It was all happening too swiftly. She had no opportunity to retrieve the poison powder from her sleeve. A piercing whistle sliced through the air, grazing past Jiang Yunqing's ear. Li San collapsed to the ground, the dagger slipping from his grasp, an arrow embedded deep in his forehead, the fletching quivering slightly at its tip. Chapter 74. Imposter officials. Jiang Yunqing turned her head and saw Xiao Yan seated in a wheelchair at the street corner, flanked by two guards. The morning sunlight cascaded down, enveloping the man in a soft, warm glow. He handed the bow in his hand to a nearby guard, his eyes glimmering with a smile as he nodded towards Jiang Yunqing. Someone's been murdered. Someone's been murdered. The surrounding townsfolk were terrified, scattering in all directions. Li San collapsed at Jiang Yunqing's feet, blood gushing forth in torrents. Jiang Yunqing shifted her foot, unwilling to sully her new shoes with this man's tainted blood. "Miss, are you all right? You frightened me to death." Mu Xiang and Shan Xiang, finally recovering from their panic, rushed to support their mistress, one on either side. As Mu Xiang straightened Jiang Yunqing's wrinkled dress, she anxiously patted her chest, exclaiming that arrow from the young master was truly a narrow escape. Jiang Yunqing playfully poked Mu Xiang's forehead with her finger, recognizing that the girl had been quite flustered moments earlier, now struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Lord Cheng of the Shuntian Prefecture has arrived. All unrelated persons, please step aside." At that moment, a group of officials hurriedly arrived, clearing the crowd. Chen Liang, led by Shun Zi, stepped forward to greet Jiang Yunqing. "Lord Chen, your timing is impeccable. The perpetrator resisted arrest and was just dealt with by the young master of the King of the North," Jiang Yunqing remarked, her hands clasped behind her back, pondering how Chen Liang appeared just at the right moment, coinciding with Li San's demise. Had he been lurking on the sidelines, observing the drama unfold? Chen Liang, aware of the teasing glimmer in Jiang Yunqing's eyes, chose not to argue. He had received word from Shunzi early on and rushed to the Ming Medical Hall. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he was halted by the prefect by Qi, who insisted on discussing an urgent matter, leading to this delay. So it was the young master who took action. Truly, heroes emerge in youth, and tales of gallant rescues are indeed delightful. Chen Liang said as he saw Xiao Yan being pushed forward by his guards, hastily bowing in respect. It was no wonder Bai Qi had stalled him with trivial matters. It was all to provide this esteemed gentleman with an opportunity to shine. He sighed, realizing that he could not afford to offend either his superior or the emperor's favored nephew. He alone would bear the burden of any negligence. He only hoped that Jiang Yunqing would not perceive him as an ungrateful person. Lord Chun, although Lai San has met his fate, this murder involves the palace's toxic substance. He Ding Hong, I wonder how you intend to proceed? Jiang Yunqing observed Chun Liang's discomfort, sensing he might feel guilty for not intervening sooner, and decided to steer the conversation elsewhere. Chun Liang's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He Ding Hong, wasn't that tied to the nobility within the palace? As a mere county official, he dared not provoke such matters. Yet, Jiang Yunqing's tone suggested she would not rest until the person behind this dark deed was unmasked. In a hushed voice, he replied, Your Highness, this matter involves palace nobility, and I require some time to investigate thoroughly. However, please rest assured, I will pursue this to the end and ensure justice for the people. That is more like it, Jiang Yunqing responded. Jiang Yunqing cast a glance at him. Though timid as a mouse, he was astute enough to utter words she wished to hear. In truth, she harbored no expectations that Chun Liang would uncover anything substantial. The intricacies of the bureaucratic realm are profound, and the mutual protection among officials is far from extraordinary. Furthermore, given the involvement of the imperial palace, a man of Chun Liang's status was indeed akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Nevertheless, she had already formulated a few considerations, albeit requiring further verification. The reason behind the intense scrutiny of the Lin family momentarily eluded her. Thus, she would rely on the esteemed Lord Chun. With the welfare of the populace in his heart, his future would undoubtedly be resplendent. Jiang Yunqing, taking the opportunity, offered a light-hearted laugh and bestowed flattery upon him, signaling that it was time to address the matter at hand. I dare not presume, Your Highness, Chun Liang replied, humbled by her praise. By the way, Lord Chun, since the true culprit lies elsewhere, can we absolve the Ming Medical Hall of suspicion and request the immediate release of my cousin? Cousin? Chun Liang paused for a moment, then realized that Jiang Yunqing's maternal family was indeed the Yunyang Lin family, making the proprietor of the Ming Medical Hall her cousin. Are you referring to Manager Lin? However, the Shuntian Prefecture has not apprehended him. Chun Liang expressed his astonishment. Upon receiving the report from Shun, he had inquired among the officials, and none had received orders to detain Lin Xiang. But we personally witnessed a group of officials take Manager Lin away. Xiao Jiu lamented, on the verge of tears. Those men were fierce and menacing, scarcely allowing us a chance to plead our case before they forcefully entered the Ming Medical Hall and seized the manager. As ordinary citizens, Xiao Jiu and the others were utterly terrified at the time, failing to question the true identities of those officials. And they forgot to request any documentation from the Shuntian Prefecture regarding the arrest. Now, upon hearing Chun Liang's words, they began to sense something amiss. The Shuntian Prefecture had always been known for its stringent enforcement of regulations. Without solid evidence, they would not recklessly apprehend individuals. Moreover, this was no ordinary person. Lin Zong was the legitimate son of the Lin family, and a close cousin to the renowned medical county princess. Perhaps someone has impersonated the officials and taken Manager Lin, suggested Chun Liang's secretary, stepping forward to whisper a few words in his ear. Chun Liang's expression shifted dramatically. What is it? Jiang Yunqing inquired, her impatience mounting. Who could possibly harbor enmity toward the Lin family, or specifically Lin Xiang? Clearing his throat and feeling somewhat awkward, Chun Liang spoke. Just now, the subordinates reported that the uniforms of several officials had mysteriously vanished in the past few days. What kind of nonsense is this? At the time, the officials who lost their uniforms assumed they had been mistakenly taken and did not report it. In reality, they had been stolen by thieves for nefarious purposes. You cannot be held accountable for this. After all, one cannot prevent thieves every day, Jiang Yunqing remarked casually, aiming to exonerate the officials of the Shuntian Prefecture to shield them from potential charges of dereliction of duty, which could result in penalties or loss of position. These officials toiled daily, earning barely 20 taels of silver a year, which was indeed a struggle. However, Jiang Yunqing's words struck Chun Liang as profoundly ironic. Only 1,000 days of thievery. How can one expect to guard against thieves for 1,000 days? This adage might apply to the common populace, But what of the Shantian prefecture? Was it not their duty to remain vigilant against thieves at all times? Chun Liang could only manage a bitter smile within. Yet he expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you for your understanding, County Magistrate. I shall certainly exercise greater vigilance in the future to ensure such incidents do not recur." Then why does Urchin not immediately investigate who the audacious scoundrel is, daring to impersonate a court official and abduct the manager of the Ming Medical Hall? Chun Liang nodded in agreement, clasped his hands in farewell, and departed with a group of subordinates to pursue the inquiry. "Miss Jiang, are you unhurt?" Jiang Yunqing lowered her gaze as Xiao Yan halted the wheelchair just a step away from her. "I am fine. Thank you for your assistance, young master. Your archery skills are truly remarkable." As he brushed past her ear, she felt a slight flush. Had he been even a fraction off, her ears still tingled with warmth. "Miss Jiang, you flatter me. If you're interested, I could teach you a thing or two about archery on another day." Though Xiao Yan feigned modesty, his tone was laced with satisfaction. He had once again saved a beauty. Just as Jiang Yunqing opened her mouth to respond, a child suddenly emerged from nowhere, thrusting a note into her hand before scampering away. Both were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yunqing unfolded the note, glanced at it, then handed it to Xiao Yan, her lips parting slightly. "It has come to us." Chapter 75. The Ruined Temple Appointment. Xiao Yan crumpled the note in his hand and asked in a solemn tone, "Do you recognize the writer, Miss Jiang?" The note boldly instructed Jiang Yunqing to venture alone to a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the city to ransom Lin Xiang. There was no signature, and the handwriting was unfamiliar to Xiao Yan. However, Jiang Yunqing was painfully acquainted with it. Li Shichang. During this time, Jiang Yunqing had been so preoccupied with her tasks that she nearly forgot this scoundrel was still alive. She had intended to deal with the Rongchang Marquis once her father was cured of his poison. After all, while eliminating Li Shichang would be straightforward, the Marquis was not solely represented by him. The second and third branches of the Li family were equally unscrupulous. Those who had tormented her in her past life would need to pay 100-fold in this one. "It is indeed Li Shichang," Jiang Yunqing replied coldly. "Oh, now that you mention it, I recall it as that scoundrel from the Rongchang Marquis," Xiao Yan said, his teeth clenched in anger. Previously, he had been rebuffed by Jiang Yunqing in a marriage proposal and had since made several attempts to entangle her. Xiao Yan seethed at the thought of twisting this man's head off and crushing it underfoot. Hadn't he heard that Li Shichang had been rendered incapable of acting humanely, stripped of his position in the imperial guard by the emperor, and sent home for reflection? And yet, just days later, he was back pestering Jiang Yunqing. Moreover, his malicious schemes against the Ming Medical Hall implied he sought to dismantle Jiang Yunqing's maternal family, compelling her to beg for mercy from his subordinates. With the use of her poison, it seemed the Grand Princess was aiding him significantly. It was uncertain how the emperor would react should he learn of these developments. "I shall accompany you," Xiao Yan declared, unwilling to let Jiang Yunqing face danger alone. "Do not," she cautioned. "Li Shichang is ruthless. If he sees you, he may resort to drastic measures. Either he will slay my cousin or conceal him, leaving us in perpetual search." "I will certainly bring my cousin back," Jiang Yunqing asserted. Raising her sleeve, one sleeve concealed her poison powder, while the other held her goo insect. She had been careless during the previous encounter, caught off guard by Li San's desperation. However, meeting Li Shichang would be different. She needed to strike first. This time, she would ensure Li Shichang would be left with no means of escape. If she could draw out the princess supporting him, it would be even more satisfying. "Here, take this," Xiao Yan said, producing a finely crafted short dagger from his waist. Jiang Yunqing accepted it without hesitation, drawing the blade from its sheath. The blade glinted ominously in the sunlight, exuding a terrifying aura. This dagger had likely claimed numerous lives. Nevertheless, when Jiang Yunqing compared its length to her palm, she found it somewhat inadequate. Would this short knife be sufficient, or would she risk having her own neck broken before she could deal a fatal blow? The thought made her instinctively retract her neck. "This has been my personal protection since childhood. Conceal it at your waist. But be cautious. The blade has been poisoned," Xiao Yan warned. Even though Xiao Yan was aware of Jiang Yunqing's expertise in toxicology, he could not resist offering a caution. Observing Jiang Yunqing frown, he continued, "Look, there's a button on the side of the hilt. Give it a try." Jiang Yunqing flipped her hand over and indeed discovered a spot inlaid with a sapphire. With a gentle press, the blade suddenly extended several times its original length, transforming into a sword of normal proportions. "This is splendid. Thank you, young master." Jiang Yunqing found herself quite fond of this dagger now. "I must ask the young master to have Qing Feng and Mingyue follow me at a distance. Neither too close nor too far." Li Shichang, known for his cunning nature, would likely not reveal himself if she ventured alone without discreetly bringing along a few guards. Xiao Yan was taken aback by Jiang Yunqing's astuteness. Li Shichang, confident in his own skills, would certainly underestimate the guards surrounding Jiang Yunqing. As long as Qing Feng and Mingyue donned the attire of Zhang's household servants, they could easily deceive Li Shichang into believing that subduing Jiang Yunqing would be a straightforward task. Their eyes met, both smiling faintly. Once Li Shichang showed himself, they would seize him and present him before the emperor. Eager to see how he would evade punishment this time, outside an abandoned temple, the sun had dipped halfway behind the mountains, leaving a solitary old tree standing forlornly outside. A few crows cawed and flapped around the tree's top. Lin Zong found himself bound tightly with hemp ropes, a rag stuffed in his mouth. His eyes wide with terror and fury as he glared at the man seated on the other side of the Buddha statue. He could not comprehend why the heir of a marquis estate would tie him up in this desolate wilderness. He was still reeling from the events of the morning. First, a group of ruffians had falsely accused him of prescribing the wrong medicine that led to a death, followed swiftly by the officers of the Shuntian prefecture taking him into custody. He had assumed he would be imprisoned while awaiting trial, only to be knocked unconscious as soon as they stepped outside. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself face to face with Li Shichang, the heir of the Rongchang Marquis, who had nearly become his cousin-in-law. However, he was gagged and could only glare intensely at the inexplicable Li Shichang. "Lin Xiang, Lin the shopkeeper, are you awake?" Li Shichang, sensing the waves of fury directed at him, stood up, brushed off the dust and straw from his clothes, and walked towards Lin Xiang, looking down at him from a towering height. "What do you wish to say?" "Oh, I see you have a cloth in your mouth. How can these servants be so disrespectful to the future brother-in-law of this young master? Truly intolerable." While Li Shichang spoke words of apology, a sinister glint lingered in his eyes. He reached out, yanked the rag from Lin Xiang's mouth, and disdainfully tossed it aside, as if it were tainted. Lin Xiang's eyes twitched in disbelief. That rag had just been in his mouth. He opened his mouth, attempting to ease his sore jaw, and hoarsely asked, "Young Master Li, I am at a loss as to how I have offended you to warrant this treatment." "Huh, I have no grievances with you, shopkeeper Lin. So how could one speak of offense?" Li Shichang squatted before Lin Zong, leaning slightly forward. "Then, why this treatment?" Lin Zong recoiled slightly, startled by Li Shichang's sudden movement. "Curse it! Were it not for my hands and feet being bound, I would not be able to endure such intimate conversation. I would leap up and deliver a sound thrashing to that fellow surnamed Li. However, it is merely that Miss Jiang is rather disobedient. Despite my repeated declarations of affection and my desire to welcome her into my household, she remains oblivious and tramples upon my sincere feelings. Cousin, do you not think she is being excessively heartless?" Lin Zong muttered a curse under his breath. "Your Grace, it is merely that Yunqing lacks such fortune. You are of noble status, and the esteemed ladies of the capital are at your disposal. Why squander your thoughts on her? Of course, there's no need to make a project of me as well." Lin Xiang wore a mournful expression, wondering how Li Shichang could possibly believe that his cousin would value him more than her own purity. He was well aware of his own standing. As the legitimate son of the Lin family, he had been sent to the capital at a young age to be nurtured and educated by the esteemed head of Haoyue Academy, lacking any profound sibling bond with Jiang Yunqing. Since her return to the Jiang family in the capital, their correspondence had dwindled. It was only a few days prior, when she came to Minjiatang to procure herbs for her uncle's illness, that they began to rekindle their acquaintance. Surely, Li Shichang would not resort to taking him hostage on such grounds. That would indeed be an outrageous injustice. "Sir, they have arrived." Soudainly, Lin Xian se vision brûlait. and he beheld a figure clad in black descending from the heavens, kneeling on one knee before Li Shichang. Chapter 76. Miscalculation and Poison as Twilight Descended. When Jiang Yunqing arrived at the dilapidated temple, an unusual silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the usual cawing of crows circling above was conspicuously absent. Since returning to the capital from Yanyang, she found herself ostracized by the circle of noble women, leaving her without new companions. With idle time on her hands, she immersed herself in the study of toxicology and medicine. Frequently, she ventured into the outskirts to seek out venomous creatures, and this decrepit temple was a place she knew well. She glanced around, her hand brushing against the hilt of a short dagger at her waist. What was there to fear? She bolstered her courage, thinking she could simply stab that scoundrel Li Shichang, even if it meant their mutual demise. Ideally, she would send him straight to hell. The temple's entrance hung loosely, seemingly ready to crumble at a mere touch. Upon stepping inside, she spotted a man sprawled face down on the ground. The attire seemed familiar, and upon closer inspection, the jade pendant at his waist confirmed it, belonging to the Lin family. Was it Lin Xiang, dead? Yet, she was not foolish enough to assume so. Li Shichang was undoubtedly lurking in a shadowy corner, watching her closely. Should she approach, she might fall into his trap. With this thought in mind, instead of investigating further, she retreated towards the entrance, standing at a distance with her hands tucked in her sleeves, appearing less as a rescuer and more like a spectator at a grim spectacle. Behind a statue, Lin Xiang, whose mouth had been sealed once more, observed Jiang Yunqing's nonchalant demeanor. He raised an eyebrow at Li Shichang beside him, as if to say, "See, I told you, my cousin is indifferent to my fate." After a moment, the figure on the ground stirred and emitted a groan. Instinctively, Jiang Yunqing turned to flee, but suddenly felt a rush of wind overhead. Realizing the peril too late, a massive net descended from above, ensnaring her. Figures clad in black emerged from the shadows, grasping the corners of the net and pulling it tight, rendering her immobile. At that moment, a triumphant laughter echoed from behind the statue as Li Shichang stepped into view. "Yunqing, we meet again at last," he exclaimed, maintaining a distance of 10 paces from her. "Do not struggle. This net has been soaked in poison for 7 days and nights, specifically designed to ensnare you. I am aware of your medical prowess and your expertise in detoxification. I invested a considerable sum to consult the chief disciple of the Grand Moon Poison Master to procure this toxin. Let me guess. You must have taken the Wandu pill on your way here, haven't you?" Jiang Yunqing's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape. Yet only sounds of distress escaped her lips, no coherent words. "Curious how I know about your exclusive antidote? Money can move mountains and, as a noble, I always find a way to uncover information. After all, the He Ding Hong is child's play for me. However, the poison I possess cannot be entirely neutralized by your Wandu pill. It won't kill you, but it will leave you utterly weakened," your voice rendered hoarse. "Oh, and your 2 aides are also incapacitated on the rooftop by the same toxin. This is what one might call a situation where heaven turns a blind eye and earth proves unresponsive. Ha ha ha. Doubt me? Just take a moment to feel it. Aren't you starting to struggle to stand? Ha ha. Soon you shall be nothing more than a plaything in my grasp, and I shall decide your fate at my whim. I intend to make you witness the transformation into my puppet." Li Shichang's laughter grew increasingly sinister, his bloodthirsty gaze intensifying. Not only Jiang Yunqing felt a chill, but even Lin Xiang and the black-clad subordinates sensed an ominous presence. Indeed, Jiang Yunqing found her legs numb, and she collapsed onto the ground. Shaking her sleeves, she glared fiercely at the man before her. Though Li Shichang shouted fiercely, Jiang Yunqing had caused him considerable trouble in the past. Thus, even as she displayed symptoms of poisoning, he remained cautious. He turned and exited the temple, returning moments later with a long branch, evidently torn from the ancient tree beside the dilapidated shrine. He prodded Jiang Yunqing's shoulder with a stick, and unable to withstand the force, she staggered and fell to the ground. Splendid, splendid. This poison truly is formidable. TSK, TSK. It is fortunate that your senior brother comprehends you well. Without his insight, I would have found it impossible to subdue you, given the poison coursing through your veins. Jiang Yunqing could not articulate her thoughts, yet her mind grew increasingly lucid. She had not anticipated that in this lifetime, Li Shichang had discovered her master, the Poison Elder, and sought assistance from a traitor of that sect. No wonder he had been so quiet lately. He was scheming behind the scenes. I, Li Shichang, have never desired anything in my life that I could not attain. Once I grow weary of you, I shall slowly sever your limbs and confine you within a vase, keeping you by my side day and night. Would that be agreeable? Jiang Yunqing's stomach churned. She could hardly believe the depths of Li Shichang's depravity in this life. Was it possible that even the spirit of humanity had eroded in such a man? She could no longer endure his ramblings. Otherwise, she would surely be sickened to death. Do not regard me with such eyes. I honor my word. Since you are here, I shall naturally release your cousin. With a grand gesture, Li Shichang commanded the black-clad men to bring forth Lin Zong, bound like a dumpling, and unceremoniously tossed him at Jiang Yunqing's feet. Behold, your cousin is returned to you whole. However, his fate now lies in the balance. What does that mean? This declaration struck the dejected man like a thunderclap, nearly causing his eyes to bulge in disbelief. Does this mean I cannot be released at once? Bound at the feet, Lin Zong could only express his fury by jumping in place. After a few attempts, he was swiftly kicked in the back of the knee by Li Shichang, collapsing to the ground. Release Xiaobai. No sooner had he voiced this demand than a clattering sound of chains echoed from the farthest dark corner, and something began to emerge. My goodness, what a massive eagle. No, it is a giant eagle. Lin Zong, sprawled on the ground, flailed like a fish out of water. The bird was utterly terrifying. Xiaobai? More like a colossal creature. As Lin Zong raised his gaze, he felt as though the bird's head might touch the crumbling roof of the temple. Xiaobai, you must be terribly bored being locked in this dilapidated shrine every day. Today, you have guests, so entertain them well. Jiang Yunqing had half of his face pressed against the ground, finally discerning the true appearance of the great eagle. Its entire body was a pristine white, and its feathers appeared soft and fluffy, likely offering a delightful tactile experience if one were to touch them. However, it was those eyes, frantic and glimmering with a fierce crimson light, that were particularly disconcerting. This demeanor, did it perceive them as prey? Little white, relished human flesh. Lin Zhonggue ought to exercise caution. Li Shichang gazed down at the man on the ground, his expression a sinister blend of mockery and amusement. Li Shichang, you scoundrel. You beast. A man of your word is a rarity. You are no true man. Lin Zong looked on as the enormous eagle ambled closer, terror nearly overwhelming him. How could his brother-in-law speak so? Have I not spared you harm? It is your own lack of fortitude that has left you ensnared. How can you blame me for your plight? Why don't you try binding yourself instead? As Lin Zong observed Li Shichang's unwavering determination to feed him to the eagle, he grew weary of the tirade, fixating his gaze intently on Little White's eyes. Remarkably, upon being met with such a stare, Little White halted its advance, tilting its head with curiosity as it scrutinized the person before it. Chapter 77. A land of white bones, the great bird pondered. How strange it was that this individual displayed no fear. Previously, those it had devoured had screamed at the top of their lungs. Yet, these two remained silent. Lin Zong dared not even blink. In a moment of desperation, he recalled the teachings from his childhood. When facing a fierce beast, one must not panic or flee, for such actions would only provoke its ferocity, making escape nearly impossible. One must meet the beast's gaze, beguiling it into believing that one harbors some formidable secret, thus instilling fear in it and preventing it from acting recklessly. Lin Zong strained to widen his eyes, tears nearly spilling forth. He had to take a chance. His cousin had been poisoned to save him, and now he was her only hope. The others, witnessing Xiao Bai's reaction, were equally bewildered. Could Lin Zong truly command beasts? Normally, Xiao Bai was quite ferocious, even pecking at them when displeased. You imbecile, why are you dawdling? Attack! Li Shichang urged impatiently from the sidelines. The giant eagle flapped its wings and shook its head, seemingly casting a menacing glance at Li Shichang before continuing its advance toward Lin Zong. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Zong's forehead. This was no game. As he watched the massive beak descend upon him, he relaxed his limbs, closed his eyes, and silently chanted Amit Ba. After a moment, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, he heard a thunderous crash and opened his eyes to find the giant eagle collapsed on the ground, its legs twitching and kicking up a cloud of dust. What was happening? Glancing around, he saw Li Shichang and the men in black leaping about in chaos. The scene was truly bizarre, yet he could not afford to be distracted. He needed to quickly free himself from his bindings. Suddenly, he felt something cool beside him and discovered a broken tile. Fortunately, Li Shichang had underestimated him, using a rope that was not particularly thick. In no time, he managed to create a small gap in the bindings. He pulled with all his might, but it did not break. From Jiang Yunqing's direction came a deep sigh. His face flushed with determination as he exerted every ounce of strength. Finally, it snapped. Looking over, he saw Xiao Bai still dazed, while Li Shichang's group was scratching at their clothing, seemingly too consumed by itchiness to pay him any mind. How peculiar! Who might this mysterious benefactor be, aiding him so discreetly? Jiang Yunqing emitted a frustrated grunt. What are you still doing there? Hurry and untie me. This was all the work of my own ingenuity. What other benefactor could there be? Her entourage was on a rooftop, now truly resembling a formidable force. After being thrust to the ground by Li Shichang's branch, she had quietly released the insects hidden in her sleeve. Fortunately, that traitor was unaware of her possession of these creatures. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. However, these insects were not lethal. They merely induced uncontrollable itching throughout the body. Lin Xiang rushed to Jiang Yunqing's side. Noticing she had just been pulled from a net by the men in black, her hands and feet bound with silk ribbons. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. How was it that Li Shichang, in binding a person, felt the need to adhere to some hierarchy? Why did the esteemed Lin Zhonggui only merit the coarse rope meant for livestock? As he grumbled inwardly, he hastily set about untying the silk ribbons. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yunqing suddenly collided with his abdomen, causing him to stumble aside in pain. Just as he was about to question his cousin's strange behavior, a chill swept across his right cheek, and he turned to see a knife swinging towards him. Li Shichang, despite being controlled by the venomous insects, displayed remarkable willpower as he struggled to strike. Jiang Yunqing nearly wanted to give him a thumbs up. You wretch, I shall sever your hands and feet right now, and then let us see how you resort to your underhanded tricks. Li Shichang staggered forward once more, brandishing the knife. This time, Lin Xiang was unafraid. He lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick. Li Shichang was sent flying several meters away, and as he rummaged through his clothes, he hurled something back at Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang fell to the ground, having been struck by a concealed weapon in his thigh. The next moment, a second projectile hurtled towards Jiang Yunqing. Lin Xiang could only shout a warning of caution, overwhelmed by the metallic taste of blood in his mouth. Just as the weapon was about to pierce Jiang Yunqing's forehead, an arrow shot in from outside the temple, striking the projectile down to the ground with a resounding clang. Another arrow followed, sending Li Shichang flying and pinning him against the base of the Buddha statue. Li Shichang, with an arrow piercing through his chest, coughed up copious amounts of blood. With a gaze teetering on the brink of death, he fixed his eyes on the temple door, where a man entered. Clad in dark robes, wielding a longbow, his face etched with disdain and loathing. Is that Xiao Yan? Jiang Yunqing, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, gazed at the man striding forward with his long legs, a smirk escaping her lips. Finally, the hidden weapon was poisoned, and Lin Xiang had already succumbed to unconsciousness, oblivious to the scene that would leave him utterly astounded. Xiao Yan, your legs. Humph, it truly is you, always working against us. Li Shichang coughed violently, spewing blood. Xiao Yan paid him no mind, drawing his flexible sword, and in an instant, the temple was filled with flashes of blades and swirling feathers. Jiang Yunqing closed her eyes and opened them again, finding the ground littered with the fallen dark-clad figures, while Xiao Bai had transformed into a vulture. Xiao Yan casually sliced off a piece of cloth from a nearby black-clad man, meticulously wiping the droplets of blood from his blade. Sheathing the sword at his waist, he bent down to lift Jiang Yunqing, straightening his back gently. She felt a bit heavy. Jiang Yunqing distinctly sensed the weight of his arm sinking slightly. Xiao Yan definitely needed to strengthen his training. A young girl should not be so unsteady in his arms. Xiao Yan, however, remained unaware of her musings, relieved that he had followed along. Otherwise, he would have been filled with regret. Suddenly, the sound of mechanisms echoed, and he felt the ground tremble beneath him, sensing impending danger. Just as he intended to leap while holding her, he felt the ground give way beneath his feet, and both of them plummeted downward. Moments later, the mechanisms whirred again, and the ground restored itself, as if nothing had transpired. Lin Zong was exceptionally fortunate, lying precariously at the edge of the trap, narrowly avoiding a fall. He could only hope for someone to find him soon to detoxify and heal his wounds. At the base of the Buddha statue, Li Shichang had already drawn his last breath, yet his right hand remained firmly pressed against a square indentation at the foot of the statue. That was the mechanism of the secret passage in the dilapidated temple. Even in death, Li Shichang exerted his utmost effort to drag his two enemies down to hell with him. This secret passage did not lead to salvation. Rather, it concealed terrifying secrets. Both Xiao Yan and Jiang Yunqing were destined to meet a tragic end. He would await them in the depths of hell. As he fell, Xiao Yan swiftly turned, using his body to cushion Jiang Yunqing's descent. A sharp pain coursed through him. It was not the gentle ache one might expect from the soft form of a woman landing atop him. Instead, this discomfort arose from beneath, as if a hard object had pressed into his back. He reached down to clear away the unidentified item on the ground, creating a relatively smooth surface upon which he could lay Jiang Yunqing. Jiang Yunqing was at a loss for words. Prior to her arrival, she had confidently declared that she would not require Xiao Yan's assistance, only to end up burdening him instead. In truth, she possessed the antidote, but its efficacy relied on a specific combination of several ingredients. At this moment, her hands felt as though they were devoid of bones, rendering her incapable of retrieving the antidote from her bosom. She could only rely on Xiao Yan's help. The mere thought of this caused her cheeks to flush. Fortunately, the darkness of the surroundings concealed her embarrassment for prying eyes. Suddenly, a flicker of light appeared as Xiao Yan ignited a firebrand, rising to survey their surroundings. The ground was strewn with white bones. Chapter 78. Seeking the antidote upon beholding the grim scene before him, even the seasoned Xiao Yan, accustomed as he was to mountains of corpses and seas of blood, furrowed his brow in distress. Extending from their feet, nay, not merely at their feet, but stretching forward as far as the eye could see, was a chilling expanse of bones, starkly white against the darkness. A jolt of alarm surged through Jiang Yunqing's heart, and she was abruptly silenced by Xiao Yan's hand clasped over her mouth. Startled, she shot an indignant glare at the man. It was unnecessary to cover her mouth. Her throat felt as if scorched by fierce flames, rendering her utterly voiceless. A superfluous gesture indeed. Xiao Yan lifted his exquisitely elegant index finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent. His keen hearing detected that they were not alone in this underground abyss. There were other entities present. Jiang Yunqing blinked in understanding, and only then did he withdraw his hand from her lips. The gentle brush of her soft, warm lips against his skin sent an inexplicable thrill coursing through him, akin to the delicate caress of a feather sweeping across his heart. He retracted his hand, fingers curling into his palm, eager to rid himself of the sensation reminiscent of tiny ants crawling over him. After all, this murky, shadowy place was hardly suitable for romantic musings. Jiang Yunqing, however, paid little heed to Xiao Yan's subtle actions. Her gaze was wholly captivated by the skeletal remains scattered across the ground. The skulls lay strewn about, unmistakably human, dispelling any hopes she had entertained of encountering mere animal bones. Moreover, it appeared that many of these skulls belonged to children. The realization that Li Shichang had indeed resorted to using humans, particularly children, to satiate that colossal eagle was utterly horrifying. Suddenly, the man leaned closer, his voice hushed to a mere whisper at Jiang Yunqing's ear. Qingqing, in the past 6 months, numerous children and women have mysteriously vanished in the capital. Yet the Shuntian prefecture has uncovered no useful leads. It seems Li Shichang is the malevolent force behind this, and it is highly likely that the princess's residence is entangled in this wickedness. If we manage to escape, the Rongchang Marquis' residence should face dire consequences. Xiao Yan's sudden proximity and the intimate tone of his words caused a warm flush to rise on Jiang Yunqing's cheeks. When he spoke of the possibility of bringing down the Rongchang Marquis' residence, she turned her head in astonishment, locking eyes with him. Was he somehow privy to her grievances against the Li family? She had never directly confided in him about her vendetta, yet he seemed to discern it with uncanny ease. Was he truly that astute, or was she merely naive? As she pondered this, she heard him softly call her name again, Qingqing. At that moment, she became acutely aware of the tender familiarity with which he uttered her name. She had expected to feel a shiver of revulsion, as those same syllables had once escaped the lips of that detestable creature named Li. She had loathed the very thought of hearing her name from another man's mouth. Yet now, in this moment of tranquility, she found herself untroubled by the notion. In fact, when Xiao Yan gently uttered Qingqing, it enveloped her in a sensation akin to being cradled tenderly in someone's hands. Can your poison be cured? His deliberately lowered voice resonated in the hollow passage, abruptly interrupting Jiang Yunqing's reverie. Jiang Yunqing felt a long-lost sense of shyness, though she was now rendered speechless and immobile. If she did not muster the courage to dispel the poison, she would remain at a loss for how to proceed. After all, she could not rely on Xiao Yan to carry her indefinitely. She could only blink her eyes. The poison had left her neck weak, and her body seemed to be under her control only in the slightest, her eyelids. Xiao Yan pondered for a moment, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I almost forgot that you cannot speak at the moment. How about this? I will make guesses. If I am correct, blink once. If incorrect, blink twice. Does that sound agreeable? Jiang Yunqing's eyes lit up momentarily, followed by a flicker of shyness. This was her only option, and being mute would alleviate some of the awkwardness. First question, do you have the antidote on you? She blinked once. That is splendid. Xiao Yan's voice involuntarily rose in excitement. Let's continue. Is it hidden in your sleeve? She blinked twice. At your waist? Again, 2 blinks. The atmosphere grew slightly tense. Could it be in your shoes? Her eyes blinked rapidly, as if to say that if arrows could shoot from within, Xiao Yan would be a hedgehog by now. So is it there or not? The man gazed at Jiang Yunqing, who had closed her eyes to catch her breath, wondering if he had said something amiss. After all, was it so unusual for one to conceal something in their shoes? Why was this young girl reacting so dramatically? Jiang Yunqing thought to herself, which benevolent soul would place an antidote in their footwear? After a brief silence, Xiao Yan continued his inquiries. But recalling Jiang Yunqing's exaggerated reaction to his previous question, he feared that his next guess might provoke her ire. With this in mind, he cautiously took a small step back and spoke softly. Qingqing, if those places do not yield the antidote, I must apologize for my impertinence. Please do not be angry. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing's eyes widened. It had come to this. She did not wish to open her eyes, yet to respond to Xiao Yan, she had to endure. It is fine, she reassured herself. Though her body was that of a 16-year-old, her soul had been tempered through 2 lifetimes. What was there to be embarrassed about before a mere boy? She blinked, encouraging him to speak his thoughts boldly. Is it hidden in your embrace? After uttering this, Xiao Yan dared not meet Jiang Yunqing's gaze, though he had long since claimed her in his heart. His commitment to a life of solitude made it difficult to suppress his excitement and anxiety. After all, the strict decorum of the Dazan dynasty mandated that before marriage, one must exercise restraint and propriety, eschewing any private exchanges. Yet at this moment, dispelling the poison took precedence over all else. Jiang Yunqing blinked vigorously. Then I have offended you. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan closed his eyes and reached into the folds of her garment. Softness enveloped his hand. The girl kept her eyes tightly shut, seemingly overwhelmed with shyness, biting her lower lip. The poison had rendered her muscles uncontrollable, and her body trembled instinctively. Fortunately, Xiao Yan quickly extracted all the medicine packets from her embrace and laid them out on the ground. A considerable heap indeed. Xiao Yan could not help but steal another glance at the collar of the young girl's attire. It was indeed quite adept at concealing. under Jiang Yunqing's penetrating gaze. Xiao Yan swiftly averted his eyes, focusing intently on the scattered items around them. At last, when Jiang Yunqing's eyelids began to ache from the incessant blinking, Xiao Yan finally gathered the necessary antidotes. Upon consuming the antidote, Jiang Yunqing instantly felt a refreshing coolness in her throat, indicating that she would soon be able to speak normally. However, her legs remained feeble. The tall man crouched down, presenting his back to her, indicating he was prepared to carry her. Jiang Yunqing waved her hand, asserting that she would soon be able to walk unaided, dismissing any notion of being overly delicate. Come on, I know you have just detoxified, and you may still struggle to walk. However, we cannot afford to linger any longer. Do you not sense that the air is becoming increasingly suffocating here? It was only upon Xiao Yan's remark that Jiang Yunqing realized the gravity of their situation. Initially attributing her discomfort to the lingering effects of the poison, she now became acutely aware of their surroundings. They were underground, in a confined space, with Xiao Yan's head nearly brushing against the stone wall above him. The flickering flame of the torch was visibly waning. They indeed needed to expedite their search for an exit, lest they find themselves suffocated in this dire place. Chapter 79. The Northern King, Jiang Yunqing, lay quietly upon the broad back of the man. The familiar cold fragrance mingled with the scent of medicinal herbs wafting to her nose. Now, the fire starter was in the girl's hands, and accompanied by the crunching sounds beneath the man's feet, she peered into the dimly lit passage ahead. It was a blurred expanse, enveloped in an eerie silence that sent chills down her spine. After what felt like an eternity, the flickering flame revealed an exit before them. Before Jiang Yunqing could utter a word, she felt the man beneath her suddenly crouch low, a gust of wind carrying a metallic scent sweeping over her head. A rustling sound followed as the wind surged from the left side. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already taken off running, with someone on his back. He dared not leave her behind to confront whatever that was. The best course of action was to flee as far as possible. However, after only a few strides, he stumbled as if something had violently snagged at his heel. Unable to regain his balance, he fell forward, and Jiang Yunqing was violently thrown from his back. Dazed and disoriented, she grasped the fire starter again, raising it to her eyes, only to see a split, blood-red tongue swaying a few paces away. Then they both beheld a pair of crimson lanterns igniting in the darkness, an indescribable eeriness enveloping the scene. Jiang Yunqing felt her blood run cold. A giant python. It was then that Xiao Yan comprehended what had caused his fall. It must have been the creature's tail. How could such a ghastly being exist beneath this dilapidated temple? Despite being well-informed in the capital, he had been oblivious to the presence of such a terrifying creature. Fearless in the face of the world, he harbored a deep-seated dread of snakes. As he watched the monstrous beast gradually reveal its menacing visage in the shadows, he felt utterly paralyzed, his mind screaming for him to run. Yet his legs felt heavy, and a tremor coursed through his body. Don't move. I can handle it. In the dimness, Jiang Yunqing was unaware that the valiant heir of the Northern King had been immobilized by the giant python. Conversely, having dealt with toxins for years, Jiang Yunqing remained unperturbed, despite having never encountered a serpent of such immense size. After all, it was still merely a snake, was it not? She still had some powder on her person designed to repel snakes and vermin. Silently, she felt the pouch at her side. While the powder might not be lethal to the massive python, it could certainly compel it to retreat temporarily. She sensed a breeze stirring her hair. If only she could buy enough time to escape this narrow passage and reach a more open space, all would be manageable. Just as she contemplated this, the fearsome triangular head extended its tongue, inching closer to Jiang Yunqing. Now was the moment. Hold your breath. A cloud of powder erupted, enveloping the triangular head entirely. Instantly, a commotion ensued, and upon glancing ahead, Jiang Yunqing noticed the passage had cleared. She hurriedly scrambled to her feet, feeling the strength return to her legs after the upheaval. Without hesitation, she began to run forward, but after a while, a sense of unease washed over her. Turning back, she wondered, where was Xiao Yan? Surely not. Swallowed by a colossal python? How could a top-tier expert possibly be outpaced by a mere young girl? With no other option, The young girl gritted her teeth and turned to flee down the path she had come. Before long, she spotted Xiao Yan seated on the ground, staring blankly at the snake's head suspended above him, foul-smelling viscous liquid dripping steadily from the mouth of the giant python. Upon learning of Xiao Yan's disappearance at the dilapidated temple outside the city, the emperor was hosting a banquet for the family of the Northern Town King. The Northern Town King, Xiao Yuxuan, had just arrived in the capital with his family from the northern frontier, ostensibly to oversee the marriage arrangements for his eldest son. However, to their dismay, mere moments after expressing their gratitude in the palace, they were met with the horrific news of their eldest son's disappearance. Both the emperor and the Northern Town King simultaneously overturned their wine cups. What a bunch of inept fools! Can a living person truly soar within a humble, dilapidated temple? Xiao Yuhan, filled with rage, forcefully hurled the wine cup at Bai Qi. Bai Qi bowed his head and knelt silently, allowing the cup to strike him without flinching, resulting in a wound on his forehead that bled. Reporting to your majesty, I discovered 2 poisoned and unconscious guards of the young master atop the dilapidated temple, which led me to realize that young Master Xiao had ventured there. I also witnessed. Bai Qi's voice wavered. When he arrived, it was utter chaos. Not only were there numerous lifeless figures clad in black, but also a hairless dead eagle. The crux of the matter was the young master of the Rongchang Marquis residence. Whilst did he see? When did Bai Qi begin to speak in such a hesitant manner? Xiao Yuhan could not restrain himself from descending from the high platform, delivering a swift kick to his capable subordinate. He had repeatedly instructed him to keep a vigilant watch on Xiao Yan, yet the individual had simply vanished. Casting a glance at the expressions of the Northern King and his family, he noted their taut faces, each one strained with anxiety. His subordinate had discovered the lifeless body of the heir to the Rongchang Marquis. The fatal wound was an arrow to the right chest, delivered with such force that the unfortunate soul was impaled upon the pedestal of the Buddha statue. A flicker of astonishment crossed the emperor's eyes. Had that scoundrel truly met his demise in such a manner? It is indeed rare. And Ning has always held this beloved nephew in the palm of her hand, cherishing him as one would a precious jewel, to the extent that even she would not easily dare to move him. Yet, he has perished just like that? Who could be responsible? That rascal, Xiao Yan? At this moment, the previously silent prince of Northern Town finally spoke. Bai Qi cast a glance at the prince of Northern Town and then immediately turned his gaze towards the emperor. Noticing the emperor nodding in affirmation, he declared loudly, "In response to your highness, I have only observed the inscription of the prince of Northern Town's heir on the arrow. I require additional time to gather further evidence. At present, I cannot assert with certainty that this is the act of young Master Xiao, who possesses the audacity to impersonate Xiao Yan and commit murder. It was indeed Li Shichang from the Rongchang Marquis who was slain, although Li Shichang himself is not particularly formidable. The influence of the Grand Princess and the Nanhai King behind him is a force that most dare not confront lightly. Did the magistrate Bai mention that the arrow bore the inscription Crown Prince of the Northern Protectorate? Xiao Yuxuan stated with solemnity, "Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes." He laughed heartily. "Thus, it cannot possibly be my son who committed the murder. All the arrows used by the heir are sourced from the Northern Town Prince's residence. The arrows from the Northern Town Prince's residence are inscribed solely with the name of the prince's house, while the heir's exclusive arrows bear a single character, Yan. Therefore, it is unequivocal that someone is deliberately framing him. I find it hard to believe that my residence, the North Town Wangfu, holds any animosity towards the Rongchang Hofu. How could my son possibly venture to a dilapidated temple to slay Li Shichang? Those 2 guards must be thoroughly interrogated, for the root of this issue may very well lie with them. I will not tolerate any treachery in pursuit of personal gain. If we cannot locate Xiao Yan, the unjust accusations will indeed be exceedingly difficult to cleanse. Henceforth, the Yulin army shall collaborate with the Shuntian prefecture to investigate this matter. Even if it requires excavating the very depths of that forsaken temple, we shall unearth the truth for His Majesty." The emperor and his brother were seething with rage, while the North Town Wangfei remained composed, indulging in her tea and wine, her gaze subtly oscillating between the 2 men. In contrast, the side consort, Ran Tianxiang, wore a countenance of distress, her worry for Xiao Yan's safety palpable. Chapter 80. Disappearance due to the incident involving Xiao Yan. The emperor's previously cheerful disposition dissipated entirely, prompting him to send a family of the northern town king back to their residence earlier than usual. 2 carriages from the royal estate emerged from the palace gates, traversing through Zhuke Street, and headed towards Chongrenfang in the western part of the city, where the mansions of noble families were situated. My lord, do not fret. The heir is favored by the heavens. He shall surely be unharmed. A woman spoke from within one of the carriages. It was Lady Lu, the consort. I am not concerned about that scoundrel's well-being, the northern town king replied, his nose huffing with disdain. Do I not know the child I raised? He has always been a mischievous rascal, causing trouble for others. What is there for me to worry about? Well, one must consider the possibility that the heir may incur the wrath of Her Royal Highness, the eldest princess. Silence. What do you, a mere woman, comprehend? Keep your idle chatter to yourself. Xiao Yuxuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and shot a cold glare at the beautiful woman beside him, his voice stern and commanding. Lady Lu lowered her head, her handkerchief crumpled in her grasp. She understood her husband all too well. The more angered he became, the more her words struck a nerve. In the entire Deshun dynasty, there were only the northern town king and the southern sea king stationed at the borders, steadfastly safeguarding the empire for the emperor. They were both the emperor's trusted allies and potential sources of unrest. The northern town king and the southern sea king could only maintain their respective territories, avoiding any excessive entanglements. Whether it be kindness or grievances, either could topple the Deshun dynasty and undermine Xiao Yuan's foundation. Therefore, for many years, Xiao Yuxuan had endeavored to remain neutral. Even though he was aware of the eldest princess's capriciousness in the capital, he chose to remain an onlooker. However, that arrow, it seemed someone was determined to shatter this delicate balance, compelling the southern sea king's faction to confront him, the northern town king. At present, with Yenner missing, it might even be a fortuitous turn of events. Noticing the woman beside him was in low spirits, Xiao Yuxuan reached out to pat Lu Tianxiang's hand gently. Fortuitous? Lu Tianxiang rested her head softly against Xiao Yuxuan's shoulder, her eyes darting thoughtfully. Your Highness, is it true that the heir is truly missing? In another carriage, only the princess was present, accompanied by Xiao Yan's wet nurse, Granny Chong. Upon the princess's entrance into the carriage, she had immediately informed Granny Chong of the troubling news, which left the latter in a state of anxious agitation, akin to an ant on a hot stove. Originally, sending the heir to the capital for recuperation was intended to shield him from calamities, allowing him to rest and recover. They had long awaited his marriage and children, only to hear this dreadful news upon his arrival in the capital. Truly, the heavens do not favor the good. In truth, Yenner's absence at this moment may be a blessing. The princess, Lin Wanru, consoled as she accepted a cup of tea from Granny Chong and took a gentle sip. Granny Chang's face displayed confusion, as the old woman could not comprehend. The sight of Yenner's disappearance had also revealed the lifeless body of the heir to the Rongchang Marquis, with the murder weapon being an arrow that pierced through his chest. The inscription bore the title of the heir apparent of the town North Prince's residence. Granny Chong gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The Rongchang Marquis was renowned, and although she was merely a wet nurse of the royal household, she had heard tales of it. It was said that the heir of the Rongchang Marquis was cherished by Princess Anning as if he were a precious jewel, striding through the capital with the confidence afforded by the princess and the Prince of Nanhai. Had her young master truly assassinated that favored heir? Even Granny Chong realized the gravity of the situation. This was not a matter that could be easily downplayed. Should the princess refuse to let it rest, it was likely that the prince would face dire consequences. Observing Granny Chong's startled expression, Lin Wanru chuckled softly. Do not be afraid, Granny. Even you understand that this heir cannot be easily slain. Even if this matter does not concern Yenner, our town North Princess residence has already been implicated. Now the old servant comprehended. Hence, for the time being, the young master would remain hidden, and this affair must be postponed. Even if the princess brought it before His Majesty, without solid evidence, the emperor would find it difficult to take action. Indeed, it is wise to take a moment to reflect. Patience is a virtue. Granny Chong. How long until we reach the prince's residence? Granny Chong lifted the carriage curtain to glance outside and replied, roughly 2 tea brews time. Just as she was about to withdraw her head, she suddenly spotted something, her gaze halting. What is it? The princess inside the carriage discerned the old woman's odd demeanor at a glance. Your Highness, it is Greenwater Alley. Granny Chong replied in an almost inaudible whisper. The Jiang family. Lin Wanru's expression turned as placid as still water. She closed her eyes and drained her cup of wine. What? She has not returned since she left? Startled, old Madame Jiang loosened her grip, causing the small heater to clatter to the ground. The charcoal within scattered, embers flying about, nearly singeing the hem of the old matriarch's skirt. Every spring, her cold ailment would flare up. For over half a month, she had felt weak and lacked the energy to attend to matters outside. Ever since her beloved granddaughter had been bestowed the title of county princess, she had been at ease, comfortably recuperating in her courtyard. She awaited the day when her health would improve, so she could assist the Zhao family in arranging her granddaughter's marriage. Little did she know that her granddaughter, silent and unassuming, had gone out to procure medicinal herbs and had yet to return even after an entire night. This was intolerable. Search. Send everyone from the Jiang family to find her. Old Madame Jiang attempted to rise and head outside, determined to search herself. However, upon standing, she felt the world spin and could only lie back down again. Mother, the daughter-in-law has already dispatched all the servants to search and has reported it to the Shuntian prefecture. Zhao Shi hurriedly approached to help the old matriarch lie down again, placing the heater back under the covers and tucking her in. What? You reported to the authorities? Oh dear. Yusai old Madame Jiang was so enraged she could not articulate her thoughts and firmly shut her eyes. Her original intention had been to send family members to search first. With a stroke of luck, they might find her. After all, they were merely her own servants, their contracts held by the family, and she was not afraid of them leaking information that could tarnish Jiang Yunqing's reputation. However, involving the authorities changed everything. How could she possess such audacity to silence those officials and keep matters under wraps? Gossip travels at an astonishing speed. For a maiden of the inner chambers, spending a night away is a grave blemish on her reputation. Once the rumors spread, not only would it be difficult for Jiang Yunqing to find a suitable match, but also her siblings, Jiang Yunyu and Jiang Yunjia, would face obstacles in their matrimonial pursuits. How could a Zhao family be so lacking in foresight? Foolish, utterly foolish. With her head bowed and silent, Zhao's lips twitched slightly. She must report this to the authorities. Only by doing so could the death of Li Shichang be linked to Jiang Yunqing. After all, Jiang Yunqing had nearly unveiled her secret. It is not that she undervalues her own flesh and blood, but her life and the reputation of the Zhao family undeniably take precedence. She believes that if, in the future, Yunyu learns the truth, her daughter will surely understand her mother's position. Chapter 81. Slaying the giant python beneath the ruined temple. The corridor was permeated with a heavy stench of blood. Xiao Yan stared in astonishment at the massive python head that hung near his feet. The creature's right, it was a gruesome mess, evidently gouged out. A dagger was embedded deep into the python's vitals, thick blood oozing forth and staining the man's dark garments. Beside him, a young girl was panting heavily, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The recent struggle had drained her considerable strength, and now she could only sit on the ground, rolling her eyes at Xiao Yan. Remarkably, this man had fainted from fear at the sight of the serpent. Had she not arrived just in time to deliver a decisive blow to the python, he would surely have become the beast's meal. Xiao Yan was jolted awake by the deafening crash of the python falling beside him, and as his senses returned, he immediately recognized his own embarrassment. He had intended to be the hero, but the situation had inverted itself. Fortunately, Jiang Yunqing possessed some skill, and that dagger had been poisoned. Otherwise, it was uncertain if she could have felled such a formidable creature. The man sheepishly scratched his head and gave the girl a thumbs up. No need for thanks. Consider it my way of repaying you for saving my life in the ruined temple. The girl pushed herself up from the ground. Luckily, Her extensive knowledge of snakes had proven invaluable, though one typically aimed for the python's vital point. In that moment of urgency, stabbing its eye had been the most prudent course of action. Taking advantage of Xiao Yan's dazed state, she had swiftly delivered several more strikes to the python's vital point before ceasing her assault. Jiang Yunqing approached Xiao Yan, extending her hand to him. "Can you stand and walk?" "I can't carry you," she said, feigning a pitiful expression. The man smirked, using her support to rise to his feet. "I'm perfectly fine. Let's proceed." Just then, something was suddenly tossed toward him. Xiao Yan instinctively reached out and caught a small dagger. "This is a personal defense weapon I carry. The blade is not poisoned. You can use it to carve the python's flesh." As she spoke, Jiang Yunqing moved to the snake's head, swiftly withdrawing her short blade, tearing off a piece of her skirt to clean the blood from the dagger before she sheathed it again. Then, she retrieved another small dagger from her waist and crouched beside the python's corpse, beginning to slice the meat. Huh! Xiao Yan felt his legs weaken once more. Yet, with the python dead, he knew he could not allow himself to appear so feeble, lest he tarnish Jiang Yunqing's impression of him as a brave figure. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to crouch beside her, mimicking her actions. "Were you bitten by a snake in your childhood?" Jiang Yunqing speculated that the fear gripping this battle-hardened general must stem from some past experience. She did not wish to mock him. Everyone has their own burdensome pasts. And who among us is devoid of vulnerabilities? An uncomfortable silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of the dagger slicing through the python's flesh. "In my youth, I once got lost in the woods and encountered a trap. It turned out to be a snake pit dug deliberately by someone. The snakes were harmless, but the feeling of them crawling all over me was chilling to the bone, a memory I shall never forget." The man, trembling as he quietly recounted his tale, sliced the snake meat before him with unsteady hands. He endeavored to maintain a steady tone, attempting to stave off the palpitations brought on by haunting memories. It was only years later that he discovered the trap had been laid by someone he had trusted. It was merely a means to intimidate him, to forge a deeper dependence on her, far more terrifying than death itself. It was then that he realized, beneath that beautiful and benevolent facade lurked a visage of a malevolent specter. Upon uncovering the truth, he found himself instinctively repulsed by beauty. Who could have fathomed the venomous demon concealed beneath such an alluring exterior? Until the appearance of Jiang Yunqing, he was not afraid, nor did he reject this young girl. Rather, he yearned to draw closer to her, to touch her. Her beauty was extraordinary, but what shone even brighter was her kindness, her intelligence, and her self-respect. She lived like a little sun. He needed her to dispel the shadows within his heart and to be reborn. Is that so? How fortuitous! In my childhood, I too was cast into a pit of serpents by the malevolent Lao Dio. Ah, the chilling, slick sensation. It is indeed an unforgettable experience. Xiao Yan was taken aback. Was this meant to comfort him? Why did it leave him with an even stronger sense of his own insignificance? Suddenly, a gentle little hand reached out, accompanied by a soft whisper, "Fear not, I shall not divulge this to anyone." This marked the second secret shared between the two of us. The girl let out a melodious laugh, instantly smoothing the furrowed brow of the man. "All right, that's enough. Come now, place it all into my bag." Jiang Yunqing, seemingly from nowhere, produced a cloth bag, urging Xiao Yan to fill it with the serpent meat. "Are you curious as to why I am slicing the meat?" The young girl tightened the bag's opening, fastening at her waist, while pulling Xiao Yan to rise and proceed down the corridor ahead. "You must have your reasons for doing this," she remarked with a chuckle. "It's rare to encounter someone like you who refrains from meddling." "Indeed, you are correct. I have my justifications for such actions. Perhaps the reasons will soon be revealed." The path ahead appeared to widen slightly. Jiang Yunqing felt the texture of the ground beneath her feet, recognizing that this stretch was likely frequented by the enormous python, thus having been somewhat cleared. She and Xiao Yan had inadvertently trespassed into the python's territory, which had led to their attack. It was merely unfortunate for the python that it had crossed paths with her. "Mighty eagle, human bones, colossal python," Xiao Yan muttered as he walked, his mind finally ruminating on the peculiar events they had encountered at the dilapidated temple after a tumultuous series of events. Jiang Yunqing too pondered, wondering if both the eagle and the python were creatures nurtured by Li Shichang. This scoundrel is utterly abnormal. Could it be that he harbors a peculiar fascination for such grand matters only after experiencing inhumane treatment? This giant eagle, I surmise, is the same one that previously came to the Jiang family to steal the Dragon Dawn Lotus. Speaking of which, you had just delivered the Dragon Dawn Lotus, and shortly thereafter it followed. Could it be that the Dragon Dawn Lotus, or perhaps you're the true targets of his colossal eagle? Jiang Yunqing felt as though she had discovered the loose thread in the tangled mess and unconsciously slowed her pace. This colossal sculpture, I had someone investigate, had previously appeared in the northern desert, aiding the Zhao family army during border conflicts. The Zhao family army? Is it the Zhao family from my stepmother's maternal side? Indeed. Jiang Yunqing furrowed her brow, realizing that her seemingly innocent stepmother might be entangled in murky waters. The implications of her pregnancy. But why would the Zhao family involve themselves? The Zhao clan has been loyal to the North Town King's manor for generations. Your stepmother's brother perished in an attempt to save me. I cannot fathom why the Zhao family would fixate on me. I hope my suspicions are unfounded. Has the young master heard of any connections between the Zhao family and the Rongchang Marquis or the Princess of Chang? My subordinates are currently investigating. Once we are safely out, we should have information. Very well. Should there be any news regarding my stepmother, I kindly ask that you inform me. Naturally. As Jiang Yunqing spoke, she inadvertently misstepped, suddenly feeling one foot give way, and with a startled exclamation, she tumbled down. Chapter 82. Escape. Xiao Yan immediately reached out, tearing off a piece of the girl's skirt. Without hesitation, he lunged in the direction where the girl had fallen. To his astonishment, the edge of the passageway turned out to be a sheer cliff. The mountain wall was adorned with a tangle of vines, densely interwoven and chaotic, sending a shiver down one's spine at first glance. Jiang Yunqing was momentarily startled, but soon felt a tightening around her waist as she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Foolish man, the young woman let out a gentle sigh. Xiao Yan had actually jumped down alongside her. In that instant, she felt a flicker of relief in her heart. This man was willing to accompany her to the grave. What are you doing? Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened in astonishment. The man she was embracing, who was plummeting rapidly, reached out and grasped a vine clinging to the cliffside. Grasp. Just as I was about to mention the man who clutched a vine in a desperate bid for salvation, he suddenly let out a piercing scream, almost losing his grip on the tendril. The young girl rolled her eyes in exasperation. It was not merely his cowardice that irked her. His poor eyesight was equally apparent. What he mistook for vines were, in fact, a myriad of serpents slithering across the mountainside. It appears they have fallen into the lair of a python. The young girl retrieved an iron claw from her waist and hurled it towards the cliffside, where it embedded itself firmly into the rock face. Soon, their descent ceased, only to be followed by the inertia propelling them forcefully against the mountainside. Hold on to me. Grasp the rope. Xiao Yan tightly shut his eyes, one hand gripping the rope attached to the iron claw, while the other arm firmly embraced the young girl. At this moment, Jiang Yunqing was finally able to free both hands to rid the rocky wall of the creeping pests. She swiftly retrieved the snake-repellent powder, and upon sensing the scent, the tendrils vanished with a series of swift rustles, revealing the bare mountain surface. It was only when the two of them leaned against the cliff that they realized they were merely a person's height above the ground. Truly, they were fortunate and blessed. Surviving great calamities surely brings blessings in the aftermath, doesn't it, Xiao Yan? The young girl's feet touched the ground, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiao Yan smiled brightly, nodding his head. He glanced at his hands, which had just captured a snake, realizing he had not fainted after all. A remarkable progress indeed. He surveyed his surroundings and, to his astonishment, discovered that even without a torch, he could see clearly. Looking up, he was surprised to find several beams of sunlight streaming through the high ceiling of the cave. The dilapidated temple's underground passage astonishingly connects to a mountain. As far as he knows, not far from the temple lies Looming Mountain. Could this be a corner of Looming Mountain? Could this be the very heart of Looming Mountain? Jiang Yunqing gazed upon the dark, murky waters before her, the profound hue suggesting an unfathomable depth, leading to unknown destinations. She found a patch of ground to sit upon, drawing her knees to her chest while casting her eyes upward. It appeared they had spent the entire night within the corridor. Daylight had arrived, though the exact hour remained elusive. Surely, those outside must be frantic in their search for the two of them, particularly the Jiang family. The absence of a young lady from the household throughout the night would undoubtedly cause considerable concern among her kin. Little did they anticipate that this dilapidated temple concealed such depths. Yet, it seemed climbing back up was not an option at present. Xiao Yan gazed at the densely coiled green and flower-patterned snakes lazily piled upon the surrounding cliffs, feeling an involuntary chill of trepidation. He glanced at the iron claws at Jiang Yunqing's feet and shook his head. No, even if he had this tool to climb, he did not wish to have any further proximity to those crawling creatures. Ascending did not guarantee an escape. He had sensed a draft in the passage earlier, likely seeping through from the cave's apex. It would be prudent for us to seek an alternative route. As Jiang Yunqing spoke, she retrieved a pouch of snake-repelling powder from her person, squeezing it in her hand to find little remained. We cannot linger here. Upon landing, she had scattered a circle of powder, clearing a small area for them to stand. Soon, the serpents would regroup. She had no desire to experience the sensation of being devoured by a horde of snakes. Jiang Yunqing cast a palm-sized stone into the deep pool, watching it sink swiftly from sight. Xiao Yan, I recall your swimming skills are quite commendable. She reminisced about the time he had risked revealing his identity to rescue her from the lake at the princess's residence. Are you considering swimming out of this pool? Xiao Yan rested his chin in one hand, crouching by the water's edge to peer down. He remembered that at the foot of Luming Mountain, there flowed a river named Luming. However, he was uncertain whether this pool connected to that river. If it did, they would be saved. If not, they would have to swim back and devise another plan. Suddenly, a forceful kick struck his back. Startled, he turned to see Jiang Yunqing jumping into the water beside him. She reached out her hand to grasp his, and together they dove toward the depths of the pool. At the Prince of Zhenbei's residence, Consort Lu was conversing with her son, Xiao Su. The focal point of their discussion was, of course, the ongoing disappearance of Xiao Yan. Mother, father says that elder brother's disappearance is a fortuitous event, and I concur. I feel quite uneasy with him in the palace, Xiao Su remarked. Recently coming of age, he was 3 years younger than his legitimate elder brother, Xiao Yan. Though he was cherished within the palace, standing before his elder brother made him tremble with fear. His brother was a formidable figure. Xiao Yan's mother had passed away early, leaving him without the favor of their father. Yet, he held the title of the eldest son, and with his illustrious military achievements, a mere glance from him could instill dread in Xiao Su. Initially, he had been reluctant to come to the capital. Remaining in the northern frontier would have been far preferable, especially since both his father and mother had gone to the capital, allowing him to indulge freely in his own territory. The thought alone was quite delightful. However, his mother had insisted, claiming that the capital was filled with exquisite noble ladies, perfect for him to meet and perhaps marry one as his legitimate wife. He did not wish to incur the guilt of defying his elders, so he reluctantly acquiesced. Upon his arrival, he received astonishing news. His elder brother was missing and not in the palace. He did not genuinely wish for any misfortune to befall his brother, for one must see the body to confirm death. The absence of even a single hair only indicated that all was well. He merely hoped his brother would delay his return a few more days, allowing him to enjoy a few more days of peace. Observing her son engrossed in devouring the fruits and pastries on the table, Consort Lu felt a pang of disappointment. She was originally the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State, the cousin of Xiao Yushuan. In the past, the founding ancestor of the Lu family fought alongside the founding ancestor of the Xiao family to establish their dominion. After the world was pacified, the Lu family's patriarch was conferred the title of Duke of the State, passing the title through 3 generations, with her father being the third. Thus, the Lu family nurtured Lu Tianxiang as a future empress. However, fate took an unexpected turn. The Lu family became embroiled in the succession dispute, incurring the wrath of the late emperor, resulting in the forfeiture of their title and the exile of the entire family. Fortunately, at that time, the then-crowned prince Xiao Yushuan harbored deep affections for her. He knelt at the entrance of the Qianqing palace for an entire day and night. without a drop of water, which ultimately led to the late emperor granting clemency to Lu Tianxiang. Yet, it was evident that the late emperor was displeased, coerced by his eldest son's plea. Soon after, he decreed that Xiao Yuxuan should marry the legitimate daughter of the general stationed at Yanmen Pass as his principal consort, relegating Lu Tianxiang to the status of a secondary wife. Thus, Lu Tianxiang helplessly witnessed that unfamiliar woman adorned in a vibrant bridal gown. The sound of Suona filling the air, while she, who was meant to be the rightful crown princess, was hastily carried into the royal residence in a small sedan chair. It was utterly absurd. Chapter 83. The killing intent of concubine Lu in that moment. She vowed to reclaim all that rightfully belonged to her. Although imperial concubine Song hailed from a prestigious family, she was raised by her grandmother in the capital, possessing both beauty and talent. After their marriage, she harmonized perfectly with Xiao Yuxuan, making Lu Tianxiang appear as nothing more than a mere jest. Faced with such a formidable obstacle, how could Lu Tianxiang refrain from seeking a means to remove it? Not long after, the imperial concubine discovered she was with child. Before Xiao Yuxuan could even express his joy, a scholar was bound and thrown before him. The scholar pleaded for mercy, claiming he had known the imperial concubine before her marriage, but had cut off all ties thereafter. Terrified, Song repeatedly denied any acquaintance with him. Yet, the scholar spoke of her culinary preferences and even a birthmark on her back. Lu Tianxiang vividly recalled the ferocious expression on Xiao Yuxuan's face at that moment. She had never seen him so terrifying. In his rage, Xiao Yuxuan pierced the scholar's heart with a sword, resulting in the scholar's untimely demise. Consequently, Xiao Yuxuan faced repercussions from the late emperor for his impulsive act, leading him to voluntarily go to the northern frontier for military service, with no chance of returning without a decree. As for Song, Xiao Yuxuan harbored suspicions that the child she carried was illegitimate, although he generously permitted her to give birth. He never treated Xiao Yan as his own flesh and blood. 3 years later, Lu Tianxiang also bore a son for Xiao Yuxuan, and from that moment onward, Xiao Yan was entirely deprived of his father's attention. Mother, do you hear me? Seeing Lu concubine silent, Xiao Su felt a pang of anxiety. Had he misspoken again? His feelings toward his mother were a confusing mix of love and fear, as her moods could shift dramatically. One moment, she would assure him that he was the favored son of the king, destined to inherit the title of heir to the prince of Northern Town, urging him to be diligent in his studies and to never slacken his efforts. The next moment, she would lament that he was mere frivolity, unworthy of her trust for the grandeur of her later years. Xiao Su found himself perplexed. From the moment he was born, they had lived a life of opulence in the prince of Northern Town's residence, far more indulgent than that of the stepmother. He could not fathom what concerns plagued his mother. Now that they had finally made a trip to the capital, she still kept him restrained, forbidding him from roaming freely. Alas, he had long yearned to visit Yuchuan Tower, the most illustrious tavern in the Great Shun dynasty, hoping to indulge in its delights and make the most of his time in this world. Upon returning to the northern frontier, he could boast to his friends about the enlightening experience he had gained. Lu concubine, feeling her son tugging at her arm, could not help but chuckle. I hear you, dear. I assure you, my hearing is quite intact. Stop shaking me, or I fear my bones may come apart. Then allow me to visit Yuchuan Tower, mother. I promise not to cause any trouble. If you truly worry, why not accompany me? Glancing at her son, whose face was adorned with a sly smile, she chided. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You want me to foot the bill, don't you? Xiao Su chuckled, knowing he had been seen through. Indeed, no one knew him better than his mother. Su heir, do not blame your mother for her sternness. The current situation is indeed precarious. Your elder brother's fate remains uncertain, and we have only just arrived in the capital. If we were to indulge in revelries at this time, what would others think of us? They would accuse us of being indifferent to your brother's well-being while we bask in pleasure. Xiao Su's lips curled in discontent. It seems that even though his elder brother is not present in the residence, he still restricts every one of Xiao Su's actions. After all, he is a son of a concubine. No matter how much their father dotes on him, his status pales in comparison to that of his legitimate elder brother. Currently, their father remains in good health, but what will happen when he is no longer around? If the elder brother ascends to the throne, The future of their mother and son may not be promising. The concubine Lu handed her son a cup of hot tea, her voice laced with a hint of coldness. Yes, as long as your elder brother is alive, we must tread carefully. Heir, do you think if he never returns, things would become much simpler? Her words startled Xiao Su, causing him to spit out the tea he had just sipped. This thought was exceedingly shocking. His heart raced, and upon meeting his mother's gaze, he felt a shiver run down his spine, for he could see the heavy intent to kill in her eyes. What was she contemplating? Surely, she could not take such a reckless risk. Though Xiao Su harbored a dislike for his elder brother, Xiao Yan, and often wished he did not exist, he had never entertained the thought of taking his brother's life. How could that be? Mother was merely speaking offhandedly. You need not take it to heart. What we have discussed today must remain between us. It is our private conversation. Some grievances are natural, but if it reaches your father's ears, it would be an entirely different matter. Historically, the succession of titles has always favored the legitimate heir. No matter how much Xiao Yuxian disliked Xiao Yan, he would never disinherit the heir apparent, especially one favored by the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. Without Xiao Yan's presence in the capital, their family would find it impossible to live peacefully in the northern frontier. In that case, I can see that you are indeed feeling stifled. You may go out for a little while. After lunch, visit Yuchuan Tower for some fruits and snacks, but return early. Xiao Su was elated and nearly leaped in joy. Mother, will you not accompany me? No, I have matters to attend to. Let Jian accompany you. Remember to keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention. If any trouble arises, you shall face the consequences. Lu gently tapped her son's forehead with her finger. Her eyes filled with affection. Understood. I will remember, Mother. Xiao Su bowed to Lu and skipped out of the fragrant courtyard. Watching her son depart, Lu's smile vanished. She had deliberately sent him away to arrange for her own plans. Her son, with his innocent nature, should remain oblivious to the darker undertakings that she would handle as his mother. Ensure that Jian keeps a close watch on the young master. We cannot afford any missteps at this crucial moment. This is the capital, unlike the northern frontier. Yes, concubine. Lu raised her eyelids slightly, imparting her instructions to the middle-aged man standing before her with hands clasped. She is his confidant, Jiang, currently the chief steward of the outer court of the royal residence. Jian, the eldest son of Jiang, is 2 years senior to Xiao Su and has grown up alongside the young master, displaying both skill and intellect. He is a trusted aide cultivated for Xiao Su by the consort Lu. Steward Ji discreetly seek out some skilled individuals to investigate the whereabouts of the heir. Should any trace emerge, do not report back to me. Simply eliminate it immediately. Eliminate it immediately? A tempest of thoughts surged within Ji Ying's mind. Is the master planning to take action against the heir? However, after a brief moment, he regained his composure. Sooner or later, this day would come. Indeed, the timing is opportune. After all, with the heir's disappearance, if he has truly encountered misfortune and cannot return, no one would easily suspect them. They are merely stoking the flames, playing the role of the last unsuspecting prey. Yes, I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. Just as he turned to leave, he was halted by the consort Lu's voice. Do not breathe a word of this to Jian or the young master. Such matters, if even slightly leaked, will lead us to our doom. The tone of the consort was cold and resolute. I understand. Rest assured, my lady. Chapter 84. Is Li Shichang a bastard? Suddenly, two heads emerged from the placid surface of the water with a splash. Jiang Yunqing and Xiao Yan exchanged a glance, each reflecting boundless astonishment in their eyes. Having traversed the depths of a terrifying abyss beneath looming mountain, they bore witness to a horrific sight. At the bottom of the deep pool lay countless skeletal remains, some aged into bleached bones, while others were recently deceased, their bodies grotesquely swollen. The gender of the bones was indiscernible, but among those whose forms were still recognizable, all were female. Strangely, each corpse was tethered by stones at their feet, with an iron chain piercing through the clavicle of each body, extending in the same direction. It was by following the trajectory of these chains that Jiang Yunqing and her companions swiftly located the exit and surfaced. It seemed this dilapidated temple concealed a den of malevolence, harboring monstrous eagles and serpents, and had also claimed the lives of numerous women. Could all of this be the doing of Li Shichang? Jiang Yunqing's mind was awash with questions. As she pushed aside her damp hair, striving to discern her surroundings, her head was abruptly forced back underwater. It was Xiao Yan. Before she could struggle, she heard him exclaim, "Exposed." Following this, a net of iron wire descended upon them from all sides. They were ensnared like fish in a barrel. A throng of guards hastily dragged the net and its captive contents ashore, the sharp stones along the bank scraping painfully against Jiang Yunqing's cheek. "Ha! You little harlot! Did you ever expect this?" The voice was chillingly familiar. Jiang Yunqing, her mind muddled from the prolonged submersion, took a moment to respond. "Madam Li? Indeed, it is I. Miss Jiang, you chose not to tread the path to heaven, yet you stumbled into hell." The woman spoke, her teeth grinding audibly. "You caused my son's tragic demise. I have searched high and low for you, and yet here you are, drenched and delivered to me. Ha ha! Look, even heaven is aiding me. I shall send you to accompany my son in death." A pair of embroidered shoes adorned with brilliant pearls suddenly crushed down upon Jiang Yunqing's left hand, trampling with ferocity. Then, the woman's maniacal laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by a piercing scream that echoed across the halls of the Marquis residence. A short dagger had found its mark, lodged firmly in the embroidered shoe. Dark blood swiftly soaked the fabric. The owner of the shoes turned pale, collapsing to the ground. Her teeth clenched in fury as she cursed, "Jiang Yunqing, you wretched girl. Ever since Chang became entangled with you, our Marquis has faced endless misfortune. Now, Chang has sacrificed his life for you. You show no remorse, and yet you dare to injure an elder. My relationship with your esteemed mother is one of long-standing friendship, and I am of noble standing myself. How dare you? How could you not dare?" Li Shichang had committed numerous atrocities, abducting the county princess and plotting her demise. He harbored ferocious beasts, feeding upon humans, and the lake's bottom was littered with bones. No amount of punishment could suffice for his crimes. As a mother, even if she had not conspired, she held culpability for her negligence. The emperor has always cherished his subjects. "Madame Li, what do you think will happen to your esteemed Marquis if the emperor learns of this?" A deep, authoritative male voice resonated. "Madame Li, you have ensnared this heir in your net. What reasoning is this? Release him at once. Otherwise, the entire Rongchang Marquis will be buried alongside you. Ha ha ha, you murderous fiend. It was you who shot my son with an arrow. Tell me, how could I possibly allow you to leave alive? He, accompany the dead? Very well. I intend to ensure that all of you accompany my son to the grave. A county princess and an heir. They are indeed worthy of my son." Lady Li let out a chilling laugh. With Li Shichang's death, she had lost everything. The Marquis meant nothing to her. The fate of those people was of no concern to her. As soon as Li Shichang met with misfortune, the second and third houses colluded with the clan elders, pressuring her to adopt a nephew and petition the emperor to establish another heir. They claimed it was for the century-old legacy of the Marquis, but in truth, it was merely an attempt to wrest control from her hands. They could forget